In front of the Civil Affairs Bureau in Jiangbei District, Xinjiang City, Pai Yangyang followed Qin Yuqi out with somewhat heavy steps in their hands. Each held a freshly issued divorce certificate. Thus, their 3-year marriage had come to a formal conclusion. Do not blame me, the distance between us has grown too vast. Continuing to force this would hold no meaning, Qin Yuqi stated calmly as she turned to face Pai Yangyang at the edge of the street. Indeed, you have become increasingly busy, even spending nights at the company. A flicker of disappointment and self-mockery flashed in Pai Yangyang's eyes. Qin Yuqi's expression carried a hint of disdain as she remarked, "The disparity between us widens by the day that I am constantly occupied with the company's development, while you remain idle, merely peddling your meager wares beneath the bridge, deceiving the elderly. You never allow me to intervene in company matters. If I don't sell goods, wouldn't that leave me even more idle?" Pai Yangyang shrugged, an air of helplessness in his demeanor. Was it truly his desire to be unoccupied? It was clear she looked down upon him. "But do you know what others say about me? They claim I'm married a charlatan." Qin Yuqi seemed somewhat agitated. Suddenly, Pai Yangyang smiled softly, as if he had found some semblance of peace. "So, it is I who has brought you shame. However, no one shall say such things about you henceforth. I do not wish to dwell on the past. It is behind us now. There is $1 million in this card. Take it and start a respectable business. Cease your foolishness with that stall. If this continues, you shall forever remain a worthless drifter." Worthless? Pai Yangyang scoffed inwardly. It seemed that in her eyes, he was merely a waste of space. Years ago, his master had divined a fateful prophecy for the Qin family, altering their fortune and simultaneously facilitating his marriage to Qin Yuqi. Yet, the master had paid the ultimate price for his foresight, passing away not long after. The Qin family had thrived over the past 3 years, and as his wife, Qin Yuqi had taken over the family business, becoming increasingly preoccupied. Their time together diminished, and their relationship grew mundane. Ultimately, it was Qin Yuqi who initiated the divorce. Yet throughout those 3 years, he had tirelessly safeguarded the Qin family's interests without him. Where would the Qin family be today? Also, take the Audi home. A man should not be without AC, argued. No need. Pai Yangyang rejected the bank card and car keys. Needless? How do you plan to live? Relying solely on your trivial stall? We are divorced now. My affairs are no longer your concern. President Qin. With that, he turned to leave. He could not abide Qin Yuqi's condescending tone. However, just as he took a step, several luxury cars roared into view. A group of over 20 individuals emerged, swiftly positioning themselves beside a Maybach. One of them respectfully opening the car door. A dapper young man in a suit approached Qin Yuqi, presenting her with a bouquet of blue roses. "Yuqi, congratulations on finally obtaining your freedom." Pai Yangyang, who had intended to depart, halted and regarded the young man. Hua Lubin, the second heir of the Hua family, one of Xinjiang's 5 prominent clans. Pai Yangyang recognized him every time he visited Qin Yuqi's office. He would see flowers sent by Hua Lubin. Once, he even bumped into Hua Lubin as he exited her office. Seeing him, Pai Yangyang felt a pang in his heart, as if everything suddenly made sense. Qin Yuqi's eyes flickered. "What brings you here? It is your joyous day of divorce. How could I possibly miss it?" Hua Lubin replied, naturally extending the bouquet. Qin Yuqi accepted it gracefully and called to Pai Yangyang. "You should take this card. I do not need it. Pai Yangyang, do not rely on the charity of others to survive." A chill gripped Pai Yangyang's heart. "Could you not be so stubborn?" Pai Yangyang waved his divorce certificate dismissively and prepared to leave again. Is this not the infamous charlatan and parasite, Pai Yangyang? "Master Pai, care for a fortune reading on your future?" Hua Yobin's mocking voice rang out from behind. Pai Yangyang turned, coldly fixing his gaze on Hua Yobin's forehead, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "I need no reading for my future. It is undoubtedly bright. However, I can offer you a free reading. Your forehead is darkening. Within 3 days. You shall encounter a calamity." Do you dare to curse me?" Hua Lubin exploded with fury. "Believe it or not, it is of little concern to me." Pai Yangyang dismissed him with a scoff, turning to leave. Thinking of escaping? Yet, as he took 2 steps, several suited men blocked his path. "Is Hua Xiao someone you can casually curse?" The group surrounded him menacingly, clearly prepared for a confrontation. But Pai Yangyang remained unperturbed, casting a cold glance around before speaking in a low voice. "What do you want?" We have long found you distasteful. Previously, you had Miss Qin shielding you. Now that you have been cast aside, you are nothing but a worthless drifter. What do you think we want?" One of them sneered, raising his fist, poised to strike. "Stop." As the fist was about to connect with Pai Yangyang's head, Qin Yuqi interjected. "Hua Xiao, let him go." Hua Lubin sneered. "Very well, I shall spare him today for your sake. But should I encounter him again, do not expect my mercy." "Pai Yangyang, should you not thank Hua Xiao?" "Thank him for placing a green hat upon me." "You." Qin Yuqia's complexion drained of color, furious. "Indeed, I have always pursued Yuqia. Had you not appeared 3 years ago, she would have long been mine. From this day forth, Yuqia is no longer connected to you. Keep your distance." Hua Lubin boasted triumphantly. Pai Yangyang gazed at Qin Yuqia, anticipating a defense, yet he was met with disappointment. Gradually, a coldness settled in his heart, and the last remnants of reluctance began to fade. She could not even be bothered to offer an explanation. What was there left to cling to? "Wishing you both happiness." The words were nearly forced through clenched teeth. "Farewell, ex-husband." Hua Lubin waved nonchalantly that moment. A fiery red Ferrari approached. A stunning woman disembarked, her figure graceful, her beauty striking, and her winered hair flowing. Yet, her eyes bore a hint of urgency. "You just divorced?" She approached Pai Yangyang, staring intently at the divorce certificate in his hand. Pai Yangyang looked up at her, feeling somewhat bewildered. Before he could respond, the woman glanced at Qin Yuqia and Hua Lubin, then suddenly linked her arm with his. "Come with me." Without waiting for his consent, she dragged him back toward the Civil Affairs Bureau. Caught off guard, Pai Yangyang found himself being pulled inside. Bewildered, "We're getting married." Approaching the window for marriage certificate processing, the woman presented her household registration book, identification card, and 2 letters of introduction, stating, "Here you go." Pai Yangyang was taken aback. What kind of absurdity was this? Were people now marrying anyone they picked off the street? And she even had letters of introduction ready. "Miss, are you sure you've got the right person?" he asked, bewildered. "There's no mistake." "Hurry up, your ID, household registration, and sign your name right here," the woman urged. The clerk inside was equally stunned, momentarily at a loss for words. "Are you really getting married?" Pai Yangyang hesitated. "What are you waiting for? Are you not a man? She's found another man to plant her dreams upon. Can you really accept that?" The woman pressed on. "Accept? Huh." Memories of Qin Yujia's actions flashed through his mind, causing him to grit his teeth. "Qin Yujia, if you treat me like a mere trifle, I too can cast you aside like a worn-out shoe." Resolutely, he handed his ID and household registration to the bewildered clerk. "I'm getting married." "Who is she? Don't you recognize her?" "The third miss of the Su family, Su Shiweqing, currently the executive president of Su Corporation." On the roadside, Qin Yujia watched in disbelief as Pai Yangyang was dragged into the Civil Affairs Bureau by a stunning beauty. "Is that really Su Shiweqing? What does she want of Pai Yangyang?" For reasons unbeknownst to her, a sense of loss crept over her. Although the Qin family had flourished in recent years, compared to the Su family, they were mere grasshoppers beside a phoenix. What could she possibly want? Surely not to get married? Hua Lubin chuckled. Qin Yujia's gaze sharpened. She too understood that marriage was out of the question. The third miss of the Su family, a paragon among the youth of Xinjiang, known as the city's flower, and the executive president of Su Corporation. How could she possibly marry a man she had just divorced? Yet, she was curious why this celestial beauty would inexplicably drag Pai Yangyang into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Could it be that he deceived this third miss of the Su family while selling trinkets? Suddenly recalling a detail, she voiced her concern. Hua Yobin's expression darkened. "You've already divorced him. Why are you still worried about him?" Qin Yujia paused briefly, then sighed. "Indeed, he has nothing to do with me anymore." As the official seal was stamped clearly on the photo of him and Su Shiweqing, Pai Yangyang's mind was still in a daze. "Take this. From now on, you're my husband. You must remain faithful and not flirt with other women." However, Su Shiweqing seemed to breathe a sigh of relief as she handed him the marriage certificate. Pai Yangyang, still groggy, accepted the certificate without truly comprehending her words. That he glanced at the name on the marriage certificate and paused slightly. Su Shiweqing, the third miss of the Su family, renowned throughout Xinjiang. He had never met her, but her reputation preceded her. In a moment of impulsiveness, He had married this woman, but now it felt rather hasty. Had he just entered the realm of second marriages? Looking at the divorce certificate in his left hand and the marriage certificate in his right, a peculiar smile crept across his lips. This damn marriage. Who would believe that within half an hour, he had experienced two monumental events in life, divorce and marriage? Now, that was the true essence of a flash marriage. Let's go, they must be waiting. Shu tilted her delicate chin, naturally linking her arm through his as they walked side by side toward the exit. Am I insane, or is the world mad? First, I divorced a stunning ex-wife, and now I marry a goddess-like woman. This man is truly a model for our generation. Today's youth are far too casual. They treat marriage and divorce as if they were mere games. The clerk processing their marriage certificate felt utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Indeed, handsome men have it easy. Yet, one person seemed to grasp the core of the matter. Seeing Pai Yangyang and Su Xueqing arm in arm, affectionately descending the steps, Qin Yujia's lips twitched. Dear ex-wife, your former husband is now my husband. Remember this. Once divorced, do not disturb my husband again. Su Xueqing held up the marriage certificate as if declaring her claim, adopting a regal stance as she addressed Qin Yujia. Under Su Xueqing's formidable presence, Qin Yujia felt as if she could scarcely breathe. Just moments ago, she and Hua Lubin were convinced that Su Xueqing had dragged Pai Yangyang inside to settle scores. There was no way they were getting married. Yet, the glaring marriage certificate was a slap in the face. The man she had discarded like refuse was now cherished as a treasure by another, pristine and untainted. Moreover, this other was none other than the illustrious third miss of the Su family. Was this mocking her lack of discernment, her inability to recognize true beauty? Pai Yangyang, no wonder you so readily agreed to divorce me, it turns out. She was already waiting here. Upon hearing this, Pai Yangyang shot a cold glance at Qin Yujia and Hua Lubin. Wasn't he also waiting for you all along? We're not the same. What's the difference? Is it permissible for you to set fire while forbidding me to light a candle? Qin Yujia was left speechless once again. She simply could not fathom how the normally submissive Pai Yangyang had transformed into someone entirely different today. Miss Su, are you being deceived by this fool? He is but a charlatan, relying on his tongue to swindle the elderly. Though Qin Yujia was indeed stunning, she felt overshadowed by Su Xueqing's commanding presence. Thus, when Hua Lubin laid eyes on Su Xueqing, he was instantly captivated. Especially upon seeing the marriage certificate in her hand, he seethed with jealousy. A man he deemed a loser, a soft man living off women, had first wooed his dream girl, Qin Yujia, and now sought to win over his queen, Su Xueqing. And the key was that Su Xueqing had voluntarily offered herself. Where could he find logic in this? I know that Su Xueqing's tone was calm, firm, and resolute. You know? But he is utterly worthless, a man who lives off women. I am willing. Hua Lubin was completely flabbergasted. He was on the verge of losing his mind. Such madness existed in this world. Husband, let's go home. He'll prepare something delicious for you. Su Xueqing remained linked to Pai Yangyang's arm, her proud chest lifting slightly as she spoke sweetly and gently. Hua Lubin and Qin Yujia felt a wave of nausea wash over them. Especially Qin Yujia. A mix of emotions swirled within her that, in 3 years of marriage, she had scarcely known a kitchen utensil. The culinary symphony was always conducted solely by Pai Yangyang. Yet now, a queen-like third miss of the Su family claimed she would personally cook for him, sending Qin Yujia into a frenzy. She opened her mouth as if to advise Su Xueqing, but Su Xueqing had already linked arms with Pai Yangyang, turning toward her brand-new Ferrari. You drive. From now on, it's your car to use as you please. As she walked, Su Xueqing gently handed the car keys to Pai Yangyang, her voice imbued with tenderness and concern. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Yujia's face had gradually turned pale. In the past, even the slightest contact with her Maserati Quattroporte would have prompted her to demand a thorough cleaning. Yet now, the sense of loss that enveloped her grew ever more intense, evolving into an inexplicable emotion. Su Xueqing, you shall come to regret your decision today, she murmured, gazing at the departing figures of Pai Yangyang and Su Xueqing. How do you feel now? Satisfied? The car glided through the streets, becoming a striking spectacle that a young man clad in simple attire, slightly handsome yet exuding an air of poverty, drove a multi-million-dollar Ferrari. Beside him sat a stunning beauty, her fair skin, enchanting features, and long legs captivating all who beheld her. The scene was undeniably bizarre. Damn it, where did I go wrong? In this day and age, it seems that even the finest cabbage gets trampled by swine. Brother, please observe closely, it is clearly the good cabbage that is being trampled by the pig. Young men along the roadside lamented in envy and resentment, wishing they could eliminate Pai Yangyang, who seemed to have everything: a beautiful car and a lovely woman, the dreams of every man laid bare before them. Yet tragically, that man was not themselves. Miss Sue, although I'm unaware of your intentions, I have played my part in this charade. As the car turned onto a side street and came to a halt, Pai Yangyang spoke with an air of indifference. You know this is a performance? Su Xueqing feigned surprise, her tone laced with curiosity. A faint smile crossed Pai Yangyang's lips. Even a fool would recognize this as a play. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude. With that, he prepared to open the door. Wait, what more do you desire? Pai Yangyang tossed the marriage certificate onto the seat. Where are you headed? Su Xueqing grasped Pai Yangyang's arm, her voice tinged with allure, urgency evident in her tone. Where I go is of no concern to you. It is you are my husband, and given your undeniable charm, what if some vixen were to whisk you away? I would be a loss. Pai Yangyang found himself bewildered that I asked this girl. Serious? Yet the glimmer in Su Xueqing's eyes unmistakably conveyed that this was all a ruse. I am merely returning to retrieve what belongs to me, he sighed, resigned. Returning? To your ex-wife's place? Su Xueqing's eyes darted. Intrigued by the prospect, Pai Yangyang nodded. Very well. I shall accompany you. Should your former mother-in-law prove difficult, I will ensure to confront her, leaving your former father-in-law with no choice but to watch helplessly. Chapter 3. Indeed, dazzling on the way to his future mother-in-law's residence, Pai Yangyang was forcibly pulled into a hair salon by Su Xueqing. Sister, give him a stylish haircut. The more flamboyant, the better. Pai Yangyang nearly leapt from the chair, feeling as though he was not getting a haircut, but rather facing execution. Ah, splendid. Now this resembles my man, Su Xueqing, she remarked, her satisfaction evident as she circled him 3 times, nearly disorienting him. Your man? The hairstylist was taken aback. Let us go. I'll treat you to drinks another day, Su Xueqing said without further explanation, leaving a room full of stunned onlookers as she casually waved her hand. Linking arms with Pai Yangyang and darting into a nearby men's clothing store. Get him 3 complete outfits. Replace his underwear, socks, and shoes. Pai Yangyang stumbled, incredulously gazing at Su Xueqing. What are you staring at? Are you reluctant to part with the scent of her perfume on your clothes? 3 black lines appeared on Pai Yangyang's forehead. This hardly resembled a refined young lady. She was clearly a little ruffian. What exactly was she trying to achieve? The manager, personally attending to them, nodded and bowed. Miss Su, what level of quality do you require? Is that even a question? He is my man. You should know what level to provide. Understood. The manager was momentarily stunned. Then his face broke into a grin, though it twitched slightly. What incredible luck this fellow has. Do the daughters of wealthy families fancy this style nowadays? Tomorrow, I shall don simple attire as well. Who knows? I might catch the eye of a rich girl and never have to worry about stomach ailments again. Clothes make the man, after all. When Pai Yangyang re-emerged in his new attire, the store fell silent. A young woman accompanying her boyfriend to shop dropped her phone in astonishment. Handsome, truly handsome, absolutely stunning. At that moment, the same words echoed in the minds of everyone present. Pai Yangyang sensed the unusual gazes directed at him and turned to face his reflection in the mirror, suddenly struck dumb. Indeed, he was dazzling. What are you staring at? Go check your own man. This is my husband. Su Xueqing seemed somewhat flustered, quickly linking her arm through his and whispering. It appears I can't let you dress too well in the future. It's unsafe. Pai Yangyang was left speechless once more. He felt as though he was losing his mind today, inexplicably accompanying a madwoman in an unscripted melodrama. With a swipe of the card, he completed the transaction. The total expenditure amounted to 590,000. How could this woman be so bold? Just casually marrying a man and investing heavily in his appearance? Let us go. We're headed to your future mother-in-law's house. She emphasized the word future, as if fearful Pai Yangyang might forget. At the Sunshine community, within the Qin family's villa, Qin Yujia's mother, Yin Jinfeng, was eagerly awaiting their arrival. uncertain whether Yu Jie and that worthless man have truly divorced. She anxiously glanced at the clock and said, "Mom, rest assured, this time my sister is serious. She will definitely leave him." Qin Yu Jie's brother, Qin Yu, confidently replied, "That is not a certainty. That good-for-nothing has become addicted to living off us. Does he really think he can survive by peddling junk on the streets? Humph. He dares not stay. I have already informed young Master Hua. If he truly lacks self-awareness, let young Master Hua break his legs. Well done. Now I can relax. Once that good-for-nothing is out of our Qin family, I will immediately have young Master Hua come to propose. Yes, my sister is only worthy of a young master like Hua. What is Pai Yangyang? A complete failure." The mother and son harmonized their disdain. While Qin Yu Jie's father, Qin Si Hai, sat on the sofa, chain-smoking, his brow furrowed in worry. Suddenly, Qin Yu's phone buzzed with a message. "Sister's message just came in. They've divorced." He exclaimed excitedly. "Really?" Yin Jin Feng rushed over. "Look, they even sent a photo of the divorce certificate. It must be true. Wonderful. That worthless man has finally rolled out of our home." The mother and son cheered jubilantly. "Madam, young master, the son-in-law has returned." A servant announced. "What son-in-law? He is no longer part of the Qin family." Yin Jinfeng's expression turned cold, her anger palpable. "Come on, Mom. Let us see what he is back for." Qin Yu, somewhat thrilled, dragged Yin Jinfeng outside. When they spotted Pai Yangyang standing at the villa entrance, they were both taken aback. Yin Jinfeng rubbed her eyes, thinking she was seeing things. Is that the worthless Pai Yangyang? Is it really him? Qin Yu also questioned his own vision. How has he changed so much? "Mom, don't you remember? My sister said she would give him $1 million as long as they divorced. He must have received the money," Qin Yu assumed. Yin Jinfeng's expression suddenly shifted, a pang of sympathy washing over her. "What are you back for?" she demanded, her face stern. "I've come to collect my belongings," Pai Yangyang replied calmly. At that moment, he had entirely lost hope in this family. For 3 years, he had toiled tirelessly, taking care of all household affairs, yet had never received a word of praise. Even a stone would have warmed up eventually. Yet, he discovered that what he had been nurturing was a block of ancient ice, eternally unmelting, which had only left him frostbitten. Qin Yu turned, spotting a dilapidated wooden box in the corner. He strode over, delivering a forceful kick that sent the box crashing in front of Pai Yangyang, then stepped on it. "Your worthless things are all here. However, if you want to take them, you must first hand over that $1 million. $1 million? What million?" Pai Yangyang furrowed his brow, perplexed by the sudden emergence of $1 million. "What is this pretense? My sister stated that as long as you divorce, she would grant you $1 million. She made a promise, but we did not agree. She mentioned giving me $1 million, but I did not accept it." "Did not accept? Do you think I will believe that?" Qin Yu gazed at Pai Yangyang with amusement. "Whether or not I believe it is of no consequence. I truly did not accept it. You may inquire with your sister." "Inquire with her? Why should I?" Qin Yu pointed at Pai Yangyang's chest, his voice rising in anger. "If you did not take my sister's $1 million, then where did you acquire this attire? You would not dare to claim you won $1 million in the lottery, would you? This outfit was a gift from a friend." "Ha ha. How could Qin Yu possibly believe that? Do you take me for a fool? What friends do you have that I am unaware of? If you possessed such a friend, would you still be peddling on the streets?" Pai Yangyang's gaze hardened, his temper flaring. "Pai Yangyang, do not blame us for being ruthless. It is your own lack of ambition. Just look at Yu Jie, now the president of our Qin group. Moreover, she is on the verge of securing a project worth over $100 million. The disparity between you two is insurmountable. I hope you can comprehend that if you remain by her side, you will only hinder her and impede the advancement of our Qin family." At that moment, Yin Jinfeng approached, her demeanor haughty. "As you wished, I have departed from the Qin family. Now, I merely wish to reclaim what is rightfully mine." His heart had turned cold. A project worth over $100 million? Had it not been for him, would there even be such a project? Are you a man who relies on a woman to sustain you, devoid of shame? You have already divorced, yet you still took $1 million from Yu Jie. How can you face yourself? Yin Jinfeng, noticing Pai Yangyang's indifferent attitude, retorted angrily. "I truly did not take it. I do not believe you. If you did not take it, where did you acquire the funds for such fine clothing? And that ostentatious hairstyle? Are you attempting to flaunt it before us?" Yin Jinfeng remained resolute in her disbelief. "That attire was purchased by me, and the hairstyle was arranged by me. What is wrong with that?" Upon hearing the commotion, the mother and son duo noticed a Ferrari parked not far from the entrance. A stunningly beautiful woman, with an alluring figure, approached Pai Yangyang and naturally linked her arm with his. However, I am not merely his friend but his current wife. Chapter 4. The dog gazes at the stars. Perplexed, Qin Yuyu's eyes widened in astonishment. He had encountered countless beauties, his own sister being a vision of grace. Yet, upon seeing Su Xueqing for the first time, he was utterly captivated, as if a garden in full bloom had come to life before him. Who are you? Yan Jinfeng was equally entranced. Su Xueqing, Pai Yangyang's current wife, replied with poise. Well, Pai Yangyang, I truly underestimated you. Just divorced from Yujia, and already entangled with a little vixen, lacking in various talents, yet possessing an extraordinary prowess in courting women. Yan Jinfeng was infuriated. She could not endure the spectacle. In her eyes, Pai Yangyang was a mere wastrel. Expelled from the Qin family today, yet he had the audacity to return with a woman to flaunt before her. Su Xueqing's gaze turned icy. Her tone equally frosty. Mind your words. Were it not for the fact that you are my husband's former mother-in-law, do you believe I would hesitate to strike you? You still dare to threaten me? You vixen, you've surely entangled yourself with my son-in-law already. The typically domineering Yan Jinfeng could hardly be intimidated by Su Xueqing's threats. As she spoke, she advanced towards Su Xueqing. You wish to strike me? Here I am. Let us see if you dare. Before she could finish her sentence, a crisp slap resonated through the air, freezing the moment. Yan Jinfeng incredulously touched her stinging cheek, her lips trembling. You truly dare to hit me? A moment later, a piercing scream shattered the silence. Qin Yuyu, how can you just stand there while she hits your mother? Yan Jinfeng turned to the still-dazed Qin Yuyu, her anger boiling over. How could she accept such humiliation? Yet, Qin Yuyu's expression was awkward and strained. Mother, she is Su Xueqing. I don't care if she is Xueqing or Yuqing. How dare she strike me? Go and ruin her face for me, so she will never seduce another man again. Mom, she is the third miss of the Su family. Seeing Yan Jinfeng still in disbelief, Qin Yuyu anxiously interjected. What third miss of the Su family? Yan Jinfeng began, but abruptly halted, staring incredulously at Su Xueqing. Which Su family? In Xinjiang, which Su family could there be? Certainly, it was the Su family of the southern city. Yan Jinfeng's legs weakened, and she staggered, her face paling instantly. The Su family, one of the 5 great families of Xinjiang, loomed like a giant before the Qin family. The third miss of the Su family? She could hardly comprehend how someone of such stature could associate with this wastrel. Another slap. The other side of her face bore 5 clear fingerprints. I can endure a few insults, but to call my husband a wastrel? That is unacceptable. Yan Jinfeng was bewildered, the pain on her face overshadowed by the shock in her heart. She could not fathom why the third miss of the Su family would defend Pai Yangyang so fiercely. Miss Su, I believe there has been a misunderstanding, Qin Yuyu ventured cautiously. He is nothing but a wastrel, a charlatan who deceives the elderly at markets. He has lived off the Qin family for 3 years, amounting to nothing. Have you been deceived by him? That is merely your inability to recognize a gem. Su Xueqing retorted coldly. In your eyes, he is a wastrel. In my eyes, he is a precious jade. Qin Yuyu was left speechless, a torrent of frustration coursing through him. How had his worthless brother-in-law stumbled upon such fortune? However, the 1 million he took from Yujia should rightfully be returned to them. Shouldn't it? Although Yan Jinfeng felt apprehensive, the thought of that 1 million left her profoundly unwilling to concede. My husband has asserted that he did not take it, and that is unequivocal, Su Xueqing declared with her chin held high, exuding an air of superiority. Furthermore, does my husband, Su Xueqing, truly lack for money? The mother and son were left in bewilderment, exchanging glances like dogs staring at the stars, utterly perplexed. Just then, Yan Jinfeng's phone rang, startling her. In a fluster, she answered the call, inadvertently activating the speakerphone. Mom, if Pai Yangyang comes back to collect his belongings, do not make things difficult for him. The 1 million I gave him, he did not accept. The expressions of Yan Jinfeng and Qin Yuyu turned exceedingly awkward and unpleasant. Do you understand now? Once the call ended, Pai Yangyang offered a cold smile, bending down to retrieve the dilapidated wooden box that Qin Yuyu had stepped on. Qin Yuyu hastily stepped back, allowing him space. Remember, he is my husband now. I hope you will refrain from harassing him in the future. Su Xueqing's demeanor was one of lofty superiority, causing the mother and son to instinctively bow their heads. As Su Xueqing naturally intertwined her arm with Pai Yangyang's and approached the Ferrari, Qin Yuyu's face twitched several times, overwhelmed by a sense of impending madness. At the entrance, Qin Sihai let out a long sigh. What treasures could possibly be in that box that necessitate its return? Once in the car, Su Xueqing curiously eyed the wooden box in Pai Yangyang's possession and inquired, "What's in that box?" The box was worn and featured a corroded copper lock of indeterminate age. "Nothing much, just some childhood toys," Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly. "Do you take me for a fool?" Su Xueqing's beautiful eyes rolled dramatically. As the car exited Sunshine Community and halted by the roadside once more, Pai Yangyang frowned. "Why are we stopping again? Haven't you had enough fun?" "What do you mean, fun? I know that as a young lady from a wealthy family, you enjoy toying with others. I have entertained you for quite some time now. Are you not weary? Why do you presume I am merely playing?" Su Xueqing brandished their marriage certificate before him, shaking it in front of his eyes. "Would I casually obtain a marriage certificate with just any man?" Pai Yangyang was perplexed. He couldn't fathom what Miss Su truly desired. They were complete strangers, and he was not so vain as to believe she genuinely wished to marry him. "I do not comprehend your intentions. You may not be tired, but I am," he stated, lifting the box as he opened the door to exit the vehicle. "Are you already seeking to abandon me mere moments after our wedding?" As he turned, Su Xueqing's voice resonated with a sorrowful, haunting quality. Passers-by began to cast curious and disdainful glances, as if he were a scoundrel intent on abandoning his new bride. Reluctantly, he turned back, only to be met with her tear-filled eyes, brimming with emotion. "Miss, what exactly are you trying to achieve?" At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, there were numerous individuals contemplating divorce. "Yet why did you fixate solely on me?" Pai Yangyang felt a slight headache. Su Xueqing offered no reply. A glimmer of light flickered in her eyes, and in a moment of reverie, her memory drifted back 5 years. Back then, she was still a student. On a winter day during the holiday, she and several classmates rode their bicycles along the riverbank. Suddenly, a car emerged, colliding with her and sending both her and her bicycle into the icy waters. Her classmates panicked, but none could swim, and she was on the brink of sinking to the bottom. Just then, a boy rushed over, unhesitatingly plunging into the frigid river, striving to rescue her. However, by that time, she had already lost consciousness, and she did not even know the boy's surname. After her discharge from the hospital, she searched far and wide for the boy who had saved her life, but by the time she learned that the rescuer was Pai Yangyang, he had already become the son-in-law of the Qin family. For 3 years, she had quietly observed Pai Yangyang, aware that he was not faring well within the Qin household. Meanwhile, Su Xueqing found herself entangled in her own troubles. Her family, driven by self-interest, pressured her into an unwanted marriage with a man she despised. Unwilling to accept her fate, upon learning that Pai Yangyang was to divorce Qin Yujia that day, she made a remarkable decision. She would offer Pai Yangyang a chance, and in doing so, grant herself one as well. Thus unfolded the events at the Civil Affairs Bureau. As she saw Pai Yangyang get back into the car, Su Xueqing smiled through her tears, fastening her seatbelt. Under her guidance, Pai Yangyang drove into the headquarters of the Su Group. After exiting the vehicle, Su Xueqing hurried to a nearby florist, purchasing a bouquet of vibrant red roses. Then, quite naturally, she linked her arm with Pai Yangyang's, walking side by side toward the office building. Inhaling the enchanting fragrance that enveloped her and feeling the softness of her being against his arm, Pai Yangyang felt an uncontrollable flutter in his heart. "Good day, President Su." "Good day, President Su." Upon entering the lobby, the staff greeted them with respect. Though the astonishment in their eyes was palpable, almost all gazes were fixated on Pai Yangyang, each silently speculating about his identity. "Who would have thought that our president could appear so tender and reliant? Who is this man? He seems rather handsome. I've never heard of President Su having a boyfriend. Where did he suddenly come from?" Once Su Xueqing and Pai Yangyang entered the elevator, the tense atmosphere in the lobby began to relax. The employees, still captivated by the entrance, struggled to regain their composure. It felt as though they had just witnessed a sensational revelation. "Oh my goodness!" Suddenly, someone exclaimed, drawing the shocked gazes of several others. Tomorrow marked the engagement of President Su and the young master of the Yi family. Could this spell trouble? Pai Yangyang followed Su Xueqing to the 17th floor, where the president's office awaited. In the office, a woman in her early 30s, clad in a black professional attire and exuding an air of authority, had long been awaiting. "Mr. Su, you have returned," she stated. The moment Su Xueqing stepped through the door, her demeanor shifted entirely. "Li Jia, please close the door." Li Jia promptly complied, securing the entrance. Subsequently, Su Xueqing released Pai Yangyang and handed the bouquet of roses to Li Jie. Pai Yangyang cast a curious glance around the office, which indeed lived up to its reputation as the presidential office of one of the 5 prominent families of Xinjiang, spanning a full 300 square meters. The office was adorned in a grand and opulent manner. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows flooded the space with light and offered a sweeping view. The large executive desk and the generous leather chair were emblematic of the president's distinguished status. "What is the situation?" Su Xueqing inquired as she settled into the executive chair, her presence radiating a queenly authority. "It is quite favorable. The forums of Xinjiang are abuzz with rumors of Mr. Su and a gentleman appearing as a couple, allegedly having visited the Civil Affairs Bureau to formalize their marriage," Li Jie reported respectfully. However, the gossip circulating online is rather unflattering, depicting him as a freeloader expelled from the Qin family, a charlatan preying on the elderly. Li Jie's tone was tinged with a condescending air as she continued. "Mr. Pai, you do not genuinely believe that your marriage with Mr. Su is real, do you?" Pai Yangyang, bewildered, hesitated as he received the agreement. "What? A marriage agreement?" he exclaimed, wide-eyed. "I am aware it is a farce, but if it is indeed a sham, why go to such lengths? Obtaining a marriage certificate and subsequently nullifying it should pose no challenge for you." He tossed the marriage certificate onto the table, preparing to leave. "Wait." As he turned, Su Xueqing's voice rang out behind him. "Miss Su, I have completed my role in this charade. What more do you desire?" "I wish for you to sign a marriage agreement with me," Su Xueqing replied, biting her lip as she gazed at him. "Is this amusing? If it is false, what is the purpose of this?" Pai Yangyang inquired, perplexed. "I need you to be my husband for a year." Upon hearing Su Xueqing's words, Pai Yangyang laughed. "Miss Su, do you perceive my recent divorce as a joke, thus subjecting me to such mockery?" "I am not jesting. I speak with utmost sincerity." Su Xueqing rose, her expression revealing a hint of earnestness. "I am in trouble and require your assistance. Why should I extend my help to you?" Pai Yangyang replied, maintaining an indifferent demeanor. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, lowering his gaze to the 2 sets of clothing he held in his hands. "These are for you," he stated, relinquishing the garments. Su Xueqing regarded him with a playful expression. "The ones I'm wearing were also purchased by me. Take them off." Pai Yangyang was momentarily taken aback. His old clothes had been discarded into the trash by Su Xueqing. While it was easy to remove his outerwear, going shirtless outside was no concern. But how could he possibly remove his shorts? Chapter 5. A master of performance, Pai Yangyang felt a peculiar sense of knowing he was being tricked, yet feeling utterly powerless against it. "Moreover, I have aided you by helping you regain your dignity in front of your ex-wife, and even cornered your mother-in-law against the wall. Could you not assist me in return?" Was this an attempt to repay kindness with obligation? Pai Yangyang was bewildered. He had never encountered such a blatant demand for reciprocation. Yet, her words held a semblance of truth. At the very least, thanks to her, the burdens that should have weighed heavily on him today had diminished significantly, even bringing a hint of vindication. "All right, I can assist you. Consider it a favor repaid, but we must first clarify what assistance you require. Also, please refrain from making excessively unreasonable demands." Pai Yangyang conceded, unable to withstand the pitiable look in her eyes. Su Xueqing smiled gently and slowly seated herself. "First, you must publicly acknowledge your marriage to Su Zong. Apart from the 3 of us, no one else should be privy to the details of our agreement." At this point, Sister Li interjected. "No problem," Pai Yangyang readily agreed. "Secondly, during the 1-year term of this agreement, you must remain by Su Zong's side without leaving her for even a moment." Sister Li seemed pleased with his response and continued. "Do you have any objections?" Pai Yangyang asked. Sister Li's gaze hardened as she looked at him coldly. "Of course I do. Am I supposed to follow Su Zong into the bathroom when she bathes or uses the toilet?" Pai Yangyang retorted defiantly. "That would lead to dire consequences." Su Xueqing's face flushed, and she retorted sharply, "Dream on." Sister Li glared at him fiercely before adding, "Thirdly, should anyone attempt to bully Su Zong, you must fulfill your duty as a husband and protect her." "I protest," Pai Yangyang immediately countered. "A protest? Are you still a man?" Sister Li glared at him. "She is not my real wife. Why should I be obligated to protect her? What if I encounter someone reckless? Should I risk my own life?" A hint of disdain crossed Sister Li's face. "Countless men would risk everything to protect Su Zong, yet you fear for your life? Of course, I am not a cat with 9 lives. Once my life is lost, it is gone forever. Why should I not fear death?" Pai Yangyang defended himself vehemently. I will not let you sign this agreement without compensation, Su Xueqing stated. During the term of the agreement, I will pay you a monthly salary of 10,000. 10,000? Pai Yangyang rolled his eyes. Do you truly believe I would risk my life for such an amount? Sisterly replied. Who says you must risk your life? In Xinjiang, who would dare to truly lay a hand on Su Zong? That remains to be seen. Encountering a rabid dog could be quite painful, remarked Pai Yangyang with utmost seriousness. Fine, 15,000. Su Xueqing gritted her teeth in response. 20,000. Pai Yangyang unabashedly extended his fingers in a scissor gesture. As the president of the Su Corporation, you cannot be so miserly. Besides, with my looks, 2,000 is a bargain. Noticing Su Xueqing's hesitation, he quickly added, You are not being thrifty, are you? Who purchased the clothes on your back? Are you unaware of their cost? Pai Yangyang scratched his nose and insisted. I did not ask you to buy them, and this reputation is not solely mine. Su Xueqing glared at him, her chest rising and falling with indignation. Mr. Pai, do not be ungrateful. Sister Li's gaze was icy. Does he think this is a marketplace where one can haggle? With a resigned gesture, Su Xueqing finally said, All right. 2,000 it is. Pai Yangyang flashed a broad smile, his eyes narrowing with joy. I, too, need to make a living. I cannot work for free. Additionally, you must live with me for the entire year. Recalling another matter, Su Xueqing firmly declared, You mean to share a bed? Taken aback, Pai Yangyang replied. What are you thinking? Su Xueqing, her forehead creased with annoyance, clarified, I have multiple rooms in my residence. We can each have our own floor. That is acceptable, otherwise. 2,000 would be a loss, he remarked, while Su Xueqing thought, Does he really believe I'm keeping a pet? I have bodyguards at home. And Sister Li will also be living with us. Pai Yangyang glanced at the formidable Sister Li, swallowing hard. This woman was clearly not to be trifled with. And he envisioned a scene reminiscent of a character from a drama, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Very well, he reluctantly agreed, signing the contract. Am I free to leave now? Where are you going? Su Xueqing inquired. I need to go home and tidy up. Home? Were you not expelled from the Qin residence? She questioned. Even a dog has its den. Must I be without a home? Observing his contemplative demeanor, Su Xueqing furrowed her brow and approached him, suddenly linking her arm with his. I shall escort you downstairs. Her voice was soft, akin to a lover's whisper. Pai Yangyang's heart fluttered slightly. This woman must be from a Sichuan opera troupe. Her acting skills are too remarkable to waste without walking a few red carpets or winning some awards. As Su Xueqing affectionately clung to his arm, they re-entered the lobby. You drive my car. Remember to pick me up after work, darling. The entire lobby fell into a stunned silence. Was the president serious? How had she transformed from the image they had of her? Pai Yangyang nearly stumbled. Had he not witnessed her acting prowess, he might have been swayed. Nevertheless, it was a luxury car. Why not take it out? He sped off in a Ferrari, racing toward the old district in the west of the city. Standing before an old, somewhat dilapidated residence, Pai Yangyang paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and pushed open the half-closed gate, stepping inside. Master, I have returned. He called out into the empty courtyard. Upon entering the house, he found a spirit tablet placed on the altar. The room was sparsely furnished yet meticulously arranged, impeccably clean. In front of the spirit tablet, fresh fruits were offered, and 3 incense sticks were gently wafting smoke. It was evident that this place was regularly maintained and offerings were made. He approached, took 3 incense sticks, lit them, and knelt before the spirit tablet in reverence. Master, you once told me that if I became a son-in-law of the Qin family, I would never be able to open the wooden box. Now, having been cast out, I have come to you to open it. His expression was solemn as he bowed 3 times in respect, then inserted the incense into the burner. His gaze then fell upon the offering table, where an antiquated key lay before the spirit tablet. Master, I shall now open this box. Please bless your disciple to succeed in his cultivation and live up to your great expectations. He took the key and slowly inserted it into the copper lock of the wooden box, which clicked open with a resounding sound. Inside the box, there lay a sheepskin pouch, embroidered with patterns resembling a dragon swirling in flight. Upon opening the pouch, he was astonished to find 9 gold and 9 silver long needles. The needles were slender, yet upon close inspection, a lifelike relief of a flying dragon was faintly visible along their shafts. This set of needles was none other than the 9 mysterious 18 needles he had long yearned for. After his master's passing, he had assumed that the needles had been buried with him, never expecting to see them before him now. In the corner of the box, There was also a small black box and a blue-covered, thread-bound book exuding an air of profound history, the 9 mysterious jade clarity scripture. He first picked up the book and, upon seeing the few ancient and obscure characters inscribed upon it, recognized them at once, exclaiming in excitement. Flipping through its pages, he found the text to be complex and difficult to comprehend, so he cautiously set it down and turned his attention to the small box. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly lifted the small box and slowly opened it. An ancient aura rushed forth. Inside, he discovered a dark ring, its material unknown, appearing rather peculiar. Once you wear this, you shall become the 9th master. As he examined the ring closely, a deep voice suddenly resonated behind him. Chapter 6. The 9th master. Pai Yangyang was not startled, nor did he turn around. A man in his 50s, with a short beard, graying hair, and a stout build, stood to the side, his gaze fixed coldly upon him. The 9th master? Pai Yangyang was momentarily taken aback, filled with suspicion. Uncle Fu, what is happening? What does it mean to be the 9th master? He inquired, holding up the ring in confusion. This man, known as Uncle Fu, had previously been his master's attendant. After his master's death, Uncle Fu remained here, guarding the residence. The ring serves as the emblem of authority for the lord of the 9 Qin sect, who is revered in the martial world as the 9th master. Pai Yangyang was momentarily taken aback and inquired, the 9 Qin sect? So, my master is the lord of the 9 Qin sect? His heart raced with astonishment, having followed his master since a tender age. He had known him solely as the celestial Yang, unaware of this additional esteemed identity. Uncle Fu approached slowly, hands clasped, bowing deeply with a solemn tone. This is the decree of the celestial master. Please, 9th master, don this ring. Pai Yangyang's gaze flickered, despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind. He gently slid the ring onto the 4th finger of his left hand, honoring his master's wishes. Curiously, although the ring appeared bulky and unwieldy, it fit his finger perfectly, as if custom-made. Furthermore, the dark ring shimmered with golden hues, resembling a golden dragon entwined around it. Uncle Fu knelt before him, respectfully stating, "Congratulations, 9th master. From this moment forth, you are the 17th lord of the 9 Qin sect. Henceforth, Fu Rahai will serve as your attendant. Feel free to command him as needed." Pai Yangyang was startled and quickly helped him to his feet, asking, "Uncle Fu, what exactly is the 9 Qin sect?" Fu Ruhai fell silent, his expression reflecting reverence and solemnity. After a brief pause, he spoke in a deep voice, "In the realm of extraordinary sects, all converge upon the 9 Qin. Medicine, martial arts, mysticism, and the Tao encompass all. Only the 9 Qin sect reigns supreme." A sense of disbelief washed over Pai Yangyang as he glanced at the dark ring adorning his finger. "So my master is truly remarkable?" he murmured. "Then why has no one referred to him as the 9th master?" Uncle Fu replied with gravity. "The identity of the 9th master is known only to significant figures within the 9 Qin sect. After assuming the role of lord, you must not casually disclose your identity. It is a sect rule." Pai Yangyang furrowed his brow, pondering, such mystery. Could it be due to fear of enemies? It was no wonder that such a formidable sect leader had never mentioned it. He now understood the gravity of the sect's regulations. Yet, despite his master being the lord of the 9 Qin sect, Pai Yangyang had seldom witnessed any extraordinary prowess, merely superior medical skills and combat abilities. Ironically, his master had even sacrificed his life to alter the fate of the Qin family. However, Uncle Fu offered no response to his musings, standing silently to the side. Suddenly, Pai Yangyang's eyes brightened, brimming with curiosity, as he asked, "Uncle Fu, could it be that this sect possesses great wealth?" Uncle Fu hesitated briefly before gesturing toward a wooden box. Inside lay a letter, the envelope inscribed with the words, "To Pai Yangyang, personally opened." Pai Yangyang felt a surge of excitement as he took a deep breath and reached for the letter. "Pai Yangyang, your connection with the Qin family has reached its end after 3 years. Today, you shall inherit my legacy and take command of the 9 Qin sect." Upon reading these initial lines, Pai Yangyang's heart jolted, a realization dawning within him. His master had foreseen that he would only remain with the Qin family for 3 years before being cast out. "I am aware of the numerous questions swirling in your mind. To uncover the answers, you must journey to Ling Island on the 15th of August this year. All shall be revealed. And by the way, in order to raise you, I have toiled throughout my life and incurred significant expenses. In desperation, I borrowed a small sum from the island master of Ling Island for your sustenance. When you visit, do remember to repay the debt on my behalf." He eagerly glanced at the remaining lines, but upon reading further, a few dark lines appeared on his forehead. "Wait, not only am I broke, but I also owe money?" He hurriedly inspected the envelope, discovering several slips of paper within. 100 billion? He pulled out a slip and nearly leaped in shock upon seeing the figure inscribed upon it. Is this merely a small loan? The crucial point was that there were several slips of paper, each detailing an amount that nearly drove him to despair. "Oh, master, you truly have a knack for extortion. What kind of milk powder could possibly consume over 100 billion? Clutching the slips of debt records, he felt utterly despondent. How on earth am I to repay such an astronomical sum? Just as despair enveloped him, a voice suddenly called from outside, "Is Master Pai Yangyang at home?" Fu Ruhai's expression tightened slightly as he turned toward the door. Pai Yangyang secured the wooden box and stepped outside. At the entrance stood a young girl in her early 20s, peering anxiously inside. Dressed in a white dress, she appeared pure and radiant, reminiscent of a student. Yet her face was etched with urgency. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Upon seeing Pai Yangyang, a flicker of surprise crossed her features. "You are Master Pai Yangyang?" "I am indeed surnamed Pai," he replied with a calm demeanor. "Oh, my name is Gu Tianshuang. My grandfather has suddenly fallen gravely ill, and my third uncle has sent me to request your assistance in treating him." Her words tumbled out rapidly, reminiscent of a lively lark. Pai Yangyang inquired, "Your third uncle? Who might that be?" Gu Tianshuang smiled slightly, revealing a pair of small canine teeth, and said, "My third uncle is Gu Jiqing. Surely you know him?" "I do not." Pai Yangyang shook his head resolutely. Having treated numerous individuals, it was impossible for him to remember each one. Gu Tianshuang paused, contemplating before responding. "He is a commander in the provincial defense camp and mentioned that you once treated his injuries, which is why he sent me to find you." Pai Yangyang still shook his head, but suddenly recalled the IOUs left by his master. He asked, "So, is there a fee for treating him?" Gu Tianshuang nodded eagerly. "Since you have come all this way, I shall accompany you." Pai Yangyang feigned deliberation. Gu Tianshuang turned with delight, opening the door of a Maserati for him. "What was your surname again?" Once inside the car, Pai Yangyang suddenly remembered to inquire. Gu Tianshuang paused momentarily, yet she patiently responded, "My surname is Gu. From the Gu family in the eastern part of the city. You must have heard of us." "Never heard of it," came the reply, leaving Gu Tianshuang in a state of astonishment and slight embarrassment. It was one thing not to know her third uncle's name, but in Xinjiang City, who was unaware of the Gu family, one of the 5 prominent families. Nevertheless, she maintained a smile and said, "Well, you know now, don't you?" As the vehicle set in motion, Fu Ruhai stood in the courtyard, slowly retrieving his mobile phone to make a call. "Sir, he has already donned the ring," he respectfully stated once the line connected. "Oh, I see. So the Qin family has cast him out?" An aged voice responded from the other end. "Indeed. It aligns perfectly with what you predicted 3 years ago, not a day off." Fu Ruhai's face displayed admiration. "Very well, let him continue his worldly trials. Remember, he must not know that I am still alive. My affairs are not yet resolved. Should we still concern ourselves with the Qin family's matters?" Fu Ruhai hesitated to ask. "When I arranged for that lad to marry into the Qin family, it was to repay a prior kindness. He was reluctant then, and now, since the Qin family does not value him, it is evident they lack the fortune to do so. Whether we intervene or not is up to him." A soft sigh emanated from the elder, and Fu Ruhai acknowledged with an "I understand." By the way, over the years, he has returned almost daily to pay his respects. Additionally, he frequently visits Luohan Mountain, seemingly in search of something. Do not concern yourself with him. Everything unfolds according to fate. When the time is right, he will naturally come to know. The elder paused briefly before concluding the conversation and hanging up. Fu Ruhai gazed at the closed courtyard gates, his eyes gleaming with resolve as he murmured to himself, "The 9th master is making a comeback. It is time to announce it to the world." The vehicle swiftly arrived at the Gu family residence in the eastern part of the city. "Dr. Pai, we have arrived." Gu Tianshuang called out, but received no reply. Turning to look, she spotted Pai Yangyang, who had fallen deeply asleep while clutching a worn wooden box. Droplets of drool glistened at the corners of his mouth, cascading onto the seat. Seeing this, Gu Tianshuang couldn't help but chuckle softly as she gently nudged him. "What's wrong?" Pai Yangyang blinked his bleary eyes, gazing around in confusion. "We've reached my home. Please disembark," Gu Tianshuang instructed. Oh, has it arrived so soon? I hadn't even finished my dream, Pai Yangyang replied, stretching luxuriously as he got out of the car. Who is ill? Take me to see, he inquired. Gu Tianshuang closed the car door and, feeling anxious, urged him, It's my grandfather. You must help save him. As they entered the residence, a teasing voice greeted them. Oh, Gu Tianshuang, could this be the divine doctor you brought along? Gu Tianshuang replied irritably, Step aside, he is Dr. Pai, introduced by my third uncle. He assured me he could save my grandfather. Is he really a divine doctor? Have you ever seen such a young one? In a bid to please his grandfather, one would resort to any means necessary. Standing before them was a young man, perhaps in his mid-20s, who appeared rather frail. He was Gu Tianqin, the eldest son of the Gu family. However, he had been introduced by his uncle, who had once been injured and had been treated by this very young man. Gu Tianguang had great faith in his uncle and thus stood his ground. To his surprise, Gu Tianqin scoffed and remarked, Is it the same? Your uncle was merely injured. Any doctor could have healed him. But my grandfather is gravely ill. Do you truly believe a mere quack could cure him? Gu Tianguang was taken aback. Quack? How absurd. Indeed, to label him a quack was an overestimation. She cast a bewildered glance at Pai Yangyang, who, unfazed, merely smiled serenely. Gu Tianqin, noticing Pai Yangyang's silence, assumed he was feeling guilty. With an air of arrogance, he declared, My father has already summoned a true miracle doctor, who is currently treating my grandfather. I dare say he will soon be well. Gu Tianguang's expression shifted slightly as she pressed, What miracle doctor? The esteemed Director Li Fu of Xinjiang Central Hospital. Renowned as a national medical sage, Gu Tianqin replied with pride. Gu Tianguang was taken aback. You truly managed to invite Director Li? This miracle worker should return whence he came. My family is affluent, yet we do not permit just anyone to leech off us. She turned to Pai Yangyang, her expression wrought with concern. You mean Li Fu, right? Him? It would be a miracle if he could save anyone. Pai Yangyang met her gaze and said, Do not distress yourself. I shall step outside for a moment, and soon enough, someone will come seeking my return. Chapter 7. Do you still remember me? Nonsense. Gu Tianqin shouted angrily. If anyone solicits you to enter today, I shall call you Big Brother from now on. Do you think all members of the Gu family are as easily deceived as Gu Tianguang? Pai Yangyang smiled knowingly and turned to leave. However, he did not truly depart. He merely waited outside the courtyard. Had it been anyone else, he would have long since walked away. Yet Gu Tianguang had shown unwavering sincerity from the outset, and it was evident she cared deeply for her grandfather. Moreover, the most crucial factor was that Pai Yangyang needed to earn money to repay his masteress debts. Thus, he resolved to remain. Frustrated by Pai Yangyang's departure, Gu Tianguang stamped her foot in anger. What are you doing, Gu Tianqin? She considered pursuing Pai Yangyang but, concerned for her grandfather, hesitated before storming back into the courtyard. Inside the bedroom, Gu Zhixing, the head of the Gu family, was attending to an elderly man in his 50s, administering acupuncture to another elderly gentleman lying on the bed. The man on the bed had a pallid complexion, his eyes tightly shut, appearing to be on the brink of death. Beads of sweat had formed on the forehead of the acupuncturist, who held a long needle in his hand, yet hesitated to proceed. After a moment, he sighed deeply, retracting the needle with an expression of apology. Mr. Gu, I regret to inform you that I am powerless to assist your father. It would be prudent to prepare for the inevitable. Though Gu Zhixing felt a wave of disappointment, he resigned himself to this grim reality. Director Li, your hard work is greatly appreciated, and I shall ensure a token of gratitude is sent your way. Li Lifeng, feeling a pang of guilt, was about to decline when Gu Tianshuang entered. Uncle, how is my grandfather? She inquired anxiously. Dear Xiaoshuang, try not to be too disheartened. After all, your grandfather is quite advanced in age. Gu Zhixing sighed, shaking his head. No, my grandfather will be fine. Did you not invite Director Li from the Central Hospital? Surely, he can save my grandfather? Gu Tianshuang's face paled, tears welling in her eyes. Miss Gu, I am truly sorry. I am powerless in this situation, Li Lifeng expressed with a heavy heart. By the way, my third uncle has introduced a miraculous healer, claiming that he can certainly save my grandfather. I have already invited him, Gu Tianshuang said earnestly. Xiaoshuang, I understand your feelings for your grandfather. But Director Li has prepared for the worst, Gu Zhixing said, his tone filled with melancholy. Suddenly, Li Lifeng's eyes brightened as he asked, Miss Gu, who did you just mention? The miraculous healer? Gu Tianshuang paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes, My third uncle refers to him as such. Is he the healer from Old Street? Li Feng inquired, a spark of excitement igniting in his gaze. Gu Tianshuang, still bewildered, nodded again. Yes, he is from Old Street. Heavens! If we truly have the miraculous healer, then your grandfather is saved. Gu Zhixing was equally astonished, having just spoken of preparations for the worst. Do not dawdle. The miraculous healer is seldom willing to lend his expertise, and even money may not suffice to engage him. Miss Gu, have you truly brought him here? Where is he? Li Feng urged, growing increasingly animated. Gu Tianshuang pointed toward the door. I did invite him, but he was chased away by Gu Tianqin. Then we must hurry and bring him back. Li Feng exclaimed, stamping his foot in urgency. At that moment, Gu Zhixing regained his composure. Xiaoshuang, where is the miraculous healer? Lead me to him. The three hurriedly exited the room, finding Gu Tianqin waiting in the courtyard, staring intently at the gate. Father, how is grandfather? He asked as they emerged. Humph, we will settle accounts later. Gu Zhixing huffed, pushing him aside. Outside, Pai Yangyang leaned against a Maserati, a piece of lush green bamboo leaf clutched in his mouth, gazing vacantly at the sky and the birds. Miraculous healer, Gu Tianshuang exclaimed, relieved to see him still present. She rushed over, her heart racing. You are still here. You scared me. How is it? Did you fail to heal him? Pai Yangyang replied lazily. Gu Zhixing was taken aback, scrutinizing Pai Yangyang with suspicion. Is he truly the miraculous healer? This must be a mistake. Li Feng disregarded his doubts, hastening to stand before Pai Yangyang. Miraculous healer, do you still remember me? He asked, his tone unexpectedly cordial. Oh, old Li, I have a vague recollection. Pai Yangyang responded casually, casting a nonchalant glance at him. Li Feng was so elated that he nearly leapt into the air. Yes, it is I, he exclaimed. He then turned to the still bewildered Gu Zhixing and cautiously added, Mr. Gu's father is gravely ill. I implore you, Master Pai, to intervene and provide treatment. Gu Zhixing, having regained his composure, observed the young man before him, whose appearance seemed incongruous with the esteemed title of healer. Yet, the respect bestowed upon him by Li Feng indicated that he was undoubtedly extraordinary. Master Pai, I earnestly beseech you to assist in saving my father. Regardless of the conditions or remuneration, the Gu family shall not hesitate. He slightly bowed, his tone earnest. Is that so? Just moments ago, I was ushered out. If I were to enter now, would that not be akin to having my dignity trampled upon? Upon hearing the mention of remuneration, Pai Yangyang's eyes flickered momentarily, but he soon donned a playful expression. Gu Tianqin. Gu Zhixing immediately turned and shouted at the figure standing at the doorway. Hasten here and apologize to Master Pai. Gu Zhixing fixed a stern gaze upon Gu Tianqin, his tone severe. What sort of healer could he possibly be? Father, do not be deceived. I know this person. His name is Pai Yangyang. He has a master, known only as the Supreme Man, who spends his days divining fortunes and casting horoscopes. Nothing more than a charlatan. He often sets up shop under the overpass, swindling the elderly, a mere quack. Gu Tianqin scoffed, his disdain evident. Speak again, and I shall break your legs. Gu Zhixing shouted in fury, delivering a fierce kick towards Gu Tianqin. Though unwilling, Gu Tianqin could only mutter a reluctant apology. What did you say at the beginning? If someone invites me in, you must henceforth call me elder brother. Is that not correct? Gu Zhixing's glare intensified. Gu Tianqin's expression soured considerably under the weight of his father's authority. He begrudgingly called out, elder brother. Pai Yangyang grinned broadly. Very well, lead me to the patient. Upon entering the bedroom, Pai Yangyang furrowed his brow. The elderly man on the bed had sunken eyes, pallid skin, and a breath that barely lingered. If further time was squandered, it seemed he would slip beyond recovery. Old Li, have you administered the Heavenly Gang Vitality 18 needles? Yes, but I dared not apply the last needle, came the hesitant reply. Fortunately, you refrained, otherwise your actions would have been more harmful than helpful. Pai Yangyang remarked casually, while beads of sweat cascaded down Li Feng's forehead. The three members of the Gu family listened in stunned silence, none daring to speak. Pai Yangyang regarded Li Feng coolly and remarked, I recall having previously cautioned you that while the Heavenly Gang Vitality Needle technique can yield miraculous results for many complex ailments, it is excessively domineering. The frail often cannot withstand it, necessitating careful application. Have you forgotten this? Li Feng bowed slightly, wearing a chastened expression, though inwardly he felt quite embarrassed. As the director of the Central Hospital, Bearing the title of National Medical Sage, he naturally endeavored to explore every possibility when confronted with challenging cases. Indeed, the teachings of Master Pai linger in my mind, a presence I cannot disregard. His demeanor, once brimming with the arrogance of talent, now reflects a humble reverence. Gu Zhixing, initially apprehensive about Pai Yangyang's capabilities, found his doubts dispelled upon witnessing Li Lifu's unassuming attitude. As Pai Yangyang gently opened the wooden chest, revealing a sheepskin pouch, 18 long needles came into view. Li Lifu's gaze sharpened, his respect visibly deepening. Pai Yangyang deftly grasped 3 golden needles, producing a soft hum as he slightly trembled them. With a swift motion, he lifted the elder's blanket with his left hand, while his right hand plunged the needles into the elder's body. The entire procedure flowed seamlessly, akin to a graceful dance. Observing the 3 golden needles still quivering, Li Lifu's eyes sparkled with astonishment. The dragon breath needle technique. At last, I behold this miraculous method once more, he murmured with uncontainable excitement. Is this the long-lost technique you often mention? Gu Zhixing's eyes brightened, hope igniting within him. Please fetch a basin, Pai Yangyang instructed calmly. Gu Zhixing hurriedly complied, soon returning with a steel basin. 10 minutes later, Pai Yangyang swept his left hand, retracting the 3 golden needles, and with his right hand, he gently massaged the elder's liver and gallbladder area in 3 circles. An invisible stream of vital energy flowed slowly into the elder's body. Suddenly, the elder opened his eyes wide, turning abruptly to expel a torrent of foul-smelling matter into the basin, causing Li Lifu to grimace. Gu Tianshuang instinctively held her breath, while Gu Tianqin gagged repeatedly, retreating from the room. After 3 long minutes, the elder finally caught his breath, propped up on the bed. Gu Tianshuang quickly offered him a cup of water, which he used to rinse his mouth. Much better, he declared. Tears glistened in Gu Tianshuang's eyes as she cried out, "Grandfather!" Gu Zhixing, tugging at one of Gu Tianqin's ears, urged, "Father, we are fortunate that Xiao Shuang invited this Master Pai. Otherwise you..." "I am aware. I heard everything you said." The elder nodded, turning his grateful gaze towards Pai Yangyang. "Thank you, Master Pai. Were it not for you, I, Gu Jiuzhou, would have met my end." "Think nothing of it. Just be cautious about your dining habits in the future," Pai Yangyang replied. Gu Zhixing's expression darkened at this remark. Realizing the elder's ailment stemmed from consuming unclean food, which had accumulated in his liver, leading to this predicament. "I have saved him. Just heed my advice. I must take my leave now." "Master Pai, please wait," Gu Zhixing exclaimed, hastily pursuing him, respectfully presenting a black bank card. "This contains 20 million. As a token of gratitude. In the future, should you require anything, the Gu family will never decline." Pai Yangyang accepted it without hesitation, responding coolly, "Thank you." "Tianqin, please escort Master Pai," Gu Zhixing instructed. Gu Tianqin's lips twitched slightly, revealing a hint of reluctance. "I shall go," Gu Tianshuang stepped forward. Gu Zhixing could only nod in agreement. "Very well. Ensure that the esteemed physician Pai is delivered safely." He then entered the house, delivering a sharp kick to Gu Tianqin's backside. "You wretched fool. If your negligence today delays the treatment of your grandfather, I shall hold you accountable." Though Gu Tianqin found himself in a most embarrassing position, he dared not utter a word. "Director Li, what is the background of this esteemed physician?" Gu Jiuzhou, seated upon the bed, suddenly inquired. "It's a long story," Li Lifu contemplated for a moment. "His master is the renowned Tianyang Shangren. 5 years ago, I encountered a peculiar patient whom I was unable to cure despite exhausting all methods. In desperation, I sought the master at the old street corner, but unfortunately, he was not at home, and only his disciple was present. In my urgency, I had no choice but to allow his disciple to attempt a remedy. To my astonishment, this young man was truly remarkable. Not only did he effortlessly cure the patient, but he also identified flaws in my acupuncture technique." As Gu Jiuzhou listened, his excitement grew, prompting him to ask eagerly, "Do you know his name?" "His name is Pai Yangyang," Gu Tianqin interjected. "Do you know him?" Gu Jiuzhou gazed at him in surprise. Gu Tianqin scoffed, "Of course I know him. He is the worthless son-in-law of the Qin family, quite notorious in Xinjiang." "Fool." Before he could finish his retort, Gu Zhixing delivered another kick to his rear. "It truly is him. I wonder what third uncle thinks, to regard him as a divine physician, just as Director Li does." Gu Tianqin grimaced in pain, rubbing his backside while muttering in defiance. "Speak another word, and I shall strike you down," Gu Zhixing threatened. prompting Gu Tianxin to scurry away in disarray. Gu Jiuzhou cast a disappointed glance at Li Lifu and asked, "Director Li, is it true that he is married?" Li Lifu nodded. "Indeed, he is married to Qin Yujia, the eldest daughter of the Qin family." "What a pity," Gu Jiuzhou sighed softly, his face etched with disappointment. At the old street corner, Gu Tianxuang expressed her gratitude. "Esteemed physician Pai, I am truly thankful for your salvation of my grandfather. You are my benefactor, and should you ever require my assistance, I shall be at your service." She halted the vehicle and turned to Pai Yangyang with appreciation. "There is no need for gratitude," Pai Yangyang replied, stepping out of the car. "Your family has already compensated me. We are even." Gu Tianxuang exited the car as well, smiling radiantly. "My grandfather's life is worth far more than 2 million. At that moment, a mocking voice interjected. "Oh, look at you, so skilled. Already charming another? Pai Yangyang, you are impressive." Both turned in surprise to see two young women alight from a Maserati, Qin Yujia and her secretary, Huang Herong. Pai Yangyang's gaze sharpened as he turned to walk toward the Ferrari parked nearby. "Pai Yangyang, do you not wish to introduce this lady?" Qin Yujia coldly demanded, fixing her gaze upon him. "I am Gu Tianxuang, and you are?" Gu Tianxuang sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off and hurriedly spoke up. "Gu Tianxuang?" Qin Yujia approached, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Earlier that morning, at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Pai Yangyang had been taken by Su Xueqing to obtain their marriage certificate. In less than half a day, another Gu Tianxuang had appeared by his side. Furthermore, both women were strikingly beautiful, perhaps even more formidable than her. A peculiar pang of jealousy stirred within her. "What brings you here?" Pai Yangyang turned around and asked nonchalantly. "This is the only gift you have given me during our 3 years of marriage. You claimed it was a family heirloom. Now I return it to you." Qin Yujia's expression was icy as she spoke, shoving a jade pendant into Pai Yangyang's hand. "Seems like you've become quite adept at living off others, haven't you? Just as one bowl is discarded, you immediately pick up another. I presume you were well prepared?" Huang Herong looked at Pai Yangyang with disdain. "How can you speak so recklessly?" Pai Yangyang maintained a calm demeanor, but Gu Tianxuang was infuriated. However, perhaps due to her doll-like features, even when angry, she appeared somewhat adorable. "Am I being reckless? He just divorced our President Qin and immediately entangled himself with you. Young lady, I advise you to keep your eyes wide open. Don't be deceived by his handsome facade. You might find yourself crying with no one to turn to. Clarify your words." Gu Tianxuang stamped her foot in anger, but Huang Herong had already entered her car. Watching the vehicle speed away, the tension within Pai Yangyang gradually dissipated. "Miss Gu, I apologize for the disturbance," Pai Yangyang said with a hint of regret. "That was your ex-wife? Did you really just get divorced?" Gu Tianxuang looked at Pai Yangyang with suspicion, her eyes blinking curiously. "Yes, I divorced this morning," Pai Yangyang replied calmly. Gu Tianxuang exhibited a flicker of surprise. "A man as outstanding as you. She actually." "Never mind, Miss Gu. Please take your leave," Pai Yangyang stated indifferently. "Leave a number, so we can contact each other if anything arises," Gu Tianxuang suggested after a moment's thought. Pai Yangyang pulled out his phone. "What is your number? I'll give you a call." Upon noticing his worn-out domestic phone, Gu Tianxuang paused momentarily. After providing her number, she smiled brightly once the call connected. "All right, please don't ignore my calls in the future." With that, she turned and got into her car. Pai Yangyang let out a sigh of relief and drove his Ferrari towards the Su Group's office building. Chapter 9. The African gorilla in the office of the president of Su Group, Zheng Li, the secretary, watched Su Xueqing diligently reviewing company data and could no longer suppress her concern. "President Su, don't you think this approach is rather risky? What is the matter?" Su Xueqing asked, not lifting her head, her tone calm and composed. Zheng Li hesitantly remarked, "If you casually choose a man to marry for the sake of a certificate, it could significantly tarnish your image should word get out. I fear the consequences." Su Xueqing's eyes flickered momentarily as she replied, "This man is not someone I selected at random. He saved my life 5 years ago. Moreover, our marriage is merely a fade." However, Zheng Li interjected with concern. "The Su Group is in dire need of investment and collaboration from the Yi family. Tomorrow marks your engagement banquet with the young master of the Yi family, which is well known throughout the city. If the Yi family learns of this matter, what could be the repercussions?" Zheng Li's tone reflected her unease. "I cannot be concerned with such matters. Even if there were no men left in this world, I would never marry Yi Fenglu." Su Xueqing finally set aside the documents in her hands and looked up at Zheng Li with unwavering determination. Sisterly. You wouldn't choose to stand against me at this moment, would you? Zheng Li quickly assured her. Never. I will always stand by you, President Su. Regardless of the circumstances. That is reassuring. Let us focus on getting through tomorrow first. We can address other issues later. Su Xueqing smiled faintly and resumed her work. A flicker of concern crossed Zheng Li's face as she hesitated, her lips moving as if to voice her thoughts, but ultimately, she swallowed her words. She understood all too well that Su Xueqing was decisive and resolute in her actions, qualities that had undoubtedly secured her position as the president of the Su Group. May the storms of tomorrow not be too fierce, she silently prayed within her heart. As Pai Yangyang re-entered the company lobby, all employees regarded him with peculiar expressions. Good day, sir, the lobby manager, Deng Jing, approached and greeted him respectfully. The others followed suit, acknowledging him with deference. Regardless of the circumstances, this man held an extraordinary status, closely linked to their president, and it was wise to curry favor with him. Pai Yangyang nodded politely in response. Upon reaching Su Xueqing's office, before he could speak, she beamed at him and rose to greet him. You're back. Perfect timing. Let us go have lunch together. It was indeed lunchtime. President Su, I'll bring the meals for you both, Zheng Li offered. No need. We'll dine at the employee cafeteria, Su Xueqing replied. Zheng Li was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. All right, I'll make the arrangements. As president of the Su Group, she rarely dined at the employee cafeteria, but for the sake of presentation, she knew exactly what was expected of her. No, I'll just grab a bite outside, Pai Yangyang declined. Unwilling to be a mere puppet, Su Xueqing naturally linked her arm with his and whispered in his ear, Don't forget, we have a signed agreement. Just as Pai Yangyang was about to retort, a sudden pang at his waist caused him to wince involuntarily. All right, I'll go, he conceded. Now that's more like it. Su Xueqing released her grip on his waist and smiled brightly. The woman is remarkably ruthless. Pai Yangyang furrowed his brows, still reeling from the unexpected pain of her earlier action. As their figures appeared at the entrance of the restaurant, all the staff rose in unison, greeting with a chorus of hello, President Su. Come closer. Pai Yangyang suddenly felt a grip on his waist and quickly wrapped his arms around her slender form. He noticed that she visibly trembled at his touch. After all, it was the first time in her life that Su Xueqing had been embraced so intimately by a stranger. The employees stood in stunned silence. Is this truly the formidable president they revered? It seems love can indeed transform a person. Throughout the meal, Pai Yangyang felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, acutely aware of numerous eyes scrutinizing him, as if he were a gorilla just transported from Africa. Yet, Su Xueqing maintained her composure, eating with grace. When she finally finished, he quietly exhaled in relief. If you have nothing pressing this afternoon, why not rest in my office? Su Xueqing suggested after wiping her lips. No, I have some matters to attend to, Pai Yangyang quickly declined, knowing that remaining in the company would subject him to the piercing gazes of those around him. Very well, Li Jie. Please take him to the garage and let him choose a car, Su Xueqing instructed, thankfully not insisting he stay. Yes, President Su, Li Jie replied. Then turned to Pai Yangyang. Mr. Pai, please follow me. As they arrived at the garage and the rolling door ascended slowly, Pai Yangyang's eyes widened in astonishment. The garage housed an impressive array of luxury vehicles, Maybachs, Bentleys, BMWs, and Mercedes, all on display like a high-end auto show. Please choose one, Li Jie said, observing the bewildered Pai Yangyang with a slight frown. Regaining his composure, he awkwardly inquired, Do you have anything more affordable? Although he had a penchant for luxury cars, he felt it inappropriate to flaunt them when they were not his own. Affordable cars? Even if there are any, they are not for you, Li Jie replied without hesitation. Why not? Pai Yangyang was taken aback. I can't even choose a less expensive car? Because you are now President Su's husband, and a less expensive car does not align with your status. Furthermore, you will be responsible for driving President Su to and from work. Do you think a cheap car would be suitable? Li Jie articulated with conviction. Pai Yangyang was taken aback. What? Are you saying that I will be her driver from now on? Are you unwilling? Many would give anything to be President Su's driver, Li Jie stated proudly. However, Pai Yangyang was unfazed, thinking them foolish. Enough of this chatter, just choose a car. Li Jie seemed somewhat impatient, her gaze turning stern. What else is there for me to choose? Pai Yangyang shrugged and casually pointed to a luxurious Maserati. That one, please. Zheng Li promptly plucked a key from the bunch in her hand and handed it to Pai Yangyang. She then remarked, You have an excellent eye. This is a brand new car, just picked up and hardly driven. Pai Yangyang entered the vehicle and drove out of the garage. During his time at the Qin household, he was confined to that nearly obsolete Audi. Qin Yujia had recently acquired a Maserati, which he was not even allowed to touch. Yet now, as a contractual husband, he found himself behind the wheel of a luxurious Mulsanne, which struck him as rather absurd. In truth, he had no pressing matters to attend to that afternoon. He merely wished to avoid lingering at the Su group, confronting those peculiar gazes. Additionally, having spent 3 years as a husband to Qin Yujia, their separation today weighed heavily on his heart, prompting a desire to find a tranquil place for contemplation. He drove the car out of the Su group and headed towards Luohan Mountain. According to his master, it was on this mountain that he had been found and taken in at the tender age of not yet 5. Thus, since he could remember, he had cherished moments alone atop the mountain's rock, pondering profound questions. Where do I come from? Who are my parents? These inquiries he had posed countless times to his master, Tianyang, yet had never received a definitive response. Upon reading that letter earlier today, he had hoped to uncover the truth of his lineage within its contents, but alas, nothing was revealed. He never comprehended why his master chose to withhold the truth from him, nor why he insisted on his remaining at the Qin household as the stifled son-in-law. His master had stated that unless the Qin family cast him aside, he must not abandon them. Now, however, the Qin family had indeed expelled him from their home. Yet all of this seemed to be part of his master's grand design. Today marked exactly 3 years since he had been with the Qin family. As he parked the car at the mountain's base and prepared to ascend, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it, his brows furrowing slightly, but he answered nonetheless. Mr. Pai, I just received news and wanted to confirm something, came a somewhat humble, cautious voice from the other end. Pai Yangyang replied coolly, Go ahead. I heard you just got divorced, is that true? Inquired a tremulous voice belonging to a man in his 50s. If anyone were to witness this exchange, they would surely be taken aback, for this gentleman was none other than Meng Qingfeng, the illustrious president of the Tenglong Chamber of Commerce in Xinjiang. Your information is quite timely. You call me just for this? Pai Yangyang was not particularly surprised, as he was well aware of the man's influence. With that, he ended the call and proceeded up a narrow, overgrown path leading to the mountain's peak. On the other end, Meng Qingfeng was not at all perturbed by the abrupt disconnection. Rather, a faint smile of relief graced his lips. Old Meng, why are you so pleased about someone's divorce? Inquired a woman in her 30s, seated on the sofa, her expression one of confusion as she regarded Meng Qingfeng. You have no idea, he replied cryptically. Meng Qingfeng smiled and remarked, if Mr. Pai had not divorced, I would, out of respect for him, invest 100 million in the Qin family at this year's investment conference. So what? After all, it's an investment. What harm could there be in directing it towards the Qin family? The woman, gently caressing her abdomen, inquired with a hint of confusion. Meng Qingfeng responded with a trace of disdain, shaking his head lightly. To be honest, I hold the Qin family in low regard. If it weren't for Mr. Pai, the Qin family might have gone bankrupt long ago. Meanwhile, in the bamboo grove on the mountainside, an elderly man with white hair was observing with keen interest the freshly sprouted bamboo shoots. Beside him stood a stunningly beautiful young woman and a resolute young man, whose physique was as upright as a javelin. Grandfather, the wind is strong in the mountains. We should return early, the young woman suggested, moving closer to support him as he coughed lightly, her concern evident. No need to worry. I am not so frail yet, the elder chuckled, waving his hand slightly, though he appeared to be breathing a bit heavily. Little sister, there is no cause for alarm. I am a martial artist, even in my old age. My physical constitution is not something ordinary people can compare with. The young man, with an air of cold arrogance, seemed to be vigilant of their surroundings as he spoke. The young woman, dressed in a flowing red gown that danced in the gentle breeze, appeared even more radiant against the backdrop of her attire. Upon hearing the young man's words, she furrowed her brow slightly and reproached him with a glance. You talk too much. Don't you know that grandfather's old injuries have worsened during this time? Before her words had fully faded, the young man suddenly shouted, Who goes there? As he spoke, he leaped forward, darting out of the bamboo grove. Pai Yangyang was making his way up the mountain, the narrow path cutting through the bamboo. However, as he entered the grove, he heard the shout, followed by the sudden appearance of a figure lunging at him. Instinctively, he sidestepped, looking at the young man who had attacked him. Martial family. The young man's eyes flashed with intensity. As he spoke, He sank slightly at the waist and thrust his right hand forward, sending a fierce gust of energy directly towards Pai Yangyang's right rib. Lei Yuan, show mercy. The elderly man shouted, but it was too late. The young man's assault was fierce, and his palm, imbued with force, struck towards Pai Yangyang's chest. Pai Yangyang narrowed his eyes, casually waving his left hand as if swatting away a fly, and countered with a palm strike. Do not engage directly. The elder shouted once more, fully aware that even a martial artist would find it difficult to withstand his grandson's power. With a resounding thud, the air trembled, and both the elder and the young woman, standing 10 meters away, felt the shockwave. Their hearts raced in terror. The individual struck by Lei Yuan was likely to have suffered grievous injuries. A figure was sent flying, crashing into the bamboo with a series of cracking sounds, splintering several stalks. It was over. The elder and the young girl simultaneously felt a heaviness in their hearts. Lei Yuan advised you against acting impulsively, yet you chose to ignore him. What if an innocent person gets hurt? The elder's words trailed off abruptly, as if a hand had clutched his throat, his face a portrait of astonishment as he gazed ahead. The figure standing before him was not his grandson Lei Yuan, but rather a refined and handsome young man. The elder stared in disbelief at the silhouette that had just been sent flying, taking several moments to comprehend. This was impossible. The individual who had been struck and sent hurtling away was none other than his grandson Lei Yuan. How could this be? Lei Yuan was a martial arts master. An ordinary warrior could hardly withstand his strike. Yet, the young man had nonchalantly waved his hand, and Lei Yuan had been unable to defend himself. At that moment, Lei Yuan was drenched in cold sweat, sitting helplessly on a broken bamboo stalk, incredulously staring at Pai Yangyang. Was there truly such terrifying power in the world? The young man's earlier gesture had made Lei Yuan feel as though his palm had struck a wall of iron and copper. To liken it to an ant attempting to shake a tree would be an understatement. Grandfather, little sister, you must flee, Lei Yuan urged anxiously. The elder shook his head and instructed the girl, Xiang Hong, go help your brother up. As the girl, Lei Xiang Hong, approached, Lei Yuan attempted to speak again. But the elder waved his hand, saying, he is not an assassin. If he truly wished to kill me, even fleeing would be futile. Lei Yuan's right arm throbbed with pain, rendering it nearly useless, yet he sensed that it was not broken. It was evident that the young man's control over his strength was astonishingly precise. He managed to rise to his feet, coldly regarding Pai Yangyang, and asked in a deep voice, who exactly are you, and what brings you here? Pai Yangyang looked at him with a hint of confusion and replied, this is not a forbidden place. Why should I not come? Lei Yuan fixed his gaze on Pai Yangyang, his large eyes wide open, seemingly wary of an unexpected attack. A glimmer flickered in the elder's eyes as he regarded Pai Yangyang, gently nodding before stepping forward. In a cordial tone, he said, I am Lei Ting. May I ask how to address you, young friend? Pai Yangyang, he replied. Although he had been attacked unexpectedly, the elder exuded an impressive aura and spoke with humility, causing Pai Yangyang's anger to gradually dissipate. I apologize on behalf of Lei Yuan for his earlier rudeness, the elder continued, bowing sincerely. Grandfather, you, Lei Yuan began, but was cut off by a sharp rebuke from Lei Ting. Pai Yangyang replied calmly, there is no need for that. He did not injure me. With that, he turned to leave. Please wait. Just as Pai Yangyang took a couple of steps, Lei Ting called out and quickly moved to stand before him. Is there something you wish to discuss? From his person, Lei Ting produced a golden card, offering it with both hands and a look of anticipation. Might you be interested in becoming friends? His tone was respectful, imbued with a subtle sense of hope. Lei Yuan and Lei Xianghong stood there, utterly stunned. Did their grandfather genuinely wish to befriend a stranger? Having grown up, they were witnessing for the first time their grandfather, who humbly sought to befriend a young man. It is worth noting that throughout the entirety of Chunan province, the prestigious families eager to affiliate with the Lei family could be lined up all the way to the city center. Befriending? Unexpectedly, Pai Yangyang furrowed her brows slightly and replied in a calm voice, not interested. The three generations stood frozen in shock. These were the most chilling 3 words they had heard in years. Not interested. In a city of nearly 20 million, only a handful could be regarded as friends by Lei Ting. These few were the towering figures at the pinnacle of Xinjiang's power. Yet, when Lei Ting extended his hand in friendship, he was met with Pai Yangyang's frigid dismissal, not interested. If this were to spread, it would surely drop jaws all over the city. What did you say? Stop right there. Watching Pai Yangyang stride away, Lei Xianghong stamped her foot in anger and shouted. Although she felt Lei Yuan should not have acted so rashly, she was equally incensed by Pai Yangyang's coldness towards her grandfather. Pai Yangyang appeared to heed her not, turning on her heel to leave. You. Lei Xianghong's face turned pale with fury, and just as she was about to give chase, Pai Yangyang suddenly turned back, her gaze landing on Lei Ting. Old Master Lei, you would do well to refrain from practicing that technique. Otherwise, it may ultimately cost you your life. Upon hearing this, Lei Ting's expression suddenly shifted, followed by a soft sigh. It is indeed remarkable that you can discern the hidden dangers within me. To be candid, it is precisely for this reason that I have come to Qinjiang. But who could have known? He shook his head and sighed deeply. Coming to Qinjiang for this reason? Pai Yangyang asked, puzzled. I sought to meet with the revered Master Tianyang. A flicker of surprise crossed Pai Yangyang's eyes. But I have heard that he passed away 3 years ago. Lei Ting shook his head slightly and sighed again. The master is unfathomable. How could a mere mortal comprehend him? He saved my life when I was gravely injured in my youth, and it was through his intervention that I survived. A glimmer of doubt flickered in Pai Yangyang's gaze. She could see that Lei Ting bore old wounds, and they had persisted for decades. However, these injuries were not beyond cure. With Master Tianyang's medical expertise, they could have been healed long ago. Yet, why had he allowed this danger to remain? Pai Yangyang took a couple of steps forward, accepting the card from Lei Ting's hand and casually slipping it into her pocket. Your affliction may not solely be treatable by Master Tianyang. Lei Ting was momentarily taken aback, then smiled wryly and shook his head. Mr. Pai, I have sought numerous healers, but to no avail. It seems only the master can offer me salvation. He coughed lightly a few times. Pai Yangyang said nothing further and turned to ascend the mountain. Grandfather, how can there be such an arrogant person in this world who dares to disregard our Lei family? Upon witnessing Pai Yangyang's departure, Lei Xianghong was consumed by indignation, feeling a profound sense of humiliation. The mere fact that your brother could not withstand a single move from him sufficed to demonstrate his prowess. Such individuals, even if arrogant, possess the merit to be so. Lei Ting sighed, retracting his gaze, and remarked, Alas, my Lei family is devoid of the fortune to befriend such a person. With a heavy heart, he gestured dismissively. Let us descend the mountain. Grandfather, since the celestial master Tianyang is no longer present, shall we return to the provincial city? Lei Xianghong suggested as they reached the foot of the mountain. No, tomorrow is the engagement banquet of the Yi family. Since I have come to Qinjiang, I might as well pay a visit. Lei Yuan replied disdainfully. Is a mere Yi family truly worthy of your personal attendance? You are the esteemed master of the Wind and Thunder Hall. Even the affluent families of the provincial city lack the privilege. After all, the Yi family is the foremost clan in Xinjiang. Over the years, the head of the Yi family has sought my audience repeatedly, wishing to align with my Lei family. Tomorrow presents a perfect opportunity to assess whether the Yi family is indeed deserving. Lei Ting's gaze became resolute, yet his thoughts wandered far beyond, murmuring, The esteemed families of Xinjiang are blind to the truth. Who would have thought that a fortune-teller, the celestial master Tianyang, is actually the formidable leader of the Nanshin sect, Lord Jiu? Although the name of Lord Jiu has long faded from public view, little do they know of the celestial master's feigned death and his subsequent journey, or to whom he has entrusted his legacy. Chapter 11. Terrifying atop the mountain. Pai Yangyang sat cross-legged upon the Luoan stone, his eyes closed in deep contemplation. Though he appeared tranquil, internally, a tempest of thoughts surged within him. In his grasp, he clutched a jade pendant tightly. According to his master, this pendant was the only possession found with him upon his discovery, presumably an heirloom. If that is the case, this jade pendant serves as the sole clue to his origins. He fixated on the pendant, replaying the words from the letter in his mind. On the 15th of August, journey to Spirit Island. All will be revealed. What manner of place is Spirit Island? Why must my master venture there? Moreover, it perplexes me. Why has my master accrued an astronomical debt of over 1,000 billion to the island's lord for milk powder? The experiences of the past 3 years with the Qin family flooded his memory, reflecting on how his master had sacrificed his longevity to alter the Qin family's fate, revealing an extraordinary prophecy, only to be met with his demise due to the revelation of heavenly secrets, weighed heavily on his heart. Master, your sacrifice for the Qin family was truly unwarranted. Gradually, he cast aside these distractions and retrieved the 9 Xian Jade Clarity Manual, opening its first page. The manual left by his master was indeed a remarkable treasure. It was time to experiment. As he perused the text, Pai Yangyang became increasingly engrossed, instinctively aligning his energy with the teachings within. As he practiced the technique, he gradually entered a state of meditation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Pai Yangyang slowly rose, feeling a significant surge of vitality. Gazing upon the distant Xinjiang city, he let out a bitter laugh. He felt not only a sense of injustice for his master, but also a wry amusement at his own plight. For the past 3 years, he adhered to his master's wishes and entered the Qin family, though his heart was filled with reluctance. Nevertheless, he remained wholeheartedly devoted to assisting Qin Yujia in realizing her aspiration to elevate the Qin family to a first-tier status. Ultimately, however, he found himself unceremoniously cast aside. He bore the ridicule of labels such as kept man, pretty boy, useless, and green turtle, which was utterly ludicrous. With a derisive smile, he gazed at the magnificent crimson clouds and turned away, descending the mountain. Upon returning to the Su group, he discovered that Su Shiweqing was indeed waiting for him. "Darling, let us go home," she said, naturally taking her seat in the passenger side of Mu Shang's car, while she instructed Zheng Li to drive the sports car back. This scene did not go unnoticed by several employees and passers-by, some of whom captured photographs and shared them on social media. Su Shiweqing resided in an upscale villa within the Yunding Garden community. She did not live with her family, but instead occupied a standalone villa, complete with an expansive garden and a European-style residence that stood resplendent in the twilight, illuminated by lights. Yunding Villas was renowned as a gathering place for the affluent in Xinjiang, with rumors suggesting that even the least expensive villas cost several tens of millions. Upon entering the villa, Pai Yangyang was taken aback by the exquisite decor and luxurious furnishings that far surpassed those of Qin Yujia's home. A few middle-aged women clad in maid attire and 2 tall, imposing young men respectfully welcomed them home. "I am Pai Yangyang, and from this day forth, I shall reside here. None of you are to speak of our domestic affairs outside these walls, including to my parents and family," Pai Yangyang declared solemnly as they entered. "Understood, miss," everyone replied respectfully. "Very well. Please take him to freshen up and prepare for dinner," Su Shiweqing instructed with a nod of satisfaction to one of the maids. During the meal, the servants stood behind them, which made Pai Yangyang feel somewhat uneasy. However, as this was merely an act, he resolved to perform it well. "You will reside on the 2nd floor, while Sister Li and I will occupy the 3rd floor. Remember, you are not to set foot on the 3rd floor without my permission." Su Shiweqing allocated the living arrangements after dinner. Pai Yangyang chuckled dismissively, "Rest assured, I have no interest in you." Su Shiweqing was taken aback, her breath catching. "It's best that you don't." For reasons unknown, she felt a flicker of irritation. Having grown up, it was the first time she encountered a man who seemed so indifferent to her. "Since I am permitted to stay here, surely I should be given a set of keys?" Pai Yangyang inquired lazily. Su Shiweqing called out, "Aunt Su, please provide him with a set of keys." Accepting the keys, Pai Yangyang turned on the television and reclined languidly on the sofa. Su Shiweqing and Zheng Li exchanged peculiar glances before ascending the stairs. After an indeterminate amount of time, he heard Su Shiweqing's voice, "Still watching? What time is it? Shouldn't you be going to bed?" He glanced at the grandfather clock and mumbled, "It's not even midnight yet." Turning back, he found Su Shiweqing standing at the staircase, arms crossed, gazing at him intently. At this moment, she donned loose-fitting pajamas. Yet they could not conceal her alluring figure. The silk sleepwear, in combination with her bare form, flickered tantalizingly beneath the glow of the light. Pai Yangyang, sharing a bed with Qin Yujia for a year, suddenly felt a surge of warmth rising within him. "Together?" The words escaped his lips impulsively. "Dream on," Su Shiweqing retorted furiously, casting him a fierce glare. Pai Yangyang instantly deflated, thinking she was waiting for him to join her. "Enough chatter. Remember, tomorrow morning at 9. You must go to the Xinjiang International Hotel to interrupt the engagement." Su Shiweqing, clad in slippers, slowly descended the stairs, revealing her delicate, translucent feet before him. Interrupt the engagement? The mere mention of it left Pai Yangyang in a state of shock. "You are my husband. Tomorrow, someone else wishes to become engaged to me. Are you truly willing to allow this?" Su Shiweqing approached him, gently lifting his chin with her left hand and speaking with a look of feigned sorrow. The anger that had just subsided within Pai Yangyang flared back to life. He instinctively tightened his legs, his throat dry as he stammered. "What exactly do you intend to play at?" Now, He was utterly bewildered. Earlier, she had inexplicably dragged him to obtain their marriage certificate, and now she mentioned an engagement to another. Was she jesting with the sanctity of marriage? Oh, how can such a clever mind be so oblivious? Su Xueqing released her hold, letting out a melancholic sigh, her eyes blinking as if on the verge of tears. Suddenly, a realization dawned on Pai Yangyang as he gazed at the breathtakingly beautiful Su Xueqing, so serene, one could easily be captivated, yet so fiery, reminiscent of a spirited girl. You do not wish to marry that man, so you orchestrated this charade. Tomorrow, you intend for me to create a scene at the engagement, am I correct? Yes, indeed. My husband is astute. Pai Yangyang felt a wave of nausea rise within him. I refuse, he declared resolutely. Su Xueqing looked at him in disbelief, asking why? It's far too perilous. Who knows what kind of man your fiancé is? What if I go to disrupt the engagement and they harm me? Who would seek justice for me? Pai Yangyang argued passionately. Fine, if you won't go, I shall go alone. After all, I possess the marriage certificate. And I will reveal it publicly, claiming you divorced Qin Yujie for my sake, and now you abandon me. Scoundrel, Zheng Li, appearing in the living room at an opportune moment, added her commentary. Pai Yangyang was left in a state of confusion, feeling as if he were the one losing his mind amidst the antics of these two women. How did I become the scoundrel? He protested. Do you think he won't cause trouble for you? Will my family not seek retribution? Su Xueqing gazed at him with a look of sympathy. Pai Yangyang's complexion shifted, alternating between crimson and pallor. He was uncertain whether his emotions stemmed from anger or fear. Oh, I neglected to inform you that tomorrow I shall be engaged to the eldest scion of the Yi family, Yi Fenglu. Pai Yangyang's complexion grew increasingly grim. How could he be unaware of the Yi family? They are the foremost aristocracy of Xinjiang, renowned as a prestigious martial arts lineage. If it were to come to light that he had illicitly taken the fiancée of the Yi family's heir, it would be nothing short of madness for the Yi family to remain composed. Our marriage is merely a facade. I can clarify this to them, Pai Yangyang pondered aloud. Su Xueqing smiled triumphantly. Who would believe that? Many witnessed you staying here tonight. As she spoke, she took hold of Pai Yangyang's hand, leaning slightly against him. Click. Zheng Li expertly captured their intimate moment, rife with ambiguity. Are you not afraid? You are a woman, Pai Yangyang exclaimed incredulously. Su Xueqing released his hand and replied. Why should I fear? As long as I am not wed to Yi Fenglu, I am willing to do anything. You are insane. You are certifiably mad. Pai Yangyang was utterly astounded. As a man, can you not even protect your own wife? Do not forget, Qin Yujie has already made her intentions known to you once. Do you wish for me to do so again? Su Xueqing batted her doe-like eyes at Pai Yangyang. But you never mentioned such intentions at that time. Pai Yangyang felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, akin to being trapped on a pirate ship. Oh dear, just this once. I won't frequently involve you in such escapades. She insisted. Pai Yangyang was momentarily taken aback. Do you think this is child's play? He retorted. Will you agree or not? Su Xueqing tugged at his hand, her voice soft and persuasive, her body unconsciously leaning in closer. Beneath her loose nightgown, the allure of her silhouette was undeniable, revealing a captivating décolletage. Very well, but let it be known that this is a one-time affair. Should such a situation arise again, I shall not be responsible. Pai Yangyang tightened his legs instinctively, gritting his teeth. If I do not acquiesce, I fear I may explode. Now, that is the essence of a true man. Su Xueqing beamed, releasing his hand and adjusting her nightgown at her collarbone, joy radiating from her. I am indeed a true man, but this falls outside the contract. An additional fee is required, 10,000. Pai Yangyang replied with a roll of his eyes, promptly extending a finger in jest. Su Xueqing furrowed her brow, 5,000. Such a miser. Pai Yangyang scoffed. Only 5,000. Su Xueqing persisted. Fine, 5,000 it is. All right, 5,000 it is. Pai Yangyang conceded with a reluctant nod, extending his hand. For him, the sum was but a drop in the ocean compared to the billions owed to his master, yet it was better than nothing. Li Jie, please give it to him. Pai Yangyang accepted the 5,000, hastily making his way upstairs. Li Jie, why does he walk in such a peculiar manner? It is a shame to waste his handsome appearance, Pai Yangyang mused. A woman knows not the burdens of a man. Upon ascending to the second floor, he encountered two bodyguards, standing like iron towers at the staircase, their eyes brimming with vigilance as they scrutinized him. He was utterly convinced that should he dare to ascend to the third floor, these two would unhesitatingly hurl him down the stairs. Entering the bedroom that had been arranged for him, he hurriedly stripped bare and dashed into the bathroom, turning on the cold water. A wisp of steam seemed to rise, accompanied by a hissing sound akin to red-hot iron being cast into cool water. How refreshing! I adore bathing, with all these bubbles, oh my. As he reveled in the refreshing cascade of cold water, he hummed a discordant tune, his cacophonous voice echoing throughout the villa. Miss, is he reliable? After all, it's the Yi family. Might he flee in fright come midnight? Two women gazed toward the second floor, listening to the melodies emanating from within. As Zhengli furrowed her brows, Su Xueqing turned her attention to the two bodyguards, offering a faint smile. With bear and bear at hand, he wouldn't escape. Moreover, he simply wouldn't run away. Why is that? Has he truly set his sights on you? Zheng Li inquired, her tone laced with anxiety. Su Xueqing replied with unwavering confidence. What are you thinking? He is greedy, haven't you noticed? Furthermore, he has just been expelled from the Qin family and possesses not a penny. How could he possibly forego my monthly salary of 20,000? That makes sense. As long as there is money, he can be kept in line. Zhengli nodded, finding her reasoning sound. Unbeknownst to them, Pai Yangyang had not overheard their conversation. After finishing his bath, he reclined upon the expansive 2-meter-5 bed, finding it immensely comfortable. The following day, Pai Yangyang was ensconced in a colorful dream, his body writhing like an octopus, clutching the blanket. What time is it? Aren't you getting up? Suddenly, a thunderous voice shattered the tranquility like a bolt of lightning. He jolted awake, blinking his bleary eyes at Zheng Li, who stood with hands on her hips by the bedside. Why didn't you knock? He stammered, hastily clutching the blanket. Unexpectedly, Zheng Li approached and yanked the blanket away, shouting, I'll knock your head. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, it morphed into a shriek. With hands retracting in panic, she stumbled back, exclaiming, Rogue, why are you sleeping without any clothes? She could never have imagined that Pai Yangyang would indeed be in the nude. Turn around. Pai Yangyang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the blanket to cover himself, shouting so loudly, staring so intently. What is the game here? Hurry up, it's almost 8. Zheng Li finally turned her back, her heart racing. The sight she had just witnessed was far too shocking. It's not even 8 yet, didn't we agree on 9? Hearing this, Pai Yangyang felt a surge of irritation. His delightful dream had been so rudely interrupted. Why didn't you prepare earlier? We've all gone. You're just here at home. Pai Yangyang soon realized she was worried about his absence. Reluctantly, he began to dress. After washing up, he exited the bedroom, intending to stretch luxuriously. However, just as he raised his arms, he abruptly froze. With a sudden gasp, she was seized by a fit of coughing. In the living room, Su Xueqing, adorned in a pristine white wedding gown, resembled a lotus emerging from the water, an unparalleled beauty. The gown clung tightly to her form, exquisitely showcasing her graceful figure, captivating from every angle. Pai Yangyang stood transfixed, hand raised, gazing at her in awe. What are you staring at? Hurry down. Su Xueqing noticed him and beckoned slightly with her delicate fingers. Pai Yangyang felt as though his very soul was taking flight, hastily descending the stairs to circle around her, sincerely exclaiming, Miss Su, you are truly stunning. Su Xueqing maintained a stern expression, commanding, You, go drive the car. Drive? Pai Yangyang was taken aback by her straightforwardness. What? Is your salary of 20,000 merely for show? This is work time. If you don't drive, shall I? Su Xueqing retorted sharply. Pai Yangyang's eyes, filled with longing, made her uneasy. He promptly wilted, reluctantly making his way outside the villa. You claim you don't want to marry Yi Fenglu, yet it seems you can hardly wait. He muttered as he walked. What did you say? Su Xueqing inquired, suspicion lacing her voice. Nothing. I just meant I'll go drive the car. Starting the vehicle, Su Xueqing took her place in the passenger seat, while Zheng Li settled in the back. Throughout the journey, Zheng Li remained quiet, her gaze towards Pai Yangyang somewhat peculiar. At the Qinjiang International Hotel, 2 colossal LCD screens mounted on the exterior displayed the announcement of the engagement between the Su and Yi families, featuring the Su family's heiress, Su Xueqing, and the young master of the Yi family, Yi Fenglu. Colorful banners fluttered against the hotel faade, and a brand new red carpet stretched from the entrance to the street. 20 young women clad in red kipayos, each holding bouquets of flowers, stood on either side of the carpet, welcoming the esteemed guests arriving for the celebration. Chapter 12, This is it. The Yi family, the foremost of the 5 great families in Xinjiang, holds an undeniable stature in the city. The Su family, although ranked fifth among these illustrious families, remains a formidable presence. The union of such two families is destined to create a sensation throughout the city. Therefore, beyond the eligible guests invited to this engagement feast, many citizens who lacked the means to attend gathered to witness the grand occasion, not for any other reason, but because Su Xueqing is hailed as the most beautiful among the four beauties of Xinjiang, commanding the Su group, embodying both beauty and intellect. Such a woman is the goddess of every man's dreams. Hence, all wish to seize this opportunity to glimpse the renowned socialite of Xinjiang. In recent years, the Su family has experienced a downturn, struggling significantly. If this trajectory continues, they risk being ousted from the ranks of the five great families. Among the crowd, someone sighed. Now things have changed for the better. After the alliance with the Yi family, the Su family will undoubtedly receive substantial support from them. The Su family can once again bask in glory. One is the eldest son of the Yi family, and the other is the third princess of the Su family, a match made in heaven, blending talent and beauty. The alliance between Yi and the Soviet Union has rendered the Xinjiang affairs predominantly under the dominion of these two families. However, two significant events transpired in Xinjiang yesterday. Are you aware of them? Suddenly, someone lowered their voice, exuding an air of mystery. What events? Curiosity is an inherent trait of humanity. When someone feigns secrecy, others inevitably become intrigued. The eldest daughter of the Qin family, Qin Yujia, and her husband, the so-called soft rice man, have divorced. Isn't that merely a matter of time? Their marital discord has long been the talk of the town. What makes it noteworthy? Indeed, it was already evident that good-for-nothing, Pai Yangyang, would eventually be cast out by the Qin family. But that is merely one incident. There is another you may not be aware of. Just spill it. Why the theatrics? Yesterday, right after Pai Yangyang and Qin Yujia obtained their divorce certificate, before they could even leave the Civil Affairs Bureau, they were pulled in to acquire a new marriage certificate. Upon hearing this, everyone stood in astonishment. One person incredulously asked, "Is that true? Who is it? Need I even ask?" It must be Qin Yujia. Who doesn't know that the charming Hua Lubin has been pursuing her relentlessly? Rumor has it that this divorce was instigated by Hua Xiao. This is quite scandalous, isn't it? Isn't Pai Yangyang on the verge of a breakdown? Listening to the astonished murmurs, the enigmatic individual shook his head. You are mistaken. Everyone fell silent, gazing at him in disbelief. It was Pai Yangyang who was taken to receive the marriage certificate. Who would be so blind as to choose this discarded good-for-nothing? You may find this hard to believe, but it is none other than today's leading lady, Su Xueqing. How could that be? This sounds a bit far-fetched. Indeed, who would believe that Su Xueqing would be interested in Pai Yangyang? Even if she were interested, it is inconceivable she would choose him. This statement met with widespread skepticism. Yet the individual produced his phone and opened a forum, revealing photographs within. Evidence speaks volumes. Do you not browse forums? Oh my, is this for real? Those images are authentic, right? How could this be possible? This revelation feels rather monumental. I have a foreboding sense that today's engagement banquet will be explosive. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, a luxurious convoy approached the hotel entrance. Leading the procession was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, followed by several Bentleys and Maybachs, with the least extravagant being a Range Rover. The individuals disembarking from the vehicles exuded an impressive aura, particularly a young man in a formal suit adorned with a small red flower on his chest, who was strikingly radiant. He is Yi Fenglu, the eldest scion of the Yi family, handsome and charismatic, radiating confidence. It is said that he stands a good chance of becoming the third-generation heir of the Yi family. The elegantly attired Yi family, brimming with vitality, made their way into the hotel. Shortly thereafter, the Su family's convoy also arrived. Upon disembarking, the venerable patriarch of the Su family, Su Baohua, cast a discerning glance at his eldest son, Su Jiwen, and inquired with solemnity, "Pray tell, has Xueqing not accompanied you?" Su Jiwen, with utmost respect, replied, "She has always preferred to reside alone at the Yunding Villa and is reluctant to return home to live with us. Moreover, she has consistently harbored aversion towards this matrimonial arrangement. I fear that provoking her might lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, I acquiesced to her wishes, allowing her to arrive from the Yunding Villa this morning." "Humph, you indulge her too much," Su Baohua retorted with a light scoff. Su Jiwen offered an awkward smile. "Father, are you not also indulging her?" After a brief pause, he added, "Very well, let us wait here for a moment." We must not provide the Yi family with any fodder for gossip. Please urge her to hasten her arrival. Su Baohua, appearing somewhat resigned, acquiesced. Just as Su Jiwen reached for his phone, a luxurious vehicle approached, and he soon heard Su Shiweqing's voice. Father, grandfather, I have arrived. As the car came to a halt, Su Jiwen cast a skeptical glance at the driver, Pai Yangyang, and inquired, and who might he be? Oh, he is my newly hired driver, Su Shiweqing replied nonchalantly. Zheng Li opened the car door, and Su Shiweqing alighted, while 4 young attendants advanced to support her wedding gown as she made her way down the red carpet. Remember, we shall enter promptly at 9. Zheng Li instructed Pai Yangyang in a low tone as she closed the car door. Pai Yangyang shot her a fleeting glance and responded coolly, understood. The appearance of Su Shiweqing ignited a stir among the onlookers outside the hotel. Among the youthful crowd, someone shouted, Su Shiweqing. Almost instantly, a chorus of voices erupted, fervently chanting her name, as if she were a star graced by the adulation of her fans. Pai Yangyang parked the vehicle by the roadside, astonished by the frenzy unfolding before him, yet his brow furrowed in concern. Contemplating the events that were about to transpire, he felt a sense of trepidation. Just the previous morning, he had divorced, only to inexplicably find himself accompanying Su Shiweqing to acquire a marriage certificate. Now, he was attending her engagement banquet to participate in a wedding heist. Everything felt surreal, like a fleeting dream. He turned his gaze to Su Shiweqing, who was now striding down the red carpet, and felt a fleeting disorientation. If he had not endured that 3-year marriage, and if Su Shiweqing genuinely harbored affection for him, perhaps he would willingly join in the audacious endeavor of reclaiming her. But that remained a mere hypothetical. He chuckled bitterly and shook his head, fully aware that after today, he would become a figure of notoriety in Xinjiang, a thorn in the side of certain individuals. Yet, he felt disinclined to dwell on such matters. He had taken money to alleviate others' troubles. Moreover, he had already established a reputation in Xinjiang, an infamous figure, a kept man, a pretty boy, and a green turtle, with numerous labels affixed to him. What was one more title of the other man to add to the collection? Glancing at the time, he noted it was still early. He retrieved his worn-out phone and immersed himself in a game of Snake, becoming engrossed in the simple distraction. Chapter 13. We are already married inside the opulent banquet hall of the hotel. Guests filled every seat. The only individuals privileged enough to attend the engagement feast of the Yi and Su families, aside from relatives, were prominent figures of Xinjiang. The arrival of Su Shiweqing instantly electrified the atmosphere. The exquisite beauty renowned throughout Xinjiang today radiates like a brilliant pearl, capturing the admiration of all. Yi Fenglu, with a face adorned by the gentle spring breeze, brims with joy. His pursuit of the illustrious beauty, Su Shiweqing, commenced during their high school years and persisted until his university graduation. Yet, Su Shiweqing remained indifferent to his affections. Now, at long last, his wishes are fulfilled as he embraces the woman of his dreams, becoming the envy of every man in Xinjiang and a quintessential victor in life. As Su Shiweqing approaches step by step, his heart swells with elation. Their families, filled with enthusiasm, exchange warm greetings, rejoicing in their union and offering blessings. However, a noticeable absence of joy graces Su Shiweqing's countenance. Instead, she appears composed, her gaze frequently drifting toward the entrance, as if awaiting something. Ascending the stage, Yi Fenglu extends his hand. She hesitates for a moment before allowing him to pull her up. Amidst the lively music, the host begins to exuberantly introduce the newly engaged couple. The vibrant atmosphere elicits hushed gasps of admiration and envy from many. Brother Hua, have you heard? The venerable elder Lei from the Lei family in the provincial capital has arrived in Xinjiang and may attend this engagement banquet. A middle-aged man seated at the main table declares with a mysterious excitement. This table is occupied by the titans of Xinjiang's business realm, each commanding at least one publicly listed company. Yet, upon hearing the mention of Elder Lei's attendance, astonishment washes over their faces. Brother, are you jesting? How could Elder Lei possibly attend such a gathering? Another responds incredulously. Indeed, I find it hard to believe. If Elder Lei were truly coming, the Yi family would have surely made grand announcements. Remarked a third. Perhaps the Yi family wishes to surprise everyone? Suggested one. At this, the crowd fell silent, and one person exclaimed in shock, the Yi family has always aspired to penetrate the provincial capital's market. If they have indeed invited Elder Lei, it would mark a monumental ascent for them. It is said that Elder Lei is the elusive leader of the formidable faction, the Wind and Thunder Hall. If this is true, today would be truly remarkable. Remember, Elder Yi has made numerous attempts to meet Elder Lei in the provincial capital, but has never succeeded. If he is indeed here today, we might have the chance to witness his grandeur. Before another could respond, thunderous applause erupted as the ceremony officially commenced. On stage, Su Xueqing quietly withdrew her hand. Yi Fengliu's smile faltered momentarily but quickly returned. He remained unfazed, for after this morning, Su Xueqing would be his wife. According to Xinjiang customs, after the engagement, she would move into the Yi household. The engagement ceremony swiftly approached its final segment. The host directed his attention to Yi Fengliu, inquiring, "Mr. Yi Fengliu, do you take this lady before you as your wife, to cherish her in both prosperity and adversity, in health and in sickness, remaining steadfast and devoted until the end of your days?" "I do," he proclaimed. The voice of Yi Fengliu resonated clearly and powerfully. He had been eagerly anticipating this moment. Growing increasingly impatient, the audience erupted in thunderous applause, cheers echoing throughout the hall. "Ms. Su Xueqing, do you take this gentleman before you as your husband, to cherish and to hold, in poverty and in wealth, in sickness and in health, forsaking all others, till death do you part?" The host then turned to Su Xueqing. Under the spotlight, her demeanor remained composed as she slowly turned, casting a sweeping glance over the assembled crowd. Gradually, her gaze drifted toward the entrance of the banquet hall. A profound silence enveloped the room, all eyes fixed upon her. Should she utter those 3 words, she would become Yi Fengliu's wife. Yet, she remained silent. Expressions of doubt began to surface among the guests, while Yi Fengliu's father, Yi Yuanyang, felt his smile fade, his cold gaze directed at Su Jiwen, who sat beside him. "Brother Su, what is happening? Your daughter wouldn't dare change her mind, would she?" Beads of sweat appeared at Su Jiwen's temples as he hastily replied, "Of course not. How could she waver? She better not try any tricks here. You ought to understand that the Su family is in desperate need of the Yi family's financial support." Yi Yuanyang grunted, speaking in a low tone. "Rest assured, Brother Yi, that will not happen." But before Su Jiwen could finish, the doors of the banquet hall creaked open. The serene expression on Su Xueqing's face began to blossom into a radiant smile, akin to a resplendent hibiscus flower unfolding. "I do not wish to." Simultaneously, she enunciated the 4 words clearly, discarding the rose she held. "What?" The entire hall erupted in astonishment. Everyone stood in disbelief, staring at Su Xueqing. Then following her gaze to the entrance of the hall, there stood a tall, handsome young man, smiling warmly, his eyes locked with Su Xueqing's. Gasps of amazement reverberated in the minds of many. What on earth is happening? This is a disaster. The expressions of both the Yi and Su families shifted simultaneously, their faces darkening. The Yi family seethed with anger, while the Su family was engulfed in shock. "Su Xueqing, what did you say?" After recovering from his astonishment, Yi Fengliu grasped Su Xueqing's arm and inquired. Su Xueqing forcefully pulled her arm away, stating firmly, "I have made myself abundantly clear. I do not wish to." She then pointed at the approaching Pai Yangyang striding toward the stage, adding, "Because he is my man." This declaration struck like a bombshell, leaving everyone stunned, their minds swirling in confusion. What chaos? When did Su Xueqing have a boyfriend? This will plunge the Su family into an abyss. The crowd buzzed with chatter, but none attempted to stop Pai Yangyang. With each step, he advanced to the front of the stage, gazing up at Su Xueqing. "Darling, I have come to take you home." Despite the murmurs surrounding him, every word he uttered resonated clearly. "Halt!" Yi Fengliu bellowed like a furious beast. Pei Yangyang regarded this distorted figure of the Yi family heir with a calm demeanor and replied, "I have come to escort my wife home. Do you comprehend where you are and with whom you are speaking?" A middle-aged man from the Su family rose, glaring at Pei Yangyang with indignation. Pei Yangyang cast a nonchalant glance his way. "What does it concern me? Who are you?" Yi Fengliu gritted his teeth and inquired. Unable to endure the humiliation of a man appearing at his engagement ceremony, asserting his fiancée Yi as his wife. After all, he was the scion of the Yi family, a paragon of excellence. Who dared to challenge him? Pei Yangyang, he uttered languidly, extending his hand slowly. Su Xueqing, maintaining her smile, mirrored his movement. As their hands approached one another, a thunderous noise erupted, startling everyone. Yi Tianxiong, the head of the Yi family, thundered in fury, "Who is this boy? How will your Su family explain this?" Su Bao was stood trembling, anxiously gazing at Su Xueqing. "Xueqing, what are you doing?" Su Xueqing looked at him, an apologetic yet resolute expression on her face. Grandfather, I apologize. I have already stated that I will not marry Yi Fenglu. My marriage is my own decision. As she spoke, Zheng Li strode over, presenting the marriage certificate to her. Su Xueqing opened the certificate, raising it high. I am already married. He, Pei Yangyang, is my husband. Chapter 14. They have already cohabited. Upon seeing the vibrant marriage certificate in Su Xueqing's hand, everyone was left in stunned silence. After a long pause, someone exclaimed in astonishment, "Wait, is this for real? I saw this on the forum yesterday and thought it was mere gossip." No wonder someone captured footage of an unfamiliar man entering Miss Su's villa and never emerging. Could it be? They are already cohabiting? Isn't that obvious? They possess a marriage certificate. They are legally wed. Some young individuals retrieved their phones, revisiting the forum posts from the previous day. Initially, they had dismissed the claims, deeming them the fabrications of bored individuals seeking to create a stir. After all, Miss Su was the esteemed daughter of the Su family, and her engagement to Yi Fenglu had long been the talk of the town. Thus, nearly everyone had concluded that it was merely a prank. Yet, the reality had delivered a resounding slap to their faces. Indeed, I also witnessed it yesterday. Miss Su and this man appeared as a couple at the company, exuding intimacy. At that moment, I mistakenly believed she was a relative of hers. Look, this is a photo of them at home, clad in pajamas. My goodness, this is rather shocking. The guests were abuzz with discussions, and the families of Su and Yi were left in a state of astonishment and fury. Such an occurrence at an engagement banquet left both families unable to save face, particularly the Yi family, who were infuriated beyond measure. Old Master Yi was certain there must be a misunderstanding. This could not possibly be true. Su Xueqing's father, Su Jiwen, was drenched in cold sweat and slightly bowed towards Yi Tianxiong, eager yet anxious to clarify. What is not true? They already possess a marriage certificate and have been living together. Could that be fabricated? Do you think I am losing my faculties or growing senile? Yi Tianxiong was already in a rage, unwilling to entertain any explanations. The facts were laid bare, rendering all justifications utterly powerless. The Yi family was seething with anger, feeling as though their dignity had been trampled upon. The esteemed Yi family, the most prominent clan in Xinjiang, had been publicly humiliated, a slight they could never swallow. Su Xueqing, have you lost your mind? Su Jiming, the second son of the Su family, bellowed in fury and rushed forward, attempting to snatch the marriage certificate from Su Xueqing's grasp. However, she deftly evaded him and leaped directly from the stage. Caught off guard, Pai Yangyang could only extend his arms to catch her. Su Jiming abruptly halted, feeling as though the world was spinning around him. I see now. This Pai Yangyang is the worthless son-in-law of the Qin family, who apparently divorced just yesterday. Indeed, he is known as Xinjiang's infamous kept man, a pretty boy. How could he suddenly be involved with Miss Su? But wait, could it be that he divorced Qin Yujia because of Miss Su? My goodness. How can someone so handsome engage in such antics? What on earth is Miss Su thinking? She could have chosen such an outstanding man like young Master Yi. Yet she opted for a divorced good-for-nothing? Madness. It is not Miss Su who has lost her mind. It is I who am about to lose mine. Some young onlookers, upon realizing he was Pai Yangyang, were even more astonished. A man who had been cast out by the Qin family had suddenly become the husband of the stunning Su Xueqing, which was simply shocking. The key point was that he had divorced just yesterday and today held a marriage certificate with Su Xueqing. Is marriage truly a game? Pai Yangyang gently embraced Su Xueqing. At that moment, he was the groom, the center of attention. Yi Fengliu's face was contorted beyond recognition, filled with rage. Su Xueqing, you have done well. Faced with such humiliation, he felt a surge of blood rising in his throat, nearly spitting out an old mouthful of blood. He furiously tore at his formal attire, throwing it violently to the ground, his eyes blazing red as he glared at Pai Yangyang. Daring to compete with me for a woman. It seems you are tired of living. After a brief moment, he declared vehemently. Then, he shouted, bring it on. Several bodyguards in black rushed in with fierce intensity through the side door. Yi Fenglu, what do you intend to do? Su Xueqing was taken aback, extending her arms to shield Pai Yangyang. What is happening? If I do not incapacitate him today, where shall I place the honor of the Yi family? Where shall I uphold my own dignity? Yi Fengliu's face twisted with rage, his knuckles turning pale from the force of his grip. The Yi family was a lineage of martial artists, and he too was a practitioner. Witnessing Su Xueqing's fierce protection of Pai Yangyang ignited a blaze of envy within him. difficult to suppress. In this moment, none from the Su family dared to speak, and all the guests looked upon Pai Yangyang with disdain. How foolish to dare compete with young Master Yi for a woman. To render him powerless would be a mere trifle. He ought to be cast into the Qinjiang River to feed the fish. Does he truly believe that his handsome appearance grants him the liberty to act as he pleases? He should consider the weight of his offenses. Nearly everyone sided with the Yi family against Pai Yangyang. In the face of overwhelming power, no one dared to align with the Su family, and indeed, the Su family had no grounds to defend themselves. Old Master Yi, please temper your wrath. At this moment, when the Su family felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, a middle-aged man seated at the main table rose. All eyes turned to him, astonished that anyone would dare speak on behalf of the Su family. Was that not courting death? Yi Tianxiong coldly glanced in his direction and said, Master Gu, do you have something to say? Are you here to plead for this brat? This middle-aged man was Gu Zhixing, the current head of the Gu family and the elder brother of Gu Tianshuang. Just moments ago, he had wrestled internally with whether to intervene. Although the Gu family was the second largest clan, they were significantly overshadowed by the Yi family. Moreover, the Su family was indeed at fault in the recent events. However, Pai Yangyang had saved his father just yesterday, a debt of gratitude that weighed heavily on the Gu family. Given this connection, even though he knew he should remain silent, he felt compelled to rise, unwilling to witness Pai Yangyang being assaulted by the Yi family. Old Master, today's events were indeed their fault, he cautiously stated after a moment's contemplation. However, the facts are now established. Miss Su and Mr. Pai have already obtained a marriage certificate and are lawful spouses. Before he could finish, Yi Tianxiong interrupted him with a snarl. What do you mean by this, Master Gu? The engagement between the Su family and my Yi family has not been disclosed today. The invitation was delivered to your hands a month ago, was it not? Their actions today are clearly intended to humiliate my Yi family. Sweat beaded at Gu Zhixing's temples, his smile faltering as he pressed on. I humbly implore old Master Yi to temper his anger and allow the Su family and Mr. Pai to formally apologize to the Yi family and compensate for certain losses, in order to restore the Yi family's reputation. What do you think, old master? Request? On what grounds do you make such a request? What benefit has the Su family provided you? Yi Tianxiong replied coldly. To speak frankly, my Gu family owes Mr. Pai a debt of gratitude. Old master, could you perhaps consider the Gu family's standing and temper your wrath to resolve this matter amicably? Bang! Yi Tianxiong slammed his palm heavily on the table, his voice reverberating with fury. Gu family head, do you intend to leverage your Gu family to intimidate my Yi family? Let me make it abundantly clear. Even if your Gu family's third son is the commander of the provincial defense camp, my Yi family remains unyielding. I strongly advise you to refrain from meddling in this matter today. Gu Zhixing was taken aback, his expression darkening. Old master, I have no intention of oppressing your Yi family, he stammered. Enough. Do not force my Yi family to turn against your Gu family. Yi Tianxiong's anger surged, cutting Gu Zhixing off mid-sentence. As a martial artist, his rage emanated an overwhelming aura. Gu Zhixing cast a guilty glance at Pai Yangyang, shaking his head in resignation with a sigh. However, Pai Yangyang responded with a gentle smile, her demeanor calm and composed. Observing Yi Tianxiong's wrath, those who typically maintained amiable relations with the Su family fell silent, their courage waning. With Yi Tianxiong disregarding even the Gu family's connections, who would dare incur his wrath? An eerie silence enveloped the hall, and Yi Tianxiong's piercing gaze fell once more upon Su Baohua. The Su family members felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. How could the Su family withstand the ire of the Yi family? Chapter 15. Bring the Hua family to ruin in half an hour. Humph. Daring to disrupt the Yi family's affairs, you must be courting death. Not only will the Yi family not spare you, but my Hua family will also not acquiesce. A middle-aged rotund man rose, his tone severe. This man was Hua Deming, the newly appointed head of the Hua family. The Hua family, in Xinjiang, was merely a second-tier family. However, after assuming leadership, Hua Deming harbored grand ambitions, intent on elevating the Hua family to a first-tier status. Today, he perceived an opportunity. If the Su family faltered, and his Hua family ingratiated themselves with the Yi family, securing their support, then the Hua family could potentially usurp the Su family's position. Thus, he stepped forth without hesitation. Su Baohua, Su Zhiming, and other members of the Su family typically regarded Hua Deming with disdain. Yet, in this moment, they hesitated to speak out, unwilling to turn the entire room against them. Pai Yangyang cast a cold glance at Hui Deming, her disdain evident as she remarked, "What is the Hui family? What right do you have to speak before me?" Hui Deming's face darkened, his anger flaring as he approached Pai Yangyang, his voice icy. "You are far too arrogant. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Let me warn you, if you offend the Yi family, there will be no refuge for you in Xinjiang." Pai Yangyang scoffed, "Is Xinjiang owned by the Yi family? You should kneel and apologize to young Master Yi and the Yi family. Perhaps that might spare your pitiful life." Hui Deming's tone was commanding, filled with an air of superiority. Seeing someone rise to challenge him, Yi Tianxiong's demeanor grew even more haughty, the chill in his expression intensifying. "You want me to kneel? You are not worthy." Pai Yangyang's gaze turned icy, her voice resolute. "And what about me, Wei family?" An elder in his 60s stepped beside Hui Deming, regarding Pai Yangyang with an air of arrogance. The Wei family, like the Hui family, is also a secondary lineage, yet it ranks ahead of the Hui family. The elder in question is the head of the Wei family, Wei Kuaiyang. Pai Yangyang cast a cold glance at him and shook his head lightly. "Insufficient. There remains my Long family, my Shui family, not to mention my Yu family." No sooner had Pai Yangyang spoken than several heads of families stood up and approached him. Su Baoguo's expression darkened. Despite being merely heads of secondary families, these individuals, along with the Yi family, represented a significant portion of the business influence in Xinjiang. "Do you truly believe you are enough?" Pai Yangyang's tone was nonchalant, entirely unfazed. A stir arose among the crowd. With so many families exerting pressure, Pai Yangyang remained dismissive. Was this lad foolish or deranged? How could he not kneel at such a moment? He was courting death. Some guests murmured among themselves. His own life might be of little concern, but he was dragging the Su family into a bottomless pit. Others shook their heads in dismay. "Humph. He is unaware of his own insignificance and dares to disrupt the Yi family. He deserves a lesson." Some voices of indignation echoed. "How intriguing. Since you disregard them, surely the Hua family will suffice?" Amidst the chatter, a middle-aged man stepped forward, speaking haughtily to Pai Yangyang. Upon hearing that this man hailed from the Hua family, Pai Yangyang's gaze sharpened, and he inquired, "The Hua family?" He recalled Hua Lubin, the young master who had persistently pursued his ex-wife, Qin Yujia. Hua Qisen smirked slightly. "Indeed, the Hua family is one of the 5 great families." Noticing that Pai Yangyang hesitated rather than immediately declaring it insufficient, he surmised that Pai Yangyang harbored some apprehension towards the Hua family. "What? Is the Hua family also to be subservient to the Yi family?" Unexpectedly, Pai Yangyang disdainfully uttered a remark that turned Hua Qisen's face crimson, causing him to cough violently. The utterance rendered the entire assembly silent. The Hua family ranks 3rd among the 5 great families, their strength far exceeding that of the Su family. How audacious of Pai Yangyang to insult the head of the Hua family. This was sheer madness. Su Baoguo, Su Jiming, and others appeared ashen-faced. At that moment, their hatred for Pai Yangyang reached a boiling point. This was a rhythm that would offend the elite of Xinjiang. How could the Su family ever maintain their standing thereafter? "Humph. It seems you truly wish for your own demise. I shall oblige you." Hua Qisen finally managed to suppress his cough, his fury boiling over as he commanded, "Bring forth, break his legs. Let us see if he can kneel." At his words, 4 burly men charged towards Pai Yangyang. Su Xueqing gasped in shock and shouted, "What do you intend to do?" Su Jiming gritted his teeth and yelled, "Su Xueqing, do you wish to condemn the Su family to eternal ruin? This scoundrel deserves death. Why do you protect him?" Su Xueqing cried out in desperation, "He is my husband. I will not allow you to harm him." Pai Yangyang cast a surprised glance at her, noticing her anxious demeanor, which stirred something within him. However, the 4 burly men had no regard for her, their faces contorted with malice as they lunged towards Pai Yangyang. "Stop!" At that moment, a booming voice reverberated through the hall, piercing the eardrums of everyone present. Startled, all eyes turned to the entrance, where a septuagenarian accompanied by a pair of young individuals strode purposefully into the banquet hall. The elder was clad in simple, homespun garments and looked lean, yet his every movement emanated the aura of a person of high status. The young man bore a cold, lethal demeanor, his gaze icy. The girl in red was strikingly beautiful, her every glance brimming with vitality. The entire banquet hall fell into a profound silence. Who were these individuals daring to meddle in the affairs of the Yi family? Unfamiliar to them, yet their modest attire led the onlookers to dismiss them as inconsequential. Expressions of confusion and speculation spread among the crowd as they pondered the identities of these three. However, seeing the elder dressed plainly and the young couple similarly attired, they concluded that their status could not be very high. Yi Tianxiong, Hua Qixin, and Hua Deming regarded them with skepticism. "Who are you? Do you know where this is? Barging in like this?" Hua Deming turned to confront them, his tone haughty. Although he did not recognize the trio, Pianjiang immediately recognized them as the Lei family. The elder Lei Ting, his grandson Lei Yuan, and granddaughter Lei Xianghong, whom he had encountered on Luoan Mountain. Upon entering, Lei Yuan had been fixated on Pianjiang with an icy glare, still unwilling to accept his defeat from their previous encounter in the bamboo grove. "Is this not a den of danger? Am I not permitted to enter?" Lei Ting's tone was frigid. Though his complexion was somewhat pale, his gaze was sharp, exuding an undercurrent of menace. Upon entering, his eyes fell upon Pianjiang, and then they sharpened, his entire being trembling as he noticed the obsidian ring adorning Pianjiang's finger. His lips moved slightly, the words "Ninth Master" rising to his throat, only to be swallowed back down. The rules of the Jiushuan Gate dictated that no one was to disclose the identity of the Ninth Master, with dire consequences for those who defied this command. "I advise you to leave at once, lest you invite disaster upon yourselves." While Lei Ting was still in shock, Hua Deming let out a cold snort and spoke icily. Lei Ting's gaze turned steely, slicing through Hua Deming like a blade as he retorted, "Invite disaster? Spare me your prattle. If you do not leave, do not blame me for being uncivil." Hua Deming's expression darkened, gesturing dismissively as four more burly men emerged from the crowd, menacingly standing behind him. Lei Ting's eyes narrowed, his voice grave as he stated, "I was informed that today marks the engagement banquet of the Yi family. I came specifically to extend my congratulations. Is this how the Yi family treats their guests?" Hua Deming paused, taken aback, and cast a questioning glance towards Yi Tianxiong. Yi Tianxiong lightly cleared his throat and inquired, "I am Yi Tianxiong. I beg your pardon for my poor eyesight, but may I ask who you are? However, it seems that today's feast shall not transpire. So please take your leave." He had earnestly wished to make the acquaintance of Thunder, yet surprisingly found himself unable to recognize the divine figure standing before him. Thunder's presence today was a result of Yi Tianxiong's repeated requests for an audience, as he aspired to join the ranks of the Lei family. He had intended to assess whether the Yi family was worthy of such an alliance before the festivities commenced. To his astonishment, the atmosphere at the banquet was already fraught with tension. Had he not spotted Pai Yangyang at a glance, he would have already departed in frustration. Initially skeptical, Hua Deming's expression shifted dramatically upon realizing that Yi Tianxiong did not recognize Thunder. It dawned on him that the old man had come merely for the free food and drink. "Quickly leave, do not hinder the Yi family's affairs," he urged. Lei Xianghong's face turned pale with anger as she reprimanded, "You." But before she could finish, Thunder gently patted her shoulder and coldly interjected, "What are you to speak to me in such a manner? I am Hua Deming, head of the Hua family," he proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Thunder responded with a chilling smile, turning to Lei Xianghong and saying, "Xianghong, please call your uncle Wei. I intend to bring the Qinjiang Hua family to ruin within half an hour." Chapter 16. This old man is here for amusement. Upon hearing Thunder's declaration, Hua Deming was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. "Who do you think you are? To bring my Hua family to bankruptcy in half an hour is utterly ludicrous." He could not fathom that the elder before him possessed such power. All present were incredulous. After all, the Hua family was a prominent second-tier family. How could they simply be brought to ruin? "I believe this old man is merely here for amusement." Such grandiose claims. Does he not fear the wind might cause him to trip over his own tongue? No one in attendance believed Thunder's words. Even as Lei Xianghong stepped aside to make a call, they merely thought she was posturing. Consequently, the atmosphere in the banquet hall became considerably more relaxed. Upon hearing Thunder's statement, Pai Yangyang was momentarily stunned, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. He sensed that this elder would not be making empty threats and was certain that his words would manifest into reality. Simultaneously, he understood that Thunder's actions were, in fact, a gesture of goodwill toward him. "Grandfather, the call is complete." Lei Xianghong returned to Thunder's side after hanging up. Thunder regarded Hua Deming with an impassive expression and intoned, "I hope you are still able to laugh after this." "Humph, I see this as mere theatrics," Hua Deming retorted fiercely, then turned his cold gaze toward Pai Yangyang, threateningly stating, "Pay them no mind. First, break that young man's legs to vent some frustration for young Master Yi." Yi Tianxiong replied coolly, "There is no rush. I am curious to see what tricks they intend to play." "Indeed, old man," Hua Deming hastily agreed, observing his sycophantic demeanor. Pai Yangyang could not help but let out a cold laugh. Su Baowu attempted several times to speak, yet each time he found himself stifled by the pressure from the Yi family, forcing him to swallow his words. Having reached this point, he could only wait anxiously. Simultaneously, he pondered how he might appease the Yi family. Lei Ting glanced at Pai Yangyang and inquired, "Why did you break his legs?" Yi Tianxiong snorted coldly and gritted his teeth, saying, "Today marks the engagement ceremony between my grandson and the granddaughter of the Su family. Yet, this brat came to disrupt the event, claiming that my granddaughter is his wife. This is a profound humiliation to the Yi family. Breaking his legs is a mere leniency." A look of astonishment flickered across Lei Ting's face. He had not anticipated such an event to unfold here. "Ah, it seems I have missed quite the spectacle," he remarked. "What do you mean by that? Are you here to witness the Yi family's disgrace?" Yi Tianxiong's nostrils flared in indignation. Lei Ting spoke in a low, serious tone. "Patriarch Yi, I advise you to cease this matter here. I see that Miss Su is holding a marriage certificate. Thus, they are legally wedded." Before Yi Tianxiong could respond, Hua Deming interjected, "Who do you think you are to say such things?" Ignoring Hua Deming, Lei Ting's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he addressed Yi Tianxiong. "This is an opportunity one am extending to you." Yi Tianxiong scoffed, dismissively, "My Yi family requires no one's opportunity." Lei Ting smiled coldly, disappointment and disdain evident in his demeanor. A family such as the Yes harbored aspirations to align themselves with the Lei family? They were unworthy. As time passed slowly, the hall remained unusually quiet. Soon, 10 minutes had elapsed. Just as everyone assumed that Lei Ting was merely posturing, an abrupt ringtone pierced the silence. Hua Deming jumped in surprise and hastily answered the call. After listening for a few seconds, his complexion turned pale, and he spoke in a panicked tone. "How could this happen?" An urgent voice on the other end replied, "I am unclear. All clients have suddenly ceased cooperation. Several shareholders are demanding to withdraw their investments. And our factory has received a notice for suspension and rectification. Brother, think of a solution quickly, or the Hua family will be finished." Hua Deming trembled as he held the phone, nearly losing his grip. Moments later, he despondently set down the phone. His eyes filled with horror as he turned to Lei Ting. The others began to notice his distress, their faces reflecting surprise. Could it truly be that we are facing bankruptcy? This is outrageous. It has been less than 20 minutes. Someone fearfully conjectured. "Mr. Hua, what has happened?" Hua Qisen asked, astonished by Hua Deming's ghastly expression. "The Hua family is finished." Hua Deming uttered these words with resignation, then looked desperately at Yi Tianxiong. "Elder Yi, I implore you to intervene. You must save the Hua family." The Yi family had become his sole hope. He believed that if the Yi family took action, the Hua family could evade disaster. Yi Tianxiong was deeply shocked. He had not anticipated that Lei Ting could indeed bring about the Hua family's downfall within half an hour. The Yi family, he feared, lacked the capability to do so. Lei Ting turned to Yi Tianxiong, speaking coldly, uncertain of the reason. Yi Tianxiong felt a sudden heaviness in his heart as his gaze met that of the elder before him, an overwhelming sense of suppression washing over him. "Who exactly are you?" At that moment, he was entirely convinced that the identity of the old man before him was anything but ordinary. "Lei Ting," the elder uttered nonchalantly. Yi Tianxiong was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, "You are the revered elder Lei?" Lei Ting replied, "Head of the Yi family. You have sought my audience several times at the Lei residence. Now that I stand before you, you fail to recognize me?" Yi Tianxiong felt his breath quicken, his legs weakening as he swayed slightly, inquiring, "Are you truly the elder of the Lei family from the provincial capital?" Unable to contain herself, Lei Xianghong interjected, "In Chunan, which Lei family could it possibly be?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tianxiong's countenance shifted dramatically. He hastily stepped forward, bowing deeply and respectfully stating, "I am blind to the majesty of Mount Tai. I had no knowledge of Elder Lei's presence, and I beg your forgiveness for my rudeness." This scene left all onlookers utterly astonished. The venerable patriarch of Xinjiang's foremost aristocracy had always been the object of others' reverence. Never had they witnessed him displaying such deference. Salutations to Elder Lei. The heads of several other families, now understanding Lei Ting's stature, also bowed in respect. Hua Qisen and Hua Deming wore grim expressions, not daring to lift their heads. "Head of the Yi family, may we now be spared?" Lei Ting stated coolly, though Yi Tianxiong's heart brimmed with reluctance. He gritted his teeth and replied, since Elder Lei has spoken, I shall naturally comply. The Lei family was a formidable force throughout Chunan province, not to mention extinguishing a mere Hua family. Even the Yi family would be reduced to ashes with just a word from the Lei family. Furthermore, rumors spoke of an extraordinary figure above the Lei family, a master of power who could alter the very fabric of the world with ease. Were it not for such circumstances, he would not have endeavored so tirelessly to seek entry into the Lei family. For within Chunan province, any family that aligned itself with the Lei family could rest easy and soar to great heights. Yet, the opportunity to meet the esteemed Elder Lei, which he had so desperately sought, now stood right before him, and he had squandered it. At that moment, he was engulfed by fear and regret, but alas, regret is the most elusive remedy in this world. Lei Ting nodded coldly, his voice grave as he declared, I wish for this matter to conclude here. With that, he led Lei Yuan and Lei Xianghong out. Elder Lei, it is already mealtime. Might I prepare a banquet in a private room? Su Baohua, witnessing the scene, hurriedly stepped forward, speaking with utmost respect. He perceived that Lei Ting's resolution of this matter was a favor to his Su family, and thus believed it to be an opportune moment to ingratiate himself with Lei Ting. With Lei Ting as a pillar of support, who would dare to challenge the Su family in the future? Even the Yi family would need to tread carefully. Yi Tianxiong's expression shifted. As a cunning fox of 1,000 years, he was well aware of Su Baohua's true intentions. He was about to step forward, but Thunder, without looking back, said indifferently, no need. His voice was calm, and he continued striding out without the slightest pause. Su Baohua was taken aback, while Yi Tianxiong silently breathed a sigh of relief. Although he could not comprehend why Thunder would protect Pai Yangyang, it seemed clear that Thunder's intervention was not merely due to his close ties with the Su family. Chapter 17. Can admitting mistakes solve problems? Once Thunder and the other two exited the banquet hall, the suffocating pressure dissipated, and it was only then that many realized they were drenched in cold sweat, their bodies chilled. Humph, who does this old man Thunder think he is, to dictate here? Yi Fenglu, who had remained silent until now, scoffed loudly. Yi Tianxiong's expression changed in alarm as he swiftly turned to glare at him, commanding in a fierce voice. Silence. This matter ends here. You are to return home immediately. Unyielding, Yi Fenglu retorted, my Yi family is the foremost clan in Xinjiang. Why should we fear an old man from the provincial city? Slap. Yi Tianxiong delivered a resounding slap across his face, roaring, if you continue to speak nonsense, I will break your legs. Yi Fenglu, nearly biting his gums until they bled, felt this was the first time he had ever been struck by Yi Tianxiong. He directed all his anger and hatred towards Pai Yangyang, glaring coldly and stating, this matter will not be settled so easily. With that, he forcefully shoved past two burly men and strode out without looking back. Witnessing this scene, all the guests were left in stunned silence. No one had anticipated that this farce would conclude in such a manner. Su Baohua, today's humiliation will be etched in memory from this moment forth. The Yi family and the Su family shall be irreconcilable. All investments in Su family projects shall be withdrawn. Yi Tianxiong glared fiercely at Su Baohua, his lips twitching, trembling with fury as he gritted his teeth. Sweat beaded at Su Baohua's temples as he stammered, Brother Yi, I cannot bear this. The Yi and Su families will part ways from now on. I hope your Su family takes care. Yi Tianxiong interrupted Su Baohua's words, his tone laced with murderous intent. The Yi family was a lineage of martial arts, and Yi Tianxiong was a formidable martial artist himself. Having traversed the martial world since his teenage years, he had never endured such humiliation. The earlier suppression by Thunder had left him feeling utterly disgraced before the prominent figures of Xinjiang, and he could not swallow this indignation. Thus, he unleashed all his fury upon the Su family, fully confident that with a single call, the Su family would find themselves in dire straits, even facing complete decline. Indeed, after he made his stance clear, others began to emerge in support. Our Wei family stands united with the Yi family from this moment on. We sever ties with the Su family and withdraw from all collaborations with them. I am unwilling to collaborate with the treacherous family and hereby withdraw all partnerships with the Su family. Guangwei Pharmaceuticals will cease its cooperation with the Su family and stop manufacturing on their behalf. The Xue family will withdraw from collaboration with the Su family. The Zhong family will also withdraw. In an instant, The leaders of various prestigious families and corporations present express their intentions to distance themselves from the Su family. Everyone is acutely aware that the Su family cannot withstand the wrath of the Yi family. The display of thunderous fury is evident to all. It is not merely directed at the Su family, but also at the protection of Pyongyang. Moreover, in Xinjiang, the Yi family still holds the ultimate authority. At this juncture, failing to make a clear stance would certainly lead to being remembered by the Yi family, resulting in collective retribution. Only Gu Zhixing remained silent throughout. Yi Tianxiong and other members of the Yi family wore cold, disdainful smiles as they regarded the Su family. This is the price Su Xueqing pays for her betrayal and humiliation of the Yi family. The Su family members appeared ashen-faced, fully aware that this is merely the beginning. The impending storm is one they cannot endure. Su Baoguo's expression was one of despair as he muttered, "It's over. The Su family is finished." "Humph. This is a consequence of your own making," declared Yi Yuanyang, the father of Yi Fenglu, with a cold snort. "Let us go," commanded Yi Tianxiong, and the members of the Yi family followed him out of the hotel. All guests, except for the relatives of the Su family, also hastily followed suit. At this moment, no one dared to linger. Hui Deming, pale and despondent, trailed behind, utterly hopeless and filled with regret. It was old Master Lei who brought ruin to the Hui family. Even the Yi family might not dare to extend a helping hand to him. The grand banquet hall was instantly left desolate. With only a dozen members of the Su family remaining, Gu Zhixing hesitated for a moment before approaching Pai Yangyang and apologetically said, "Mr. Pai, I am truly sorry. I was unable to be of assistance." Pai Yangyang smiled faintly. "It's all right. You have already done your best." With a sigh, Gu Zhixing also exited the banquet hall. Gazing at the empty, chaotic space, Su Baoguo sat down in despair, his face reflecting utter hopelessness. "It's over. The Su family is finished. What sins have I committed to deserve this? How can I show my face now?" He lamented, tears streaming down his cheeks. After a lifetime of hard work, he had finally elevated the Su family to a first-tier family, and now they stood on the brink of collapse. The Su family is currently facing a crisis. They had originally hoped to ally with the Yi family, leveraging their strength to uplift the Su family. Yet now, their greatest asset, Su Xueqing, has personally propelled the Su family into an abyss. "Father, do you know old Master Lei?" Su Jiwen asked cautiously. Su Baoguo shook his head gloomily. "Today is the first time I have met him, and as you just witnessed, when I attempted to invite him to dinner, he dismissed me entirely." Su Jiwen was taken aback, as all his hopes instantly transformed into despair. "Perhaps Pai Yangyang knows him?" hesitantly suggested a young member of the Su family. Chapter 18. The Palace Ku. Su Jimin let out a cold laugh. How could that be possible? He is merely a discarded son-in-law of the Qin family. How could he possibly know such influential figures? The crowd pondered this as well. If Pai Yangyang truly had connections with Lei Ting, why would he have been expelled from the Qin family? At this moment, the Su family was too preoccupied to contemplate the reasons behind Lei Ting's sudden appearance and his assistance to Pai Yangyang in resolving the crisis. For they were about to face a tempest of their own. "Su Xueqing, kneel." Su Baoguo turned to face Su Xueqing, his voice booming with fury. Su Xueqing trembled slightly, yet her resolve remained unshaken. She slowly approached Su Baoguo and Su Jiwen. "Do you understand the gravity of your actions? Your union with Yi Fenglu is known throughout the city. Now you have created such a tumultuous situation. Shouldn't there be an explanation?" Su Jiwen's right hand quivered slightly, wishing he could slap her immediately. "Indeed, you are utterly thoughtless. Acting so recklessly. Have you not considered the fate of the Su family?" exclaimed Su Jimin's wife, Ho Saiwa, her face contorted with resentment. The other members of the Su family also wore expressions of indignation, glaring fiercely at Su Xueqing. Only Su Xueqing's mother, Shani, looked on with concern, tears streaming down her face. "Xueqing, apologize to your grandfather, and to your second uncle and aunt." Her voice was weak, filled with resignation. "Apologize?" Ho Saiwa was clearly unwilling to let Su Xueqing off the hook so easily. "Do you think an apology can resolve the issue?" Su Xueqing looked up at her, calmly questioning. "The deed is done. It cannot be undone. If an apology does not remedy the situation, then tell me, what course of action could possibly rectify it?" Ho Saiwa snorted derisively. "I have long said that your arrogance and recklessness make you unfit to lead the Su group. Is this not a validation of my words?" This statement immediately garnered agreement from many within the Su family. "Sister-in-law is correct," Su Xueqing is overly self-assured, impulsive, and indeed unworthy of being the president of the Su group. Su Xueqing's aunt, Su Yu, quickly voiced her support. I am aware that many of you harbor discontent with my position. Today, I have offended the Yi family, and you all now believe I should relinquish this role. Su Xueqing maintained an astonishing calm. Is it not true? Today, you have brought tremendous humiliation upon the Yi family. If you continue to serve as president of the Su group, the Yi family will have even more justification to target and oppress our family. Ho Saihua argued emphatically. Indeed, Su Xueqing can no longer serve as president of the Su group. She has caused such a calamity today. We must adopt a stance to seek forgiveness from the Yi family. Su Xueqing, you have relied on your grandfather's favor to act with impunity. Now it is time to pay the price. I believe not only should you step down as president, but also depart from the group entirely. Perhaps this will assuage the Yi family's ire. Almost all of Su's relatives stood alongside Ho Saihua, condemning Su Xueqing fervently. Su Jiwen maintained a stern expression, hesitant to speak. Su Xueqing, his daughter, had found herself in a troubling situation, for which he bore considerable responsibility. Disappointment etched on his face. Su Baohua gazed at Su Xueqing and said solemnly, Su Xueqing, do you not owe everyone an explanation? The room fell silent, all eyes turning towards Su Xueqing. She glanced at Pai Yangyang, who stood a short distance away, and commanded, come here. Pai Yangyang was reluctant to involve himself in the affairs of their family. Yet, with no avenue for retreat, he steeled himself to see the performance through to its conclusion. After all, he was a paid service, and integrity came first. Su Xueqing naturally linked her arm with his and addressed her family, saying, grandfather, second uncle, aunt, and little aunt, you have all witnessed it. Pai Yangyang is my husband, and we have already registered our marriage. But why have you chosen this path? Su Baohua asked in a low voice. As far as I know, Yi Fenglu has always been infatuated with you. He could not comprehend why Su Xueqing would disdain Yi Fenglu, the scion of the esteemed Yi family, a man whom countless women dreamed of marrying. Yet she had treated him with such contempt, even humiliating him at their engagement banquet. Not only did he find it perplexing, but all members of the Yi family felt the same confusion. When my family sought to marry me off to Yi Fenglu, I made it clear that I was unwilling. My marriage should be my own decision. I refuse to be a pawn for the family, Su Xueqing asserted, her brow furrowed as she spoke with deliberate disdain. To others, Yi Fenglu is a dragon among men, a paragon of excellence, the heir of the foremost family in Xinjiang. But what you do not understand is that he is merely a wayward young master. In high school, he spied on female teachers in the shower and even sneaked into the girls' dormitory through the window. His behavior only escalated in university. Owing to his status as the Yi family's heir, many female classmates willingly became his prey. He is notorious at our school as a notorious playboy. His supposed affection for me? That is merely a fade, a pretense born of unrequited desire in your presence. Su Xueqing spoke with a measured tone, her voice brimming with contempt. Grandfather, do you truly wish for me to be with such a man? Furthermore, the Yi family's motives for allying with the Su family are far from simple. Their ambitions are well known. They would never allow anyone to surpass them. Even if we were to unite in marriage, do you genuinely believe the Yi family would extend their wholehearted support to the Su family? Surprise gradually dawned on Su Baohua and Su Jiwen's faces. They had indeed heard whispers about Yi Fenglu's character and were not entirely ignorant of the Yi family's ambitions, which were notoriously public knowledge. Even if the Su and Yi families were to unite, the likelihood of the Yi family earnestly aiding the Su family seemed slim. However, the Su family had heavily invested in a pharmaceutical group, with all funds tied up in it. The pharmaceutical group had yet to produce a market-shifting product. And if this stalemate continued, the family's financial stability would be at risk. With a heavy sigh, Su Baohua lamented, his voice laden with gravity. The Yi family has already agreed that as long as you become engaged to Yi Fenglu, they will inject 500 million, allowing us to weather this crisis. However, you have angered the Yi family today, which means that not only is the 500 million unlikely to materialize, but our previous collaborations will also be retracted. Furthermore, as you have just witnessed, nearly all families and companies that have partnerships with the Su family have expressed their stance, withdrawing from our collaborations. Su Jiming, visibly enraged, added, this will only lead us to face an even greater crisis. To put it bluntly, our family's funds cannot last more than half a month. He then supplemented, regardless of your reasons, you should never place the entire family in jeopardy. This is irresponsible towards the family and to grandfather. Su Yu chastised. Indeed, no amount of explanation will suffice. The Yi family will undoubtedly target our Su family now. Do you believe you still have the qualifications to be this president? Ho Saihua remarked coldly. The Su family members began to blame Su Xueqing, and several external shareholders echoed their sentiments. Hearing these accusations, Su Xueqing smiled softly. Whether or not I assume this presidential role is of little consequence. After all, many of you are dissatisfied with my position and have never cooperated at work. How can you say that? Your autocratic ways make it impossible for us to collaborate. Su Jiming retorted indignantly. Su Baohua cleared his throat, and the room fell silent. What do you see in him? Su Baohua's gaze fell upon Pai Yangyang as he asked solemnly. Indeed, he is the discarded son-in-law of the Qin family, notorious for being lazy and good for nothing. Apart from his good looks, he possesses nothing of value. You, who have always held your head high and looked down upon Yi Fenglu. How could you possibly find this pretty boy, this freeloading man, appealing? Ho Saihua derided, casting a disdainful glance at Pai Yangyang. Second aunt, please speak with respect. In your eyes, he may be a pretty boy and a freeloader, but to me, he is a treasure, a potential gem. Moreover, we are now legally wed. Regardless of his nature, I accept him. You. Ho Saihua was so enraged that her nose seemed to crinkle. Su Xueqing, you truly have an eye for talent. A discarded son-in-law of the Qin family, and you cherish him as a treasure. Others have just cast him aside, and you immediately pick him up again. Don't you find this a joke? The speaker was Su Jiming's son, Su Xingxian, who had always resented Su Xueqing for becoming the group's president and sought to replace her. Whoever finds it amusing may laugh. The warmth and coldness of the world are known to oneself, and I do not care for others' opinions, Su Xueqing replied, her demeanor unfazed. Su Xueqing, given the current circumstances, you are indeed no longer suited to serve as the group's president. From today onwards, you are to resign from the presidential position and take a temporary leave from the company to rest. Su Baohua waved his hand and stated gravely. The family was in an uproar, and all the shareholders demanded Su Xueqing's resignation. Su Baohua contemplated the situation thoroughly and concluded that it was imperative to provide an explanation to the Yi family, deeming this method as the sole viable option. Very well, I shall resign, declared Su Xueqing, devoid of any lingering attachment. A subtle smile appeared on the faces of Ho Saihua, Su Jiming, and Su Xingxian. With Su Xueqing's resignation, Su Xingxian emerged as the prime candidate. He would temporarily assume the position of president of the group, and within a year, should he navigate the Su family enterprise out of its predicament, he would be formally appointed as the president. Indeed, Su Baohua promptly made the appointment. Su Xingxian exclaimed with delight, Yes, grandfather, I shall strive earnestly to live up to your expectations and fulfill the family's trust. Wait a moment. At that instant, an inopportune voice broke the tension. All eyes turned toward Pai Yangyang. Chapter 19. A decisive hammer blow. Everyone unleashed their fury upon Su Xueqing, neglecting the disruptive presence of Pai Yangyang. What more do you have to say? Are you not satisfied with the chaos you've already brought upon the Su family? Su Yu retorted angrily. A good-for-nothing who relies solely on women for sustenance. I truly cannot fathom what Su Xueqing sees in you. Su Xingxian added dismissively. Although you possess a marriage certificate with Su Xueqing, we shall never acknowledge you as a son-in-law of the Su family. If you have any sense, hurry and file for divorce. Yes, go and handle the divorce proceedings immediately. Otherwise, it won't just be the Yi family. The Su family alone can make your life unbearable in Xinjiang. They accused him of having no other skills but living off others. Now, with Su Xueqing in such a state because of you, are you satisfied? Divorce her this instant. The members of the Su family, filled with indignation, redirected all their ire towards Pai Yangyang. They collectively believed that he had seduced Su Xueqing, leading her to a moment of folly. Whether or not to divorce is not for you to decide. It is Su Xueqing's choice. Faced with their aggressive demeanor, Pai Yangyang felt a surge of displeasure and replied coolly, How could anyone know what kind of enchantments you've cast upon her to deceive her into marrying you? Su Jiwen seized upon this as a justification to defend his daughter, insisting that Pai Yangyang had tricked Su Xueqing. Pai Yangyang smiled softly and turned to Su Xueqing, who remained steadfastly linked to his arm. With unwavering conviction in her eyes, she declared, You are mistaken. It was not he who deceived me. Rather, I compelled him to marry me. The Su family members were left in shock, and Shun Yi burst into tears. Approaching Su Xueqing and grasping her hand, she sobbed, My daughter, you are being foolish. Mother has no choice. Grandfather, father, uncle, aunt, and even my little aunt. Everyone in the family is pressuring me to marry Yi Fenglu. However, you are aware that marrying into the Yi family makes me a casualty of the family business. Happiness eludes me. Therefore, Mother, I must apologize. For this is a significant event in my life, and I must take charge. I understand, but even if you are reluctant to marry Yi Fenglu, it is unwise to act out in anger by seeking a recently divorced man. It is evident that Shun Yi genuinely cares for her daughter, and her nature is rather gentle. Mother, he has just divorced, but that is not his fault. Trust me, a year from now, I will provide you with a satisfactory answer. Shun Yi was choked with emotion, rendered speechless. Pai Yangyang's eyes flickered momentarily as he softly remarked, Auntie, your heart is not well. Please do not become agitated. Before he could finish, a sharp pain shot through his waist. What is your name? Came Su Xueqing's low voice beside him. Pai Yangyang managed a wry smile. Mother, I am called Mother. The hand that had twisted his waist gradually released its grip. Humph. It appears you are obstinately misguided. Su Baohua exclaimed in anger, unable to suppress a cough due to his agitation. He then waved his hand dismissively. Everyone, return. Do you not feel embarrassed to be here? Although the guests and the Yi family had departed, hotel staff remained. Wait, I still have something to say. Pai Yangyang stated calmly. Su Jiwen turned around, glaring at him with fury. What more do you have to say? He demanded. Su Baohua waved his hand weakly. Let him speak. Pai Yangyang, maintaining his serene demeanor, continued. If Su Xueqing can secure 5 billion in investments to resolve the crisis of the Su Group, would she not be able to reclaim her position as president? Su Xueqing was taken aback, turning to look at Pai Yangyang. Noting his calm expression, imbued with an indescribable confidence and determination, she was momentarily stunned. The Su family members were equally astonished, gazing at Pai Yangyang as if he were a curious creature. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? If she could secure investments to resolve the Su Group's crisis, would we be in this predicament? After a brief silence, Su Xingxian could not contain his laughter, mockingly saying, Indeed, do you possess the ability to help my sister secure investment? Su Jiming's daughter, Su Sijia, scoffed, expressing her disdain. Though others remained silent, their expressions clearly conveyed to Pai Yangyang that this was an impossible feat. What do you intend to do? Su Xueqing echoed her disbelief, speaking softly. Pai Yangyang smiled slightly. I may lack the capability, but Su Xueqing may not. If she were incapable, you would not have permitted her to ascend to the position of president in the first place, would you? Su Baohua's gaze flickered. These words struck a chord within him. Among the third generation of the entire family, he held the highest regard for Su Xueqing. Furthermore, Su Jiwen's eldest son had tragically passed away in an accident before reaching 10, while the second son had been grievously injured years ago, leaving him in a state of mental incapacity, preventing him from attending today's joyous occasion. As for Su Xingxian, his flamboyant demeanor and numerous spoiled habits had never earned his approval. Su Shijia is still in college, and she possesses numerous flaws, embodying the traits of a spoiled princess, relying on others for her daily needs. Such a person is certainly unfit for significant responsibilities. In a moment of anger, he had dismissed Su Xueqing from her position as CEO, but he felt a twinge of regret within. Yet, for the sake of the Su family, he felt compelled to act thus, believing it might slightly quell the anger of the Yi family. The intention behind marrying her off to Yi Fenglu was to alleviate the crisis facing the Su family. However, if she could resolve these issues without the necessity of such a marriage and even elevate the Su family to greater heights, it would indeed be a cause for celebration. Su Baohua regarded him coldly and spoke in a deep voice. Your words hold some truth, but do you believe she is capable of achieving this? Pai Yangyang replied with a calm smile. Whether she can or cannot, one must allow her the opportunity to try. Did you not mention that the family's finances can only sustain us for half a month? Very well, let us set that as the deadline. If, by that time, Su Xueqing secures investment and resolves the crisis of the Su Group, should her position as CEO not be restored? Su Xingxian's expression shifted slightly. Having waited so long for a chance to rise, the thought of relinquishing it in merely half a month was more unbearable than death. Do you think the position of CEO is a trivial matter, easily exchanged or returned? Though he was internally convinced that Su Xueqing could not possibly secure 500 million in investments, he still responded cautiously. Pai Yangyang disregarded him and turned to Su Baohua, asking, Old master, every situation has its uncertainties, would you not agree? Very well, I shall accept your terms. If Su Xueqing can indeed bring in investments and resolve the Group's crisis as you claim, not only will I reinstate her as CEO, but I shall also cease my opposition to your marriage. Su Bao's demeanor turned icy as he spoke with a harsh tone after a moment of contemplation. He was incensed by Pai Yangyang's words. Dad, Grandpa, Su Jiming, Ho Saifa, Su Xingxian, Su Yu, and others grew anxious. For years, under Su Xueqing's leadership, they had endured in silence, refraining from meddling with the company's finances. Now that an opportunity had finally appeared, it was once again fraught with uncertainty. Enough. This matter is settled as such. If Su Xueqing truly accomplishes what you claim, do you still perceive this as a negative outcome? Su Baowu declared firmly, silencing any further objections. However, should she fail, then I am afraid. Not only will her CEO position remain unreturned, but your family's shares will also be reclaimed. After a moment, Su Baowu stated solemnly. Hearing this, Su Jiwen, Su Yu, and the others felt a surge of joy. If this were to transpire, it would effectively expel Su Jiwen's family from the clan. Where on earth will my daughter procure 500 million in investments? Su Jiwen's face turned ashen, while only Shun Yi appeared genuinely worried and distressed. Mother, rest assured, I will manage it. At this juncture, Su Xueqing had no recourse left with her temperament. She would not back down. Su Baowu let out a heavy huff and strode out of the hotel. The Su family cast disdainful glances at Pai Yangyang, deeming his bravado to be nothing but inflated bluster. Su Xueqing, should you fail to deliver, remember that it is this man you chose who led you to ruin. Su Xingxian remarked with a hint of amusement as he passed by Pai Yangyang and Su Xueqing, his heart swelling with pride as he was convinced that Su Xueqing could not possibly secure 500 million in investments. Su Xueqing regarded him with icy composure, confidently asserting, I stand by my own choices. I shall have no regrets, nor will I blame anyone. Before long, only the Su family and Pai Yangyang remained in the hotel. On what grounds do you presume to make such commitments on Su Xueqing's behalf? Are you not satisfied with the trouble you've already caused our family? Su Jiwen, his face ashen, spoke to Pai Yangyang with indignation. Old Su, at this point, what good is blame? You must find a way to rally your friends and seek investments, no matter how small, for it is better than securing nothing at all. Though Shun Yi unconditionally supported her daughter, her heart was heavy with worry and anxiety. What can I do? Initially, marrying Xueqing into the Yi family would have resolved all our issues. Once she was in the Yi family, the entire Su family would have been under our control. Yet now, look at the predicament she has created. Su Jiwen was furious, nearly driven to strike Su Xueqing. The only solution now is for them to divorce quickly, after which I will shamelessly beg the Yi family for assistance, hoping for a change in fortune. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with resignation. Su Xueqing firmly replied, Father, I will not divorce. Even if I were to divorce, I shall never marry into the Yi family. Are you trying to drive me to madness? Su Jiwen's neck veins bulged as he reached the peak of his anger. What do you intend to do? Shen Yi, sensing her husband's volatile emotions, quickly stepped in front of Su Xueqing, her voice laced with concern. I can no longer manage this. You seem intent on dragging our entire family into despair. Su Jiwen raised his hand in frustration, only to let it fall heavily as he strode out. Let us return home. Shen Yi's complexion had turned pale, her breath quickening as she supported Su Xueqing, her voice weakening. Mother, what is wrong? Su Xueqing noticed the change and asked anxiously. I'm fine, just feeling a bit tight in the chest. Let us hurry. Shen Yi urged, eager to leave the scene. Pai Yangyang's gaze sharpened, and he spoke in a grave tone. Mother is experiencing a cardiac episode. Do you have any medication on you? It's in my bag. Shen Yi's voice grew increasingly frail. Come help me support her. I'll go find it. Su Xueqing urged. Pai Yangyang moved to assist, gently pressing his palm against Shen Yi's back. A stream of energy slowly flowed from his hand into Shen Yi's body. Instantly, she felt her previously frantic heartbeat begin to settle. Su Xueqing found some heart-saving pills and fed her a few. Mother, let me take you to the hospital for a checkup. No, I know my own body. Going to the hospital would be futile. Resting at home is sufficient. Shen Yi shook her head, seemingly averse to hospitals. It's nothing serious. There's no need for the hospital. Once we return home, a single acupuncture session from me will improve her condition significantly, Pai Yangyang said, gradually releasing his left hand. You? Knowledgeable in medicine? Su Xueqing looked at him in astonishment. Pai Yangyang chuckled awkwardly. I know a bit. I learned from my master in the past. As the two helped Shun Yi out of the hotel, they suddenly noticed Zheng Li still present. Why are you still here? I am no longer the group president. You should be at the company, Su Xueqing said, somewhat surprised. President Su, if you are not at the company, I will not return either. I will stay by your side, Zheng Li stated resolutely. Su Xueqing sighed with a wry smile. What use is it for you to stay by my side? I believe President Su will surely make a comeback. A comeback? How easy is that? I understand this is the most challenging time for you, and I cannot leave you now. President Su, please let me remain by your side. Su Xueqing exhaled in relief and nodded. Since you insist, you may stay. However, I grant you the freedom to leave at any time. I will not leave, Zheng Li replied with unwavering determination. Once in the car, Su Xueqing said, Mother, let us head to Yunding Community. Let Pianjiang take a look at you. Although she was uncertain of Pianjiang's medical skills, her mother refused to go to the hospital, leaving them no choice. All right, though feeling slightly better. Shen Yi still appeared somewhat weak. Upon arriving at the Yunding villa, Pianjiang retrieved his acupuncture kit from his bedroom and had Shun Yi lie down on the sofa. When she saw Pianjiang open the needle kit, Su Xueqing anxiously inquired, Needles? Will this work? Do you look down upon traditional Chinese acupuncture? Pianjiang retorted, deftly pulling out a gold needle. I do not underestimate it. I merely wonder if you are truly capable, Su Xueqing replied skeptically. Rest assured, she is my mother-in-law. If I were incompetent, would I dare to proceed? You would surely hold me accountable if anything went awry. Indeed, Su Xueqing quickly responded, then hesitantly asked, Do I need to remove her clothing? No, Pianjiang replied. Isn't it a heart issue? Are you suggesting you can needle through her clothing? Who said I was going to needle the heart area? Pianjiang shot her a glance, a sense of helplessness washing over him like a scholar encountering a soldier. He ceased to offer further explanations, seizing Shun Yi's left hand and deftly inserting a golden needle into the Shunmin acupoint on her wrist. Swiftly, he proceeded to puncture 3 additional needles into the Shaohai, Neiguan, and Tsushi acupoints along her arm. As the 4 golden needles were embedded, he flicked his hand, causing them to quiver. The tails of the needles manifested an ethereal dragon, with 4 streams of imperceptible energy coursing through the acupoints and meridians, gradually flowing towards her heart. Su Xueqing and Zheng Li watched Shun Yi with bated breath, anxious about any potential complications. However, at that moment, Shun Yi's breathing was steady, and her previously pallid complexion was beginning to regain its natural hue. Mom, how do you feel? Su Xueqing asked, still apprehensive. I feel quite comfortable, warm even. My heart no longer races, nor do I feel short of breath, Shun Yi replied, her demeanor remarkably relaxed, almost reveling in the experience. Su Xueqing turned to Pai Yangyang, astonished. I didn't realize you were truly knowledgeable in medicine. Of course, my expertise extends far beyond that. Medicine is merely a modest skill among my many talents. Pai Yangyang declared with an air of pride. Oh please, with your weight, it's no wonder you're out of breath. Su Xueqing retorted, skeptical of his boast. If you were genuinely that capable, how could you have been cast out by the Qin family? Pai Yangyang merely smiled, offering no explanation, as he found it difficult to elucidate. 10 minutes later, the golden needles were withdrawn. I genuinely feel much better. This is far more effective than injections or medications at the hospital, Shen Yi said, sitting up with a mix of joy and surprise. Your heart condition was never grave. With consistent treatment, it can be completely cured, Pai Yangyang remarked while retracting the needles. Cured? Shen Yi echoed, taken aback. But the specialists at the hospital said my condition could only be treated surgically and couldn't be cured, only managed. Pai Yangyang scoffed lightly. That is the methodology of Western medicine. They only know how to address symptoms, not the root cause. In truth, traditional Chinese medicine can treat the underlying issues. Upon hearing this, Su Xueqing inquired, is that truly the case? Can my mother's heart disease be completely cured? Absolutely. With a few more acupuncture sessions and a tailored herbal remedy, she will fully return to normal, Pai Yangyang replied with calm confidence. A glimmer of hope flickered in Su Xueqing's eyes. If that is indeed true, then I thank you. Pai Yangyang chuckled softly. What is there to thank me for? We are family. Your mother's ailment is naturally of concern to me. Su Xueqing cast another glance, but refrained from expressing certain thoughts while her mother was present. In Chapter 21, Shen Yi's perception of Pai Yangyang began to shift. While she had not pressured Su Xueqing, her feelings towards Pai Yangyang were less than favorable. However, her opinion of him was gradually evolving. This man was not as devoid of merit as the tales had suggested. I must hasten home. I cannot rest easy with your father and your second brother there. Shen Yi suddenly recalled Su Jiwen, who had left early, and spoke up with concern. Very well. Let Pai Yangyang accompany you back. Su Xueqing was also aware of her father's temperament. Whenever something occurred, he would drown himself in alcohol, oblivious to everything around him. Moreover, there was also her foolish second brother at home. Thus, her worries persisted. This time, Pai Yangyang did not hesitate and readily agreed. Once they exited the villa district, Shen Yi could not help but inquire, Little Pai, now that you are wed to Xueqing, you must take responsibility for her. Those bad habits of yours need to be amended. Yes, I understand. I will treat this matter with the seriousness it deserves. Pai Yangyang nodded in affirmation. After all, only he, Su Xueqing, and Zheng Li were privy to the truth of the situation. He could not divulge anything to Shen Yi. Xueqing is no longer the president of the group. She has lost her job. With your exceptional medical skills, you could open a clinic. I do not seek great wealth for you, only that you may live well. Shen Yi spoke earnestly. Rest assured, Xueqing's setbacks are merely temporary. I believe she will soon rise again, Pai Yangyang responded. Even if opportunities do not present themselves, I will ensure she is well cared for. Shen Yi managed a faint smile. That is comforting. I hope you do not live up to the rumors and can lead a good life. Her nature was reserved, and she rarely spoke plainly, only hinting delicately at her concerns. How could Pai Yangyang not understand? Yet, he chose not to argue. There was no need for defense. His reputation was already established, and who would believe mere words? Moreover, he was merely a contractual husband, destined to part ways after a year. Some matters were not worth the contention. At this moment, various social media outlets and forums in Xinjiang City were fervently disseminating the news of the wedding crashing incident that had transpired that morning at the hotel. The engagement ceremony was broadcast live on the LCD screen mounted on the hotel's exterior, allowing many passers-by to witness the entire event clearly. The outcome left everyone astonished. No one could have anticipated that someone would dare to crash the Yi family's engagement party, especially a man renowned throughout the city as a good-for-nothing, a freeloader. The onlookers were nearly choked with shock. It had been years since such a scandal had erupted in Xinjiang. Is the world truly this mad? Or have I lost my senses? What transpired today feels unbelievable, even though I witnessed it with my own eyes. This Pai Yangyang is simply extraordinary. He had just been rejected by Qin Yujia, and now he is entangled with Su Xueqing. Does he possess some enchanting charm? Now he basks in the spotlight. But soon he will have to face the wrath of the Yi family. Consider this. Who in Xinjiang can withstand the fury of the Yi family? Su Xueqing is being far too reckless. She is plunging the Su family into an abyss. All the netizens were left in utter shock, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Moreover, they are largely pessimistic about the relationship between Pai Yangyang and Su Xueqing, believing they are merely playing with fire and that a tragic conclusion is inevitable. However, some voices of dissent emerge. I find Su Xueqing to be remarkably brave, and Pai Yangyang rather impressive. Were any man to dare to steal me away at my wedding, I would undoubtedly fall head over heels for him. I was also taken aback by the latent masculinity exhibited by this so-called kept man. Even if his pursuit of Su Xueqing is ultimately for personal gain, I cannot help but admire his audacity. Regardless of the outcome, he is undeniably a winner in life. In the illustrious Xinjiang, 2 of the 4 beauties have already become his wives, and there are those who eagerly anticipate the unfolding of events. Undeterred by the potential challenges ahead, let us wait and see how the Yi family will reclaim its dignity. Young master, you will not simply let this matter rest. There is a chance that Pai Yangyang may vanish one day. No one doubts the power of the Yi family, nor their capacity for cunning. This time, Pai Yangyang and Su Xueqing have thoroughly provoked Yi Fenglu and the Yi family, and they will undoubtedly face the storm that follows. At this moment, the 3 generations of the Lei family are dining in a restaurant, surrounded by patrons discussing the events that transpired at 9 o'clock that day. After their meal, Xiang Hong, you must visit the Xinjiang branch of the Fenglei Hall and inform Kai Wenshan to take precautions in safeguarding Pai Yangyang, Lei Ting instructed with a sudden recollection. Grandfather, why do you assist him despite his rudeness towards you? Why protect him? Lei Xianghong asked, puzzled. Simply follow my instructions. There is no need for you to understand the rest. Lei Ting's gaze flickered, his mind recalling the ring on Pai Yangyang's finger. A surge of excitement coursed through him, for he recognized it as the ring of the 9th master. He never anticipated that the new ninth master would be Pai Yangyang. Yet, due to protocol, he could not meet him face to face. Understood, grandfather. Lei Xianghong, sensing the gravity of the situation from Lei Ting's demeanor, respectfully acquiesced. This is intriguing. It seems Qin Jiang may be on the brink of a transformation, Lei Ting murmured thoughtfully as he gazed out the window. Pai Yangyang drove Shun Yi home and then made his way to the bustling street of street vendors at the Qinjiang Bridge. After all the commotion, he found himself quite hungry. He did not wish to return to the Yunding villa, but instead sought solitude. However, instead of finding peace, he encountered Gu Tianshuang. After parking his car, he entered a street vendor's stall and immediately spotted Gu Tianshuang sitting alone in a corner, lost in thought with a can of soda in hand. On the table before her lay 2 dishes, yet she seemed to have little appetite. Pai Yangyang was intrigued. Such establishments are typically beneath the notice of those with wealth and status. Gu Tianshuang, as the eldest daughter of one of the 5 prominent families, dining at a humble street vendor was indeed a surprising sight. He glanced around, noticing that the bustling food stall was nearly full with scant empty seats. "Miss Gu, what brings you here for a meal?" she inquired, settling down opposite Gu Tianshuang with an air of nonchalance. Gu Tianshuang, lost in thought, was startled to realize someone was seated across from her. Frowning slightly, she was about to ask the newcomer to move when she heard Pianjiang's voice and couldn't help but display a look of surprise. "I was waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" Pianjiang replied, taken aback. "Indeed, I know you often dine here alone, so I decided to take a chance and come here. I never expected you to actually show up. I used to frequent this place, but how did you know?" Gu Tianshuang said with a self-satisfied smile. "I have my ways of finding out," she replied. Pianjiang, intrigued, continued, "As the esteemed daughter of the Gu family, how can you endure dining in such a place?" "Why not?" Gu Tianshuang tilted her head, looking at him curiously. "Shouldn't someone of your status be dining in high-end restaurants? At the very least, a CAF?" Gu Tianshuang set down her drink and smiled faintly. "Who says so? I enjoy places like this. They have a sense of warmth." Pianjiang nodded in agreement. "That is true. I'll treat you. What would you like to eat?" 2 skewers of grilled kidneys, a spicy and sour oyster, and a stir-fried dish of chives and eggs. Pianjiang declared without hesitation. Gu Tianshuang's eyes widened in astonishment as she remarked, "Is that necessary?" Pianjiang paused, confused. "What do you mean?" "I feel a bit heartbroken for Sister Su," Gu Tianshuang replied, her expression turning awkward as Pianjiang suddenly understood and sheepishly scratched his nose. "You misunderstood." Gu Tianshuang chuckled softly. "No need to explain. Excessive explanations are merely veils for concealment." Pianjiang was left speechless. "You possess quite a bit of insight," he remarked after a moment. Gu Tianshuang's face flushed crimson. Chapter 22. "Your hands are too dirty with your bravery today. Shouldn't you be at home with your newlywed wife? What brings you here alone for a meal? Surely, you weren't sent away?" Gu Tianshuang gazed at Pianjiang with wide, curious eyes. Pianjiang, with a mouthful of the grilled kidneys, was unbothered by her question. He understood that the events at the hotel today were likely the talk of the town. He quickly swallowed a bite and replied, "I don't like the food prepared by the chef she hired, so I came out to eat." "Oh, you've certainly made quite a name for yourself today. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Yi family?" Gu Tianshuang tilted her head, asking, "Afraid? Why wouldn't I be? What about you?" Pianjiang countered nonchalantly. "What do I have to fear?" Gu Tianshuang responded, equally indifferent. "Now that we're dining together, if someone from the Yi family sees us, do you think they might make a mistake?" Gu Tianshuang replied calmly, "The Yi family is formidable, but they are not madmen. As I dined with you, they sought to trouble me." Pai Yangyang discerned the subtle tension within her. He smiled softly, acknowledging it. While they were engaged in their meal and conversation, a man, somewhat inebriated, approached their table with a beer bottle in hand. He slammed his palm onto the table, tilting his head with a lecherous gaze fixed on Gu Tianshuang. "Beautiful lady, would you indulge me with a drink?" he slurred, pouring a glass of beer and carelessly placing it before her. Gu Tianshuang's expression hardened, irritation evident as she retorted, "Get lost," simultaneously knocking the glass to the floor. The shattering of the glass drew the attention of several patrons in the bustling eatery. At a nearby table, 3 burly men immediately rose and approached, their eyes glinting with malice as they regarded Gu Tianshuang. "Wei Gu, have you taken a liking to this girl?" One of the younger men, punctuating his words with hiccups, mumbled. All 4 had indulged excessively, swaying unsteadily as they stood. The young man reached out with his greasy hand toward Gu Tianshuang's shoulder, but she swiftly evaded him, glaring fiercely at the group. What do you want? She demanded. What do we want? Why? We simply wish to have some fun with you, little lady. If you accompany us, I assure you, you'll dine lavishly at fine establishments instead of this mere eatery. Wei Ge leered, staggering closer to Gu Tianxuan. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Though as the heiress of the Gu family, her courage surpassed that of ordinary girls. Get away, she admonished with a fierce tone. Yet her anger did little to intimidate them. Instead, the men erupted in laughter. The more fiery you are, the more I am drawn to you. However, I suggest you conserve your strength. Soon enough, you will be the one calling out, Wei Ge boasted, extending his hand toward her once more. Instinctively, Gu Tianxuan sought refuge behind Pai Yangyang, her eyes darting nervously toward the men. It seemed they had only just noticed Pai Yangyang, regarding him with disdain as though he were invisible. Oh, so there's a pretty boy here. No wonder she refuses to come with us. But this pretty boy is likely all show and no substance. No amount of fortitude can save a fool, Wei Ge mocked, circling around Pai Yangyang as he lunged toward Gu Tianxuan. Suddenly, a faint sound pierced the air as Wei Ge's left hand descended, landing on the table. The three henchmen gasped in terror as they discovered 2 chopsticks had pierced through the back of Wei Ge's hand, emerging from beneath the table. Blood dripped slowly from the chopsticks. Your hands are far too filthy to lay upon such a lovely young lady, Pai Yangyang remarked, his left hand gripping the chopsticks while his right continued to munch on a string of chives, speaking indistinctly. Only after he finished his statement did Wei Ge let out a heart-wrenching scream. In the bustling food stall, numerous patrons were startled into standing, casting anxious glances in this direction. Yet, none dared to approach. Some even fled in terror. The stall's proprietors, a middle-aged couple, clearly recognized Wei Ge and his associates. Though they wished to intervene, fear restrained them, preventing any advance. The piercing scream startled Gu Tianxuan, who instinctively placed her hand on Pai Yangyang's shoulder. Let Wei Ge go, you brat. Are you seeking death by daring to lay hands on him? After a brief moment of shock, the 3 lackeys snapped back to reality, hurling accusations at Pai Yangyang. Concurrently, they turned, seizing bottles of liquor, aiming them menacingly at him. Oh, Pai Yangyang responded obediently, swiftly extracting the 2 chopsticks embedded in Wei Ge's palm and discarding them onto the ground. Ah! Wei Ge emitted another heart-wrenching scream, blood gushing from his left hand. Quaking violently, the surrounding diners felt the pangs of excruciating pain. The 3 lackeys, consumed by rage, pointed accusatory fingers at Pai Yangyang, rendered speechless. You told me to let him go, Pai Yangyang remarked nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders with an air of indifference. Kill him, Wei Ge bellowed, filled with an insatiable desire for vengeance against Pai Yangyang. Gu Tianxuan trembled, urgently urging, you must run. Pai Yangyang curled his lip in disdain, retorting, run? That is not my style. Before Gu Tianxuan could utter another word, the 3 bottles were hurtling towards Pai Yangyang's head. She gasped in terror. The diners, along with the owners, instinctively cried out. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 resounding crashes echoed simultaneously. Some timid souls even shut their eyes, unable to bear the thought of Pai Yangyang's impending injury. It's over, someone lamented. With 3 bottles crashing down, even a head of iron would surely crack. However, everyone soon stood frozen in disbelief, their expressions reflecting utter astonishment as they gazed upon the trio of thugs. Clutching their heads in agony, they staggered backward, simultaneously emitting cries of pain. Liquid streamed from their fingers. Whether it was alcohol or blood, it left their faces grotesque. No one comprehended how Pai Yangyang had seized the bottles and retaliated with such force. The entire sequence unfolded too swiftly. Gu Tianxuan was utterly stunned, unable to fathom the remarkable combat prowess Pai Yangyang possessed. Indeed, a man who relished kidneys and oysters is undeniably formidable. Witnessing his lackeys fall victim to such a brutal encounter, Wei Ge's face contorted with rage as he glared fiercely at Pai Yangyang. Grasping a liquor bottle, he menaced, "You are courting death." With that, he lunged at Pai Yangyang like a ferocious tiger, raising the bottle high, ready to strike down with ferocity. Pai Yangyang's gaze sharpened, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips as he suddenly extended his left hand. Before Brother Wei could react, he felt a tightening grip around his right wrist, followed by a surge of excruciating pain. Simultaneously, the bottle of liquor was seized from his hand and found itself in Pai Yangyang's possession. Terrified, He stumbled backward, but it was too late. Pai Anjiang forcefully thrust the bottle forward. Its neck unceremoniously wedged into Brother Wei's mouth. The force of the impact shattered several of his front teeth. A deafening bang echoed as the bottle exploded within his mouth, eliciting a blood-curdling scream akin to a dying beast's lament, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Chapter 23. The Big Shrimp. Many bystanders felt their hairs stand on end. This was not merely ruthless, it was ruthlessness personified. They were oblivious to the fact that these thugs had unwittingly walked into a deadly confrontation. The events of that morning had left Pai Anjiang simmering with frustration, and these unfortunate souls had unwittingly provided the outlet he sought. Brother Wei, now with shards of glass lodged in his mouth, was bleeding profusely, each cry resonating with profound agony. At that moment, he realized he had encountered someone beyond his reckoning. However, unwilling to accept such a humiliating defeat, he pointed at Pai Anjiang, gritting through the pain to mutter incoherently, "You, kid, have the guts to reveal your name. Today, I will make you regret it, Pai Anjiang." Pai Anjiang remained seated, unperturbed, and calmly replied. As Brother Wei spoke, blood and saliva spewed from his mouth, rendering the table of delicacies inedible. "What a pity for the kidneys and oysters," Pai Anjiang lamented, seemingly indifferent to Wei's threats. Unbeknownst to him, as he uttered his name, a young onlooker in the crowd hastily departed to make a phone call. Gu Tianxuang, snapping back to reality, stared at Pai Anjiang in disbelief and urged nervously, "We must leave. They're calling for reinforcements." Indeed, Brother Wei and his cohorts had stepped outside to summon help, lamenting over the phone about their brutal beating. "Let them come. If they don't learn their lesson this time, they'll be like flies buzzing around, a constant nuisance," Pai Anjiang stated nonchalantly. He rose, addressing the group. "You young men should leave quickly. This individual is not to be trifled with. He is a local tyrant. He has an older brother who is supposedly the leader of a certain faction." Once those few had departed, the proprietress dared to approach Pai Anjiang, urging him to leave post-haste. The leader of a faction? Pai Anjiang mused, furrowing his brow. He certainly did not regard such figures with any concern. "I will cover the losses incurred here," he noted, surveying the scene of chaos, where many had taken advantage of the uproar to flee, causing significant losses for the restaurant owner. "I've grown accustomed to these disturbances. You should leave now before he brings in reinforcements, or it will become troublesome," the proprietress implored, her face etched with anxiety. "When Brother Wei calls for help, it will surely lead to another chaotic brawl." She was equally concerned about Pai Yangyang and Gu Tianxuang, as well as the potential destruction of her food stall. Gu Tianxuang produced a stack of bills and placed them on the table, declaring, "The loss incurred today is our responsibility. We ought to compensate." Upon reaching the entrance of the food stall, Gu Tianxuang turned to Pai Yangyang and remarked, "I never imagined you were so formidable. The way you fought earlier was rather impressive." Pai Yangyang chuckled, "I can be quite dashing even when I'm not fighting, can't you see?" Even at this moment, he maintained his vanity. No matter the circumstances, one must always look good. Gu Tianxuang erupted into laughter. "Have you always been this self-absorbed?" The proprietress stood nearby, utterly astounded, several times attempting to interject, but at a loss for words. She could discern that Gu Tianxuang's background was extraordinary, and Pai Yangyang was adorned in designer labels, suggesting he hailed from a wealthy family. Ultimately, she sighed and resigned herself to the situation, silently praying that her losses wouldn't be too severe if a fight broke out. The crowd continued to swell. Many diners recognized Wei Gu. Some approached to greet him and inquire about the unfolding events. Others were taken aback to see Pai Yangyang and Gu Tianxuang lingering, muttering to themselves, "Are they fools for not leaving? They truly don't know when they're in over their heads." They likely had no inkling of who Wei Ge's elder brother was. Had they known it was the formidable Shrimp, they would have fled long ago. But what good would fleeing do? If Wei Gu were injured, Shrimp would undoubtedly exact his revenge. As long as he remained in Xinjiang, there would be no refuge. Indeed, with Shrimp's influence, eliminating someone was a trivial matter. They awaited the spectacle, anticipating how Shrimp would make him grovel in desperation. The onlookers buzzed with speculation. Although they had witnessed Pai Yangyang's terrifying prowess, they remained convinced that once Shrimp arrived, Pai Yangyang would meet his demise. Wei Gu and his gang fixated on Pai Yangyang, their desire to tear him apart palpable. Yet they lacked the courage to act. Observing Pai Yangyang's refusal to flee, Wei Gu coldly remarked, "You'd better brace yourself for the depths of Xinjiang." Pai Yangyang dismissed him with a wave, grabbing a chair and addressing Gu Tianshuang. "Miss Gu, let us wait comfortably." Gu Tianshuang took a seat, inexplicably feeling no fear. Instead, she felt a sense of reassurance. Minutes passed before the thunderous roar of motorcycles echoed. Several bikes screeched to a halt in front of the food stall, followed closely by a Hummer, from which emerged a young man donning a baseball cap. He wore a floral shirt, sunglasses, and a large cigar dangled from his lips, strutting about like a crab. Behind him, 2 vans arrived, and from them disembarked a dozen burly men wielding metal baseball bats. The motorcyclists dismounted, brandishing their bats as they positioned themselves behind the bespectacled man. "Shrimp is here," someone in the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. The group, fixated on Pai Yangyang and Gu Tianshuang, quickly turned to face the newcomer. "Shrimp." Upon Wei Gu's utterance, blood flowed profusely, a scene too gruesome to behold. The prawn furrowed his brow slightly. "Who dares to strike my brother?" He removed the cigar from his mouth and shouted with a voice resembling that of a duck, his head tilted back. The expression on his face was one of arrogance, as if he were above all. A small brother, who had just been shot in the head, immediately pointed at Pai Yangyang and exclaimed, "It's that guy." The prawn staggered over to Pai Yangyang, looking him up and down with disdain. "You dare to harm my brother? Do you believe I won't leave your body on the streets?" Pai Yangyang calmly regarded him and inquired, "Which faction do you belong to?" "I am from the White Tiger Hall." "Are you afraid now?" Pai Yangyang chuckled softly. "Which of your eyes saw fear in me?" The prawn immediately became furious, growling, "You little brat, how audacious! You dare to speak to me like that." His gaze then fell upon Gu Tianshuang, a flicker of intensity igniting in his eyes as he confidently proclaimed, "I'll give you a choice. This girl comes with me, and I shall only break your legs, sparing your life." Pai Yangyang turned to glance at Gu Tianshuang before responding calmly, "She is afraid you won't be able to take her. My legs are not so easily broken. You little fool, since you refuse to know your place, don't blame me." The prawn's face contorted as he stepped back 3 paces, then swung his arms dramatically, shouting, "Attack! Take the girl to my place. This brat is finished." Those small brothers, eager for action, brandished their bats and rushed towards Pai Yangyang. Just then, a series of bright lights illuminated the scene, followed by the sounds of urgent brakes screeching. The clamor of car doors opening echoed like popping beans. "Stop!" A commanding voice followed closely. An elderly man clad in a white tang jacket approached, flanked by 50 burly men in black attire and sunglasses, striding swiftly towards them. The old man's demeanor radiated authority, his eyebrows raised, exuding an aura of menace. Leaning on a civilized staff, his gaze was icy as he came to a halt before the prawn. The thugs were taken aback at the sight of this imposing group, and the prawn even took 2 steps back, recognizing the formidable presence of the old man and the fleet of luxury cars that accompanied him, a clear indication of his significant status. However, Wei Gu, seemingly oblivious to the danger, foolishly addressed the old man. "Hey, old man, quite a crowd you have here. Trying to show off in front of Brother Prawn?" The old man's expression hardened as he turned to Wei Gu, momentarily startled by his pitiful appearance. A young man behind him glanced at Pai Yangyang and whispered, "Kai Yi, this is the Mr. Pai you instructed us to keep an eye on. What is going on?" The elder nodded, turning to Pai Yangyang and Gu Tianshuang, and inquired, "We were dining here when those few individuals sought trouble. But they did not lay a hand on Brother Pai. He summoned these individuals, claiming he intended to take me to his abode and leave Brother Pai lifeless on the streets." Gu Tianshuang paused momentarily, but quickly pointed at Wei Gu and Xia, declaring his intent. The elder's gaze turned icily cold. After listening, he shifted his focus towards Wei Gu and the others, his tone chillingly stern. "Is that so? Who has granted you the audacity to act in such a manner? Be wise and swiftly vacate with your companions. Otherwise." Xia twitched his lips but remained silent, while Wei Gu, with a fierce countenance, retorted, "Otherwise, what do you intend to do?" The elder's voice remained frigid, a menacing aura suddenly emanating from him. Although Wei Gu sensed the palpable murderous intent radiating from the elder, emboldened by Xia's presence, he defiantly responded, "Otherwise, shall we cast you into the Xinjiang as well?" The elder's civil cane struck the ground with a heavy thud. "It seems I have not roamed Xinjiang in quite some time. Is it now that anyone dares to submerge another?" He scoffed, "Old fool. Do not play the part of the grandiose. If you know what is good for you, step aside and do not hinder my lesson for that young man." Wei Gu thundered, his words dripping with malice. "Along, Ahu, go and knock out his teeth. I wish to see how he speaks without them." The elder cast a piercing glance at Wei Guo, his voice grave. Understood, Master Kai. The two burly men behind him immediately bowed in acknowledgement and stepped toward Wei Guo. What do you intend to do? Wei Guo suddenly felt a surge of panic, his gaze darting towards the two fierce-looking figures in black. Dare to touch me, Wei Guo? You seek death, a young thug bellowed, charging at them with a bat raised high. Soon after, several others followed suit, swinging their bats menacingly at Along and Ahu. Unfazed, Along and Ahu displayed no emotion, entirely disregarding the onslaught. With a mere punch and kick, anguished cries erupted as several figures were sent flying. Simultaneously, the two men now wielded bats of their own. Initially, Wei Guo reveled in his confidence, but in an instant, terror nearly caused him to lose control. The two appeared before him like phantoms. Despite their sunglasses, he could still feel the sharpness of their gaze. Brother Xia, he exclaimed in horror, instinctively calling out. Yet, before he could complete his plea, the bats struck his cheeks with brutal force. The sickening sound of shattering bones echoing as his face distorted grotesquely. As the bats fell, Along delivered a swift blow to the back of his head. With a splatter of shattered teeth and blood, Wei Guo collapsed. All stood in stunned silence, witnessing his horrific fate, filled with his muffled wails. De Xia's legs began to tremble. Having traversed the streets for many years, he had encountered numerous ruthless individuals. He himself was no stranger to brutality. Yet the methods of Along and Ahu nearly terrified him into submission. Lifeless on the streets? Who bestowed upon you such courage? Was it Xiaoyang? Kai Ye's piercing and frigid gaze, imbued with an aura of lethal intent, descended upon the shrimp. The creature trembled uncontrollably, its legs buckling involuntarily as it staggered backward. Why you are Kai Yi? A profound fear gripped its heart, for it recalled a terrifying figure known in the underworld as Kai Yi. Indeed, I am Kai Wenshan, came Kai Ye's icy response, laced with a hint of disdain. Thud. The shrimp could no longer maintain its composure and collapsed to its knees. The gang members behind it were left in a state of bewilderment. Was it not said that only soft-shelled crabs existed in this world? How had a soft-shelled shrimp emerged here? Oh no, it's Kai Yi. No wonder this is a formidable opponent. They realized they had inadvertently provoked Kai Yi, who could bring about calamity. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, erupted in shock. Kai Wenshan, a prominent figure in the underground world of Xinjiang, commanded respect even from the heads of the 5 major families. In Xinjiang, he was a true powerhouse capable of turning the tides at will. To provoke someone like Kai Yi was akin to lighting a match in a latrine, an act of folly leading to dire consequences. Overwhelmed by the discussions surrounding him, the shrimp nearly fainted. Although he boasted of being the leader of the White Tiger Hall, in reality, he was merely a petty thug overseeing 100 or so delinquents, running an underground gambling den. In the presence of Kai Yi, his strength was utterly inconsequential. Now it is my turn to inquire. Who are you? Kai Yi advanced slowly, looking down at him with contempt. I am Xia Deli, known as the Shrimp. The creature stammered, trembling and unable to meet his gaze. Kai Yi's brow furrowed slightly, evidently unfamiliar with the name. Very well, considering your apparent awareness of the situation, I shall not make it overly difficult for you today. However, your insolence towards Mr. Pai, coupled with your threats, necessitates a minor reprimand. Kai Yi straightened his posture, speaking in a calm tone. Immediately, 2 men clad in black approached the shrimp. 50 slaps to the face and a broken leg should serve as a fitting lesson, Kai Yi remarked indifferently, just as the shrimp felt a momentary relief. Cold sweat broke out all over its body as it pleaded. Kai Yi, I was wrong. I beg you to show mercy. Yet, its desperate words were met with a series of crisp slaps. The 2 black-clad figures unleashed a barrage of sharp blows, the sound echoing throughout the bustling eatery. In less than 20 strikes, the shrimp's face was left bloodied and swollen, resembling that of a pig's head. The 50 slaps were quickly concluded, and the 2 men seized the bats from Along and Ahu, mercilessly bringing them down upon the shrimp's shins. Its screams were heart-wrenching, sending tremors through all who witnessed the scene. The shrimp's followers stood frozen in terror, paralyzed by fear, with no one daring to move an inch or utter a single word. His boss lay sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, and none dared to offer assistance. Is this a small punishment for a greater lesson? A few subordinates, unable to control the situation, had unleashed a deluge. Get lost. Kai Yi's expression was frigid as he cast a cold glance and barked the command. Only then did those subordinates abruptly awaken from their stupor. Hurriedly lifting their leader, and supporting Wei Guo as they retreated. They had arrived in a grandiose manner, but left in utter disarray. Mr. Pai, this is my contact number. In the future, should you encounter any matters in Xinjiang, just a call, and I shall be at your service. Without hesitation, Cai Wenshan stated, producing a card from his pocket and respectfully presenting it to Pai Yangyang. Pai Yangyang did not accept it, glancing at it indifferently. I do not know you. Cai Wenshan smiled awkwardly. I am Cai Wenshan. You may call me Old Cai from now on. Seeing him persistently bowing and offering the card, Gu Tianchuang reached out to take it, saying, Thank you, Cai Yi. You're too kind. Cai Wenshan sighed in relief. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. He respectfully uttered, stepping back 3 paces before standing upright. As Cai Wenshan departed with his entourage, Gu Tianchuang curiously inquired of Pai Yangyang, You actually know Cai Yi? Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly, I do not know him. Who is he? Cai Yi of Xinjiang. You do not recognize him. Yet why did he assist you? Pai Yangyang shrugged. Perhaps it's because of my good looks. Gu Tianchuang chuckled, handing the card back to Pai Yangyang. Good looks? Does that please the old man? Pai Yangyang cleared his throat, his face flushing. I didn't eat well earlier. Should we order something else and continue? Once the convoy had departed, Gu Tianchuang turned to Pai Yangyang and asked. Pai Yangyang was about to respond with a slight smile when his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it and frowned slightly. Although it displayed a string of numbers, he recognized immediately that it was a call from Su Xueqing. Pai Yangyang, you did abduct me from my engagement banquet today, yet you're not returning home now. Is that appropriate? Came Su Xueqing's voice, laced with a tone of grievance upon answering the call. Pai Yangyang felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Is there something you need? What do you mean by need? Shouldn't you be heading home? Did you just rescue me only to go gallivanting with another woman? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Pai Yangyang realized that despite his old phone, the volume was quite loud. Even without speakerphone, those nearby could hear, especially as Gu Tianchuang leaned in closer to the phone. All right, I will come back, he hurriedly agreed, not wanting to risk what else she might say. After hanging up, he sighed and said, Miss Gu, I must return. I can only treat you next time. Gu Tianchuang grinned, revealing her small canine teeth. I understand, newlyweds, after all. Should I ask the proprietress to prepare 10 more skewers of kidneys for you to take home? Pai Yangyang, with an air of nonchalance, replied. Do you think I need such a thing? The only reason I ordered the kidneys was purely for the taste. Gu Tianchuang chuckled. No need for explanations. Too many words only serve to conceal the truth. With someone as stunning as Sister Su, it indeed requires a lot of kidneys. Pai Yangyang, realizing that clarity was elusive, could only offer a wry smile and said, I must take my leave. He truly could not fathom what thoughts occupied the mind of that young girl. With a wave of his hand, he drove away. Even after his vehicle had vanished into the bustling traffic, Gu Tianchuang continued to gaze longingly in the direction he had departed, appearing somewhat dazed. For reasons unknown, at the very moment his silhouette faded from view, she experienced an unexpected sense of loss, as though she had misplaced something of great significance. In the Yunding villa, Su Xueqing ended a phone call and turned to Zheng Li, who had hesitated several times to speak. If you have something to say, just say it. I can see you're uncomfortable holding it in. Zheng Li replied, President Su, I can't shake the feeling that this young man is unreliable. He actually boasted so boldly in front of everyone. Su Xueqing, taken aback, asked, what did he boast about? You haven't forgotten, have you? He claimed you could secure 5 billion in investments and revive the Su family. Zheng Li exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Su Xueqing pressed her phone to her forehead, frowning as she said, I'm currently experiencing a headache over this. In a moment of impulsiveness, I foolishly agreed. Don't you blame him? Zheng Li inquired, bewildered. Why would I blame him? He only said that because he saw I was cornered by my uncle and aunt. Su Xueqing replied with indifference. But how will we secure that 5 billion? The deadline is in half a month, Zheng Li lamented. The solution is something I must figure out on my own. Su Xueqing admitted, feeling increasingly unsettled. The notion of finding a way was merely a fade, as she had absolutely no leads. Not only was she incapable of attracting 5 billion at present, but even if someone were willing to assist her, they would likely hesitate to collaborate due to concerns regarding the Yi family. President Su, you can't possibly have developed feelings for him, can you? You initially stated he was merely a pawn to dissolve the engagement with the Yi family, Zheng Li queried, observing Su Xueqing's troubled expression. Su Xueqing paused momentarily before responding. I have previously mentioned that he once saved me. My request for his assistance is not solely to use him as a shield. Are you serious? Even if he saved you back then, you need not offer yourself in return. There are countless ways to express gratitude in this day and age. Zheng Li exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she fixated on Su Xueqing. I have signed a 1-year agreement with him. During this year, we will come to understand each other. If, after a year, I truly find myself in love with him, then I shall allow it to unfold naturally. This serves as an opportunity for both him and me, Su Xueqing declared earnestly. Zheng Li, recognizing the determination in her demeanor, understood that Su Xueqing had already made her decision. No one knew Su Xueqing better than she did. Once Su Xueqing resolved upon a course of action, it was seldom altered lightly. With a gentle sigh, Zheng Li expressed her helplessness, saying, I hope he doesn't truly embody the rumors. Upon returning to the villa, Pai Yangyang opened the door to find Su Xueqing reclining on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket, seemingly asleep. He softly closed the door and was about to ascend the stairs when Su Xueqing suddenly stirred awake. You're back? The food is in the kitchen. Have the maid heat it up for you, she said, rubbing her eyes. A flicker of emotion stirred within Pai Yangyang. Her tone and demeanor felt vaguely familiar, yet oddly distant. 3 years prior, when he had just married Qin Yujia, he had also returned home late to find her uttering the same words. However, all that had faded into mere memories, gradually slipping away. He initially intended to convey that he had already dined, but the words caught in his throat. I'll just heat it myself, he finally replied. No need. You are the man of this household now, and you must act the part, Su Xueqing said, sitting up and walking over to scrutinize him with a smile. Pai Yangyang felt a slight shiver at her gaze. Sister, my role as the man of the house is merely on paper. We are merely playing a part. Are we not? However, Su Xueqing had already instructed the maid to heat the meal. Young master, please wait. The food will be ready shortly. Hearing this, Pai Yangyang experienced a fleeting illusion that he had truly become the master of this home, the husband of Su Xueqing. Soon, the meal was prepared and served. Feel free to eat whatever you like today. In the future, just tell the maid what you enjoy, and I'll have her prepare it for you, Su Xueqing said as she seated herself at the dining table, gazing at Pai Yangyang. He picked up his chopsticks and devoured his meal voraciously. I have no dietary restrictions. I eat everything. No need to prepare anything special for me, he mumbled through bites. At that moment, Zheng Li approached, her demeanor somewhat cold as she remarked. At least you possess a modicum of self-awareness. As soon as the words left her lips, Su Xueqing immediately turned her gaze towards her, swallowing the rest of her sentence. Pai Yangyang paid no heed to her, quickly finishing his bowl of rice and letting out a satisfied burp. I'm done, he announced as he set down his bowl and chopsticks. Come here, I have something to discuss with you, Su Xueqing instructed. Nodding, she returned to the living room and sat on the sofa. What is it? Pai Yangyang asked as he settled opposite her. Su Xueqing patted the space beside her. Come over, I won't bite. Reluctantly, Pai Yangyang moved closer to her, the faint fragrance of her body wafting toward him, stirring a warmth within. The Yi family must be extremely enraged about today's events. You should stay home for the next few days and avoid going out, Su Xueqing advised. Her brow slightly furrowed with concern. Pai Yangyang was taken aback. Why? The Yi family is a lineage of martial arts. Yi Fenglu is a man who holds grudges. If you go outside, be cautious. He may seek to cause you trouble, Su Xueqing warned, her voice laced with worry. Turning to her, Pai Yangyang flashed a mischievous smile. Are you actually worried about me? You may interpret it this way. I do not wish for my troubles to cause you any harm, Su Xueqing remarked. Pai Yangyang responded. I can refrain from going out, but what about you? Yi Fengliu's target is undoubtedly you. Moreover, let us not forget that you proclaimed before the old master that you would secure 500 million in investments. Su Xueqing cast him a sidelong glance, thinking to herself. That was your assertion, not mine. However, she kept this thought to herself, for Pai Yangyang was indeed correct. Her collaboration with him had caused Yi Fenglu to lose face, and he would certainly not let her off easily. Humph, how can you still speak so boldly? Were it not for your boasting, how could President Su have made such a promise? Su Xueqing remained silent, while Zheng Li could not help but huff in annoyance. Pai Yangyang shrugged, feigning innocence as he said, given the circumstances at that time, should I have simply allowed her to be reprimanded? Besides, if she has managed to become the president of the Su Corporation, securing 500 million in investments should not be a monumental task, should it? What do you know? Not only is President Su no longer in charge, but even if she were, With the Yi family around, who would dare to collaborate with the Su family? Zheng Li's anger escalated. Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly, regardless, I have faith in my wife. This minor matter is certainly within her capabilities. I'm feeling weary. I shall retire for a while. As he spoke, he yawned and made his way upstairs. Scoundrel! Zheng Li seethed, her teeth clenched as she glared at his retreating figure. Sisterly, I assure you, this is not his fault. I, too, am fatigued. Su Xueqing stood up and addressed Zheng Li. Very well, you two retire. I shall devise a plan. What plan can I possibly conceive? Zheng Li's face was etched with distress and helplessness. Pai Yangyang, who had already ascended the stairs, turned back to glance at Su Xueqing, his expression filled with anticipation. Zheng Li's words seemed to hint at something deeper. Chapter 26. A ray of hope, however. His hope was soon dashed as Su Xueqing directly ascended to the third floor. Pai Yangyang, observing the imposing figures of Xiongda and Xiong'er at the door, could only return to his own bedroom with a sense of resignation. Lying on his bed, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. A mere 500 million has stumped my wife. What would she think if she knew I owed over 1 trillion in milk powder debts? Nevertheless, 500 million was trivial for him, akin to his previous support for the Qin family, firmly within his capabilities. Following the wedding debacle, Pai Yangyang had contemplated that if he could bolster the Su Corporation, he might leverage the Su family's corporate platform to achieve his goal of over 1 trillion in milk powder. Hence, this was the very reason he decided to encourage Su Xueqing to pursue the funding endeavor. The following morning, Pai Yangyang was awakened abruptly once more. It seems I cannot indulge in too much of this delicacy, he muttered to himself after a cold shower. Exiting his bedroom, he found Su Xueqing seated on the sofa, having just set down her phone, a serene smile adorning her face. It appeared that her recent call had borne good tidings. What news? What is the cause of such joy? Pai Yangyang inquired, descending the stairs with a hint of surprise. Let us have breakfast first, Su Xueqing replied, radiating a sense of contentment. Zheng Li, her expression laced with skepticism, turned to Su Xueqing and asked, is it true that there is hope for funding? With palpable excitement. Su Xueqing responded, indeed. The chairman of Sihai Investment, Tong Yu, just called. He expressed interest in investing in the Su Group and invited me for a face-to-face discussion at Sui Mountain Villa this evening. Upon hearing this, Zheng Li exclaimed in delight. Is that so? This is truly magnificent news. Su, it seems that there is always a way out. The two women were nearly overcome with joy, almost dancing in their elation. Yes, I want you to accompany me tonight, and let us aim to finalize the cooperation agreement. Su Xueqing instinctively clenched her fist, embodying a spirit of determination. Of course, I shall accompany you, Zheng Li agreed, her spirits soaring. Just yesterday, they had been mired in worry over this matter, and now, at the break of dawn, hope had blossomed anew. Why do you not share in our happiness? Zheng Li frowned, noticing Pai Yangyang, who was seated at the dining table, obliviously munching on a fried dough stick. With his mouth full, Pai Yangyang replied, happy? Of course I am. He continued to devour the fried dough, swallowing a large piece and inadvertently letting out a burp. Zheng Li's frown deepened. Such a glutton. He manages to transform a simple fried dough stick into a feast. By the way, what kind of company is Sihai Investment? I have never heard of it, Pai Yangyang said, taking a large sip of soy milk to quell his burp before turning the conversation back. You truly are oblivious to the world beyond your immediate concerns, solely focused on your leisurely life, Zheng Li remarked with a slight disdain. Pai Yangyang, undeterred, retorted, is it really that famous? Must I be aware of every company? Su Xueqing looked at him with a hint of exasperation and explained, Sihai Investment is one of the 4 major investment firms in Xinjiang, a titan in the investment realm. Pai Yangyang responded with a simple "oh," and then recalled, didn't you mention yesterday that with the Yi family around, no one would dare to invest in the Su family? Is this Sihai Investment not afraid of the Yi family? Zheng Li paused momentarily, then responded with irritation. What do you mean by that? Do you doubt the veracity of this situation? Not at all. I was merely inquiring out of curiosity, Pai Yangyang defended, cracking open a boiled egg and popping it into his mouth. I have met Chairman Tong twice. He is quite genuine and unconventional in his approach. He must be aware of our family's crisis, but it also presents an opportunity, which is why he is interested in this investment, Su Xueqing explained patiently. Though Pai Yangyang's comments had briefly sparked doubt within her, she quickly dismissed such thoughts. At this juncture, with no alternatives remaining, She was determined to seize any glimmer of hope. "Very well. I wish you success in your negotiations this evening," Pai Yangyang said, burping once more as he rose to his feet. "Are you leaving again?" Upon seeing Pai Yangyang clutching the car keys, Su Xueqing furrowed her brows and inquired, "Where are you off to?" "I have arranged to visit a friend who wishes for me to assess the feng shui of his residence," Pai Yangyang replied, quickly concocting an excuse. "Feng shui? You truly consider yourself a master, do you? Are you aware of what others say about you? They label you a charlatan, a fraud." Zheng Li scoffed derisively. With an air of pride, Pai Yangyang corrected her. "Allow me to clarify. I do not merely regard myself as a master. I am indeed one. The mundane populace is utterly oblivious to my capabilities, hence their unfounded slanders. I believe it is you who speaks nonsense. You a master? Do you even comprehend the stature of a master? Even the Taoist priest from Tianlong Mountain would not dare to claim such a title." Zheng Li retorted with a cold laugh, regarding him as delusional. Pai Yangyang cast her a sidelong glance and, disinterested in further explanation, waved his hand dismissively. "You wouldn't understand. Farewell." He then strode out without a backward glance. Zheng Li attempted to voice her thoughts, but Su Xueqing interjected, her brows slightly knit. "You may leave, but remember to return early this afternoon to take us to Tsui Villa." She, too, held no belief in Pai Yangyang's self-proclaimed mastery. To her, such figures were mere fabrications of cinema or folklore. However, she did not press him to stay, as she needed to prepare for her evening meeting with Tongyu, and having him in the house would only serve as a distraction. Without turning back, Pai Yangyang raised his hand in acknowledgement, signaling he understood her words. Little did they know, Pai Yangyang was not boasting. In fact, he had underestimated his own prowess. At the tender age of 5, he had been taken in by the esteemed Tianyang master, becoming his sole disciple. Gifted with extraordinary talent, Pai Yangyang advanced in his training with remarkable speed. Before he reached 20, Tianyang master lamented that he had nothing more to impart. The master revealed that Pai Yangyang was a rare prodigy of cultivation, unparalleled in centuries. Currently, Pai Yangyang was already on the cusp of becoming a celestial master, though he remained blissfully unaware of this fact. Otherwise, he would not have perceived his teacher's abilities as merely average. The term celestial master does not merely refer to the common image of a hermit in the mountains. It denotes a rare genius of cultivation, the pinnacle of Taoist achievement. A true celestial master commands reverence from thousands and exudes an aura of power. They possess knowledge of yin and yang, mastery of the 8 trigrams, expertise in medicine, proficiency in martial arts, and an understanding of astronomy and geography. They can discern life and death through pulse reading, evaluate wealth and poverty by gazing into the spirit, locate dragon veins, and exorcise spirits with ease. When a celestial master reaches a certain level of cultivation, they can transcend earthly bounds, altering fates and fortunes at will. Wealth and glory are but a mere flick of the fingers away, and even through tribulations, they may achieve ascension. Yet, it is not only the average person who is oblivious to the might of a celestial master. Even Pai Yangyang himself is unaware that he stands on the threshold of this esteemed realm. He remains ignorant of the fact that should he forsake worldly distractions and devote himself to diligent practice, he will one day ascend to the heavens. However, for now, he remains entangled in the mundane. The enigma of his origins, the astronomical debt owed by his master for infant formula, and the inexplicably signed marriage agreement tethered him to the tumultuous world. Upon exiting the villa, Pai Yangyang exhaled a sigh of relief. As the car rolled out of the community, he aimlessly turned onto a street and drove forward. There were no friends beckoning him to consult on feng shui. He merely wished to escape the confines of the villa. Bound to a contractual wife and constantly confronted by Zhang Li's unpleasant visage was indeed disheartening. He would rather meditate and cultivate on Luoan Mountain than squander his time. However, after driving just a few hundred meters, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He noticed a vehicle trailing him ever since he left the villa. Without stopping or reducing his speed, he continued to drive leisurely ahead. To ascertain whether he was indeed being followed, he deliberately took several turns. Ultimately, it was confirmed he was indeed being shadowed. Regardless of his maneuvers, turning, accelerating, or decelerating, the car maintained a consistent distance of several dozen meters, persistently tailing him. A cold smile crept across his lips. It seemed that Yi Fenglu was eager to exact revenge. Contemplating, he decided to head toward the outskirts. Since these individuals sought to trouble him, He would lead them to a more secluded area to resolve the impending conflict. For the past few days, Pai Yangyang had felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. The divorce from Qin Yujia and being used as a shield by Su Xueqing had weighed heavily on him. If these unwitting fools had come to him, they would serve as punching bags for his pent-up frustrations. The vehicles swiftly exited the urban area, crossing the Qinjiang 7 bridges, where the traffic significantly diminished. Ahead lay a stretch of undeveloped wasteland, with the road connecting to the 7 bridges not fully completed, resulting in minimal vehicular presence. Nevertheless, the pursuing car followed without hesitation. Just after crossing the bridge, 3 more vehicles joined the chase. Pai Yangyang abruptly accelerated towards an abandoned chemical factory in the far suburbs. The 4 cars closely pursued, racing at breakneck speed, and after several minutes, the vehicles veered onto a deserted road. The chemical factory had been derelict for many years, with various pieces of equipment in disrepair and numerous buildings collapsed. The factory grounds were overgrown with weeds, presenting a desolate scene. Pai Yangyang halted the car in the playground area, exited, and regarded the 4 approaching vehicles with cold detachment. Chapter 27. The Loach Society. As the car doors swung open, a dozen individuals emerged. The leader, barely standing at 1.65 meters, sported a shiny bald head resembling a peeled salted duck egg. A thick gold chain, thicker than a dog leash, encircled his short neck, glinting in the sunlight. A large sapphire ring adorned one of his fingers, and he wore a bright red peony-patterned shirt, his substantial belly protruding prominently, giving him the appearance of a newly affluent upstart. His slanted eyes betrayed a hint of malice and ruthlessness, and a large cigar dangled from his mouth as he stepped forward with an air of arrogance, coldly scrutinizing Pai Yangyang. A dozen or so individuals, all clad in black top hats and sunglasses, brandished alloy baseball bats with an intimidating demeanor. The bald man took a deep drag from his cigar and slowly exhaled towards Pai Yangyang, a clear taunt in his expression. "Young man, you seem quite perceptive, do you not? You've chosen quite the auspicious spot to bring your affairs," he remarked as he surveyed his surroundings. Pai Yangyang remained motionless, observing him with a hint of amusement, and inquired, "Who are you? Why are you following me?" "Gongzi, enlighten him," the bald man commanded, removing the cigar from his mouth with a commanding presence. A figure in black stepped forward, extending his arm proudly, and declared, "You surely know of the Qinglong Association. This gentleman is one of our 4 kings, Feng Qi." It was then that Pai Yangyang noticed the vivid green dragon tattooed upon the man's arm, its claws and fangs prominently displayed. After scrutinizing it closely, he shook his head lightly and stated with mock seriousness, "I've never heard of it. But that tattoo is rather unimpressive. It resembles a small loach. Perhaps you should consider renaming it the Loach Association?" Feng Qi's face flushed with rage, his features trembling as he glared at Pai Yangyang, seething. "You dare insult the Qinglong Association? You are as good as dead." With a sigh, Pai Yangyang glanced at the group of burly men, exuding a sense of resignation, and remarked, "With so many loaches gathered, it seems rather arduous to stew them all. I had merely intended to disable your legs, but it appears you are truly seeking your own demise." Gongzi bellowed, raising his bat high. "Brother, stop wasting time with him. Let us finish him off and bury him." Another henchman echoed, brandishing his bat and shouting. Feng Qi shrugged dismissively, stating, "This is your own doing. When my brothers get fired up, I cannot be held responsible." As he spoke, he retreated a few steps, gesturing with his arms. The group of muscular men encircled Pai Yangyang, their eyes glinting with malice. "Wait!" At that moment, Pai Yangyang suddenly shouted, causing everyone to pause, bewilderment etched across their faces. "Young man, it's too late to beg for mercy. You have only yourself to blame for provoking the wrong people." Gongzi sneered, twirling the metal pipe in his hand, ready to strike. "I never asked for mercy. I merely wished to inquire who sent you," Pai Yangyang retorted disdainfully. "But I believe I am beginning to understand." With that last assertion, Pai Yangyang sprang into action. His fists flew like the wind, his legs moved with the weight of a mountain. Several muffled grunts echoed as Gongzi bore the brunt of a punch to the nose, which collapsed instantly, blood splattering as he stumbled backward. Simultaneously, several figures were launched into the air, crashing heavily into the overgrown grass. Years of neglect had left the ground strewn with remnants of broken bricks and rotting wood. The weight of their bodies hitting the ground produced the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing, followed by anguished cries that startled a few birds resting nearby in the factory. Fang Qi and the remaining henchmen stood in shock, some trembling with fear. They had not discerned how Pai Yangyang had struck. Their comrade had inexplicably been sent flying. In Pai Yangyang's hand, a baseball bat appeared. He gazed coldly at Fang Qi and inquired, "Did Yi Fenglu summon you? Humph, is it not enough to live well? Do you dare covet Yi Shao's woman?" Although Fang Qi was taken aback, he remained undaunted. In Xinjiang, no one dared to provoke the Qinglong society, nor the Yi family. Pai Yangyang gently shook his head. "You are mistaken. It is he who sought to take my woman. I was merely bringing my wife home. How could he distort the truth? Is he relying on his family's wealth? Young man, to offend the Yi family means that neither you nor the Su family can remain in Xinjiang. If you wish to avoid death, sever your own legs now and leave Xinjiang at once. Perhaps Yi Shao might grant you a chance at survival," Fang Qi uttered with a sinister tone. Pai Yangyang, astonished, replied, "It seems you have yet to grasp the situation. Do you truly believe that your so-called mud eel society can do anything to me?" Fang Qi's face turned ashen with rage. He cast aside his cigar and crushed it beneath his foot. "It appears you will not shed tears until you see the coffin," he coldly declared, slowly extending his right hand. A subordinate promptly handed him a baseball bat. "I have not fought in years. Today, let me show you the prowess of Xinjiang's Qi Yi." He brandished the bat with an air of arrogance. Pai Yangyang merely smiled, discarding the bat from his hand, scoffing. "Even if you become skilled, you remain but a mud eel. Dispose of him." Fang Qi bellowed in fury, charging at Pai Yangyang with the bat raised high. The few remaining subordinates, though somewhat apprehensive, dared not remain idle with their leader in action. Moreover, the reputation of Xinjiang's Qi Yi was well earned through true prowess. Pai Yangyang's expression turned icy as he suddenly moved, his body gliding forward like a specter. Everyone sensed something amiss, a chill creeping down their spines, and they instinctively wished to retreat. Yet it was too late. As several figures were sent flying, tranquility returned. Fang Qi's bat had vanished. His robust right arm hung limply. Trembling violently, he knelt upon the ground, beads of sweat rolling down his corpulent face. Every bone in his arm had shattered, and his legs were broken, rendering him unable to rise. Meanwhile, Pai Yangyang stood before him, disdainfully regarding him, as another baseball bat inexplicably appeared in his hand, which he slowly withdrew from Fang Qi's shins. "You claim this is a land of fortune. It seems you had your sights set here long ago." Pai Yangyang discarded the bat, seizing Fang Qi by the collar and gold chain, dragging him towards the side of the factory. Fang Qi's chain constricted painfully around his neck, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Fortunately, Pai Yangyang soon halted before a water reservoir. Pai Yanjiang cast him aside near the reservoir, gesturing towards the foul-smelling waters, and remarked, "A ready-made pit, I assent it?" Fang Qi, filled with dread, gazed into the pool, where the lifeless bodies of rats, cats, snakes, and dogs floated amidst a layer of dark refuse that churned his stomach in revulsion. "No," he shuddered, instinctively pleading. He was a ruthless man, yet he had not reached the point of being willing to end his own life. To perish in this stinking pool would mean eternal disgrace. Even a loach deserves dignity. After all, I've heard that several heinous crimes have occurred here, resulting in multiple fatalities. Therefore, you shan't be lonely. Perhaps there is even a chance to form a game of mahjong," Pai Yanjiang remarked nonchalantly, slowly placing his foot upon Fang Qi's back. "Spare me." Fang Qi let out a terrified scream, trembling violently, a chill coursing from his tailbone to the crown of his head. "Don't wish to die? Very well." Pai Yanjiang's gaze was piercing as he coldly stated, "Return to your master and advise him not to provoke me, and certainly not to disturb my wife. I may be barefoot, but I fear not those who wear shoes." "All right, I shall convey your message." Fang Qi hastily nodded, ready to comply with whatever Pai Yanjiang demanded. "Remember, do not attempt any tricks with me in the future. Otherwise, even if you hide in the mud, I shall unearth you and transform you into a lifeless loach." Pai Yanjiang kicked him over and reiterated coldly, "I won't dare. I'll avoid you from now on." Fang Qi was on the verge of tears. With that, Pai Yanjiang turned and headed towards his vehicle. Chapter 28. The phone call. Having departed from the abandoned factory and preparing to return to the city, Gu Tianshuang suddenly called, "Mr. Pai, is it a convenient time?" Upon answering, her voice was soft, prompting Pai Yanjiang to glance around instinctively. "Convenient? How could it not be?" he replied in a similarly hushed tone. However, he quickly felt a twinge of embarrassment for his earlier actions. What wrongdoing had he committed to warrant such a secretive demeanor? Could you come to Xinjiang Business School? Gu Tianshuang inquired, her voice brimming with anticipation. Xinjiang Business School? What is the purpose of that? Pianjiang was taken aback. Oh, I'm attending classes here. I can't be away for too long. Yesterday, my meal was interrupted, and I couldn't eat. Today, I invite you to join me. If you fear Sister Sue's reprimands, we can arrange it for another time. Hearing her teasing tone, Pianjiang chuckled softly and boldly declared, "What a joke. Why should I fear her? Humph, you're being disingenuous. If you are unafraid, then come. I'll be waiting for you at the CAF across from the school's south gate." Gu Tianshuang's voice was laced with allure. "All right, wait for me. I'll be there shortly," Pai Yangyang responded immediately, his masculine hormones surging. After hanging up, he paused momentarily. This girl is still a student? What could she possibly want from me? Moreover, we just met yesterday. Is she truly that impatient? He adjusted the rearview mirror, gazing at his reflection, and sighed. Being too handsome is quite exhausting. Arriving at the south entrance of the business school, he quickly located a CAF across the street. Upon entering, he glanced around and spotted Gu Tianshuang seated in a booth close to the window. Approaching her, he boldly took a seat opposite her. "Well, what brings you here?" Pai Yangyang doubted that Gu Tianshuang was so eager to see him merely for a meal. Gu Tianshuang smiled at him and replied, "Didn't you say that I should at least treat you to a meal at a CAF? What do you think? Are you satisfied?" Pai Yangyang was momentarily taken aback. He had merely spoken offhandedly and did not expect her to take it seriously. "You really called me just to treat me to a meal?" he asked, a hint of skepticism in his voice. With a soft chuckle, Gu Tianshuang turned and picked up a beautifully adorned black box from the sofa, placing it on the table. A phone. Pai Yangyang blinked in surprise, recognizing the unopened device as a high-end domestic phone worth over 10,000. "Your phone is too outdated. It's time for an upgrade," Gu Tianshuang remarked, her youthful fingers gently tapping on the phone box. "My phone works perfectly well. There's no need to waste it," Pai Yangyang replied, glancing at his worn-out device with a twinge of reluctance. "Still works well? You can hear it clearly from several meters away when receiving a call. What if I were to call you in the middle of the night? Wouldn't Sister Sue hear everything?" Gu Tianshuang said with a playful wink. Fine. I'll change it," Pai Yangyang thought uneasily, considering the possibility that she might actually make a late-night call. Although he wasn't particularly worried about Sister Sue overhearing. He remembered their agreement prohibiting any flirtation with other women during the contract period. He certainly did not wish to give Su Xueqing any excuses to withhold his salary over some inexplicable calls. Gu Tianshuang immediately brightened up, expertly tearing open the phone box and retrieving the device. With thoughtful care, she took Pai Yangyang's old phone, swapped the SIM card, and powered it on. Once activated, she first saved her own number and then handed the phone to Pai Yangyang with satisfaction. "What do you think? Are you pleased? If not, I can get you an even better model. Isn't this good enough? How much is it?" "I'll transfer the money to you," Pai Yangyang promptly declined. He had no strong feelings about phone brands, but preferred to avoid imported devices. "Do you not consider me a friend? Or are you worried Sister Sue might ask questions, making it difficult to explain?" Gu Tianshuang tilted her head, looking at him with a teasing expression. Pai Yangyang felt a sudden heaviness in his head, managing a somewhat forced smile. "All right then, thank you." Gu Tianshuang gestured dismissively, calling out, "Waiter, bring him a cup of cappuccino." With some time still remaining before their meal, she opted for a coffee first. "How do you find the time to lounge in a restaurant while attending school?" Pai Yangyang inquired, engrossed in his phone. "I have no interest in morning classes. Besides, I owe you a meal. If it weren't for you last night, I would have been bullied." Noticing the puzzled expression on Pai Yangyang's face, she suddenly whispered, "You haven't attended university, have you?" Pai Yangyang candidly replied, "No, I didn't even finish high school." It wasn't that his master was unwilling to send him to school. Rather, he was eager to learn a skill, and his academic performance was dismal, often leaving teachers exasperated. Eventually, Tianyang simply forbade him from attending school altogether. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to look down on you. Your skills are so remarkable that many who have attended university might not even compare," Gu Tianshuang said, her nervousness apparent as she realized her misstep. Pai Yangyang chuckled softly.
"It's all right. You consider me a friend. How could I think otherwise?" Yet memories flickered through his mind. Qin Yujie and Qin Yu had, on countless occasions,
belittled him for not completing high school, equating him to an illiterate. However, he had long since come to terms with such remarks. At that moment, Gu Tianshuang's phone buzzed. It lay on the table, and Pai Yangyang instinctively glanced at the screen, which displayed a string of numbers without any identification. Upon seeing the number, Gu Tianxuang's crescent-shaped brows furrowed slightly, and she hesitated to answer. Why not take the call? It might be important, Pai Yangyang remarked, unable to suppress his curiosity at her reluctance. It's just someone I dislike, she replied, as the phone rang again, but she ultimately chose not to answer, ending the call. It rang once more shortly after. Annoying, Gu Tianxuang muttered, preparing to hang up. If you don't answer, he will keep calling. Isn't that bothersome? Pai Yangyang commented. Gu Tianxuang turned to him, revealing a playful glint in her eyes as she flashed a small smile. You're right. A sense of foreboding washed over Pai Yangyang at the mischievous sparkle in her gaze. I'm at the CAF across from the south gate. Come here, she said decisively after answering the call, promptly hanging up. Intrigued, Pai Yangyang asked, who is it? A friend? Gu Tianxuang smiled mysteriously. You'll find out shortly. She then lowered her gaze, sipping her coffee with a hint of shyness. Half an hour later, a BMW 5 Series pulled up in front of the CAF. A dashing young man emerged from the car, holding a vibrant bouquet of red roses. Upon alighting from the vehicle, he bent down, meticulously smoothing his hair in the reflection of the mirror, and adjusted his suit with precision. He then produced a handkerchief, polishing his already gleaming shoes that could serve as mirrors, before striding confidently into the CAF. Inside, a handful of young individuals, primarily students from the business school, occupied the space. The man's presence immediately captivated several young women, their eager gazes fixated upon him. As he entered, his eyes swiftly locked onto Gu Tianxuang, and he approached her with a beaming smile. However, just a few steps in, his expression abruptly shifted, for he noticed another man seated opposite Gu Tianxuang. Has he arrived? Gu Tianxuang naturally waved her hand, prompting a collective sigh from the other girls. Pai Yangyang turned to see. Oh, a handsome guy? The young man was also observing him, his handsome visage slightly contorted, eyes brimming with suspicion and envy. He stood there, holding a bouquet of flowers, beside Pai Yangyang. Who is he? After a brief moment, the young man, his expression darkening, inquired. Allow me to introduce you. This is my friend Pai Yangyang. This gentleman is Li Denggao, the attending physician at the Central Hospital's General Department. Gu Tianxuang effortlessly introduced the two. Following this, she playfully chided Pai Yangyang. Yangyang, why are you still sitting there? Don't you see we have a guest? Come, sit over here. A chill ran down Pai Yangyang's spine. Her tone was excessively sweet. The instant he laid eyes on Li Denggao, he realized he had unwittingly become a shield. For reasons unknown, he felt an immediate aversion to Li Denggao upon their first encounter. Despite his striking looks and apparent elegance, he emanated an air of aloofness. Naturally, he rose and took a seat beside Gu Tianxuang. Li Denggao vaguely recognized the name Pai Yangyang, but could not recall where he had heard it before. Please, do sit. Since you're here, I'll treat you to Chinese cuisine. Gu Tianxuang encouraged him, noticing his dazed expression. Li Denggao's face twisted slightly, as envy gradually morphed into anger. Gu Tianxuang, this is intentional, isn't it? Gu Tianxuang looked taken aback. What do you mean by that? Isn't it a coincidence? I invited Yangyang to dine, and fortuitously you are here as well, so I thought I'd extend the invitation to you both. Since you arranged to meet me, why invite an outsider here? Li Denggao unabashedly expressed his jealousy. Gu Tianxuang smiled slightly. Let me clarify, I invited him first, and only then did I receive your call. Li Denggao's expression darkened further. She was being so familiar with him, having proactively invited Pai Yangyang, while he found himself relegated to the role of the third wheel. The jealousy within him surged uncontrollably, yet he begrudgingly took a seat. As he sensed the attention of everyone in the CAF directed towards him, standing there would only heighten his embarrassment. Another cup of coffee, what do you prefer? Gu Tianxuang asked with a radiant smile, exuding warmth. Anything will do, Li Denggao replied tersely. I am unsure of your preferences, so let us opt for a glass of plain water, Gu Tianxuang said decisively to the waiter. The waiter paused, casting a doubtful glance at Li Denggao. Just plain water. Li Denggao retorted somewhat petulantly, waving his hand dismissively. At that moment, he found everything he drank to be tasteless. Meanwhile, a few patrons in the CAF began to murmur amongst themselves. Are we about to witness a rivalry between two men for one woman? Will these two get into a fight? Both gentlemen were rather handsome, yet the one who arrived later possessed a more striking appearance. The initial one gave off a somewhat roguish vibe. However, I prefer the one in front. He is more dashing. Does good looks put food on the table? Fortunately, the CAF was filled with music, rendering their whispers inaudible to the trio. Here are flowers for you, your favorite. The Corolla, Li Dengao forced himself to remain composed and, once seated, gentlemanly presented the bouquet to Gu Tianshuang. Who said I favored the Corolla? Gu Tianshuang frowned, quickly covering her nose with her hand. I've been allergic to pollen these past few days. Please remove it swiftly. Li Dengao was taken aback, hastily retracting the flowers, concern etched on his face. When did you develop a pollen allergy? Should we visit a hospital? I can arrange for an examination. With the medical expertise of your hospital, I think I'll pass. If I need an examination, I would prefer Yang Yang to assist me. Gu Tianshuang turned to Pai Yang Yang, her eyes sparkling with admiration and affection. Li Dengao's expression darkened considerably. He glared at Pai Yang Yang, disdainfully questioning. He is a doctor? Which hospital does he practice at, and what is his position? Pai Yang Yang smiled calmly. I wouldn't consider myself a doctor, but I possess some medical knowledge. Li Dengao was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. You aren't a wandering doctor, are you? Call it what you will, Pai Yang Yang replied nonchalantly. Li Dengao scoffed, turning to Gu Tianshuang. Tianshuang, what is going on? How do you know someone like him? What is wrong with him? Your hospital's numerous specialists couldn't cure my grandfather's ailment, yet he managed to. Gu Tianshuang retorted sharply. What gives you the right to look down on him? Li Dengao was momentarily speechless, his face reddening with indignation. He gazed incredulously at Pai Yang Yang. Are you claiming that he cured your grandfather's illness? How is that even possible? Are you suggesting that I am fabricating this? Gu Tianshuang's expression soured. And no, that's not it, Li Dengao stammered, a flicker of panic in his eyes. Yet, a moment later, he thought, even if he did cure him, it could merely be a case of serendipity. What? Are you implying that my grandfather is akin to a dead rat? Gu Tianshuang nearly leapt to her feet, her face ablaze with fury as she glared at Li Dengao. Li Dengkong was utterly bewildered and anxiously exclaimed, That's not what I meant. I was merely making a comparison. A comparison? Not even that works. That is my grandfather. How dare you jest about him? Leave at once, for I wish not to see you. Gu Tianshuang appeared genuinely enraged. However, Pai Yang Yang simply smiled faintly, fully aware that she was using this as an excuse to drive Li Dengkong away. Xiaoshuang, do not be upset. Dr. Li is quite remarkable and has undoubtedly encountered numerous dead mice, he said nonchalantly. Gu Tianshuang paused in surprise, then burst into laughter. Choosing not to say anything further, Li Dengkong, realizing he should not pursue this topic, understood that Gu Tianshuang wanted him gone. Thus, he resolved not to leave. Tianshuang, he cautiously inquired about the flower she held. Keep that flower away, otherwise, toss it in the trash, Gu Tianshuang said, pinching her nose in distaste. Li Dengkong, feeling disgruntled, turned and handed the bouquet to a server who had brought water. Here, you can have it. The server was momentarily taken aback, but then exclaimed joyfully, Thank you. Gu Tianshuang, what makes him superior to me? I am a graduate of a prestigious national university, while he is merely a quack. Li Dengkong seethed internally, casting a haughty glance at Pai Yang Yang. Whether I find you appealing or not has nothing to do with education. Only the foot knows whether the shoe fits. Gu Tianshuang replied earnestly. You are the esteemed daughter of the Gu family, while my Li family may not compare to yours. We are a lineage of physicians with a notable reputation in Xinjiang. And he? Merely a gigolo, a charlatan who deceives the elderly. As Li Dengkong calmed down, he finally remembered who Pai Yang Yang was. Growing increasingly agitated, he longed to belittle Pai Yang Yang entirely. I will not allow you to speak of him in such a manner. He is my grandfather's savior. Gu Tianshuang interjected, visibly displeased. Do not entertain such thoughts. If you wish to avoid becoming strangers completely, understand that we cannot share the same path. Before Li Dengkong could respond, Gu Tianshuang sternly added another remark. Li Dengkong felt an even greater pressure building within him. His lips twitched slightly, a look of disdain flickering in his eyes as he said in a low voice, You should be aware of what transpired yesterday, right? What happened? Gu Tianshuang asked coldly. Li Dengkong replied, He just divorced and has already married Su Xueqing. He caused a commotion at the engagement banquet of the Yi and Su families yesterday, stirring up quite the scandal. I am well aware. Gu Tianshuang interrupted him once more, her expression indifferent. That is precisely what a man should do. What do you mean? Li Dengkong asked, bewildered, knowing he has married Su Xueqing. You still choose to be with him? Isn't marriage something that can be dissolved? He has divorced before. Perhaps they will part ways again soon. Gu Tianshuang replied with a calm demeanor. Pai Anjiang was immediately taken aback, his forehead beaded with sweat. How ruthless is this girl? I have just married, and she already contemplates my divorce. Am I that easy to manipulate? Thankfully, it is a sham marriage. Had it been real, it would have been far too unlucky. Insanity. Gu Tianchuang, you have completely lost your mind. If your family were to discover your reckless behavior, they would undoubtedly be infuriated. Li Dengao nearly leaped to his feet. That is a matter concerning my family. It is unnecessary for you, Dr. Li, to concern yourself with it, Gu Tianchuang retorted dismissively. Then, with palpable impatience, she added, Let's order. I do not wish to discuss such matters with you. With that, she waved to the waiter. Yang, how was the dish from last night? Should I order another plate of stir-fried kidney for you, along with some broccoli? I hear it is beneficial for the kidneys, she said, leaning closer to Pianjiang. Her softness pressing against his arm, her delicate fingers pointing at the menu while she tilted her head in inquiry. Pianjiang instinctively touched his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. Li Dengao was infuriated to the point of nearly exhaling smoke from his nostrils. He abruptly stood up, stating, You all enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave. With that, he stormed out in anger. Gu Tianchuang's words and actions were not particularly harmful, but were highly insulting. Why so petty? Gu Tianchuang scoffed. If you're not eating, we shall, and I bid you farewell. Chapter 30. Weary of heart and hand, do you truly detest him so much? The dishes arrived promptly. And as Pianjiang gazed at the plate of stir-fried kidney, he inquired curiously. Gu Tianchuang's previous remarks would be intolerable to any man. Indeed, I find him quite odious. Gu Tianchuang replied without hesitation. I met him at a social gathering. He is exceedingly arrogant, constantly boasting about his studies abroad, as if he were of a superior class. Is that the sole reason for your disdain? Pianjiang asked. If he would cease his harassment, he could flaunt all he likes. However, after that gathering, he procured my phone number from a mutual acquaintance and has since bombarded me with calls. I have repeatedly made it clear that we are incompatible and that I am still a student, not considering such matters, Gu Tianchuang expressed with evident annoyance. You've said as much, yet he persists? Pianjiang was somewhat astonished. As a man, one ought to have dignity. If a girl were to reject him so bluntly, he would surely not continue to pursue her. You underestimate him. He is like a persistent adhesive plaster, impossible to shake off. What's worse, he frequently comes to my school to deliver flowers and chat with my classmates, leading everyone to believe I am his girlfriend, Gu Tianchuang exclaimed, visibly furious. Pianjiang was taken aback. This was indeed excessive. Excessive barely scratches the surface. Such a person is merely a facade of gold. I suspect he purchased his academic credentials. Gu Tianchuang's disdain was palpable. Hearing her words, it was clear she harbored no positive feelings towards Li Dengao. Enough, discussing it further is nauseating. As the conversation progressed, Gu Tianchuang disdainfully added a remark. Pai Yangyang did not pursue the matter further. His interest in Li Dengao was merely superficial, a casual inquiry at best. You seem rather concerned about him. Could it be that you're feeling jealous? Suddenly, Gu Tianchuang looked at him in astonishment. Pai Yangyang nearly bit his tongue, innocently retorting. Why would I care about him? I simply find him somewhat intriguing and asked out of curiosity. Oh, Gu Tianchuang responded, seemingly a bit disheartened, softly uttering the word. But she quickly brightened, saying, The stir-fried kidney dish is quite delightful. I assenti it. Be sure to finish it all. We mustn't waste any. Listening to her peculiar tone, Pai Yangyang hesitated, unsure whether to eat or not. After their meal, Gu Tianchuang remarked, Remember to come find me to hang out when you have time. But don't let Sister Su know. If she strikes you, you cannot blame me. Pai Yangyang chuckled awkwardly. What do I have to do with you? Why would she hit me? Besides, I am a man. Do you think I would fear her? Hee hee, I hope you won't chicken out when the time comes. Gu Tianchuang laughed, and after settling the bill, they exited the restaurant. I'm heading back to school now. We'll be in touch. Goodbye, Gu Tianchuang said lightly, turning and waving as she walked away. Pai Yangyang watched her figure, somewhat dazed. Having known her for less than 3 days, he found this quirky girl quite fascinating. As he saw her enter the school gate, he turned towards his car. However, upon reaching it, he sensed something amiss. A group of colorful-haired ruffians swayed towards him. He glanced at them, his gaze fixating on one individual, Li Dengao. To his surprise, Li had not left. Instead, he had gathered a crowd to wait for him. Li Dengao approached with a grim expression, fixing Pai Yangyang with a scornful stare. What do you want? Pai Yangyang sensed the hostility, and his tone grew colder. What do I want? Li Dengao spat. Who do you think you are to compete with me for women? Pai Yangyang scoffed, disdain evident in his voice. Li Denggao, I believe you're mistaken. Gu Tianchuang has no affection for you, and may even despise you. How dare you claim her as your woman? Ha! Li Denggao spat vehemently, his voice rising in anger. Before you came along, she never treated me this way. Go ask around at school. Everyone knows I'm her boyfriend. Pai Yangyang's eyes narrowed as he coldly replied, It seems Miss Gu was right. You truly are shameless. Shameless? Who exactly is the shameless one here? Li Denggao stepped forward menacingly, glaring at Pai Yangyang. 3 years ago, you clung to Qin Yujia, living off her for 3 years. Everyone knows that. Just days ago, after your divorce from her, you somehow managed to ensnare Su Xueqing. You just registered your marriage, and now you're attempting to seduce Gu Tianchuang. You are nothing but a scoundrel, a cad. Pai Yangyang remained unfazed, shrugging his shoulders as he disdainfully remarked, Unfortunately, your words hold no weight. Moreover, I can assure you that without me, Gu Tianchuang would regard you with equal disdain. Preposterous. Li Denggao's eyes reddened, panting heavily. Pai Yangyang's gaze turned icy as he spoke in a low voice. Do not delude yourself into thinking that your return from the nation makes you remarkable. The Li family and the Gu family are not even on the same plane. Take my advice. Cease your pursuit of Gu Tianchuang. You are simply not her type. Humph. Do I need your counsel? Just stay away from Gu Tianchuang. Li Denggao could hardly absorb these words, his face twisted with disdain and fury. Well, even if I wished to distance myself, she would still find me, Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly, wearing an expression of resignation. Very well, you possess some audacity. Today, we must settle this matter. Li Denggao's teeth ground together as he spoke vehemently. Pai Yangyang cast a glance at the group of ruffians and inquired, How do you propose to settle this? We are both men, so let us resolve this between ourselves. Regardless of who wins or loses, Gu Tianchuang must remain oblivious. Are you brave enough? Li Denggao had regained his arrogance, tauntingly challenging him. Pai Yangyang glanced at the ragtag group with disdain, retorting, You wish to engage in a brawl? With these few misfits? You can bring others if you wish. Do you dare? Li Denggao boasted confidently. No need, Pai Yangyang replied. But do not come crying to Gu Tianchuang later, claiming that I ganged up on you. Sighing, Pai Yangyang lamented, I fought just this morning, and now I must fight again. My hands may not tire, but my heart is weary. Besides, brawling for a woman does not reflect well on one's character. Shall we fight here? Pai Yangyang glanced at the school gates and asked, Do you dare accompany me to another location? Li Denggao clearly preferred not to fight in public. Should Gu Tianchuang learn of it, it would only deepen her disdain for him. Let us go. Lead the way, Pai Yangyang said, confidently opening the car door. You too. Get in his car. Li Denggao commanded the two henchmen. They complied without hesitation, and Pai Yangyang made no attempt to stop them as he started the engine. Oh, the kept man drives rather well. This car must be worth millions. The henchman in the passenger seat exclaimed, eagerly examining the interior with envy. Had he not known Pai Yangyang's reputation, he would not have dared to treat him with such disdain. Pai Yangyang maintained an impassive demeanor, offering no response. Kid, do you have the audacity to steal Li Xiao's woman? The henchman said smugly, taking pleasure in Pai Yangyang's silence. Mind you, keep your wits about you. Drive quickly. For I fear I may lose control, Pai Yangyang remarked nonchalantly as he drove. Huh, do you think you're Bruce Lee, unable to control yourself? I suggest you kneel and beg for mercy sooner rather than later. It may spare you from a few blows, the henchman scoffed. Pai Yangyang merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond further as he followed Li Denggao's BMW, driving onward. Chapter 31. I am the one you cannot afford to provoke. The vehicle swiftly arrived in front of a derelict building, a site long abandoned, desolate, and overgrown with weeds, littered with construction debris. Kid, you've got guts to actually come here. Upon alighting, Li Denggao fixed a disdainful gaze upon Pai Yangyang, his expression rife with contempt. Pai Yangyang surveyed his surroundings and remarked, Indeed, the location is rather impressive. Humph, even if I were to end your life here, no one would be the wiser. Li Denggao sneered venomously. With a dismissive smile, Pai Yangyang retorted, Your hands probably lack the steadiness to wield even a scalpel. How do you expect to kill me? Pai Yangyang, I offer you one last chance. If you promise to stay away from Gu Tianchuang, I shall refrain from making things difficult for you. Li Denggao disregarded Pai Yangyang's mockery. Pai Yangyang shrugged. I have already stated, it is not I who seeks her. She seeks me. What can I do about it? Humph. Do you truly believe that being a pretty boy is easy? Since you are so obstinate, I shall teach you a lesson today. Li Dinggao's anger surged as he spoke fiercely. With a wave of his hand, several thugs encircled them. Boss, stop wasting your breath on him. A man like him, living off others, only learns when his legs are broken. The yellow-haired thug, who had initially been seated in Pai Yangyang's car, swaggered towards him with a derisive expression. Smack! Before he could finish his taunt, a resounding slap landed on his face. The yellow-haired thug spun around twice, his head buzzing, incredulous as he touched his face, which was already swelling. He had not even seen how Pai Yangyang had struck. Pai Yangyang shook his hand and playfully inquired, "Soft, is it?" The yellow-haired thug stood stunned for several seconds before regaining his composure, furiously pointing at Pai Yangyang and shouting, "Kill him!" The group of thugs lunged at Pai Yangyang, fists and feet flying. A smug smile crept onto Li Dinggao's lips. "Today, you shall learn that there are many in this world that you cannot provoke." Yet, his voice dwindled, fading into silence as he gaped in disbelief. In the span of a single sentence, all the thugs had collapsed to the ground, writhing and wailing. In contrast, the yellow-haired thug, who had only received a slap, was the fortunate one. Pai Yangyang remained unfazed, as if he had never moved at all, a charming smile still gracing his lips. "You are not mistaken. Indeed, there are many in this world whom you cannot afford to provoke." Pai Yangyang echoed Li Dinggao's earlier words, advancing slowly towards him. Li Dinggao felt as though a colossal mountain was bearing down upon him, an oppressive sensation that made it difficult to breathe, drawing ever closer. He instinctively attempted to flee, but his legs betrayed him, trembling uncontrollably. "And I am the one you cannot afford to provoke." With a sharp crack, Li Dinggao clearly saw Pai Yangyang's left hand striking his face. His body swayed, nearly toppling over. A searing pain radiated across his face, contorting it into a grotesque expression. "Dare you strike me?" he exclaimed, incredulous at Pai Yangyang's seemingly harmless smile. Unable to believe he had been struck by the other. "You said you wanted me dead. Why should I refrain from retaliating?" Pai Yangyang replied with a playful glint in his eye. "Moreover, I have a profound fear of death. Given your threats, I cannot afford to leave any potential risks." As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand, fingers clenched, his gaze glinting menacingly as it fixed on Li Dinggao. The moment their eyes met, a chilling fear surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head. "You initially claimed this place was excellent. Even if I were to kill you, no one would be the wiser." Pai Yangyang's tone was nonchalant, yet to Li Dinggao, it resonated like the sounds of hell, sending shivers down his spine. "Do not act recklessly. Otherwise, my father and the Li family will not spare you." Bang! A heavy punch struck Li Dinggao's solar plexus, forcing the rest of his words down into silence. The other side of his face changed color instantly, first turning crimson, then quickly pale. He felt an excruciating pain, as if his internal organs were being torn apart. A sweetness rising in his throat. "Threatening me? Do you think I would fear that?" Pai Yangyang coldly regarded the now cowardly Dinggao, disdain evident in his voice. Huang Mao stood by, trembling in fear, his legs quaking, paralyzed with terror. At that moment, he felt as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. Li Dinggao had provoked a formidable adversary, dragging them into a perilous situation. He recalled Pai Yangyang's earlier words in the car, but now, even if he wished to flee, his legs lacked the strength to move. He sensed the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from Pai Yangyang, fully aware that the other truly had the capability to kill. If Pai Yangyang were to go that far, they, the unfortunate few, would become mere targets for silencing. "Huang Mao, help me. I paid you." Li Dinggao, gripped by fear, shouted at the only one still standing, Huang Mao. At this moment, Huang Mao was his only lifeline. "Damn you!" Huang Mao snapped back to reality, rushing forward and delivering a brutal kick to Li Dinggao's abdomen. Li Dinggao let out a wretched cry, collapsing to the ground. Pai Yangyang was taken aback, turning to look at Green Mao with a face full of confusion. "Brother, I was deceived by this brat. He portrayed himself as pitiful, but it turns out he was merely trying to undermine you." Huang Mao groveled, bending at the waist, ingratiatingly addressing Pai Yangyang. Li Dinggao lay on the ground, writhing in agony, barely able to utter a sound. Upon witnessing the scene, he was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood, despairingly exclaiming, "You, Huang Mao." However, as soon as he uttered those words, Huang Mao menacingly approached him, causing the remainder of his statement to vanish in fear. A sudden warmth surged between his legs, and a stream of filth gushed forth uncontrollably. Observing this, Pai Yangyang frowned slightly. Never mind, he thought, disdainfully waving his hand before his nose and uttering 2 words nonchalantly. Only then did Huang Mao lower his raised foot, turning to Pai Yangyang and inquiring, "Is this shameless brat truly to be spared, boss?" Pai Yangyang replied, "This self-important waste is merely deserving of a lesson." Huang Mao turned away, looking at Li Denggao with contempt, and spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm. "With your character, do you even dare to covet my brother's woman? Keep your distance from that female student, or I shall strike you every time I see you." Huang Mao, brimming with bravado, suddenly reminded Pai Yangyang of the translator in a wartime drama, effortlessly fitting the role without any makeup. Li Denggao wore a mournful expression, too intimidated to utter another word. These ruffians were merely local thugs loitering around the business school. Recently, Li Denggao had frequently visited the campus to see Gu Tianshuang, drawing the attention of these miscreants who had coerced him into treating them on several occasions. As time passed, he had become somewhat acquainted with them. Today, after being humiliated in the cafeteria, he could not swallow his indignation and sought out Huang Mao, offering them 2,000 yuan to teach Pai Yangyang a lesson. Little did he expect that events would unfold in such a manner. Now, he found himself in a predicament, unable to voice his grievances and, having wet his pants, he felt utterly humiliated, wishing for death. "Rest assured, brother, with us around, he will never dare approach your girlfriend again," Huang Mao assured Pai Yangyang, grinning. Pai Yangyang forced a smile. "She is not my girlfriend. Moreover, you all would do well to steer clear of her. Consider this a warning." He recalled Gu Tianshuang, the esteemed daughter of the Gu family, and thought if these ruffians were to persist in their foolishness around her, she might take action against them. "Hee, I understand. I understand. You can rely on me, boss." Huang Mao winked, feigning comprehension. Pai Yangyang, disinterested in further explanation, turned to walk towards his car. "Look at the car they drive. If you wish to court death, do not drag me into it." Just as he opened the car door, he heard Huang Mao's furious curses and Li Denggao's cries behind him. Chapter 32. Can you not be so confident? As Pai Yangyang drove away, he was assured that Huang Mao would not dare to truly harm Li Denggao. After such an uproar, he felt disinterested and headed towards the Yunding villa. Upon entering, Su Xueqing cast a curious glance at him, questioning why he was back so early, as she had assumed he could not endure being at home. Pai Yangyang reclined on the sofa, his gaze brightening at the sight of Su Xueqing, now clad in professional attire. To my astonishment, such an ordinary professional attire, when donned by her, becomes extraordinarily captivating. The alluring curves of her figure are flawlessly accentuated, especially the pronounced contours at her bosom, which strain against the fabric of her shirt, revealing glimpses of her beauty that evoke a sense of awe. Pai Yangyang, momentarily taken aback, inquired, "Are those buttons secure?" Su Xueqing, caught off guard, responded with a hint of suspicion, "What do you mean by secure buttons?" As she examined her garment for any irregularities, she found none. Just as she was about to ask further, she noticed Pai Yangyang's gaze fixated on a particular spot. Following his line of sight, she lowered her head and quickly grasped the situation. A flush crept onto her cheeks as she retorted, "You scoundrel." Pai Yangyang chuckled. "I was merely trying to offer you a friendly reminder." Feeling a pang of anxiety, Su Xueqing hastened her ascent upstairs. It took her a full half-hour to return, but it was evident that she had changed into a different shirt, one that appeared more secure. Zheng Li followed her downstairs, and, upon witnessing Pai Yangyang's covetous gaze, could not suppress a derisive laugh. "Men," she scoffed. Pai Yangyang, feigning seriousness, remarked, "Beautiful women are meant to be admired. Why else would I focus solely on her and not on you?" Zheng Li's face flushed with indignation. While she may not possess the same devastating beauty as Su Xueqing, she was certainly attractive in her own right, with an air of mature elegance that came with age. Confident in her own physique, she felt belittled by Pai Yangyang's dismissive gaze, which seemed to render her utterly invisible. Just days after her divorce, he was already fixated on another woman. "This is typical of men, such brutes," she muttered in frustration. Pai Yangyang, unapologetic, retorted, "So what? Should I weep and wail because a woman left me? Let me tell you, her departure is her own loss. I refuse to waste my time lamenting over a crooked tree when there is an entire forest to explore. With you? You couldn't even approach a crooked tree, let alone a forest. Dream on." Zheng Li scoffed, her disdain evident. "Why haven't you found a boyfriend yet? Look at you. You have age spots on your face," Pai Yangyang teased, a playful grin on his face. Zheng Li's complexion turned crimson with anger as she glared at him. exuding an aura that suggested she might wish to do him harm. Su Xueqing, observing the exchange, burst into laughter. Sisterly, I never imagined your sharp tongue would meet its match. Humph, I can't be bothered to engage with him. He is nothing but a rogue and a scoundrel, Zhengli replied stubbornly. Is it appropriate for you to speak so? My wife happens to be your boss. And here you are disparaging her husband. Isn't that rather disrespectful? Pai Yangyang challenged. Zhengli felt a pent-up frustration, struggling to express herself, ultimately stamping her foot in vexation as she turned and exclaimed, I will go fetch the documents. Su Xueqing cast a curious glance at Pai Yangyang and remarked, I must say, I didn't expect you to be so eloquent. It seems you are not entirely devoid of merit. Rest assured, this is not my sole virtue. Spend enough time with me, and you will find yourself gradually enchanted, unable to part from my company, Pai Yangyang confidently replied. Could you perhaps tone down the self-adoration? If you truly possess such charm, why would Qin Yujia have left you? Su Xueqing retorted disdainfully. Pai Yangyang's expression shifted abruptly. He retrieved his phone and, in a somber tone, declared that was simply her lack of discernment. He then opened his phone, intending to play a familiar game of snake. However, after swiping back and forth without success, he was interrupted. Have you purchased a new phone? I haven't even paid you yet. You didn't buy it on installment, did you? Su Xueqing inquired with curiosity upon noticing Pai Yangyang's new device. Is it such a big deal? It's merely a phone, a gift from Miss Gu. Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly while engrossed in his search for a game. Miss Gu? Which Miss Gu? Su Xueqing's demeanor shifted slightly as she leaned in closer, asking. Noticing the unusual tone in her voice, Pai Yangyang looked up, puzzled, and asked, You don't know Gu Tianshuang? She is certainly acquainted with you. Gu Tianshuang? Su Xueqing's expression altered once more. She indeed recognized Gu Tianshuang, but had little personal interaction, having only encountered her a few times at social gatherings. Why would she buy you a phone? I recall her just entering university. You're not deceiving a student, are you? She questioned skeptically. Who is deceiving whom? This was a gift she willingly bestowed upon me. I would rather not have it, as it's a worthless phone. No snake game even, Pai Yangyang frowned, helplessly shutting off the device and tossing it onto the sofa. However, Su Xueqing clearly found the phone intriguing. She picked it up, examined it closely, and remarked, Worthless? This phone is over 10,000, and it may not even be readily available. It seems Miss Gu holds you in high regard. Her words hinted at a subtle jealousy. No wonder she rushed out early this morning. Perhaps she was on a date with her? Pai Yangyang looked up in surprise, meeting her gaze and feeling an involuntary shiver run down his spine. This woman, why did her eyes glimmer with such a menacing aura? Don't overthink it. I treated her grandfather's illness. This was her expression of gratitude. We merely shared a quick meal together, he explained, appearing somewhat exasperated. A quick meal? Was it at a hotel or an inn? Su Xueqing pressed on relentlessly. Pai Yangyang felt overwhelmed. Were all women's thoughts so peculiar? What hotel or inn? What are you suggesting? Our friendship is entirely platonic. We simply had a meal at the CAF near her school, he said, showing signs of frustration. Su Xueqing scoffed. Platonic friendship? In this day and age, what genuine platonic friendship exists between men and women? Do you take me for a fool? Believe what you wish. Pai Yangyang retorted. Pai Yangyang cast a weary glance, feeling somewhat fatigued. He snatched the phone away and stuffed it into his pocket. Is it so unbearable for me to say a few words to you? Do not forget, you are my husband now, as stipulated in the agreement. For this year, you are forbidden from consorting with other women, Su Xueqing remarked, adopting a demeanor of a tamed spouse. All right, I understand. I do possess a modicum of integrity regarding this contract. Pai Yangyang thought he had encountered an insurmountable challenge, rendered speechless. Ah, woman, should I catch you in any indiscretion, I will reduce your salary, and then we shall see how you attract other women, Su Xueqing said coldly, her expression softening somewhat upon witnessing Pai Yangyang's capitulation. With a long sigh in his heart, Pai Yangyang reflected, thank goodness it is only a year-long agreement. If she were truly my wife, would I not be like the Monkey King encountering Tang's song, never to rise again in this lifetime? Chapter 33. Do you think they are faster than I am? At 6 in the evening, Pai Yangyang drove Su Xueqing and Zheng Li to Zuwei Villa. This private club, a veritable paradise for the affluent, offered a seamless blend of hotel, dining, and entertainment services. Only the wealthy could afford to frequent such an establishment, as common folk would find it financially unattainable. The villa was the private estate of Zhao Jin Gang, a steadfast supporter of the Yi family. Within the premises, no outside vehicles were permitted. Instead, 2 large parking lots were designated outside the villa. All patrons had to rely on the villa's shuttle buses to reach their intended destinations. It was Pai Yangyang's first visit, and the expansive estate sprawled over hundreds of acres, surrounded by towering walls. Through the grand entrance, one could see pavilions and towers, rock formations, and flowing waters, and ancient architectural styles that rendered the villa's scenery breathtaking. The parking lot was already filled with numerous luxury cars. Just as they approached the villa, Pai Yangyang suddenly halted the vehicle. "Why have we stopped?" Su Xueqing inquired, puzzled. "Li Jie, once you enter, if you notice anything unusual, call me. Remember to keep it on silent mode and say nothing," Pai Yangyang said, his demeanor turning serious as he addressed Zheng Li. Zheng Li, bewildered, retorted, "Are you out of your mind? What could possibly be amiss? Besides, if something were to happen, calling you would be futile. It would be better to contact the police." Pai Yangyang replied, "Contact the police? Do you think they would arrive faster than I could?" Zheng Li shot him a disapproving glance. "You're being overly paranoid. We are here to discuss cooperation, not to attend a banquet of doom. Better safe than sorry. You do claim to be beautiful, do you not? Aren't you concerned about being targeted?" Pai Yangyang said sternly. "What do you mean by targeted? Do you even know how to articulate your thoughts?" Zheng Li retorted, momentarily irritated, but then smiled, adding, "Though you do have a point." "Li Jie?" Heed his words. Su Xueqing interjected thoughtfully after listening to their exchange, her resolve firming. The words of Pai Yangyang indeed left her feeling somewhat unsettled. With Su Xueqing expressing her thoughts, Zheng Li naturally refrained from saying more and nodded, affirming, "All right. I shall comply." Only then did Pai Yangyang quietly release a sigh of relief and steer the car towards the parking lot. Although he was unfamiliar with Tong Yu and had little knowledge of Sihai investment, he sensed that this sudden collaboration was unlikely to be straightforward. Moreover, he had noticed that Su Xueqing's complexion appeared pallid since morning, leading him to conclude that today's partnership was bound to falter and might even encounter peril. However, he dared not voice such concerns openly, fearing that the 2 women would dismiss him as a charlatan spouting nonsense. As they entered the parking lot, a sharply dressed man approached briskly. "Excuse me, are you Miss Su?" he inquired, respectfully opening the car door. Su Xueqing hesitated momentarily before smiling and nodding. "I am Su Xueqing. Greetings, Ms. Su. My name is Su Damao, and I am assistant to Mr. Tong. He has sent me to welcome you." The man introduced himself. In his 30s, wearing glasses and exuding an air of refinement, he spoke with great courtesy. Throughout the journey, Su Xueqing felt a twinge of anxiety, sensing that the meeting might yield no results. However, upon realizing that Tong Yu had personally dispatched his assistant to greet her, her apprehension eased considerably. "Very well. Please lead the way, Mr. Su," she said politely. Su Damao glanced at Pai Yangyang, his eyes flickering momentarily, and in a somewhat chill tone remarked, "Ms. Su, your driver need not accompany us. He will wait for us here," Su Xueqing replied. Su Damao smiled again, responding, "All right then, Ms. Su, please." Leaning against the car door, Pai Yangyang observed Su Damao's retreating figure, a wry smile playing on his lips. Although Su Damao's glance had merely flickered, it had not escaped Pai Yangyang's keen perception. That fleeting moment confirmed his suspicion. Tonight was likely to be a treacherous banquet. Nevertheless, he felt no concern. After departing, he sought out a small roadside eatery, ordered a rice dish, and devoured it ravenously. Regardless of the circumstances, one must first satiate their hunger. After finishing his meal, Pai Yangyang returned to the parking lot of Tsui Villa, pulled out his phone, and aimlessly played a match-3 game. Though his thoughts were focused on awaiting news from Zheng Li, he trusted that if trouble arose, Zheng Li would indeed act as he had instructed. Though her temperament was less than amiable, he had found her reliable in their interactions thus far. This was also Su Xueqing and Zheng Li's first visit to Tsui Villa. Upon entering, they were effusive in their praise for the place. The garden-style design adorned the area exquisitely. Every building was constructed in an ancient architectural style, and stepping into the villa felt akin to traversing time itself. The sightseeing vehicle halted in front of a 3-story pavilion, and Su Damao gestured towards it, saying, "Mr. Tong awaits you both on the 3rd floor. Please, proceed." In the elegant hall of Yashin Pavilion, Zheng Li glanced up at the plaque, softly articulating its inscription. Guided by Su Damao, the two ascended to the 3rd floor. Upon knocking and entering, they discovered the space transformed into a tea room, where a middle-aged gentleman leisurely brewed tea before an expansive TC. Beside him lay a substantial stack of documents. And Su Xueqing's gaze was immediately drawn to the title, Feasibility Analysis Report on Investing in the Su Group. Mr. Tong, Mr. Su has arrived, Su Damao announced respectfully. The middle-aged man, maintaining a composed demeanor, flipped the documents over and rose with a smile. Mr. Su, I have long admired your reputation. I hope you will not take offense at my bold invitation today. This gentleman was none other than the president of Sihai Investment, a refined man in his early 40s. Mr. Tong, you are too polite. It is we who have overstepped, replied Su Xueqing. Upon seeing the report, a considerable weight lifted from her heart, suggesting that Tong Yu was genuinely interested in collaborating with the Su Group. Mr. Tong, what prompted your sudden decision to invest in the Su Group? Despite her alleviated anxiety, Su Xueqing still harbored questions. It was not a sudden decision. In fact, I have been monitoring the Su Group for quite some time. Mr. Su, you are likely aware that the current investment climate is far from ideal, and we must exercise utmost caution with every investment. After thorough investigation and analysis, we must present our findings to the board for discussion before reaching a final decision, which invariably requires a significant amount of time. Hearing this, a smile graced Su Xueqing's face. It seemed Mr. Tong had indeed put considerable thought into this matter. Now, Mr. Su, let us not stand in converse. I have prepared a dinner. Shall we eat and talk? Tong Yu gestured towards a dining table. Certainly, Mr. Tong, Su Xueqing responded courteously, as the three took their seats. Su Xueqing introduced Zheng Li. Tong Yu remarked, I have long heard of your capable assistant by Mr. Su's side. Today, I see the truth of it. Mr. Tong is too generous with his praise, Zheng Li replied, sitting calmly, yet her mind replayed the words of Pai Yangyang. She could not shake the feeling that Tong Yu was not as straightforward as he appeared. Furthermore, as the secretary to the board, she understood that such an investigation report should not have been present, let alone accessible to them. Being the general manager of Sihai Investment, Tong Yu must possess this basic awareness. Thus, the existence of such anomalies could only be intentional. Hence, she kept her bag clasped tightly to her chest rather than placing it down. Xiao Su, serve the dishes. Open a bottle of my treasured Kangdi wine. Mr. Su is our esteemed guest. We must not be neglectful, Tong Yu instructed Su Damao, who stood nearby. Su Xueqing interjected, Mr. Tong, you are too courteous. However, neither of us drinks alcohol. How can one not partake in a toast? This marks our first meal together, does it not? Mr. Su must not refuse to honor this occasion. Let us say that Secretary Zheng may abstain, but you, Mr. Su, should indulge a little. Tong Yu said with a broad smile. Well, since there is a request, Su Xueqing dared not refuse excessively. When Tong Yu mentioned that Zheng Li need not drink, her vigilance considerably eased. Indeed, if it is a discussion of collaboration, how could one abstain from wine? She then signaled Su Damao to prepare the refreshments. However, both Su Xueqing and Zheng Li failed to notice the fleeting glimmer of malice that flickered in the depths of his gaze. Chapter 34. She will certainly enjoy herself seizing the opportunity while Su Damao was preparing the food and drinks. Zheng Li stood and said, Mr. Tong, I apologize, but I must visit the restroom. Tong Yu cast a brief glance at her appealing figure and nodded. The restroom is over there. His eyes radiated a fervent, almost primal desire. Excuse me for a moment, she replied, her heart skipping slightly as their eyes met. As a seasoned professional, she was well aware of the implications of such a gaze. Upon reaching the restroom, she locked the door and quickly sent a message to Pai Yangyang, informing him of her and Su Xueqing's location. Simultaneously, she silenced her phone, dialed Pai Yangyang, and tucked it into her bag. After completing these actions, her heart raced, and her breathing quickened. Splashing cold water on her face, she took a few moments to compose herself before exiting. I apologize for the wait. Zheng Li returned to the table. The refreshments had been served, and Su Damao poured a glass of red wine for both Tong Yu and Su Xueqing. Mr. Tong, has the evaluation from Sihai Investment regarding our Su Group yielded results? Su Xueqing inquired, glancing at her glass. Tong Yu chuckled, lifting his glass. If there were no results, I would not have dared to invite you, Ms. Su. To be candid, our board has approved the investment proposal for Su Group. We are merely awaiting your confirmation on some details. With that, Su Xueqing raised her glass and gently clinked it with his. Thank you, Mr. Tong. I hope for a pleasant collaboration. Cheers to a fruitful partnership. Their glasses met. Tong Yu drank his glass in one gulp, then turned it upside down to signal Su Xueqing. With a determined expression, She also downed her drink. Well, Miss Su is quite bold. Indeed, a remarkable woman. Allow me to toast you again, wishing Su Group, under your leadership, to achieve even greater heights. Su Domao poured more wine as Tong Yu exuberantly proclaimed. Achieving greater heights is ambitious. Merely steering Su Group out of its current predicament would suffice. Su Xueqing replied, her tone subdued. Mr. Tong, you may not be aware, but our funding gap is rather substantial this time. Is it not merely 500 million? I am aware. I forgot to mention. The proposal our board approved is an investment of 500 million in Su Group, Tong Yu said with an air of generosity. Really? That is wonderful, Su Xueqing exclaimed, lifting her glass to gently tap it against his. Throughout the drinking, Tong Yu's gaze remained coldly fixed upon Su Xueqing. However, the wine glass obscured his eyes, and Su Xueqing remained oblivious. Observing her consume a second glass of wine, a faint, cold smile crept upon his lips. Outside the Tsuiwei villa, Pai Yangyang listened intently to the sounds emanating from his phone. Zheng Li's bag was unzipped, allowing every word to reach his ears with clarity. Realizing that Su Xueqing had downed 2 glasses, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, foolish girl. Yet, up to that point, he had not detected any ominous signals. So he remained in the car, motionless. In the loft, Su Xueqing had already consumed her 3rd glass. With a poor tolerance for alcohol, she felt a flush rise to her cheeks, a warmth surging within her, and a heat swirling in her abdomen. Tong Yu raised his glass once more, but Su Xueqing felt the world spin around her, whispering, I can't drink anymore. Before she could finish her sentence, she collapsed onto the table. Zheng Li was taken aback and hurried over to support her, anxiously exclaiming, President Su? At that moment, Tong Yu slowly stood, casting a chilling gaze upon the 2 women, a wicked smile playing on his lips. It seems President Su cannot handle her liquor. I shall have someone escort her to a guest room for rest, and once she awakens, we can discuss our collaboration. Tong Yu loosened his tie, speaking with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Zheng Li fixed her gaze on him, suspicion etched on her face as she demanded, What did you put in the wine? Ah, one mustn't speak so carelessly. I drank the same wine, and I am perfectly fine, am I not? Tong Yu replied, feigning innocence. He then turned to Su Domao, instructing, Go, summon someone to take Miss Su to a guest room in the red building. A sinister smile appeared on Su Domao's face as he turned and called out at the door. Immediately, 4 burly men entered, approaching to seize Su Xueqing. What do you intend to do? Zheng Li exclaimed in alarm, desperately shielding Su Xueqing, her voice rising in anger. Yet, one of the strong men sneered, grasping her shoulder and forcefully pulling her away. With a startled cry, Zheng Li fell to the ground. Be gentler, have you no regard for a lady? Tong Yu chided, extending his hand toward Zheng Li. Meanwhile, Su Xueqing was hoisted by 2 strong men and dragged away. Where are you taking her? Zheng Li screamed, attempting to pursue. But Tong Yu's grip on her tightened, rendering her immobile. Do not concern yourself with her whereabouts. Rest assured, she shall find great pleasure shortly, Tong Yu sneered, his gaze fixed menacingly on Zheng Li. Mr. Tong, you cannot do this. She is a member of the Su family. Zheng Li was in a state of utter panic, desperately hoping that Tong Yu would reconsider out of respect for the Su family. And what of it? The Su family has fallen from grace. Do you believe they are still the illustrious Su family of old? After tonight, they shall be irreparably ruined, Tong Yu declared with disdain. Zheng Li's mind was in turmoil as she shouted, Pai Yangyang, hurry. They have taken President Su. Tong Yu laughed heartily, seizing her tightly, his thick lips attempting to press against her cheek. Damn it, I don't get to have Boss Su anyway, but you're not bad either. Save some energy now, you'll be screaming for more later. Loud laughter erupted from the several men in the room, like a pack of wolves eyeing their prey. As the words fell, there was a sharp rip. Tong Yu tore her clothes apart in one go. Zheng Li gritted her teeth and struggled with all her might. But how could she stand against a man? Come on, beauty, enjoy yourself. If I can't satisfy you alone, there are a few more brothers here. Ha ha. Tong Yu held her tightly and pushed her inside. Inside the attic, there was actually another small room, and a bed was placed in it. Zheng Li was thrown onto the bed. Tong Yu hastily stripped off his own clothes. A lewd grin on his face as he said, You guessed right, there was medicine in that wine. Perfect timing now, you can help me work off the effects. As he spoke, he had already taken off his pants, then pounced on Zheng Li like a clumsy bear, pinning her down again just as she tried to climb up. Amid another series of fabric-ripping sounds, the clothes on Zheng Li's body were torn to shreds by Tong Yu. She let out desperate sobs, trying with all her strength to push the man off her, but Tong Yu, already under the influence of the medicine, had an unusually great strength. How could she possibly push him away? When her bra was torn off, her last line of defense was on the verge of collapsing. Tong Yu grinned menacingly, panting heavily, as one of his dirty hands reached toward the only remaining piece of cloth covering her body. Zheng Li was completely desperate, tears streaming down her face. At that very moment, several loud crashes suddenly came from outside. Immediately after, the man on top of her was sent flying, slamming heavily against the wall before sliding down like a dead dog. In front of her, a familiar figure appeared. Zheng Li, who had been on the brink of breaking down, finally burst into loud sobs. Chapter 35. You're asking for death. Pai Yangyang grabbed the bedsheet nearby and draped it over Zheng Li in one move, then asked in a stern voice, "Where is Su Xueqing?" B-Boss Su was taken away by someone. I don't know where she is either." Zheng Li clung to the bedsheet in terror, trembling violently. Pai Yangyang immediately fixed his gaze on Tong Yu, who was leaning against the corner of the wall. He stepped heavily on Tong Yu's thigh and asked in a cold voice, "Speak. Where is Su Xueqing?" Tong Yu had been thrown into a daze, his internal organs churning. Blood kept gushing from his mouth. He stared at Pai Yangyang with a ferocious look and sneered, "Su Xueqing? Heh. I'm afraid she's in the middle of enjoying herself right now." Before he could finish his sentence, Pai Yangyang suddenly pressed down harder with his foot. There was a crisp crack. Tong Yu's thigh bone shattered instantly, and a shrill scream escaped his lips. "Where is Su Xueqing?" Pai Yangyang's voice turned even colder, and a murderous aura emanated from between his brows. At the same time, he lifted his foot slightly, aiming at Tong Yu's other thigh. "Why you? I advise you not to. Mind your own business. I am telling you, that person, you can't afford to offend him." Tong Yu was trembling all over from the pain, his words coming out in broken gasps. Even though his eyes were filled with intense fear, he still clenched his teeth and refused to reveal where Su Xueqing was. Without the slightest hesitation, Pai Yangyang brought his foot down again. Another crisp crack rang out, another leg bone snapped. Tong Yu emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Once more, he inquired, "Where is she?" Yet this time, Pai Yangyang aimed a kick directly at Tong Yu's groin. Overcome with terror, Tong Yu felt a chilling sense of impending doom surge from the depths of his being. In that moment, he was utterly convinced that if he did not reveal Su Xueqing's whereabouts, the man before him would indeed kill him. In the adjacent red building. Before he could finish his sentence, Pai Yangyang struck him on the chin with a swift kick. Tong Yu could not even manage a sound before he lost consciousness. "Can you leave?" Pai Yangyang turned to glance at Zheng Li, inquiring. Zheng Li nodded in a panic. "You need not worry about me. Quickly go save President Su." Without further ado, Pai Yangyang departed from the scene. Inside a certain room of the red building, Su Xueqing, feeling feverish and her consciousness hazy, was unceremoniously tossed onto the bed by two burly men. A camera had already been set up beside the bed. Yi Fengliu's face contorted with rage, his eyes gleaming with malevolence as he fixated on Su Xueqing, who lay helplessly on the bed. Grabbing a bottle of alcohol, he downed nearly half of it in one go. "Su Xueqing, how dare you be so ungrateful? For years, I have harbored feelings for you. Yet you have never spared me a glance. To humiliate me at my own engagement party with that worthless Pai Yangyang." As he spoke vehemently, he placed the bottle down and approached the bed, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Tonight, I shall make you my woman, and you will learn that anything I, Yi Fengliu, desire will never be taken from me." Reaching the bedside, he coldly gazed at Su Xueqing's exquisitely enchanting visage, taking his time before making a move. "Do you see? I have prepared a special show for you today. I will record your every moment on this bed, for you to enjoy at your leisure." With a sinister laugh, he pointed at the camera, his expression darkening as he drew closer to the bed. Suddenly, as Su Xueqing's consciousness flickered, she stirred and opened her bleary eyes. However, she was struck with terror as she realized she was unable to move. Even the slightest twitch of her fingers was an arduous task. In that moment, a semblance of awareness returned to her, and she recalled the events leading to her intoxication, filling her with an overwhelming sense of dread and urgency. She comprehended her perilous situation. As a woman seasoned in the workforce, though she had not personally been ensnared in such treachery, she had certainly heard whispers of it. Straining to turn her head, she caught sight of Yi Fengliu standing menacingly at her bedside, his expression twisted in a snarl, casting a frigid gaze upon her. Simultaneously, she noticed the camera set up beside the bed. "Yi Fengliu, what are you doing here?" What do you want? She asked in a startled, slurred voice. Yi Fenglu sneered, ripping off his tie and flinging it to the ground, before tearing open his shirt, leering at Su Xueqing as he declared, Su Xueqing, what do you think I want? Of course I desire you. You scoundrel. Su Xueqing cursed softly, attempting to rise, yet found herself devoid of any strength. All her struggles were in vain. You wretched harlot. Yi Fenglu bellowed, his eyes bloodshot with fury. What makes you think you are above me? You would rather choose that divorced wastrel, Pai Yangyang, than marry me? I see you are utterly despicable. Today, I shall have you, so you shall understand that whatever I, Yi Fenglu, desire, I shall possess. The more he spoke, the more he reveled in his own words, intoxicated by the thrill of having Su Xueqing at his mercy, delaying his actions. Did you have someone drug my drink? Su Xueqing suddenly grasped the truth, her voice laced with resentment. Now you understand? Indeed. It was I who instructed them to lace your drink. It is a potent concoction, and soon you will experience its effects. Unfortunately, you will become a fool. Yi Fenglu declared with a sinister grin, his hands outstretched, ready to pounce on Su Xueqing. Realizing the gravity of her situation, Su Xueqing was overwhelmed with anger and despair. And in that moment, her breath caught in her throat, causing her to faint. A loud crash resounded as the door burst open. Yi Fenglu jumped in fright, turning in terror towards the entrance. There stood Pai Yangyang, his face contorted with rage, his eyes glinting with an icy fury as he glared in their direction. Upon seeing the disheveled Su Xueqing on the bed, his heart sank. His expression darkened, his gaze like daggers aimed at Yi Fenglu. Yi Fenglu felt a chill run down his spine, yet quickly regained his arrogance, glaring back at Pai Yangyang. You have arrived just in time. Today, I shall take this shameless woman before your very eyes. After all, you are a cuckold. What does it matter if you wear another green hat? If you find that insufficient, I have several bodyguards outside who would be more than willing to oblige. Recalling the humiliation he suffered at the hotel, Yi Fenglu wished nothing more than to obliterate Pai Yangyang. However, the thought of violating Su Xueqing in front of him was even more gratifying. You seek death. The 3 words were spat out, each syllable dripping with lethal intent. Though he and Su Xueqing were merely contractual spouses, he could not abide such indignity inflicted upon any woman, even one he barely knew. Unfazed, Yi Fenglu shouted defiantly, I see you are the one courting death. He then turned towards the door, bellowing, Someone, bind this wastrel. I want him to witness how I toy with this woman. Yet, as his words fell, silence enveloped the outside. Yi Fenglu's heart sank, an ominous feeling washing over him. Wastrels, where have you all gone? He shouted again in frustration. Pai Yangyang cast a disdainful glance at him, coldly replying, Save your breath, they cannot hear you. Yi Fenglu finally comprehended the situation, yet could hardly believe that the man whom the entire city mocked, Pai Yangyang, possessed the prowess to defeat the 4 burly bodyguards he had brought along. Humph, worthless fool. Even without them, it would be effortlessly simple for me to end your life. Yi Fenglu exhibited no trace of fear as he slowly clenched his fists, casting a menacing glare at Pai Yangyang. With a thunderous roar, he launched a powerful punch aimed directly at Pai Yangyang's face. Chapter 36. A needleless prick? The Yi family is renowned for its martial prowess, and Yi Fenglu is no exception. The Yi family's martial arts are unparalleled across the 6 southern provinces. Each year, at the Southern Provinces Arena competition, the Yi family consistently secures a top 3 position. Though Yi Fenglu is inherently a reckless scion, he has, under the stern watch of his grandfather and father, practiced some martial techniques. His punch was executed with precision, even producing a whooshing sound as it cut through the air. For an ordinary individual, such a blow would suffice to inflict severe injury. He held the seemingly frail Pai Yangyang in complete disdain. With a furious punch that descended like thunder, Pai Yangyang's lips curled into a cold smile. Just as the fist approached within a foot of his face, he suddenly moved his left hand, striking first with a counter. Yi Fenglu had no time to react as Pai Yangyang seized his fist, rendering its force as ineffective as a stone sinking into the ocean. As astonishment gripped him, he heard the ominous sound of bones cracking nearby. A surge of excruciating pain radiated from his fist, swiftly spreading throughout his entire body. Yi Fenglu's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat forming like pearls on his brow. He stared in horror at his captured fist, which had grotesquely contorted, his fingers twisted like a pretzel. Is this all the strength you possess? How dare you act recklessly? Pai Yangyang gradually released his grip, Yi Fenglu hastily withdrew his hand, trembling violently, and glared at Pai Yangyang through gritted teeth, demanding, "Do you dare strike me?" Slap. Without warning, a resounding slap connected with his face, leaving him dazed and spinning for 3 full circles before regaining his balance. "I strike at beasts. Pai Yangyang. Do not presume that because that old man Lei spoke a few words for you at the hotel, you can afford to disregard the Yi family. Let me enlighten you. With the strength of the Yi family, extinguishing your life would be as effortless as crushing an ant." Yi Fenglu seethed with hatred, his words dripping with venom. Bang! No sooner had he finished speaking than Pai Yangyang delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. With a muffled groan, Yi Fenglu was sent flying, crashing against a chair, his face contorted in agony. "I despise being threatened. I advise you to contemplate how to preserve your life before plotting against me." Pai Yangyang regarded him with disdain as he slowly approached, leaning over to scrutinize him. What do you intend to do?" Yi Fenglu finally felt the grip of fear, his voice trembling. His right hand throbbed with pain, his insides roiling, and the fiery sting on his face left no trace of his earlier bravado. "What do I intend? A wretch such as you is a blight upon this world. Instead of allowing you to live and seek revenge, it is far better for me to eliminate you now." As he spoke, his right foot slowly lifted. "Do not kill me." A terrified scream escaped, accompanied by a stream of yellow liquid flowing from Yi Fenglu's groin, instantly filling the room with a putrid stench. Pai Yangyang pinched his nose in disdain, casting a scornful glance at him. Just as he was about to step down when a pained groan from Su Xueqing reached his ears, he immediately turned to look at Su Xueqing, who lay on the bed. Upon seeing her, Pai Yangyang's brow furrowed, for he discerned that the poison coursing through her veins was exceedingly severe. If not addressed promptly, it could invade her brain, leaving permanent damage. Although he longed to incapacitate Yi Fenglu on the spot, he prioritized Su Xueqing's safety over his resentment and decided to disregard Yi Fenglu for the moment. Without casting another glance at Yi Fenglu, Pai Yangyang prepared to lift Su Xueqing and leave the premises. Suddenly, his gaze flickered, and he reached for the memory card from the camera before finally cradling the still unconscious Su Xueqing in his arms and striding out. The moment he held her close, a stirring sensation coursed through his heart, an unfamiliar feeling that momentarily distracted him. However, he swiftly regained control over his tumultuous emotions and exited with purposeful strides, carrying Su Xueqing. Behind him, Yi Fenglu's face contorted with rage, his resentment deeper than the ocean. "One day, Pai Yangyang, I will make you pay?" He seethed through clenched teeth, instinctively slamming his right hand down onto the ground. A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the entire red building. Ms. Su, is she all right?" As Pai Yangyang descended the stairs with Su Xueqing in his arms, Zheng Li, wrapped in a bedsheet, rushed forward in a panic, her concern palpable. "She's fine. Just unconscious. We need to go back. I'll help her sober up," Pai Yangyang replied in a solemn tone. "All right, let us hurry back," Zheng Li replied, her lingering fear urging her to leave the place immediately, not wanting to linger even for a moment longer. Once outside the villa, Pai Yangyang carefully placed Su Xueqing in the back seat, with Zheng Li supporting her. Throughout the journey, Su Xueqing remained in a stupor, and both Zheng Li and Pai Yangyang fell silent. However, Zheng Li's gaze turned peculiar as she observed Pai Yangyang driving. She had always looked down on him, believing that even if Su Xueqing needed a shield, she should choose someone more respectable. Like most, she considered Pai Yangyang a mere freeloader, a worthless man, a charlatan. After this incident, her perspective on him transformed entirely. Had it not been for this so-called freeloader, what would have become of her and Su Xueqing today? The thought sent shivers down her spine. "Thank you," she finally uttered, her eyes fixed intently on the back of Pai Yangyang's head as she managed to express her gratitude. Pai Yangyang responded nonchalantly, "There's no need to thank me. I am employed by Miss Su, and it is my duty to ensure your safety." Zheng Li was momentarily taken aback, then let out a silent, bitter laugh. Upon returning to the villa, Xiong De and Xiong Er gazed in horror at Su Xueqing, who was being cradled by Pai Yangyang, alongside Zheng Li, whose eyes were still glistening with tears. The servants stood by, hesitant to speak, their eyes fixed on the trio. "Let us escort President Su to the 3rd floor," Zheng Li suggested after a moment's contemplation. Pai Yangyang glanced towards the staircase and remarked, "Wasn't it said that I am not allowed on the 3rd floor? At such a time as this. Are you expecting President Su to change her clothes in the living room?" Zheng Li shot him a glare. "Well then, you said it yourself." If she wakes and seeks trouble with me, you'll bear the brunt. Pai Yangyang retorted. Zheng Li, still in a state of turmoil, had no desire to engage further and replied curtly, I'll take responsibility. With that, Pai Yangyang carried Su Xueqing up to the third floor. It was his first time entering her bedroom. Upon stepping inside, he noticed several garments strewn carelessly across the bed, including a few delicate lace undergarments. This woman, who typically appeared so neat and refined, revealed an unexpected side. Zheng Li, likely taken aback by the scene, gasped and hurriedly began to tidy up. In her fluster, she forgot that she was wrapped in a bedsheet, and as it slipped, she inadvertently exposed herself entirely to Pai Yangyang. Ah, don't look, she exclaimed, quickly pulling the sheet back and frantically grabbing at the scattered clothes on the bed. As she lifted the blanket, Pai Yangyang felt a heat rising in his lower abdomen, and a tickling sensation in his nose, as though something were about to escape him. Who would have thought? This concubine mother truly has substance. Pervert. Stop staring and put President Su down. Zheng Li chided, noticing that he was lost in thought, his gaze fixed on her. Pai Yangyang, startled back to reality, promptly laid Su Xueqing on the bed. I'll go change clothes and ask the auntie to prepare a bowl of hangover soup, Zheng Li said, clutching the bedsheet tightly. The hangover soup, 1 tea suffice. She's not merely intoxicated, she's been drugged. I'll retrieve a needle from the car. A quick prick will suffice. Pai Yangyang stated nonchalantly. Zheng Li looked at him with confusion, stammering, a prick? I warn you, do not take advantage of her vulnerability. Pai Yangyang was taken aback, his forehead lined with disbelief. Do I really come across as someone who would exploit a situation? Absolutely. Zheng Li affirmed without hesitation. Pai Yangyang fell silent, utterly speechless. Chapter 37. The needle must find its mark. Pai Yangyang retrieved a needle kit from the car, and Zheng Li hastily changed her clothes and rushed back. Upon seeing him extract a silver needle, she asked suspiciously, will a single prick truly awaken her? Certainly. Fetch me a bowl, Pai Yangyang replied, not lifting his gaze from the bed. What do you need a bowl for? Zheng Li inquired, intrigued. To catch the blood, of course. You wouldn't want me to let it spill onto the floor, would you? Bloodletting? Zheng Li gasped. Just a few drops. Hardly more than what you lost the first time, Pai Yangyang answered casually. Oh, that's a relief, Zheng Li sighed, turning to descend the stairs to fetch a bowl. However, just as she reached the doorway, an unsettling feeling washed over her. She turned back, casting a suspicious glance at Pai Yangyang, and coldly inquired, what did you mean by the first time? Pai Yangyang turned to her with a peculiar smile. You are a woman. Surely you understand? You scoundrel. Zheng Li's face flushed crimson as she grasped his meaning, and she rebuked him angrily. Pai Yangyang shrugged. Are you going to fetch the bowl or not? If not, I might as well proceed with the needle right now, and when the blood spills everywhere, you can explain to her when she awakens. Fuming, Zheng Li bit her lip in frustration and went downstairs to retrieve a bowl. Pai Yangyang's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he gently grasped Su Xueqing's hand, moving it closer to the bedside. Although Su Xueqing had previously taken his hand on more than one occasion, those moments had left him startled and devoid of any true feeling. Now, as he held her hand, the warmth and smoothness of her skin stirred something within him. The most beautiful woman in Xinjiang. Not only was her beauty and poise flawless, but her skin was also tender and exquisite, invoking a sense of tranquility upon touch. Noticing Pai Yangyang lost in thought as she approached with the bowl, Zheng Li snapped, What are you doing? Why haven't you started? Are you concocting some devious scheme? Snapping out of his reverie, Pai Yangyang replied with feigned bravado. Do you think this injection is so simple? I need to prepare and find the right spot, after all. Zheng Li found his words peculiar, but could not pinpoint the fault in them. She could only suppress her irritation and ask, Have you prepared sufficiently? Pai Yangyang smiled silently, then deftly pinched Su Xueqing's wrist, swiftly driving the silver needle into her tigeress mouth. The needle was 9/10 of an inch long, yet the portion inserted into her skin was barely 2/10. Zheng Li gasped in horror as she noticed the needle turning black as Pai Yangyang gently twisted it. Is she poisoned? Though she had no medical expertise, she had seen similar scenarios on television. Thus, upon witnessing the needle darken, she instinctively understood it was indeed poison. However, it was not fatal. It merely induced hallucinations, unconsciousness, and total weakness. It's merely a tranquilizer, Pai Yangyang explained nonchalantly, before withdrawing the needle. A tiny droplet of black blood appeared at the tip. He then placed his left hand gently on Su Xueqing's arm, channeling his energy into her body. As his energy flowed in, the blood droplet at her tiger's mouth grew larger, eventually dripping into the bowl. Soon, another droplet emerged. At this moment, Zhengli fell silent. She had come to trust that Pai Yangyang could indeed detoxify Su Xueqing, for she had witnessed similar detoxification scenes on television. As the blood droplets fell, accumulating to a total of about 10, they gradually transformed into a vivid red. Only when the droplets returned to their normal hue did Pai Yangyang release his hold and declare, "It's all right now." Zhengli regarded Su Xueqing with skepticism and asked, "But she hasn't awakened yet?" Pai Yangyang carefully stored the silver needles and then gently brushed them across Su Xueqing's forehead. In her slumber, Su Xueqing let out a soft moan and slowly opened her eyes. Zhengli, filled with joy, was about to call out to her, but unexpectedly. Su Xueqing sat up abruptly. Fear etched across her face as she shouted, "Don't come any closer." Simultaneously, she instinctively recoiled. "Miss Su, it's us. You're home now, and you're safe," Zhengli exclaimed, startled, quickly adding an explanation. Su Xueqing paused, scanning the room before her gaze landed on Pai Yangyang, exclaiming, "What are you doing here? Didn't I say you weren't allowed on the third floor?" Pai Yangyang offered a wry smile and shrugged at Zhengli. "Miss Su, this isn't his fault. I asked him to come up," Zhengli hurriedly clarified, moving to place a pillow behind Su Xueqing for support. "You let him come up? Why?" Su Xueqing inquired, perplexed. "Miss Su, we owe him our gratitude today. Otherwise, we would have faced dire consequences," Zhengli explained patiently. "Gratitude?" Su Xueqing cradled her head in her hands, as if striving to recall something. "Right? You drank the wine that Tong Yu gave you. It was laced with drugs. You were taken. And Tong Yu intended to harm me. If it weren't for Pai Yangyang, we would have been doomed," Zhengli continued. "I remember now. It was Yi Fenglu. Where is Yi Fenglu? I must kill him." Su Xueqing suddenly recalled fragments of her abduction and became agitated. "Yi Fenglu?" Zhengli was taken aback. She was unaware of the events that had transpired after Su Xueqing's abduction. She had naively believed it was merely Tong Yu's trap, not realizing Yi Fenglu's involvement. "It was Yi Fenglu. He orchestrated all of this," Pai Yangyang interjected. Zhengli immediately grasped the situation, her body trembling with rage at Yi Fenglu's despicable actions. Pai Yangyang turned to Su Xueqing and said, "Please, do not be agitated. I have dealt with Yi Fenglu. He will not dare to approach you again. You need to rest now." With that, he prepared to leave. "Thank you." Su Xueqing, now understanding, expressed her gratitude as she watched his departing figure. Although she was still piecing together the events, she felt safe at home, and with Zhengli affirming Pai Yangyang's heroism, her appreciation for him deepened. "No need for thanks. After all, I am being compensated for my services. It is my duty," Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly as he exited. As he turned, the darkness on the silver needle dissipated, transforming into a gentle mist that vanished into the air. Su Xueqing pulled Zhengli close, embracing her tightly, trembling with residual fear as she said, "Sisterly, you scared me to death." Zhengli held her close, reflecting, "We must truly thank him for today. If it were not for his early reminder to switch my phone to call mode, and if he had not arrived in time, both of us would have surely faced calamity today." Su Xueqing responded with a hum, expressing her surprise at his meticulous nature, as he seemed to have anticipated everything. "President Su, you did not witness his ferocity when he struck. It was truly fierce. I had always perceived him as a mere idle playboy, a worthless individual. Yet, it appears I may have been mistaken," Zhengli mused, a hint of a smile gracing her features. Su Xueqing regarded her curiously. "Sisterly, is this your first time offering such high praise for a man?" Zhengli paused, then exclaimed in surprise, "He did save us today. However, his rogue demeanor is still quite irksome." Su Xueqing replied, "Some may be brash in speech but possess a pure heart, while others may appear virtuous yet harbor vile intentions. If you were to choose, which would you prefer?" Zhengli turned to her, a hint of suspicion in her eyes. "President Su, could it be that you have genuinely developed feelings for him?" Chapter 38. Granny Li. Su Xueqing refrained from answering, instead stating, "Stay with me tonight. I am still feeling frightened." Pai Yangyang returned to his room, took a cold shower, and then sat cross-legged on the bed. After attempting to cultivate the 9 Xian Yuqing technique during his last meditation at Luoan Mountain, he experienced an invigorating clarity and enlightenment. Upon completing the reading of the entire book, he was profoundly moved. Although it was merely a manual, its contents were vast and boundless. Once he began to practice this technique, Visions of stars and oceans unfolded before him, as if he were soaring amidst the clouds, surveying the world below and charting the course of history. After meditating, he felt a profound sense of fullness and ease. His blood vessels and muscles akin to mountains and rivers, seas and oceans. He pondered why such a remarkable practice had not been presented to him sooner by his master, who had chosen to wait until he was expelled from the Qin family before allowing him to cultivate it. Soon, he entered a state of self-forgetfulness, a gentle mist swirling above his head. Meanwhile, the Yi family was engulfed in a different scenario. You mean the one who attacked you was Pai Yangyang? After listening to Yi Fengliu's lament, Yi Yuanyang responded with surprise and disbelief. Yes, it was him. I was resting at Sui Mountain Villa when he barged in and without any preamble assaulted me, vowing to kill me. Yi Fengliu's face was swollen on one side, his right hand encased in plaster, hanging at his chest, looking utterly pitiful. His mother, Xiao Feng, wept beside him. Yuanyang, our son has never been struck by anyone. We wouldn't even dare to hit him ourselves. Now that he has been beaten to this extent, and we do not even know if his hand will fully recover. You must avenge this grievance. Oof, that boy is too audacious. Does he truly believe the Yi family is easy to bully? Yi Yuanyang slammed his palm on the table, his voice laced with fury. Elder brother, Xiao Lu was attacked at Sui Mountain Villa. Zhao Jingang bears responsibility in this matter. Spoke the fifth son of the Yi family, Yi Yuanqing. The Yi family comprises 7 brothers, renowned as the 7 heroes of the Yi family, and holds a prestigious reputation in Xinjiang. Among them, Yi Yuanqing and Yi Yuanyang share the closest bond. Thus, upon hearing of Yi Fengliu's predicament, they hurried over without delay. Father, Uncle Wu is correct. I was assaulted in Zhao Jingang's territory, and he bears some responsibility. Yi Fengliu promptly recalled and stated, Very well. Tomorrow I shall summon Zhao Jingang, and together we will confront the Su family. I shall see how they account for this. The following morning, Pai Yangyang awoke from his meditation, brimming with vitality. Upon descending the stairs, he was taken aback to find Su Xueqing and Zheng Li already seated in the living room. Su Xueqing appeared somewhat haggard, her hair disheveled, as she perused a notebook, seemingly searching for something. Why are you not resting a bit longer? What are you so engrossed in this early? Pai Yangyang approached, glancing over her shoulder as he inquired. Su Xueqing replied, How can I rest? 3 days have already passed, and there is still no clarity regarding the funding. I must devise a solution swiftly to secure the necessary finances. Pai Yangyang's eyes flickered with curiosity as he asked, Is the position of president truly that significant to you? Su Xueqing raised her gaze to meet his, responding earnestly, It is not the title of president that matters to me, but rather the survival of the Su group. Moreover, I have always been regarded as the most exceptional in my grandfather's eyes. This opportunity he has granted me must not be squandered. Pai Yangyang was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her in silence, realizing that her seriousness rendered her beauty even more striking. What are you staring at me for? Is it because I haven't applied makeup today that I appear unattractive? Su Xueqing queried, feeling somewhat uneasy under his gaze. No. You are beautiful regardless of whether you wear makeup, Pai Yangyang quickly responded, shaken from his reverie. Zheng Li shot him a sidelong glance, remarking, Just not unattractive? Have you ever seen a woman more beautiful than President Su? Pai Yangyang rubbed his nose sheepishly, chuckling, There are still 12 days remaining. Do not fret. Where there is a will, there is a way. Su Xueqing sighed in exasperation. It's easy to say, but that is 500 million. The Su family is already in dire straits. No one is willing to take the risk of investing in us. Turning away, Pai Yangyang headed towards the dining room, his hunger prompting him to seek sustenance. Such a glutton, Zheng Li murmured softly. Su Xueqing glanced at her, gently chiding, He did save you yesterday. It's ungracious to speak of him that way. Zheng Li chuckled lightly, her gaze fixed on Su Xueqing as she teased, Are you defending him? Come, let us have breakfast, Su Xueqing replied, her eyes shimmering as she stood up. Just as she prepared to head to the dining room, her phone rang. Upon answering, her expression shifted dramatically after listening for a few seconds. What is it? What has happened? Zheng Li, sensing the change in her demeanor, asked with concern. My grandfather urged me to return to the ancestral home of the Su family immediately, claiming that the Yi family had come to demand an explanation and even summoned journalists. He insisted that I bring Pai Yangyang along to clarify the situation. Su Xueqing spoke with a hint of anxiety. Zheng Li was instantly infuriated. How dare the Yi family come to demand an explanation? They are utterly shameless. With a resigned smile, Su Xueqing replied, What can we do? The Yi family is powerful. In Xinjiang, they have the final say. Do you intend to go back? Zheng Li asked, her tone laced with suspicion. Of course, Su Xueqing asserted. It's my grandfather's call. How could I ignore it? Besides, I need to settle accounts with Yi Fenglu regarding yesterday's incident. Yes, I must confront him. His despicable actions cannot go unaddressed. The two continued their conversation as they entered the dining room. Pai Yangyang was munching on a boiled egg and, noticing their agitated demeanor, glanced at the egg in his hand and said, I didn't wait for you both to have breakfast. Is it really necessary for you to be this upset? Su Xueqing looked at him in surprise before responding. This has nothing to do with you. Zheng Li interjected, how can it not? You were a witness yesterday. Furthermore, the Yi family's inquiry is undoubtedly related to the incident involving Hua Lubin, which ties you even more closely to this matter. Su Xueqing shot several warning glances at Zheng Li, but it was too late. Zheng Li had already spoken her mind. The Yi family is demanding an explanation? Whose fault are they blaming? Pai Yangyang asked, bewildered. Su Xueqing replied, it's still unclear. My grandfather just called and insisted I return immediately. After taking a sip of milk, Pai Yangyang said, Lady Zheng was right. This incident does concern me, as I was the one who struck him. I will accompany you back. Su Xueqing nodded. All right, but remember, do not provoke the Yi family again. Zheng Li widened her eyes, glaring intensely at Pai Yangyang. What did you just call me? Before Pai Yangyang could respond, Su Xueqing curiously inquired, what did he call you? Let him say it himself. Zheng Li retorted, exasperated. Pai Yangyang, feeling guilty, grinned sheepishly and headed towards the door. I'll go prepare the car and wait for you outside. Zheng Li rolled her eyes in frustration. And Su Xueqing asked curiously, what did he call you that made you so angry? He called me Lady Zheng. Am I that old and unattractive? Zheng Li huffed in indignation. Su Xueqing paused, then burst into laughter. He didn't mean it that way. He was referring to the character Rong Mama from the television series. Ha ha ha, it's hilarious. For a moment, she forgot that the Yi family was waiting in the Su family's ancestral home, ready to confront her. Zheng Li's expression soured even further. Her teeth clenched as she glared at the open door, biting into her bread as if it were Pai Yangyang himself. Once outside the villa, Pai Yangyang immediately dialed Gu Tianshuang's number. Miss Gu, do you know any journalists? Yes, my cousin is one. Why do you need a journalist? Gu Tianshuang asked curiously. Ah, splendid. Have your cousin promptly head to the Su family's ancestral home. There are news revelations to discuss, which I shall elaborate on later. Pai Yangyang said, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Very well, I shall contact my cousin at once. Gu Tianshuang responded without further inquiry. Upon terminating the call, a cold smile crept across Pai Yangyang's lips. Today, a remarkable spectacle shall surely unfold. Chapter 39. Seeking justice within the confines of the Su family's ancestral residence. Members of the Yi family and Zhao Jinggang stood in the courtyard, seething with indignation. In the span of a single night, Su Baowu appeared markedly aged. Leaning on his cane, he anxiously surveyed the agitated Yi family and Zhao Jinggang from the steps. Yi Fenglu reclined in a chair, one arm suspended before him, and the left side of his face remained swollen, while the other half was pallid and devoid of vigor. Alongside the Yi family and Zhao Jinggang, several journalists stood in the courtyard, cameras in hand, recording the unfolding scene. The events that transpired at the hotel had left the Yi family feeling utterly humiliated. Fortunately, the ultimate stance taken by Lei Ting reassured them that he held no close ties with the Su family. His support for the Su family was perhaps merely a fleeting whim. Regarding Pai Yangyang, they could never believe that Lei Ting would associate with him. In their eyes, Pai Yangyang was merely a parasitic man, a useless individual, a charlatan. If he were acquainted with Lei Ting, how could he have been ousted by the Qin family? With Yi Fenglu having been assaulted, the Yi family seized upon this opportunity to unleash their fury, promptly summoning Zhao Jinggang and the reporters to confront the Su family. Old Master Su, your family has caused a ruckus at my resort, injuring young Master Yi and General Tong of Sihai Investment. General Tong is currently in the hospital fighting for his life. Shouldn't the Su family provide an explanation? Zhao Jinggang declared, his countenance dark and his tone icy. In Xinjiang, Zhao Jinggang was renowned. Once a figure of the underworld and a subordinate of Kai Wenshan, he was known by the moniker Furious Iron Man. Over the years, he had distanced himself from that life, founding the Wentai Group and establishing the Zuwei Resort. With a member of the Yi family assaulted on his premises, he could not remain passive. This was not solely due to the Yi family's considerable influence, but also because he was in the business of hospitality, and the reputation of Tsuwei Resort was paramount. If someone were assaulted there, and he turned a blind eye, who would dare to patronize the establishment thereafter? Is there some misunderstanding? How could my family possibly go to Tsuwei Resort to commit violence? Su Baohua inquired cautiously. Misunderstanding? The individual has been beaten to a pulp. General Tong's legs have been shattered, and he is still in the hospital fighting for his life. Do you truly believe this is a misunderstanding? Zhao Jinggang retorted, gesturing towards Yi Fenglu, gritting his teeth. Ouch, it hurts so much. I am dying. Yi Fenglu immediately began to wail in agony, feigning distress. The expressions of the Su family turned grim. If it were just a few hits, it would be one thing, but now he has been beaten to such a state, and I am uncertain whether his hand will ever recover. It is indeed tragic. Old Master Su, take a look for yourself. My son has been reduced to this. Shouldn't the Su family provide some explanation? Yi Yuanyang spoke with a cold countenance. Xiao Feng, wiping away her tears, remarked, Xiao Lu has never endured such suffering throughout his life. How could Su Xueqing be so malicious? Even if she refused to marry my son, there was no need to resort to such violence. How could Su Xueqing possibly be behind this? Is there a mistake? Su Jiming expressed his bewilderment. Well aware of his daughter's nature, though willful, she would never engage in such outrageous behavior. It seems you intend to deny it to the bitter end. The one who assaulted him is Su Xueqing's paramour, Pai Yangyang. If you do not hand him over today, the Yi family will not relent, shouted the hot-tempered Yi Yuanqing. Are you looking for me? But scarcely had he finished speaking when a calm voice broke through the tension. Everyone turned towards the entrance to see Su Xueqing, Pai Yangyang, and Zheng Li enter together. Grandfather, uncle, dad, aunt, Su Xueqing greeted them, her complexion still somewhat pale. She approached Su Baohua and the others, addressing each of them in turn. Su Jiming and Su Yu scoffed, their expressions reflecting their irritation. Su Baohua sighed lightly and shook his head. Su Jiwen, suppressing his anger, remarked, look at the mess you've made. Will you not relent until the Su family is utterly ruined? Su Xueqing bit her lip gently and turned to gaze at Yi Fenglu, her eyes ablaze with fury. Upon seeing Pai Yangyang, the Yi family regarded him as an arch-nemesis, their anger boiling over. Pai Yangyang. Yi Fenglu's eyes turned crimson as he gritted his teeth. You are the one who caused a ruckus at my Tsuiwei Mountain Villa, injuring Yi Xiao and General Tong? Zhao Jinggang quickly understood that the individual responsible for harming Yi Fenglu and Tong Yu was this young man named Pai Yangyang. Pai Yangyang cast him a nonchalant glance and inquired, Your Tsuwei Mountain Villa? Indeed, I am Zhao Jinggang, the owner of Tsuwei Mountain Villa. You injured someone on my premises. This matter cannot simply be overlooked, Zhao Jinggang replied coldly. As it happens, I was just about to seek you out. However, Pai Yangyang showed no fear, his voice dropping as he addressed Zhao Jinggang. Zhao Jinggang was taken aback, then retorted angrily, You come to my place to stir trouble, and you wish to seek me out? Perfect. Journalists from all over are present today. Let's tell them about your actions. I want to see what grounds you have for your violence. Upon noticing the journalists, Su Xueqing felt a surge of anxiety. The Su family was already facing tumultuous times, and any further negative news would make attracting investment even more challenging. Moreover, she did not want her experiences at Tsuiwei Mountain Villa to be publicly disclosed. Although she hadn't suffered greatly, certain truths could be misrepresented, potentially leading to scandalous rumors. Yet, what good was her anxiety? Observing the current demeanor of the Yi family, it is evident that they are determined to put the Su family in a precarious position. My reasons for resorting to violence are undoubtedly justified. Yet you, as the proprietor of Tsuiwei Villa, how do you ensure the safety of your guests? Pianjiang, however, remained unfazed, retorting coldly. Zhao Jingang's gaze turned icy. Are you questioning me? Pianjiang replied. Zhao Jinggang, is it? Miss Su and Secretary Zheng are here at your Tsuiwei Villa on business. They have entered your establishment. Aren't you responsible for their safety? Yet, last night they were drugged and nearly assaulted. As the owner of Tsuiwei Villa, do you not bear any responsibility? Zhao Jinggang was rendered speechless by the inquiry, but soon erupted in anger. Nonsense. Such a thing could never happen. Moreover, what does this have to do with young Master Yi? Pianjiang let out a cold laugh, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Fenglu, and declared, Because he is the principal perpetrator. Ridiculous. As soon as Pianjiang's words fell, Yi Yuanqing erupted in fury, shouting at Pianjiang, Kid, you clearly don't know your place. You've struck young Master Yi, and now you dare to slander him. If you don't receive a lesson today, you'll never understand that the King of Hell has 3 eyes. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Jingang added vehemently, Ladies and gentlemen of the press, you must report fairly and justly. This assailant is not only exceedingly brutal, but also engages in all manner of deceit. Such scum must not be tolerated. Yi Yuanyang vociferously addressed the assembled reporters. These journalists were paid by him and were naturally inclined to support the Yi family, nodding in agreement at his words. A sinister smile crept across Yi Yuanyang's face. He was entirely confident that the news disseminated today would unfailingly cast the Su family in a negative light. Step aside. I hear there is a sensational story here. How could I possibly miss out? However, scarcely had Yi Yuanyang finished speaking when a hurried voice interrupted, followed by a girl clad in vintage attire, brandishing a microphone as she stumbled in. Behind her trailed a young man carrying a camera. Upon seeing these two, Yi Yuanyang's expression darkened as he asked sternly, "Who permitted your presence here?" The girl pointed to her press badge and assertively declared, "I am Ouyang Yan, a reporter from Xinjiang Television. This is my colleague, photographer Lu Kai. We heard there was breaking news and, as reporters, it is our duty to come and report the truth." Yi Yuanyang impatiently responded, "You are not welcome here. Please leave at once." Their uninvited presence irked him, and a sense of unease began to creep in. Just as Ouyang Yan was about to argue, Pianjiang scoffed, "Have you forgotten? This is the Su family's domain. If the hosts have not spoken, by what right do you presume to act on their behalf and dismiss guests?" Ouyang Yan promptly countered, "Indeed, the Su family has not asked us to leave. By what authority do you? Is there something here that we should not know?" Yi Yuanyang's expression darkened considerably, and he begrudgingly replied, "Very well, you may stay. However, you must report the truth." Pai Yangyang's lips curled into a faint smile as he glanced indifferently at Ouyang Yan. He was aware that this journalist was Gu Tianchuang's cousin. He had overheard the conversation between Su Xueqing and Zheng Li in the villa. Knowing that the Yi family had summoned a journalist, he instinctively felt that this matter would not be straightforward. Those journalists had undoubtedly been bribed by the Yi family. Thus, he requested Gu Tianchuang's assistance to see if she could find a journalist to visit the Su family's ancestral home. This way, regardless of how the Yi family tarnished their reputation, there would always be a truthful account of the events. Initially, he approached this with a tentative mindset, not expecting Gu Tianchuang to actually have a journalist cousin. Zhao Jingang was already growing impatient. Pai Yangyang had just accused him of having responsibility, igniting a furious blaze within him. "Yi, why waste your breath with him? This brat assaulted young Master Yi and General Tong, and the security at Suiwei Mountain Villa can attest to it. Now, we must determine how to address this matter. Indeed, the perpetrator must be severely punished. My son deserves justice." Xia Fong glared at Pai Yangyang, her voice choked with emotion. Yi Yuanxing fixed a fierce gaze on Pai Yangyang and gritted his teeth, declaring, "This matter is also related to the Su family. They must kneel and apologize." Su Baohua and his son trembled, casting anxious glances at Pai Yangyang. "I was the one who struck him. Why should the Su family kneel?" Pai Yangyang replied coldly, "Ah, so you finally admit that you were the one who hit him." Yi Yuanxing's facial muscles twitched as he spoke venomously. "Indeed, I did strike him," Pai Yangyang replied calmly. The moment those words left his lips, the Su family members were rendered speechless, with Su Xueqing paling in shock, exclaiming, "Pai Yangyang, don't say such things." Pai Yangyang cast her a sidelong glance, a slight smile gracing his lips as he said, "I am not fabricating anything. I happened to record the incident while I was dealing with that scoundrel." As he uttered the term scoundrel, a hint of amusement danced on his lips, his gaze settling on Yi Fenglu. Yi Fenglu's face contorted with rage as he shouted, "You." Zhao Jingang paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. He had thought this young man was formidable, only to discover he was a fool. After all these years, this was the first time he had heard someone admit to assault while simultaneously providing evidence to the opposing party. "Very well. It seems you are acknowledging the act of assault." He finally managed to stifle his laughter, looking at Pai Yangyang with disdain. "I do admit it." Pai Yangyang responded without hesitation. "It's just a matter of having dealt with 2 scoundrels. What is there to shy away from?" "Pai Yangyang, you?" Su Xueqing was alarmed. Although she too believed Pai Yangyang had struck a scoundrel, openly admitting it in front of the Yi family and so many journalists was merely courting trouble. Zheng Li wore a look of disbelief. Was this man truly simple-minded? Yet Pai Yangyang appeared oblivious to their anxious expressions, calmly stating, "It's nothing. In life, one must be willing to take responsibility for their actions." Ha ha ha. Zhao Jinggang could no longer contain himself, erupting into laughter once more. Congratulations to the Su family for acquiring such a remarkable son-in-law. It seems the future of the Su family is indeed promising. He cast a teasing glance at the Su family members and remarked, "You flatter me. It appears that Boss Zhao has already recognized my exceptional qualities." Everyone stood in bewilderment. As if caught in a surreal tree of confusion, they pondered, if we were to meet again in another life, perhaps we could transform that tree into fruit together. Is this not a clear indication of folly? And quite severe folly at that. Su Xueqing was completely stunned, feeling both awkward and uncomfortable. Her cheeks burning as if she had just received a sharp slap. Today, the Su family was destined to once more achieve renown in Xinjiang. The journalists, too, were left perplexed, even forgetting their duties. Ouyang Yin gazed at Pai Yangyang in astonishment, wondering within, "Xiao Shuang sent me to assist a fool? Very well. Acknowledgement is all that matters." Yi Yuanyang wore a cold smile as he turned to Su Baohua and the others, ultimately resting his gaze upon Su Xueqing. The members of the Su family felt a sudden jolt in their hearts, uncertain of Yi Yuanyang's true intentions. "You Su family humiliated our Yi family by employing this worthless person at the engagement banquet, and yesterday, you incited him to injure my son. All of this turmoil stems from Su Xueqing." Yi Yuanyang spoke icily. Su Jiwen felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, slightly bowing as he nervously said, "This matter arose because of my daughter. I apologize on her behalf." Upon hearing Pai Yangyang admit to the assault, he was filled with resentment, yet at this point, he only wished to quell the matter promptly. "An apology? Does that suffice?" Yi Yuanqing scoffed. Su Jiwen hastily replied, "We will cover all of young Master Ye's medical expenses and offer compensation." "Humph, do you think our Yi family is lacking in funds? Do you believe I seek to extort you?" Before Su Jiwen could finish, Yi Yuanqing coldly interrupted him, disdain evident in his voice. "That is not what I meant." Su Jiwen stammered, flustered and unsure of how to proceed. "You Su family members must kneel and bow 3 times to my son, offering your apologies." Yi Yuanyang's voice was frigid. The countenance of the Su family members shifted dramatically. Among them stood Su Xueqing, while the others were elders of Yi Fenglu. Most notably, the patriarch, Su Baohua, was present. If they were to bow to Yi Fenglu, where would their dignity reside? "Yi Yuanyang, are you being excessive?" Su Baohua, who had remained silent thus far, gritted his teeth as he spoke with a tone full of hatred. "Excessive?" Yi Yuanyang laughed coldly. "This is only the beginning. After you kneel and apologize, Su Xueqing must serve my son at the Yi residence until he fully recovers." Upon hearing this, Yi Fengliu's eyes sparkled with delight as he looked up at Su Xueqing, anticipation brimming in his gaze. Su Xueqing's complexion instantly paled. The actions of the Yi family were the utmost humiliation for the Su family. How could the esteemed third miss of the Su family be reduced to serving as a maid at the Yi household? If word of this spread, how could she ever show her face again? Furthermore, the Su family would never regain their stature in Xinjiang. Even Zhao Jingang's eyes flickered for a moment. If one speaks of ruthlessness, it must be the Yi family. This is a quintessential act of both murder and treachery. Yi Yuanyang intends to eradicate the Su family entirely. However, he immediately concurred, saying, "What Chairman Yi says is indisputable. It is entirely reasonable for Su Xueqing to attend to young Master Yi at the Yi residence." Su Jiming turned to Su Xueqing, stating, "Xueqing, it seems you must bear this burden. However, do not fret. Once young Master Ye's injury is healed, you shall return." Su Xueqing nearly ground her teeth to dust, resolutely declaring, "It was Yi Fenglu who sought to harm me first, and Pai Yangyang acted out of a desire to save me. To demand my apology and expect me to serve him is utterly inconceivable." Her voice rang with conviction, her tone resolute. Chapter 41. A fool indeed. Su Jiming's expression darkened, and he exclaimed angrily, "Are you truly willing to place the Su family in jeopardy?" Pai Yangyang couldn't help but glance at Su Xueqing, taken aback by her unwavering determination. "Enough of this nonsense. You members of the Su family must kneel and apologize to young Master Yi." Zhao Jinggang commanded coldly. The Su family members were instantly engulfed in despair, each one simmering with indignation, yet silenced by fear. "By what right do you demand the Su family to kneel?" Pai Yangyang retorted calmly. "It is the Yi family who should kneel, and you as well, Boss Zhao." Yi Yuanxing, infuriated, pointed a finger at Pai Yangyang, declaring, I see you truly do not recognize the peril you are in. Pai Yangyang's gaze turned frigid as he spoke in a low voice. Let us reason together. Su Xueqing is being bullied, yet is expected to kneel before her aggressor. Is there such a principle in this world? Su Xueqing trembled slightly, a flicker of surprise illuminating her eyes, as a wave of emotion surged within her. This husband of hers was unwavering in his defense of her. Nonsense. You claim Yi Fenglu bullied Su Xueqing. Where is your evidence? Yi Yuanxing bellowed in a fit of rage. Yi Yuanyang then addressed several reporters, stating, Ladies and gentlemen of the press, take note. This individual is Pai Yangyang, the son-in-law of the Su family. He has already admitted to violence yet refuses to apologize, spewing nonsensical accusations. Such scum, such filth, must be severely punished. Where lies justice? Where lies morality? His words were impassioned, filled with righteous indignation. Indeed, this man has caused a disturbance and inflicted harm at my estate. You must report the truth. Zhao Jinggang proclaimed vehemently. Moreover, the Su family is no better. It is evident how vile they are. Such a family is a malignant tumor in Xinjiang, and I implore my fellow journalists to rally society to resolutely resist them. Zhao Jingyang's rhetoric painted the Su family as an irredeemable force of evil, suggesting that their elimination was necessary to quell public outrage. The reporters immediately engaged, thrusting the microphone towards Yi Fenglu. Mr. Yi, may I ask if you were the victim in this incident? How did you sustain your injuries? What transpired at that moment? Mr. Yi, justice resides in the hearts of the people. Please share your experience of being assaulted, as I am certain it will lead to a fair resolution. These reporters, having received benefits from the Yi family, knew precisely how to redirect the flames of public anger towards Pai Yangyang. Yi Fenglu, with tears streaming down his face, recounted in a pitiful manner the ordeal he endured. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning how he had tossed Su Xueqing onto the bed or his intentions to toy with her. It was common knowledge that Pai Yangyang had caused a scene at my engagement banquet, brazenly snatching away my fiancée, Su Xueqing. Even so, he was not content to let the matter rest. Taking advantage of my respite at Sui Mountain Villa, he barged in and assaulted me. Yi Fenglu presented himself as a wretched victim, laying all blame squarely on Pai Yangyang. He was weaving a web of deceit. The reality was far from his claims. Su Xueqing, recognizing his omission of the most crucial details, grew agitated and exclaimed loudly. However, the journalists paid her no heed, continuing to swarm around Yi Fenglu for interviews. The Yi family could not suppress their smugness, and a chilling smile crept upon Yi Yuanyang's lips. These reporters were bought and paid for. How could they possibly side with the Su family? Yet, his satisfaction was short-lived. Ouyang Yan, after observing for a moment, approached Su Xueqing with a microphone and inquired, Miss Su, it appears you have a differing account of Mr. Ye's statements. Could you please clarify what transpired? At that moment, as Su Xueqing recalled her experience of being drugged and delivered to Yi Fenglu's bed, a wave of shame washed over her, rendering her momentarily speechless. It happened this way. I was invited alongside President Su to Tsui Mountain Villa by Tong Yu, the head of Sihai Investments, to discuss potential investments. However, to my shock, Tong Yu had spiked our drinks. After President Su fell unconscious, he had his bodyguards take her away, and I was nearly victimized by him as well. Zheng Li stepped forward, detailing the events of that night without reservation, including the vile words spoken by Tong Yu and how he had torn at her clothing. Yi Yuanyang's expression darkened, and he shouted, Reporter Ouyang, the Su family is clearly distorting the truth. As a journalist, you must discern right from wrong. Ouyang Yin retorted, If there is a dispute, we cannot rely solely on your account, can we? You claim the Su family is misrepresenting the facts. How can you substantiate that what young Master Yi says is entirely true? Yi Yuanyang was momentarily at a loss, rendered speechless by Ouyang Yan's incisive questioning. A flicker of cold light crossed his eyes as he coldly declared, regardless of the circumstances, it is wrong to strike or harm another. A journalist immediately approached Pai Yangyang, microphone in hand, and asked, Sir, may I inquire why you chose to assault the victim? Do you now harbor any regrets? Pai Yangyang glanced dismissively and retorted, This man deserved to be struck. He crossed my path. If I had not acted, it would have been a disservice to justice. If I regret anything, it is that I did not hit him harder. The expression on Yi Yuanyang's face darkened significantly, and he glared fiercely at Pai Yangyang. Dear friends in the press, did you all hear that? He is the assailant. yet he remained so brazen, even claiming he was lenient. Yi Yuanyang proclaimed loudly to the reporters, "Sir, you mentioned that you recorded a video of the assault. May I inquire about the whereabouts of this video?" A journalist, seemingly recalling something, turned to Pai Yangyang and inquired. They felt that they had indeed stumbled upon a significant news story today. Furthermore, they wished to present themselves favorably before the Yi family, hoping that in their delight, the Yi family might bestow some small rewards upon them. Pai Yangyang's eyes glimmered with realization as he responded, "I appreciate this journalist's reminder. Had you not mentioned it, I might have nearly forgotten." As he spoke, he retrieved the storage card from his pocket, which he had removed in the Red Mansion. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Was there truly someone so foolish as to display their own video of the assault for the journalists? Was this an indication of a desire for self-destruction? Yi Yuanyang chuckled. This individual was indeed a fool, a quintessential example of someone whose intellect had yet to fully evolve. If the video were authentic, it would firmly establish the fact that Pai Yangyang had committed the assault. As the son-in-law of the Su family, there would be no escaping the truth. Who has a computer and a card reader? In the midst of an atmosphere thick with silent glances exchanged, Pai Yangyang raised the storage card in his hand and called out loudly. The Su family members exchanged glances, their expressions darkening, while Su Xueqing trembled slightly. She was acutely aware of the contents of that video. Although she was reluctant to allow Pai Yangyang to make the day's events public, it had come to this point. And only this video could substantiate what Yi Fenglu had done and justify why Pai Yangyang had struck him. Pai Yangyang gazed at her, and she met his gaze in return. Their eyes locked, and with a complex mix of emotions, Su Xueqing gently nodded, effectively acquiescing to Pai Yangyang's course of action. "No need for a computer. My camera can display it." Ouyang Yin interjected, turning around. The storage card was inserted into the camera, and the footage was projected. "Tonight, I shall make you my woman. I want you to understand that anything I, Yi Fenglu, desire, no one can take from me. Do you see? Today, I have prepared a special program for you. I will record your performance in bed and leave it for you to relish at your leisure. Su Xueqing, tell me, what do you think I intend to do? Of course, I mean to take you. Do you understand now? Indeed. It was I who had them slip the drug into your drink. It's a potent concoction, and soon you will experience its effects. The only unfortunate part is that you will become a fool from this point onward." The video revealed Yi Fenglu's lewd and boastful words with crystal clarity. Su Xueqing's despair and helplessness were laid bare before everyone. Chapter 42. To kneel or not to kneel? That is the question. Listening to the vile and lascivious voice of Yi Fenglu echoing from the video, everyone present was rendered speechless. Particularly shocking was his admission that he had orchestrated the entire affair and had personally procured the nefarious drug. A chill ran through the hearts of the onlookers. Many directed their gaze toward Yi Fenglu, their expressions a mix of disbelief and condemnation. Yi Yuanyang and Yi Yuanxing wore particularly peculiar looks. If this video were to be leaked, the Yi family's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Upon witnessing Yi Fenglu's disgraceful demeanor in the video, one might be compelled to deliver a couple of swift kicks. Yi Fenglu's pallid complexion and slight tremors, coupled with beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, revealed the profound fear that gripped his heart. The members of the Su family trembled with indignation, particularly Su Baohua, whose face turned a ghastly shade of iron, his hand gripping the cane, quaking violently. When the scene unfolded of Pai Yangyang mercilessly pummeling Yi Fenglu, they could hardly suppress their inner applause. Feeling it was indeed a light reprisal, Su Xueqing, the greatest hope of the Su family and the most favored third-generation descendant by Su Baohua, had nearly suffered humiliation at the hands of Yi Fenglu, even teetering on the brink of becoming a fool. Had it not been for Pai Yangyang, the consequences could have been dire. How unexpected and delightful, one might wonder. As the video concluded, Pai Yangyang surveyed the crowd, his gaze lingering on Yi Yuanyang, and remarked with a hint of amusement. The expressions of the Yi family and Zhao Jingang were peculiar and ever-changing. Even the irascible Yi Yuanxing seemed to swallow a fly, a nauseating sensation that left him wanting to retch without relief. All the journalists were left dumbfounded, as if ensnared by a spell, mouths agape and eyes wide, unable to utter a single word. No one had anticipated that Pai Yangyang's evidence of assault would be so explosive. Although Su Xueqing felt a mixture of shame and anger, she found a measure of solace in the exposure of Yi Fenglu's lewdness and the brazen countenance of the Yi family. Witnessing Pai Yangyang's triumphant demeanor filled Yi Yuanyang with profound embarrassment and rage. At that moment, if the ground had opened up, he would have unhesitatingly cast Pai Yangyang down. It appeared this matter was indeed quite intricate. While Mr. Pai's actions were indisputably wrong, intervening at a critical moment for Ms. Su rendered everything excusable. It seems Mr. Pai not only acted without fault, but should also be honored as a paragon of valor in contemporary society, which sorely lacks individuals of his righteous fervor, remarked Ouyang Yin with sardonic reflection. The faces of Yi Yuanyang, Yi Yuanxing, and Zhao Jinggang turned ashen, nearly spitting blood. They had just mocked Pai Yangyang as a fool, only to realize, with bitter irony, that the real fool was themselves. The reporters they had summoned were manageable, but Ouyang Yin posed a considerable challenge. Nevertheless, Yi Yuanyang felt a glimmer of hope, believing that as long as he provided sufficient funds, Ouyang Yin would inevitably align with him. For now, he could only endure. Casting a fierce glare at Yi Fenglu as he bellowed, "Shameful wretch, behold the consequences of your actions. Upon returning today, reflect deeply. You are not to step outside until you comprehend the gravity of your misdeeds." The Yi family, the foremost aristocracy of Xinjiang, found Yi Fenglu, the preferred heir of the third generation, at the center of a storm. Any negative reports regarding him could potentially arm rivals with ammunition against them, jeopardizing the economic future of the entire Yi family. Yi Fenglu trembled uncontrollably, while Xiaofeng clung tightly to him, tears streaming down her face. Xiaofeng, with tear-filled eyes, lamented, "It is our son who has been assaulted. His hand is ruined. Does the assailant bear no responsibility at all?" "Silence," Yi Yuanyang bellowed, his anger flaring as he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Xiaofeng dared not utter another word, while Yi Fenglu remained utterly speechless, like a frozen statue. Esteemed journalists, this matter is still under investigation and should not be disseminated further. I appreciate your efforts, and I will ensure your compensation is delivered promptly, Yi Yuanyang remarked, lowering his tone to address the reporters. This statement was primarily intended for Ouyang Yan's ears. However, before the reporters could respond, Pai Yangyang scoffed, "What is this? Are you attempting to silence them?" Yi Yuanyang, suppressing his inner rage, replied in a measured tone, "There must surely be many misunderstandings surrounding today's events. I am willing to reach an amicable settlement with the Su family." An amicable settlement? Su Baohua, having finally regained his composure, fixed a stern gaze upon Yi Yuanyang. "My granddaughter was nearly ruined by your son, and you think we can simply settle this matter? Have you forgotten how aggressively you approached us upon your arrival?" Initially, he had believed that Pai Yangyang had attacked without cause and felt a twinge of guilt. However, circumstances had shifted. Pai Yangyang's actions were a direct response to Yi Fenglu's attempts to bully Su Xiueqing, positioning him firmly in the right. A sense of vindication surged within him. Yi Yuanyang's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pale, his insides churning, yet he refrained from retaliating. He stated, "As long as the Su family is willing to settle, the grievances between our two families can be laid to rest. Very well, a settlement is not out of the question. But let your son kneel and apologize to my granddaughter," Su Baohua declared, lifting his chin and reclaiming the authoritative presence befitting the head of one of the 5 prominent families. "Do not push your luck." Yi Yuanxing's face darkened instantly. "You expect a member of the Yi family to kneel before your granddaughter? Let us not forget, it was your Su family that called off the engagement first." Yi Yuanyang retorted, his expression growing increasingly grim. The thought of a Yi family heir kneeling before anyone, especially in front of so many reporters, was intolerable. No kneeling? Then the discussion is over. Though the Yi family may be the foremost family in Xinjiang, the Su family is not to be trifled with. Su Baohua's cane struck the floor with a resounding thud. At that moment, he felt a surge of defiance, eager to express his frustrations. Yi Yuanyang and Yi Yuanxing's expressions darkened as they glared at Su Baohua, but he stood firm, undaunted. He had come to realize that the rift with the Yi family was irreparable. Given the circumstances, it was better to adopt a strong stance than to show weakness, preserving the Su family's dignity. Only thus would the Yi family understand that the Su family was not as easily intimidated as they had presumed. "Very well. It appears that your Su family is intent on confronting my Yi family head-on. Let us see how this unfolds." Yi Yuanyang seethed with indignation, firmly rejecting the notion of having Yi Fenglu kneel before Su Xiueqing, certain that the Su family could not leverage the video against them in any substantial manner. Not kneeling is also an option, remarked journalist Ouyang. Will today's interview be aired on television tonight? Pai Yangyang, receiving the memory card from Ouyang Yen, replied with an air of indifference. News, after all, thrives on timely reporting. The recording is complete, and it will definitely be featured in the legal segment tonight. Ouyang Yen asserted confidently. Yi Yuanyang, nearly choking with rage, realized that if this matter were to be broadcasted, it would have a tremendous impact on the Yi family's reputation, potentially causing significant upheaval within their ranks, an outcome he simply could not bear. I am aware of the immense power the Yi family wields, capable of overshadowing all. However, I am more inclined to believe in the existence of justice in this world. If I were to provide the video to the authorities, what repercussions might ensue? Pai Yangyang inquired, curiosity etched across his face. Yi Yuanyang's teeth gritted in fury, his veins prominent. Zhao Jinggang interjected, "Young man, do not push too far. You must understand you are dealing with the Yi family." Pai Yangyang cast a sidelong glance at him and replied coolly, "I almost forgot about you, Mr. Zhao. Do you suppose your villa would gain greater fame if it were featured on television?" Zhao Jingang's expression soured dramatically, akin to someone who had just ingested something foul. If this information were to leak, his Tsuwei villa would undoubtedly suffer considerable consequences. Kneel or not to kneel? The memory card spun between Pai Yangyang's fingers. Indeed a pressing dilemma. The Su family observed Yi Yuanyang and his companions, their discomfort palpable, and they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. If he were to kneel, would that bring this matter to a close? Yi Yuanyang clenched his jaw, turning to Yi Fenglu, his face twitching violently, revealing his intense agitation and fury. Pai Yangyang nodded nonchalantly. Of course, this is contingent on your decision to refrain from further provocations. Father, I will not kneel. Yi Fenglu exclaimed in a panic. It was she who sought out this fool to humiliate our family. Why should I be the one to kneel? You insufferable fool. This is the consequence of your own actions, Yi Yuanyang bellowed, seizing him and dragging him before Su Xueqing. Kneel. Chapter 43. He is my husband. Reluctantly, Yi Fenglu knelt. Her teeth clenched in defiance. All the reporters were taken aback, eager to capture the scene, yet fearful of doing so. Even if the Yi family were to kneel, they remained formidable. They certainly did not wish to find themselves mysteriously dredged up from the depths of the river one day. However, Ouyang Yen was oblivious to these concerns. Her excitement bubbling over as she called to Lu Kai, "Record this. The Yi family is kneeling in apology." The air of the foremost family in Xinjiang was, astonishingly, kneeling before the Su family. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout the entire city. Yi Yuanyang and Yi Yuanqing glared fiercely at Ouyang Yen, their anger simmering just beneath the surface. Yet they knew all too well that in this society, there are two types of individuals not to be trifled with: lawyers and journalists. Pai Yanjiang took out his new phone, activated the camera mode, and stepped back a few paces, directing with an air of professionalism. "Yi Xiao, stand up straight. Do not look so deeply troubled. An apology should embody sincerity." The expressions of the Yi family darkened, shrouded in a cloud of displeasure. Did he really consider this a film set? Furthermore, merely kneeling would not suffice. An apology must be heartfelt. Pai Yanjiang continued to shift angles for his recording, earnestly advising them. "To hell with you." Yi Fenglu erupted with fury, cursing loudly as he attempted to rise. However, he was restrained by Yi Yuanyang's firm hand on his shoulder. "Apologize." The words were forced from between Yi Yuanyang's clenched teeth. All the humiliation transformed into a raging fury that he had to suppress. After all, if the events captured on video were to leak, it would spell disaster for the Yi family. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Yi Fenglu's future could very well be ruined by this incident. Veins bulged on Yi Fenglu's forehead, his throat bobbed in agitation, and his eyes seemed on the verge of spilling blood. "I'm sorry," he uttered, trembling all over, as he fought against the overwhelming humiliation, gritting his teeth to force out those three words. "That's more like it. It indicates that Yi Xiao still possesses a sense of remorse," Pai Yanjiang said, satisfied as he lowered his phone and smiled. "Can we leave now?" Yi Yuanyang was eager to depart from this place. Pai Yanjiang glanced at the astonished Zhao Jinggang, waved his phone, and remarked, "Mr. Zhao, do you not feel any responsibility for the events that transpired on your premises?" Zhao Jingang's facial muscles twitched violently as he turned to face Su Xueqing. Speaking in a deep voice, "Miss Su, I apologize." Pai Yanjiang approached Su Xueqing and inquired, "Are you satisfied with their attitude?" At that moment, Su Xueqing's heart was tumultuous. She could hardly fathom that Yi Fenglu would kneel before her and apologize. Her lips quivered as she replied, "Let them go." Pianjiang looked at Yi Yuanyang, who declared, "Get lost." Yi Yuanqing let out a heavy snort, helping Yi Fenglu to his feet, and together with the reporters, they left the Su family estate in disgrace. Reporter Ouyang, "Thank you. I'll treat you all to dinner another day." In the courtyard remained only the Su family and Ouyang Yin along with Lu Kai. Ouyang Yin smiled softly, nodding. "All right, I'll be looking forward to it." With that, she cast a deep glance at Su Xueqing before departing the old Su residence with Lu Kai. Just as Ouyang Yin and Lu Kai stepped out of the gate, Su Xueqing could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. The grievances she suffered at Suiwei Villa, combined with the aggressive threats from the Yi family upon returning to the Su residence, had pushed her emotions to their breaking point. At that moment, she lost control and wept openly. Zhang Li hurriedly embraced her, sharing in her tears. "Xueqing, you have suffered. It was your grandfather who misunderstood you." At this moment, Su Baoguang let out a long sigh of relief, his entire being relaxing. With tears glistening in her eyes, Su Xueqing choked back her emotions and said, "Grandfather, this is not your fault." Su Baoguang turned his gaze towards Pai Yangyang and expressed his gratitude. "Little Pai, thank you as well." Pai Yangyang responded with a calm smile. "It is nothing. As Su Xueqing's husband, it is my duty to protect her." Concern etched on his face, Su Jiwen remarked, "Father, the Yi family will not let this matter rest easily. I fear we may face continuous troubles in the future." Su Baoguang shot him a fierce glare and retorted angrily, "Xueqing is your daughter. She nearly fell victim to Yi Fenglu, and yet you worry about the Yi family's retaliation instead of your own flesh and blood?" Flushed with shame, Su Jiwen could only stammer, unable to respond further. "How can you call yourself Xueqing's father when you are no better than a stranger?" Su Baoguang snorted in frustration. "Grandfather, he is not a stranger. He is my husband." Su Xueqing interjected instinctively as soon as Su Baoguang finished his words. This declaration flowed from her lips with remarkable ease, and deep within her heart, a warm current surged. At that moment, she completely forgot about the one-year agreement with Pai Yangyang and regarded him as the man she could truly rely on. With a soft sigh, Su Baoguang spoke solemnly, "Xueqing, despite the turmoil we have faced, as a member of the Su family, we must honor our words." Tears still lingering on her cheeks, Su Xueqing replied with unwavering determination, "Grandfather, do not worry. I will accomplish the task. I will secure 500 million within the stipulated time." "Ah, indeed, you are my granddaughter," Su Baoguang acknowledged, relieved that the matter was settled. "You may leave now. I am weary and wish to rest for a while." He uttered this and turned to walk back into the house. "Come, let me drive you back," Pai Yangyang suggested, exhaling softly as he addressed Su Xueqing and Zhang Li. "Yes, I am quite tired as well," Su Xueqing said, wiping away her tears, her voice tinged with weariness. The three exited the Su family's ancestral home, with Pai Yangyang driving them back to the Yunding villa. Perhaps the initial pressure had been overwhelming. Now, even with some relief, tranquility remained elusive. Throughout the journey, Su Xueqing and Zhang Li remained silent. As they continued driving, they suddenly noticed a group of over 10 individuals surrounding a beetle car, indicating that something was amiss. Pai Yangyang, wishing to avoid unnecessary involvement, was about to drive past when he caught sight of Ouyang Yin trapped in the center of the commotion. Ouyang Yin was struggling with a burly man, while Lu Kai lay on the ground, hunched over, desperately protecting his head. Pai Yangyang pulled the car over, and Zhang Li asked in surprise, "Why are we stopping here?" "Ouyang is in trouble. I need to check it out," Pai Yangyang replied as he exited the car and walked toward the fray. It was only then that Su Xueqing and Zhang Li noticed Ouyang Yin being forced backward in panic, while several others were mercilessly kicking the fallen Lu Kai. The two women were taken aback, fully aware that these individuals had been aiding them since their time at the Su family's ancestral home. Thus, upon witnessing Ouyang Yin and Lu Kai being assaulted, their hearts raced with anxiety. Yet, Piang Yang dashed forward, prompting Su Xueqing to express her concern. Can he manage alone? Chapter 44. Rubbish belongs in the trash bin. Humph. Does he think being a reporter makes him formidable, allowing him to photograph indiscriminately and speak nonsense? A dozen burly men encircled Ouyang Yin and Lu Kai, exuding an air of menace. Among them, a man with a pockmarked face lewdly reached out to push Ouyang Yin. specifically targeting areas that should not be touched. With each grasp, his cohorts erupted in boisterous laughter. Hand over the camera obediently, and perhaps I shall spare you. Otherwise, prepare to accompany me. Aren't you fond of taking pictures? Soon I shall let you strip and photograph to your heart's content, the man lewdly declared, extending his hand towards Ouyang Yin in a grotesque manner. Ouyang Yin let out a scream of terror, swatting away his unwelcome advances. Her eyes blazing with indignation as she shouted, "What do you intend to do? Is there no law left?" "The law? Here, I am the law," he retorted. "Who gave you the right to meddle? If I do not deal with you today, that would indeed signify the absence of law." The man made yet another attempt to grab Ouyang Yin, sneering as he did so. Observing her fright only fueled his excitement. "Brother Leopard, we've played with many women, but never with a reporter, have we? I must say, she seems quite enticing. Shall we give it a try?" One of his lackeys suggested lewdly from the background. Brother Leopard paused, then burst into laughter, gleefully proclaiming, "You speak the truth. Let us see what this reporter has to offer today." As he spoke, he lunged viciously towards Ouyang Yin. Clad in vintage suspenders and denim, Ouyang Yin stepped back in terror, only to find herself cornered by a vehicle with no means of escape. With a loud rip, one of her straps tore apart. Brother Leopard laughed triumphantly and lunged again towards her. Just as it seemed Ouyang Yin was trapped in Brother Leopard's clutches, he suddenly felt a tightness around his neck. And in an instant, he was hurled several meters away, landing headfirst into a nearby trash bin, leaving only his legs flailing outside. The gang of lackeys stood dumbfounded, their eyes filled with disbelief as Piang Yang emerged like a divine savior, having sent Brother Leopard flying. He swiftly pulled Lu Kai up from where he lay on the ground. Ouyang Yin, still shaken, exhaled in relief upon seeing Piang Yang before her. "Quick, call the police. They are sent by the Yi family," she exclaimed in a panic. Piang Yang soon realized that both her and Lu Kai's phones had been smashed upon the ground. "No worries, you two get in the car. I'll handle this," he said with an air of composure, casting a disdainful glance at the group of lackeys. Ouyang Yin hurriedly assisted Lu Kai into the vehicle, her eyes anxiously fixed on Piang Yang. Four young men rushed to the side of the trash bin, frantically dragging Brother Leopard out. However, his head and face were covered in feathers and chicken entrails, presenting a truly nauseating and pitiful sight. The four brothers nearly retched on the spot, yet they dared not abandon their elder brother and could only endure the disgust as they supported him towards Piang Yang. "Who the hell are you? How dare you strike our Brother Leopard?" One of the younger men snapped, regaining his composure and pointing furiously at Piang Yang. "I do not appreciate being pointed at," Piang Yang coldly retorted, swiftly raising his left hand to grasp the offending finger with lightning speed, forcefully bending it back. Crack! The sound of a bone snapping resonated clearly. A cry of agony erupted from the man's lips, his face contorted in pain, cold sweat pouring down his brow. His finger bent in an unnatural manner, evoking discomfort just to behold. "Damn it, all of you attack him. Kill him." Brother Leopard roared, filled with rage, wishing he could tear Piang Yang apart. The younger men, snapping back to reality, viciously lunged at Piang Yang. Although Piang Yang had intimidated them upon his arrival, they believed that their numbers would prevail. No matter how formidable he was, he could not possibly defeat them all. Yet, they would soon discover their grave error. Piang Yang stood there, utterly unmoving, and with every deliberate motion, someone would scream and collapse. Some were struck in the face, others in the chest, or kicked in the gut. None could withstand the force of Piang Yang's blows. In less than half a minute, over a dozen young men lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. Brother Leopard was stunned, his expression darkening as he glared at Piang Yang. "Who sent you?" Piang Yang coldly demanded, his gaze piercing. "And no one sent us." Brother Leopard stuttered, unnerved by Piang Yang's chilling stare. Piang Yang stepped forward, disdainfully waving his hand beneath his nose, and asked again, "Who sent you? What do you want? Don't come any closer." Brother Leopard instinctively recoiled, speaking in fear. A cold smirk crept across Piang Yang's lips as he suddenly kicked fiercely into Brother Leopard's abdomen. Brother Leopard emitted a muffled groan, staggering back, his face flushed, hunched over as he coughed painfully. "Who sent you?" The same question, still as frigid. Fear crept across Brother Leopard's visage, yet he clenched his teeth, unwilling to divulge the answer. Piang Yang's expression hardened, and he unleashed another kick, striking Brother Leopard's left arm. Crack! The sound of another bone fracturing echoed, Brother Leopard's arm grotesquely contorting, with bone shards piercing through the skin. A heart-wrenching cry rang out as he trembled violently, a sense of impending doom surging from within. Pianjiang's ruthless demeanor instilled an overwhelming sense of dread within him. Leopard Brother was now utterly convinced that if he did not respond to the question, Pianjiang might very well end his life. His face contorted in pain, his body convulsing. He gazed at Pianjiang with terror and pleaded, "Please, don't hit me. Just tell me." Pianjiang coldly uttered a single word. "Who?" "Zhao. Zhao General." Pianjiang's eyes flickered momentarily before he spoke in a deep, measured tone. "Zhao Jingang?" Yes, it's him." Leopard Brother gasped, sweat pouring from him, feeling utterly drained as he nearly collapsed to the ground. "What did Zhao Jingang say?" Pianjiang's icy gaze bore into him as he inquired once more. Having already revealed Zhao Jingang's name, Leopard Brother decided to divulge everything. He understood well that remaining silent could lead to even greater torment. "Zhao General. Zhao Jingang initially wanted to spend 500,000 to have those two journalists delete a certain video and cease their slanderous remarks. But they refused. Then, Zhao Jingang instructed us to smash their equipment as a lesson." Upon hearing this, a chill flickered in Pianjiang's eyes, and he suddenly unleashed a powerful kick. With a scream, Leopard Brother once again found himself unceremoniously tumbling headfirst into the trash bin, his legs flailing helplessly in the air. "You such filth deserve nothing less than to reside in a garbage bin." Pianjiang scoffed disdainfully before turning to approach Ouyang Yan's vehicle. The scene he had just orchestrated left Ouyang Yan utterly astonished. This seemingly frail man was capable of such ferocity and brutality. Chapter 45. You have fallen quite low. You must take him to the hospital. Although it's not severe, he has fractured 3 ribs and needs to be treated, Pianjiang said while looking at Ouyang Yan in the driver's seat. Ouyang Yan snapped back to reality and nodded vigorously. "Thank you," she expressed sincerely. Pianjiang smiled lightly, replying, "We should be the ones thanking you. Your injuries stemmed from our actions. It is my duty to assist. Even if you were not my cousin's friend, my professional ethics would compel me to intervene." Ouyang Yan spoke earnestly. Pianjiang straightened up and waved his hand dismissively. As Ouyang Yan drove away, Pianjiang returned to the car. Inside, Su Xueqing and Zheng Li wore expressions of sheer astonishment. The earlier events had completely reshaped their perception of Pianjiang. Su Xueqing, having been unconscious during the incident at Sui Villa, was unaware of the details. Zheng Li had only witnessed Pianjiang's fierce assault on Tong Yu, but at that moment, it had been just Tong Yu. Now, he had effortlessly subdued a dozen men, rendering them as helpless as straw figures. How could you be so formidable? As the car started, Su Xueqing snapped out of her daze and asked incredulously. Pianjiang smirked dismissively. "It's not that I am formidable. It's that they are simply incompetent." Zheng Li rolled her eyes. "Can you please stop pretending?" Despite their lack of skill, there were still a dozen of them. Pai Yangyang wore a helpless expression. This woman, what kind of comprehension did she possess? Was I pretending? Why were they obstructing journalist Ouyang? However, Su Xueqing did not dwell on this matter and asked again. Pai Yangyang's gaze turned icy as he replied, "They are people summoned by Zhao Jingang." Initially, he intended to offer a hush money of 500,000 to dissuade Ouyang Yan from exposing today's events. When Ouyang Yan refused, Zhao Jingang sent these individuals to vandalize their equipment as a warning. Such wickedness. What on earth does Zhao Jingang intend to achieve? Su Xueqing exclaimed in shock and anger after hearing this. Zheng Li interjected. Zhao Jingang used to be involved with the underworld. He has only recently cleaned up his act. Given his background, it is understandable that he would resort to such actions. Pai Yangyang added, "The true mastermind behind this is the Yi family. Zhao Jingang is merely a pawn." Su Xueqing's expression darkened as she gritted her teeth and said, "The Yi family." Though it was only 2 words, her hatred for the Yi family and her determination were palpable. Upon returning to the villa, Su Xueqing, feeling somewhat weary, sat on the sofa and called out to Pai Yangyang, who was about to ascend the stairs, "Come over here." Her voice was gentle, devoid of the previous commanding tone. Surprised, Pai Yangyang approached, and Su Xueqing patted the sofa beside her, inviting him to sit down. "I wish to have a conversation with you." Observing her disheveled hair and pale complexion, Pai Yangyang inexplicably felt his heart soften and, unusually, refrained from speaking, taking a seat instead. "Thank you for today," Su Xueqing said earnestly, gazing at Pai Yangyang. "No need," he replied. "I am bound by our agreement. Protecting you is my duty." Can we refrain from discussing the agreement for now? I am genuinely appreciative, Su Xueqing said, revealing a hint of inner turmoil and restlessness. Pai Yangyang paused, looking at her with suspicion, and calmly replied, I am serious as well. If you truly feel the need to express your gratitude, you may do so in a more direct manner. Su Xueqing regarded him warily, cautiously inquiring, what do you mean by a direct manner? Pai Yangyang scrutinized her intently, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Su Xueqing's heart raced. This was the first time he had looked at her in such a manner. The intensity of his gaze caused her to panic slightly, and she blurted out, what do you intend to do? Pai Yangyang gently shook his head, a look of regret on his face as he remarked, you are so beautiful, possessing everything one could desire, yet there are some areas where you fall short. You are lacking. Su Xueqing, resembling a startled kitten, abruptly stood up, her expression a mix of vigilance and indignation, a faint blush creeping onto her pale face. Her eyes flickered with uncertainty, clearly angered. Pai Yangyang appeared bewildered, questioning, what do you mean lacking? I meant to say that a woman as stunning as you should have everything, yet your intellect seems a bit deficient. Su Xueqing was momentarily stunned. Anger quickly surfaced on her face as she clenched her fists, glaring fiercely at Pai Yangyang and gritting her teeth. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I am foolish? Pai Yangyang shrugged nonchalantly and stood up, saying, if you won't give it to me, then so be it. Why get angry? What does it mean? As he spoke, he ascended the stairs. Su Xueqing, bewildered, stared at his retreating figure and called out, hey, what exactly do you want? Of course, it's money, my dear young lady. A bonus would suffice. Or a raise in my salary. What do you think I desire? Pai Yangyang turned around, appearing quite helpless. Simultaneously, his eyes brazenly roamed over Su Xueqing once more. He shook his head lightly and added, did you think I wanted you? There's no such easy bargain. Su Xueqing's face turned pale with anger. This scoundrel dares to look down on me. Am I really that inadequate, unworthy of your attention? Fine, I'll give you a bonus, 10,000, she said through gritted teeth. Pai Yangyang immediately broke into a radiant smile, stepping closer to her and slowly extending his right hand. Smack! Su Xueqing angrily slapped his palm and retorted, I've already let you drive my car, and you still have the audacity to ask for money? Just let it slide for now. Pai Yangyang was taken aback and then said, somewhat discontentedly, you owe me 10,000, and you're becoming a bit too complacent. With that, he swayed upstairs, shaking his head in mock regret. Su Xueqing sat down in a huff, while Zheng Li, who had remained silent, glanced at Pai Yangyang's back and pondered aloud. When this guy is reliable, he truly is. But when he's irritating, he really is unbearable. Forget about him, Su Xueqing sighed, rubbing her temples in exasperation. That day, with nothing to do, Pai Yangyang unexpectedly stayed at home, locking himself in his room and not stepping outside the entire day. The next morning, Su Xueqing felt considerably better, yet she was still troubled by the need to secure investments. Another day passed without any progress on the funding issue. Pai Yangyang descended the stairs, observing Su Xueqing's furrowed brow, and could not help but inquire, still mulling over the funding matter? Yes, another day has gone by, yet I haven't come up with any solutions. Am I particularly useless? Su Xueqing lamented. Pai Yangyang chuckled softly. This isn't like you, General Manager Su, who is usually decisive and self-assured. Has such a trivial issue brought you down? Trivial? We're talking about 500 million. Who would dare invest 500 million in the Su family now? Su Xueqing shot him a glare. You really do talk big for someone in your position. There's still 10 days left, so why the rush? Pai Yangyang replied indifferently. Understanding that further debate would lead nowhere, Su Xueqing fell silent. I heard that the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce will hold an investment conference in Xinjiang next week, selecting one company for investment. If you haven't thought of a solution within a week, you might as well give it a shot, Pai Yangyang said casually. Su Xueqing was taken aback and looked at him in surprise, asking, how did you know about that? Chapter 46 Invitation. Pai Yangyang remarked, I happened to overhear it as well. Surely, you are aware of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce? Of course I am aware. But their standards for investment invitations are exceedingly high. I have not even received an invitation. How could I possibly have the qualifications to compete for investment? Su Xueqing replied with a hint of frustration. In Xinjiang, it was inconceivable for anyone to be unaware of the Su family, just as it was impossible not to know of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. She was acutely aware that the chamber solicited investments in Xinjiang every year. Yet the Su family had not received a single investment over the years. This year was even worse. They did not receive an invitation at all. It was evident that the Tunglong chamber was aware of the Su family's predicament and the conflict with the Yi family, leading them to refrain from sending an invitation altogether. Just as she finished speaking, a servant approached, holding a large red invitation. "Miss, someone just came by from outside and asked me to deliver this to you," the servant said respectfully as they handed the invitation to Su Xueqing. With a hint of impatience, she accepted it and casually tossed it onto the sofa. At that moment, she had little desire to attend the banquet. Su, the invitation. Suddenly, Zheng Li fixated on the invitation, her excitement rendering her almost speechless. "I know it's an invitation, but is it necessary to be this thrilled?" Su Xueqing replied, astonished, instinctively turning her gaze toward the invitation. In an instant, she too was struck dumb. Quickly, she seized the invitation, opened it with haste, and scrutinized it closely. Her face illuminated with a mix of excitement and astonishment as she exclaimed, "This is an invitation from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. They have invited me to the investment meeting." Seeing her joy, Pai Yangyang smiled faintly and turned to walk towards the dining room. The Tunglong Chamber had actually dispatched someone to deliver the invitation here, which indicated their significant regard for the Su group and for Su Xueqing herself. Zheng Li was equally elated. This was a rare piece of good news for them. "Yes, we must prepare thoroughly. If I do not secure funding before the investment meeting begins, we must strive to earn Tunglong Chamber's investment," Su Xueqing declared, regaining her confidence and determination. Meanwhile, the Qin family was also enveloped in joy. In front of the Qin family members lay a vibrant red invitation emblazoned with the emblem of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. Hua Lubin sat on the sofa, exuding pride as he sipped tea, resembling a great benefactor, his legs crossed nonchalantly. However, a bandage wrapped around his head, with a conspicuous spot of blood seeping through at his forehead, was quite striking. Yet, Yin Jinfeng did not perceive this as a breach of decorum. Rather, she gazed at him with fervor, excitedly asking, "Young Master Hua, is this truly an invitation from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce?" Hua Lubin, brimming with pride, replied, "My father secured this from President Meng of the Tunglong Chamber. Does this mean our Qin family is indeed qualified to participate in this investment meeting?" Qin Yu asked, equally exhilarated, as he trembled while opening the invitation. "Certainly, my father has spoken with President Meng and highly recommended your esteemed Qin family. President Meng assured my father that at this investment conference, the Qin Group would secure no less than 100 million in projects. Alas, I have been restless these past few days, anxious about potential mishaps in the investment. Now, with Hua Xiao by our side, I am truly at ease. The Qin family is destined for greatness." Yin Jinfeng was positively elated, almost wishing to rush over and embrace Hua Lubin passionately. Indeed, Hua Xiao is exceptional. Unlike that worthless Pai Yangyang, who can accomplish nothing and simply languishes at home, waiting for fate to take its course. Qin Yu remarked disdainfully as he thought of Pai Yangyang. Yin Jinfeng immediately spat 3 times in disgust and retorted, "Why bring up that good-for-nothing? It's bad luck. He has long been cast out from our Qin family. From now on, Yujia, you should cultivate a relationship with Hua Xiao. He is the ideal son-in-law for our family." As she spoke, she cast a knowing glance at Qin Yujia. Yet, Qin Yujia appeared oblivious, accepting the invitation from Qin Yuyu, her eyes flickering with inner turmoil. Just days prior, Hua Lubin had fervently assured her that he had enlisted his father to seek the favor of President Meng from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce, securing her 100 million investment. It was precisely for this reason that she had resolutely decided to finalize her divorce on the anniversary of her marriage to Pai Yangyang. However, she had not yet received the invitation from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce, leaving her feeling unsettled. Now that she finally had the invitation in hand, a weight had been lifted from her heart. Gazing at the invitation, she silently mused, "Pai Yangyang, do not blame me. We inhabit different worlds. My ascent will soon transcend your wildest imagination. And as for Su Xueqing, I shall surely surpass you. I aim to stand atop Qinjiang, proving that I, Qin Yujia, am the true daughter of destiny." Gradually calming her spirit, she turned to Hua Lubin, expressing her gratitude. "Hua Xiao, thank you." Hua Lubin promptly replied, "Yujia, must we be so formal? I will fulfill my promise to you." "What happened to your head?" Qin Yujia inquired, eyeing the bandage atop Hua Liubin's head. His expression shifted, filled with resentment as he recounted, "It is all Pai Yangyang's fault with his cursed tongue. He predicted that something would happen to me. Last night, While returning home from drinking, I misstepped and collided with the stairs, resulting in this injury. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Yujia's face as she recalled Pai Yangyang's words on the day of their divorce, when he ominously claimed that Hua Lubin would encounter misfortune within 3 days. At the time, she had dismissed it as mere spite directed at Hua Lubin. Yet, it seemed that Hua Lubin indeed suffered a head injury within that time frame. Could it be that Pai Yangyang possessed some insight into fate? She quickly dismissed the thought. In her eyes, Pai Yangyang was an utter failure, entirely lacking in any skills of divination. Hua Liubin's injury was merely a coincidence. Uncle, Aunt, today is a rare occasion for joy, so I invite everyone to dine together to pre-celebrate Yu Jia's successful acquisition of investment, heralding the rise of the Qin Group. Hua Lubin proclaimed with delight. Indeed, it is time for a proper celebration. Yu Jia and Hua Xiao should spend more time together, Yin Jinfeng readily concurred. Qin Yuyu was equally exhilarated, exclaiming, Hua Xiao is truly the best. That wastrel, Pai Yangyang, lived in my house for 3 years without ever treating us to a meal. Qin Yuja frowned slightly and said, I shall not attend. I have numerous matters to attend to at the company. You all go ahead. Qin Sihai, who had been sitting quietly in the corner, grumbled, I have a bit of a headache today, so I will not join you either. Hua Lubin felt a twinge of awkwardness as his enthusiastic invitation resulted in 2 absentees. Never mind. If Yu Jia has work, she should attend to it at the company. You all will have plenty of time to dine together in the future. As for that old man, let us disregard him. He is just as useless as Pai Yangyang. He remarked. Previously, in the Qin household, it was always Pai Yangyang who cooked. Now that he had departed, the meals prepared by the servants did not suit her taste, and she was too lazy to cook herself, leading her to yearn for dining out. Very well, let us go out to eat. Yu Jia, would you like me to drive you to the company first? Hua Lubin asked thoughtfully. No need, I will drive myself. You accompany my mother and Xiao Yu for dinner. Qin Yuja declined directly. Despite being divorced from Pai Yangyang and knowing that Hua Lubin had been pursuing her, she did not harbor significant feelings for him. Hua Lubin felt a hint of disappointment but maintained his smile, saying, All right, please be careful on the road. As Yin Jinfeng needed to apply makeup and change clothes, Qin Yuja departed first. In the Yunding villa, Pai Yangyang belched contentedly and, under Su Xueqing's suspicious gaze, staggered upstairs. This fellow, is he not going out to fool around? Zheng Li murmured. Su Xueqing replied, That would be for the best. If he goes out now, the Yi family might be searching for trouble with him. Are you worried about him? Zheng Li regarded her with curiosity. Su Xueqing said nothing further and turned to ascend the stairs, leaving Zheng Li in the living room, bewildered. As noon approached, Su Xueqing's phone rang. Upon answering, she was met with Shun Yi's anxious cries. Xueqing, your brother is missing. Your father and I have searched many places but cannot find him. Please help us look for him. Startled, Su Xueqing quickly inquired, Mom, what happened? How could Xiaozhi have gone out? Her brother, Su Mingzhi, was originally a bright and ambitious young man, the apple of their grandfather's eye. A few years ago, during a family meeting, their grandfather had even mentioned the possibility of appointing Su Mingzhi as the 3rd-generation heir. However, not long after, he had an altercation and sustained a head injury, nearly losing his life. Though the individual was ultimately rescued, he was left in a state of mental incapacity, occasionally suffering from seizures. For his safety, Su Jiwen and Shun Yi had no choice but to confine Su Mingzhi within their home, employing someone to watch over him. Today, he unexpectedly ventured outside, which posed an immense danger for someone with impaired faculties. Aunt Lan had stepped into the living room to answer a phone call when Su Mingzhi seized the opportunity to slip away. Xueqing, think of a solution quickly. Little Zhe has gone outside alone. It's perilous out there. Shun Yi lamented through tears. Mother, please don't panic. I will find little Zhe at once. He will be fine, Su Xueqing reassured her, although her own heart was a tempest of anxiety. Very well, you must find him. Shun Yi exclaimed in a flurry before ending the call. Su Xueqing hurried downstairs and called out to Zheng Li, who was seated in the living room, sisterly. My brother has run out. Please accompany me to search for him. Zheng Li, taken aback, quickly rose to her feet. Su Mingzhi has left. Without hesitation, she followed Su Xueqing outside. At that moment, Pai Yangyang emerged from the restroom, noticing their frantic demeanor. What is happening? Why the rush? My brother has run out. I need to find him urgently, Su Xueqing replied, her mind in disarray. Ah, then I'll go with you, Pai Yangyang said, equally startled, as he grabbed the car keys from the table and joined them. He had heard Su Xueqing mention her brother's condition and understood the peril of a mentally impaired person wandering alone. Su Xueqing welcomed his company, hoping for more assistance. Once in the vehicle, Pai Yangyang inquired, "Where should we search?" "Let us start near my parents' home. He hasn't been gone long and should be nearby," Su Xueqing suggested after a moment of contemplation. Pai Yangyang immediately accelerated towards Su Jiwen's residence, having previously accompanied Shen Yi home and familiarizing himself with the area. The car sped along, quickly reaching the vicinity of Su Jiwen's neighborhood. "Where did your brother usually go?" Upon arrival, Pai Yangyang found himself at a loss. Su Xueqing responded. He rarely ventured out. Aside from school and home, he enjoyed spending time in bookstores. "School? Which school?" Pai Yangyang inquired, a spark of realization igniting within him. "Xinjiang no. To high school, just to the south of this neighborhood," she replied. "All right, let us head there first," Pai Yangyang decided, steering the vehicle towards Xinjiang No. 2 High School, guided by Su Xueqing's directions. Given that Su Zimiying had sustained a head injury leading to his condition, Pai Yangyang speculated that he might gravitate towards places that held significant memories. Thus, the likelihood of Su Mingzhi being at school seemed high. A few minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of Xinjiang No. 2 High School. Su Xueqing and Zheng Li promptly exited the car and rushed into the school to search for him, while Pai Yangyang, unfamiliar with Su Mingzhi, followed them inside. After searching around, they did not find Su Mingzhi. They inquired among the students and teachers engaged in physical education, as well as the security guard at the entrance, but none reported seeing anyone enter the school. Su Xueqing grew increasingly anxious, unable to contain her tears. "Where could you be, Xiaozhe?" Seeing her distress, Pai Yangyang could not help but say, "Don't be too hasty. We still have the bookstore to check. Perhaps he has gone there." Wiping her tears, Su Xueqing suddenly exclaimed, "Yes, the bookstore. That's South his favorite place. He must be there." The three of them quickly got into the car and headed towards the bookstore, which was not far from the school. Although hope flickered within her, Su Xueqing felt a sense of despair, fearing the possibility of another fruitless search. As they drove forward, Pai Yangyang suddenly slowed down, tilting his head suspiciously to the left. "Why are you stopping? Just drive," Zheng Li urged as the vehicle came to a halt. Pai Yangyang furrowed his brow and said, "What are they doing here?" Curious, Su Xueqing turned her head to look, and across the street, in front of the Hai Tian Sheng Yin restaurant, a crowd had gathered, seemingly embroiled in a conflict. One person, with a bandage wrapped around his head, stood out conspicuously. Two others were shoving each other, one appearing particularly frightened and retreating repeatedly. "It's Xiaozhe," Su Xueqing suddenly gasped. Despite the distance of several dozen meters, she recognized him instantly. The person being pushed back was indeed her brother, Su Mingzhi. Without hesitation, she flung open the car door and dashed across the street, ignoring the traffic. Zheng Li and Pai Yangyang hurried to follow, as several vehicles screeched to a halt, creating chaos. "Have you lost your mind?" some drivers shouted in anger. Yet, the trio paid them no mind as they rushed forward. Su Xueqing was not mistaken. The one being shoved was indeed her brother, Su Mingzhi, while his assailant was Qin Yuyu. The bandaged individual was none other than Hua Lubin. At that moment, Qin Yuyu was cursing, "Damn it, are you blind? You ran into me. Do you think you can afford to pay for my clothes?" It turned out that Hua Lubin had invited Yin Jinfeng and Qin Yuyu to dine at Hai Tian Shangyan. When Qin Yuyu eagerly arrived at the restaurant, he unexpectedly collided with someone who was holding an ice cream cone that smeared all over his clothes. Enraged, he slapped the other person and demanded compensation. The one who had bumped into him was Su Mingzhi. After running out of his house aimlessly, he had seen an ice cream shop on the street and stood by the entrance, gazing longingly. The shop owner, noticing his eagerness, asked, "Would you like an ice cream?" Su Mingzhi nodded repeatedly, but then shook his head, feeling dejected as he replied, "I have no money." The owner paused, realizing that the boy had some mental challenges. Seeing that Su Mingzhi had been standing there for quite some time, his heart softened, and he handed him an ice cream cone. Su Mingzhi happily indulged in his ice cream while strolling, when unexpectedly, he collided with the approaching Qin Yuyu. The ice cream was lost, and he was met with a slap. "You owe me an ice cream," he exclaimed, bursting into tears, pulling at Qin Yuyu, demanding compensation for the treat. Infuriated, Qin Yuyu retorted, "You crashed into me, and now you want me to pay for your ice cream?" With a swift kick, he shoved him aside and followed up with another slap. Having received 2 slaps, Su Mingzhi felt a surge of fear and contemplated fleeing. Yet Qin Yu relentlessly grabbed him by the collar, insisting he pay for his clothing. Terrified, Su Mingzhi stammered, I have no money. My mother can compensate you. Do you take me for a fool? Qin Yu scoffed. Your mother has money, but you do not? Then let her bring the cash. Believing Su Mingzhi was mocking him, Qin Yu's anger intensified. Brother, he's an idiot, someone remarked from the side. Qin Yu momentarily paused, and then spat a mouthful of saliva onto Su Mingzhi's face, coldly declaring, even an idiot must pay for my clothes, or I'll toss you into the trash bin. As he spoke, he dragged Su Mingzhi to a nearby trash can, forcefully pressing his head down. A crowd of onlookers gathered, yet none intervened. 2 security guards from a hotel rushed over, ready to inquire about the situation, but upon spotting Hualu Bin, they quickly offered respectful greetings. Recognizing the connection between him and Qin Yu, thus refraining from further questioning, Yan Jinfeng, rather than intervening, watched with excitement from the sidelines. Xiaoyu, toss him into the trash can, she urged, seemingly proud of Qin Yu's actions. Bolstered by their encouragement, Qin Yu pressed down harder on Su Mingzhi's head, on the verge of shoving him into the trash, when a panicked voice called out, Xiaozhe. Startled, Qin Yu turned, and his gaze brightened as he saw Su Xueqing rushing over, her face streaked with tears and filled with concern. One hand still pressing down on Su Mingzhi's head, he forgot to release him. Big sister. Su Mingzhi, though simple-minded, recognized his family. Hearing her voice, he strained to look up, catching sight of Su Xueqing, and cried out loudly. Seeing the swollen handprints on Su Mingzhi's face, Su Xueqing's anxiety peaked, and she scolded angrily. Let go of my brother. Miss Su. Qin Yu jolted back to reality and hastily released his grip. Su Mingzhi dashed to Su Xueqing's side, and despite his dirty appearance, she grasped his hand, examining him with concern. Are you all right? Big sister, he hit me and ruined my ice cream. Su Mingzhi cried, pointing at Qin Yu. Su Xueqing immediately glared at Qin Yu, her teeth clenched as she demanded, why did you hit him? At this moment, Qin Yu's countenance was notably grim, his lips trembling. Miss Su mistakenly assumed that I was unaware of his relationship as your brother. After all, the Su family is one of the 5 prominent families of Xinjiang, which instilled a deep-seated trepidation within him. What was he afraid of? Her brother is but a fool. And it was he who collided with you first. Upon seeing Su Xueqing, Yan Jinfeng felt a slight jolt in her heart, instinctively touching her own face. However, she quickly recollected that Hualu Bin was by her side, and her demeanor shifted to one of assertiveness. Qin Yu, taken aback, nervously exclaimed, Mother, she is Miss Su. What Miss Su? Yan Jinfeng retorted, her arrogance fully on display, embodying the essence of a bully empowered by others. In that instant, Qin Yu regained his composure, the fear evaporating as he straightened his back. Meanwhile, Pai Yangyang had approached Su Xueqing, casting a glance at Su Mingzhi, his brows furrowing. Qin Yu's previous remark indicated that they were all too aware of Su Mingzhi's foolishness, yet still chose to impose difficulties upon him, igniting a surge of indignation within Pai Yangyang. It was he who bumped into me and stained my clothes with ice cream. This is a brand new outfit. How can it be ruined so easily? Is it unreasonable to demand compensation? With Hualu Bin as his backing, his confidence surged. Recalling the humiliation from a few days prior when Su Xueqing and Pai Yangyang had confronted him at his doorstep, he felt a strong urge to trample both Su Xueqing and Pai Yangyang underfoot. Su Xueqing's face turned pale with fury as she glared at Qin Yu, her voice seething. If you want him to pay for the clothes, you cannot resort to violence. If he refuses to compensate and continues to harass me, should I simply wait for him to strike first? Qin Yu replied with a defiant, robed demeanor, shaking his leg. Leave this to me, Pai Yangyang quietly asserted beside her. Sensing Su Xueqing's body trembling with rage, it was not merely a desire to play the hero. Witnessing Qin Yu and Yan Jinfeng's brazen and domineering behavior ignited his ire. Xiaozhe cannot be struck without consequence, Su Xueqing said, her voice choked with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes. Pai Yangyang gently patted her shoulder, his tone steady. Do not fret. He then stepped forward, fixing a cold gaze upon Qin Yu. Oh, you worthless fool. Do you aspire to be a hero? Qin Yu had long noticed Pai Yangyang, but had never regarded him as a threat. During Pai Yangyang's time at the Qin residence, he had insulted and bullied him at will. Thus, the audacity of Pai Yangyang stepping forward now elicited disdainful laughter from him. Apologize to him, Pai Yangyang declared coldly. Apologize? Pai Yangyang, have you lost your mind? You expect me to apologize to a fool? Is this how you dare to address me? Qin Yuyu scoffed, mockingly gesturing in front of Pai Yangyang, completely dismissing his presence. I will say it once more. Apologize to him. Pai Yangyang's tone grew even more frigid. How absurd. Have you developed a sense of superiority from living off others? Have you forgotten your true identity? Unaware of your own worth? Qin Yuyu spat, stepping forward with unwavering resolve, her finger jabbing into Pai Yangyang's chest. With a swift motion, Pai Yangyang raised his right hand, delivering a sharp slap that echoed loudly against Qin Yuyu's face. Stumbling back, she collided with a trash can, covering her face in disbelief as she gazed at Pai Yangyang. This was the same person who had always endured insults and never retaliated. How could he have struck her? Pai Yangyang, have you lost your mind? How dare you strike Xiaoyu? Yan Jinfeng erupted, her voice laced with fury as she approached with a menacing demeanor. Pai Yangyang, who had always cowered before her, dared to defy her in this moment, igniting her wrath. Turning to face her, Pai Yangyang coldly stated, he deserved it. Yan Jinfeng, now standing before him, inexplicably froze in shock, her raised hand trembling with anger. Who do you think you are, daring to strike Xiaoyu? Have you forgotten you lived in my house for 3 years, eating and drinking for free? You ungrateful wretch. With a frigid tone, Pai Yangyang responded, this is not your home, and I did not live off the Qin family without contributing. If it weren't for him, would the Qin group have achieved its current success? How ridiculous. Previously, he had tolerated his circumstances at the Qin household due to his obligations. However, now that he had been cast out, there was no need for further restraint. The grievances endured over the past 3 years erupted in an instant. Not living off others? Oh, indeed. You performed plenty of household chores during your stay. But what else did you do? Useless. Yan Jinfeng sneered. With a chilling gaze, Pai Yangyang replied, if it weren't for me, do you think Qin Yujia would have secured 100 million in investments? Yan Jinfeng paused, then burst into laughter, as if she had just heard the most ludicrous joke. Pai Yangyang, your penchant for boasting remains unchanged. Yes, Yujia did obtain the investment. But what does that have to do with you? Once her laughter subsided, her disdain became even more apparent. Do you really think we are unaware? That was Huang Xiao pleading with his father in front of the president of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. How dare you claim that investment was brought in by you? Truly shameless. At this revelation, Pai Yangyang turned to the side, glancing at Hua Lubin with a bemused smile. Hua Xiao? Was that 100 million investment indeed brought in by you? Hua Liubin's eyes flickered momentarily, but he straightened his posture and declared, indeed, it was President Meng. Out of respect for my father, who granted it to the Qin family. Isn't it painful to have your lies exposed? You, a mere wastrel, dare to boast so boldly. Truly, you are oblivious to your own insignificance. Yan Jinfeng retorted triumphantly. Fortunately, my family Su Jia has divorced you. Otherwise, my entire life would have been ruined by your hands. Now, with Hua Xiao around, the Qin family shall surely prosper. Pai Yangyang let out a cold laugh, casting a scornful glance at Hua Lubin, and remarked, your Hua family is plagued by misfortune. Do you still wish to depend on them for your rise? Very well. I wish you every success in your aspirations. Damn it, you cursed harbinger. Last time, you foretold my misfortune, and I truly ended up with a head injury. Hua Lubin exclaimed in furious indignation. Pai Yangyang smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, do not be hasty. This is merely the beginning. Turning again to Qin Yuyuan, he stated, can you apologize now? Damn you. With those words, Qin Yuyuan's other cheek met a resounding slap. How dare you strike me? Qin Yuyuan roared, furious, and lunged at Pai Yangyang with clenched fists. But Pai Yangyang, swift and decisive, seized his collar and, with a swift motion, sent him crashing into a nearby trash bin, leaving only his flailing legs visible. This spectacle left Yan Jinfeng and Hua Lubin utterly astonished. Onlookers gazed in disbelief, some casting fearful glances at Pai Yangyang. Xiaoyu. After a moment, Yan Jinfeng cried out in despair, rushing over with Hua Lubin to drag Qin Yuyuan from the refuse. Yet, he emerged covered in garbage. A wilted cabbage leaf perched atop his head, exuding an unbearable stench. Pai Yangyang, you've lost your mind. How dare you toss Xiaoyu into a trash bin? I will have my revenge. Yan Jinfeng seethed, her face contorted with rage, as she wildly clawed at Pai Yangyang. With a chilling gaze, Pai Yangyang warned, do not force my hand. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, bearing down upon Yan Jinfeng. Suddenly feeling a jolt of fear, she faltered, hesitating as she regarded Pai Yangyang. The individual before her was an unrecognizable figure, far removed from the submissive and compliant Pai Yangyang of the Qin family. He now appeared as a fearsome deity. She was utterly convinced that if she did not relent, Pai Yangyang would indeed strike her. Unbelievable. You, a worthless wretch, dare to lay a hand on me. I cannot endure this. In a sudden outburst, she collapsed onto the ground, wailing uncontrollably. In that moment, she performed her tantrum with theatrical flair, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. Such a cowardly waste of space is bullying me. You cannot stand idly by? If Yujia learns that this worthless creature has struck me, she will surely feel heartbroken. She cried, her voice rising in a cacophony. Yet not a single tear fell from her eyes, as her lamentations echoed fruitlessly. Hua Liubin's lips twitched as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Pai Yangyang. For many years, he had harbored a desire to pursue Qin Yujia, only to find, unexpectedly, that Pai Yangyang had emerged as her husband. Yet, he had never wavered in his relentless pursuit, yearning to claim the exquisite flower known as the Four Beauties of Qinjiang for himself. Now, with a glimmer of hope in sight, he was even more unwilling to let any opportunity slip away. The audacity of Pai Yangyang, who had struck Qin Yuyu and had forced Yan Jinfeng into a fit, stirred a vengeful fire within him. He thought that if he were to confront Pai Yangyang and deliver a sound beating, it would surely vindicate the mother and son, and perhaps win him Qin Yujia's affection. Moreover, he believed that the injury he had sustained to his head was a consequence of Pai Yangyang's alleged curse, fueling his desire for retribution. With this notion in mind, he steeled himself, glancing around before seizing a plastic barrier from the roadside and swinging it with all his might towards Pai Yangyang's head. A gasp erupted from a bystander. Although it was merely a plastic barrier, a blow to the head could still result in grievous harm. Watch out, Su Xueqing exclaimed, her urgency palpable. Yet, Pai Yangyang exhibited no sign of fear, a wisp of dark energy seemingly swirling around him. Seeing Pai Yangyang stand motionless, as if paralyzed by fear, Hua Liubin's expression grew more sinister as he channeled every ounce of strength into his strike. As the plastic barrier descended toward Pai Yangyang, Su Xueqing's complexion shifted, and she instinctively covered her mouth, turning her head away in dread. Suddenly, Pai Yangyang flashed a peculiar smile, stepping to the right to evade the descending barrier, and charged forward. In that fleeting moment, their bodies intertwined, and Pai Yangyang's left hand gently struck Hua Liubin's waist. The dark energy enveloped Hua Liubin as he missed his target, stumbling forward and tripping over Yan Jinfeng. Flustered and anxious, Yan Jinfeng hastily attempted to push him away. Yet, an inexplicable scene unfolded. Hua Liubin, as if entranced, abruptly discarded the plastic barrier and embraced Yan Jinfeng, his expression one of bewilderment. Bystanders were left in stunned silence, jaws dropping in disbelief. Some young women blushed, covering their eyes, torn between curiosity and embarrassment, while older men erupted in hearty laughter, with a few brazen souls pulling out their phones to capture the spectacle. A woman's teddy bear leapt from her arms, darting toward Hua Liubin, inciting further laughter from the crowd. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Xueqing turned with curiosity, only to feel her cheeks flush crimson at the sight before her. Yan Jinfeng struggled to free herself from Hua Liubin's grip, but inexplicably, this notorious scion possessed an extraordinary strength that rendered her efforts futile. Hua Xiao, what on earth are you doing? Qin Yuyu exclaimed, taken aback, finally regaining his composure and shouting in disbelief. Yet, Hua Liubin paid him no mind, lost in a moment of sheer pleasure. Qin Yuyu, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, hurried forward, intent on pulling Hua Liubin away. At that moment, Hua Liubin shivered twice upon encountering Yan Jinfeng, rising with a face full of satisfaction. Ah, I can no longer live. I no longer wish to be human. Yan Jinfeng covered her face, releasing a heart-wrenching wail. She had ardently desired for Hua Liubin to become her son-in-law, but now, her prospective son-in-law had behaved so outrageously in public. If word of this spread, it would surely cause the entire city to laugh uproariously. Passers-by remained in a state of shock, as this spectacle was overwhelmingly shocking. Alas, the moment was rather brief. What have you done to them, Pai Yangyang? Qin Yuyu inquired suspiciously, staring at Pai Yangyang with a raised voice. Hua Liubin's eyes remained glazed, standing there in a daze. Pai Yangyang shrugged and spread his hands. I am but a useless being. What can I do? However, It appears that your future brother-in-law lacks character. If you ever marry, you must be cautious and keep a close watch on your wife. Qin Yuyu's expression twisted in agitation. He firmly believed that Pai Yangyang was the instigator of this chaos. Yet he was unable to produce any evidence. Let us depart, Pai Yangyang said casually to the still-dazed Su Xueqing. Oh, all right, Su Xueqing replied, regaining her composure in a fluster. She and Zheng Li supported Su Mingzhi as they made their way across the street. Qin Yuyu, infuriated, stomped his feet. Now, he felt utterly repulsive, while Yan Jinfeng was filled with embarrassment and rage. Hua Lubin remained in a stupor. How could they possibly continue dining? He glared fiercely at Pai Yangyang's retreating figure, gritting his teeth. Pai Yangyang, you wait for me. I shall make you pay for this insult. Yes, make him pay. Hua Lubin suddenly echoed, breaking his silence. Qin Yuyu was taken aback, questioning, Hua Xiao, what happened to you just now? What do you mean? Oh, I invited you all to dine here, Hua Lubin replied, somewhat bewildered, glancing at the restaurant. Qin Yuyu's gaze shifted downward, his expression changing slightly, as a wave of nausea washed over him. It's nothing, let us leave. We shall not dine here any longer. Onlookers continued to gawk and snicker, covering their mouths in laughter. He yearned to flee the scene immediately, having no appetite left. In the car, Su Xueqing gently embraced Su Mingzhi, unable to suppress her curiosity. Asked, Pai Yangyang, what was going on with Hua Lubin just now? Was it truly your doing? Pai Yangyang instinctively touched his nose, smiling. Do you believe I possess magical powers? Hua Lubin is notoriously fickle. Are you not aware? Zheng Li nodded in agreement. Indeed, Hua Lubin is revolting. I hardly know how to express my disdain. As she spoke, her face contorted in distaste. Su Xueqing appeared astonished, deeply puzzled by the earlier scene. However, she certainly did not believe in any magical abilities. If Pai Yangyang truly had such prowess, would he have been expelled from the Qin family? Enduring the humiliation of signing a one-year agreement with her? Chapter 50. Are you truly capable? Pai Yangyang drove the car to the entrance of the community. Please take us inside, Su Xueqing suggested after a moment's contemplation. Pai Yangyang did not refuse. After all, he was her designated driver, and he would comply with her instructions on how to navigate the vehicle. Arriving at a villa, Shen Yi, who had received a call from Su Xueqing, was already waiting at the door. Upon seeing Su Mingzhi return safely, she rushed forward and embraced him tightly. Xiaozha, you frightened your mother to death. Please don't run off like that again, she said tearfully. Witnessing this scene, Pai Yangyang felt a momentary pang in his heart, a sense of bittersweetness. He reminisced about his own abandonment in childhood. Had it not been for his mentor's kindness, he could not fathom what his life would have been like. How fortunate it is to have parents. What happened to Xiaozha's face? Who hit him? After regaining her composure from the emotional outburst, Shen Yi quickly examined her son and was alarmed to see the handprint on his cheek. Mom, it was my ex-wife's brother who struck him. Thankfully, Pai Yangyang was there. Otherwise, Xiaozha would have suffered far worse, Su Xueqing explained. Shen Yi paused, casting a suspicious glance at Pai Yangyang. Your ex-wife's brother? Why would he strike Xiaozha? Mom, let us go inside. I'll explain everything slowly, Su Xueqing urged. Only then did Shen Yi realize they had been standing at the door for too long. Once inside, Aunt Lan, the housekeeper, hurried over, visibly shaken. Thank heavens, the young master is back. What would I have done if something had happened to him? Aunt Lan, you need to be more vigilant in the future and ensure he doesn't wander off again, Shen Yi instructed, handing Su Mingzhi over to her to change his clothes. As they settled down, Shen Yi eagerly inquired, what exactly happened? Where did you find Xiaozha? Tell me everything. Su Xueqing recounted the events of finding Su Mingzhi, emphasizing that had it not been for Pai Yangyang turning back at just the right moment, they might have missed him entirely. If they hadn't discovered him then, who knows what kind of torment he might have endured, or where he could have ended up. Initially, Shen Yi felt a surge of anger, suspecting that Pai Yangyang's ex-brother-in-law had acted out of spite for his relationship with Su Xueqing, targeting Su Mingzhi in retaliation. However, upon understanding the full situation, her heart softened. Xiao Pai, thank you. Your presence in our family has been a tremendous help. You've treated my illness, saved Xiaoqing, and now you've rescued Xiaozha. She expressed gratefully. Mom, it is my duty. Now that I am part of this family, I bear the responsibility to protect you all, Pai Yangyang stated earnestly. Su Xueqing observed him with a hint of curiosity, pondering, he is quite the actor, slipping into character so effortlessly. Yet, for reasons unknown, She harbored a subtle hope that his words were sincere rather than mere theatrics. Mom, regarding Xiaojia's condition, have you sought treatment for him? Pai Yangyang suddenly inquired thoughtfully. Sighing softly, Shen Yi expressed her melancholy. How could they not treat him? Numerous experts, both domestic and international, have examined him. And we even engaged the finest neurosurgeon in the country to perform a minimally invasive procedure, yet the results were rather inconclusive. In the past, it was somewhat manageable. But now he frequently awakens in the middle of the night, shouting as if he has been startled, and often finds himself staring blankly at flowers and trees, muttering to himself without any coherent words. Upon hearing this, Pai Yangyang's gaze sharpened, and he remarked, his affliction stems from a severe impact to the brain. When he was struck, it damaged the neural pathways. If we can find a way to alleviate this, he could return to normalcy. The experts have echoed this sentiment. Yet modern medicine simply cannot provide a solution. However, one expert did mention that if we could enlist the aid of a divine healer from the Qian medical sect, Xiaojia might still have a chance. Shen Yi gently shook her head. Did you not seek out anyone from the Qian medical sect? She asked. With a wry smile, Shen Yi replied, it is not so easy to summon someone from the Qian medical sect. It is said that their practitioners do not readily intervene. Even the esteemed elders of the capital find it challenging to procure their assistance. Zheng Li, intrigued, inquired, could you not offer a higher consultation fee? Shen Yi shook her head once more. If money could solve this issue, it would have been resolved long ago. The individuals from the Qian medical sect are peculiar. Should they choose not to assist, even a mountain of gold would not sway them. Conversely, if they do decide to help, they might not accept a single coin. Zheng Li was taken aback. What kind of people are these? Pai Yangyang, equally astonished, quickly interjected, I could give it a try. But Shen Yi's eyes brightened, and she eagerly asked, but what? Su Xueqing shot him a skeptical glance. Given that so many experts have failed, how do you think you can succeed? Do you believe that a few needles will transform you into a divine healer? Unperturbed, Pai Yangyang smiled nonchalantly. Perhaps I truly am a divine healer. Do you think you can boast about your skills while living under such constraints in the Qin household? Su Xueqing retorted, clearly unconvinced and feeling justified in her skepticism. Pai Yangyang fell silent, but Shen Yi appeared somewhat intrigued, contemplating before asking, Xiao Pai, can you truly heal him? I can. However, to fully cure Xiaojia, a remarkably rare medicinal herb is required, Pai Yangyang stated confidently. What herb? Shen Yi inquired eagerly. If it exists in this world, I would go to great lengths, even risking everything, to procure it. Pai Yangyang gently shook his head. This particular herb cannot be purchased. It grows solely within a volcano, and if removed, it loses its potency within a day, becoming just an ordinary weed. Thus, to obtain this herb, one must personally venture to gather it. Shen Yi's expression fell. Venture there personally? Inside a volcano? Pai Yangyang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this grass can only be found within a volcano, and it is exceedingly rare, a true serendipity. Su Xueqing gritted her teeth and asked, what is the name of this herb? I must find a way to acquire it. Pai Yangyang replied, it is known as the Hell's Purifying Spirit Herb. Su Xueqing murmured the words twice, ensuring she had committed them to memory, then resolutely declared, Mom, rest assured. I will find him. Although Shen Yi felt the hope was faint, she still nodded in agreement. Pai Yangyang stated, today, I will administer acupuncture to Xiaojia once, which should stabilize his emotions. While it may not provide substantial assistance, at least it will prevent him from waking in fright every night, as you mentioned. Really? Shen Yi exclaimed, her heart swelling with hope as she gazed at Pai Yangyang. With a gentle smile, Pai Yangyang replied, if you trust me, allow me to try. I believe in you, of course. After the last time you treated me, my heart felt significantly better, Shen Yi said with palpable excitement. The reason for her enthusiasm stemmed from that previous acupuncture session, which had alleviated her persistent heart discomfort. Su Xueqing eyed Pai Yangyang with skepticism, asking, are you truly capable of this? Pai Yangyang glanced at her nonchalantly and replied, do you really doubt my abilities? Surprised, Su Xueqing flushed crimson, unaware that Pai Yangyang was referring to the detoxification he had performed for her that night. Whether he can do it or not, there's no harm in trying. What if it truly works? Shen Yi asserted with unwavering conviction, seeing her mother had made up her mind. Su Xueqing felt it unnecessary to voice further objections and simply nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed. Pai Yangyang went to the car to retrieve his acupuncture kit, while Su Xueqing called out to Su Mingjie, I don't want acupuncture. Upon realizing what was about to happen, Su Mingzhi turned and fled. Su Shiweqing was unable to catch him, and just as she felt helpless, Pai Yangyang unexpectedly stepped forward, pressing firmly on a point behind his ear. Su Mingzhi's eyes rolled back, and he fell into a deep slumber. What have you done to him? Su Shiweqing asked in astonishment. Hypnosis. He fears needles, does he not? Now he won't even know to be afraid, Pai Yangyang replied calmly, laying Su Mingzhi down on the sofa, then retrieving a golden needle, which he deftly inserted into the Yuzhen point on his head. Chapter 51. I want Pai Yangyang dead. Soon, 5 golden needles were inserted into Su Mingzhi's scalp. Pai Yangyang swept his hand over the needle tips, causing them to tremble as invisible currents of energy flowed through the needles and into Su Mingzhi's mind. Shen Yi and Su Shiweqing watched anxiously, scarcely daring to breathe. They understood well that the issues plaguing Su Mingzhi's mind were not easily remedied. Yet they still hoped for a miracle. As time passed slowly, every 3 minutes, Pai Yangyang would sweep the needle tips once more. After 5 repetitions, he exhaled deeply, removing the needles and gently pressing on a vital point. Su Mingzhi, who had been in a deep slumber, slowly opened his eyes. Anyone familiar with him would notice that his previously dazed expression had become remarkably clearer. Xiaozhe, how do you feel? Shen Yi asked, brimming with hope. Over the years, she had been worn down by the toll of Su Mingzhi's illness, always yearning for a miracle to occur. Pai Yangyang claimed he could cure his illness, and Shen Yi was somewhat impatient to witness Su Mingzhi's improvement. Mom, I'm hungry, Su Mingzhi said innocently, his gaze fixed on Pai Yangyang with a hint of skepticism. Xiaozhe, this is Pai Yangyang. He saved you on the street, remember? Su Shiweqing patiently introduced him, noticing his dazed expression. Yes, I remember he helped me fight off the bad guys. Su Mingzhi replied. Shen Yi sighed softly, tears welling in the corners of her eyes as she observed Su Mingzhi's condition, which seemed not to have improved. Thank you. Su Mingzhi suddenly stood up, bowing deeply to Pai Yangyang with sincerity etched on his face. Shen Yi, who had been lost in sorrow, froze for a moment, gazing at Su Mingzhi with tears in her eyes. Xiaozhe, what did you just say? Her heart raced, her voice trembling with emotion. He saved me. So I thanked him, Su Mingzhi responded naturally, casting a perplexed glance at Shen Yi. Shen Yi burst into a joyous laugh, tears still glistening on her cheeks as she excitedly grasped Su Mingzhi's hand. Xiaozhe, are you feeling better? She exclaimed. Su Shiweqing, equally astonished, rose to her feet. Her expression filled with excitement as she observed Su Mingzhi's eyes, which appeared clearer than before. A flicker of hope ignited within her. It seems Pai Yangyang's acupuncture is effective. Pai Yangyang, is my brother really feeling better? If you continue with the acupuncture, can he fully recover? She eagerly grasped Pai Yangyang's arms, her anticipation palpable. Pai Yangyang lowered his gaze slightly at her grasp, offering a faint smile. Su Shiweqing's face flushed crimson, and she quickly withdrew her hands. The acupuncture I provide can only manage his condition. For complete recovery, we must obtain the hell's purifying herb, Pai Yangyang stated calmly. Filled with determination, Su Shiweqing declared, I will certainly find the hell's purifying herb. You all should stay for lunch. I will prepare a meal for you, Shen Yi said, her spirits lifted considerably. Su Shiweqing nodded in agreement. Yes, we will eat here. Once Shen Yi stepped away, and Su Mingzhi was taken back to his room by Aunt Lan, Su Shiweqing expressed her gratitude to Pai Yangyang. Thank you. You have given Xiaozhe hope. Pai Yangyang smiled lightly. What is there to thank? He is my brother-in-law. Helping him is only natural. Su Shiweqing's eyes flickered with suspicion as she gazed at Pai Yangyang and quietly inquired, What? Aren't you going to ask for a reward this time? Pai Yangyang instinctively smiled awkwardly. If there were a reward, that would certainly be better. After all, I am quite short on funds. Su Shiweqing's expression darkened at once, and she retorted, I was just about to praise you, but you revealed your true nature again. Money-minded. Pai Yangyang chuckled ruefully. I truly am in need of money. Joking aside, over 100 billion in milk powder expenses, and I still haven't even gathered a fraction of it. It's quite distressing. Understood. I will settle the payment at the end of the month when I receive my salary. Su Shiweqing, feeling helpless, could only respond with frustration. Pai Yangyang furrowed his brow and muttered, It's acceptable to owe money, but I will not default on my debts. Rest assured, I am not in need of your trivial sum. If I truly were to renege, you could simply take my car. You would not suffer any loss. At that moment, Pai Yangyang's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, frowning slightly. After a brief hesitation, he answered, Pai Yangyang, Have you lost your mind? Whatever grievances you have, direct them at me. Why involve Xiao Yu and my mother? Are you even a man? To curry favor with that woman surnamed Su, are you resorting to such unscrupulous tactics? Upon answering, Qin Yujia immediately unleashed a barrage of angry accusations. After listening, Pai Yangyang coldly replied, "Are you unaware of what they have done?" With that, he disregarded Qin Yujia's reaction and hung up. Su Xueqing looked at him with suspicion and asked, "Has your ex-wife come to confront you?" Pai Yangyang replied indifferently, "Do not concern yourself with her." A flicker of gentleness passed through Su Xueqing's eyes. At that moment, how handsome Pai Yangyang appeared. In the Yi residence, Yi Tianxiong surveyed Yi Yuanyang and Yi Fenglu, his expression darkening. "You took such a serious matter into your own hands? Do you not think the Yi family has suffered enough humiliation?" The atmosphere in the room was oppressive, and Yi Tianxiong's authoritative voice, tinged with anger, shattered the silence. "Father, rest assured, I have already contacted all the heads of news media in Xinjiang. They will not report on the news regarding Ouyang Yan. Xinjiang TV will promptly remove her from their listings," Yi Yuanyang declared with a fierce expression. Yi Tianxiong snorted lightly and said in a grave tone, "Do not act so impulsively in the future. The Yi family's current standing is hard-earned. Countless eyes are watching us, and a single misstep could allow others to exploit our vulnerabilities." Yi Yuanyang lowered his head and responded, "Yes, I understand. Grandfather, you must help me avenge this grievance. I want that Pai Yangyang dead." Yi Fenglu ground his teeth, looking up at Yi Tianxiong with hatred. At the engagement banquet, his fiancée was taken from him. Following that humiliation, he was beaten to this extent and forced to kneel while seeking retribution at the Su family. Now, he had become the greatest joke in Xinjiang. Having been pampered his entire life, he had never endured such humiliation. This grievance festered within him, seeking an outlet. His hatred for Pai Yangyang was profound. He wished to break his limbs and slowly torment him to death. Rest assured, the Yi family will settle this score with Pai Yangyang, but not at this moment. Yi Tianxiong's countenance was grim, his tone frigid. Yi Fenglu was his most cherished grandson, and seeing him in such a pitiful state filled him with fury. "Not now? When will that be? I can scarcely endure another day." Yi Fenglu seethed, his eyes bloodshot. "Even if I cannot endure, I must." Yi Tianxiong coldly declared that no one was permitted to act rashly until the relationship between Pai Yangyang and Lei Ting was thoroughly investigated. "You all listen carefully. During this period, I expect you to remain calm and avoid causing any disturbances." Yi Fenglu snorted disdainfully and retorted, "Grandfather, why do you fear that old man? He is in the provincial capital. Can he truly exert control over the affairs of Xinjiang?" Yi Tianxiong's eyes flickered, and after a moment of silence, he solemnly replied, "He himself is not particularly daunting. However, it is said that he is beneath someone truly formidable. This individual, I dare say, would make even the Su family, the foremost clan in the southern 6 provinces, think twice before provoking." The members of the Yi family collectively gasped in astonishment, their faces displaying shock. Yi Yuanyang asked incredulously, "Who exactly is this person who inspires such fear?" Yi Tianxiong gently shook his head, a hint of bewilderment crossing his gaze as he murmured, "I do not know who he is." Yi Fenglio's eyes glinted with cold light, his expression twisted in disbelief. He felt that his grandfather was excessively timid, quaking in fear before someone whose identity remained a mystery. "One day, Pai Yangyang, I shall eliminate you, and that little reporter, Ouyang Yan. If I cannot deal with Pai Yangyang, how could I not handle you?" He vowed silently, his eyes radiating murderous intent. After lunch, Pai Yangyang escorted Su Xueqing and Zheng Li back to the Yunding villa. He then excused himself, claiming he had matters to attend to, and drove away towards Luoan Mountain. He had discovered that meditating on the mountain significantly enhanced his cultivation. Upon arriving at the mountain, he noticed a black Mercedes parked by the roadside, causing him to furrow his brow and consider turning back. However, a sudden realization prompted him to stop, for he recognized the vehicle from his previous visit to Luoan Mountain. It seemed that Lei Ting was still in Xinjiang and had returned here. Curious, he wished to inquire further. After exiting the car and taking a deep breath, he strode purposefully up the mountain. Yet, after taking a few steps, he turned back to retrieve his needle bag from the vehicle before resuming his ascent. Indeed, before reaching the halfway point, he spotted Lei Ting, Lei Yuan, and Lei Xianghong standing in the middle of the path, seemingly waiting for him. "Mr. Pai, what a coincidence to meet again," Lei Ting said, bowing slightly from a distance with a warm smile. Pai Yangyang smirked inwardly, thinking, you old man are clearly waiting for me. As he approached the trio, he smiled and said, what a coincidence. I happen to have matters I wish to discuss with you, Mr. Pai. I wonder if you are available at this moment. Lei Ting maintained a humble demeanor, yet Lei Yuan continued to regard Pai Yangyang with a cold, vigilant gaze. Lei Xianghong, filled with suspicion, could not comprehend why her grandfather was treating Pai Yangyang with such deference. Even if he possessed strength, it seemed unwarranted for her grandfather to bow so low. Pity. Pai Yangyang maintained an air of calm acceptance, which inexplicably irked her. Very well, I too have matters I wish to inquire about. Pai Yangyang replied with a serene demeanor. Thunder turned to Lei Yuan and Lei Xianghong, instructing, you two should wait for me at the foot of the mountain. I shall converse with Mr. Pai for a while. Lei Yuan eyed Pai Yangyang with suspicion, hesitating slightly. Go on, if he truly intends to harm me. Do you believe you could thwart him? Thunder waved his hand dismissively. Lei Yuan's lips twitched in discontent. Yet he refrained from voicing his objections and turned to descend the mountain. After a moment's hesitation, Lei Xianghong followed him down. Mr. Pai, let us proceed to the bamboo grove. Once the two had walked a few dozen meters, Thunder spoke respectfully. Pai Yangyang nodded, and they made their way to the bamboo grove. Subordinate Thunder of the Wind and Thunder Hall pays respects to the ninth master. Upon entering the grove, Thunder abruptly stepped in front of Pai Yangyang, clasping his hands in reverence and bowing deeply as he spoke with great respect. Pai Yangyang felt a slight shock within, his eyes sparkling with insight. According to Uncle Fu, his identity was shrouded in secrecy, known only to a select few pivotal figures within the Jiuxian sect. That Thunder could utter the title of the ninth master indicated his significant standing within the sect. Pai Yangyang felt a wave of relief wash over him. No wonder Thunder had unwaveringly supported him and the Su family during the banquet. It seemed he had long been aware of Pai Yangyang's true identity. No need for such formalities, Pai Yangyang said with a calm demeanor. The Hall Master of the Wind and Thunder Hall? Is your status within the Jiuxian sect quite elevated? He inquired curiously. Thunder appeared momentarily taken aback, then offered an awkward smile. It is not particularly high. There are many within the Jiuxian sect who hold ranks above mine. Pai Yangyang responded with an understanding hum, his surprise concealed beneath a composed exterior. He then asked, what is the purpose of the Wind and Thunder Hall? Thunder paused briefly before responding. The Wind and Thunder Hall is a martial association established by the Jiuxian sect in South Chu, primarily tasked with balancing the various powers in the region. Pai Yangyang found this information overwhelming. It seemed the divisions within the Jiuxian sect were intricate, and he could not grasp the entirety of it at once. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he queried with suspicion, do you know a person named Kai Wen-shan? He is the branch master of the Wind and Thunder Hall in Xinjiang. However, he is unaware of the ninth master's identity and merely acts on my orders, Thunder replied respectfully. Pai Yangyang's understanding deepened. It was no wonder Kai Wen-shan had appeared so unexpectedly that day, and why the shrimp had shown such fear. He was indeed affiliated with the Wind and Thunder Hall. What other powers of the Jiuxian sect exist in Xinjiang? Pai Yangyang inquired again, recognizing that as the master of the Jiuxian sect, he ought to be aware of the forces under his command. To his dismay, Thunder wore a troubled expression and responded with a wry smile. This subordinate is indeed not very clear on that matter. The rules of the Jiuxian sect are stringent. Each branch must manage its own territory diligently. Once again, the mention of regulations nearly drove Pai Yangyang to the brink of exasperation. He felt like an utter fool, the most inexplicably bewildered sect leader in history. Moreover, he was the poorest sect leader in the world, owing over 100 billion in milk powder debts. Astonishingly, he was unaware of the extent of his own influence. Who would believe such a claim? Nevertheless, the power of the Jiuxian sect permeated every industry, with roots that ran deep. With a mere word from the esteemed Jiu Yi, all branches of the sect would undoubtedly comply. Noticing Pai Yangyang's dissatisfaction, Lei Ting cautiously spoke up. Pai Yangyang waved his hand dismissively, resigning himself to the rules of the sect, asserting that as the leader, he must naturally adhere to them. Lei Ting quietly wiped away his sweat, standing respectfully to the side. By the way, since we fortuitously met, I shall administer a few acupuncture needles to treat your old injuries, Pai Yangyang declared, unfurling a needle pouch that revealed 18 long needles of gold and silver. Suddenly, Lei Ting became agitated, his lips quivering as he exclaimed, the heavenly Xian 18 needles. Jiu Yi has indeed received the true teachings from a master. Pai Yangyang selected a golden needle, giving it a gentle tremor as he instructed, remove your shirt and stand straight. Lei Ting promptly stripped off his shirt, his legs slightly apart in a natural stance. With a deliberate motion, Pai Yangyang plunged a golden needle into Lei Ting's Tiansu acupoint. As the needle pierced his body, Lei Ting immediately felt a surge of warmth coursing through him, flowing into his meridians. Subsequently, the second needle was inserted at his Tai Yi acupoint, followed by the third at the Qi Min acupoint, and the fourth at the Zhang Min acupoint. The last 3 needles were inserted with remarkable speed. With each needle, a wave of warmth surged forth, merging with the previous currents and rushing toward the Qi Sea. Pai Yangyang then grasped another golden needle, scrutinizing it for a moment before decisively plunging the lengthy needle into the Qi Hai acupoint. Upon this insertion, the 4 currents were immediately activated, surging into his dantian. The 5 streams converged, causing Lei Ting to feel a tumultuous energy in his dantian, accompanied by an intense heat and a stinging sensation coursing through his meridians. He gritted his teeth, enduring for a full 5 minutes, until he could no longer bear it, and let out a thunderous roar. His cry echoed through the heavens, startling the birds from the trees. Pai Yangyang swiftly brought his index and middle fingers together, quickly tapping several acupoints on Lei Ting's back. Lei Ting's muscles twitched, the frequency of the tremors increasing. It took several minutes for him to gradually calm down. At this moment, Lei Ting was drenched in sweat. Enough, Pai Yangyang said calmly, sweeping his hand to retract the 5 golden needles back into the pouch. Additionally, one of the techniques you practice involves guiding energy into the Qi Hai through the Naiwen. Simply redirecting it to the Guan Yuan will resolve the issue. As he collected the needles, Pai Yangyang spoke nonchalantly. Lei Ting paused momentarily. Then his face lit up with joy, bending his legs to kneel. Pai Yangyang hastily extended his hand to stop him, saying, there is no need. Thank you, Jiu Yi, for this miraculous grace. This affliction has tormented me for many years, and not a day has passed without its anguish. Today, thanks to Jiu Yi's intervention, I am eternally grateful. Thunder was indeed overwhelmed with gratitude. He could sense that his meridians were unobstructed and the lingering pain had vanished. Especially after Pai Yangyang made slight modifications to his cultivation technique, he felt certain that this would greatly enhance his prowess. Pai Yangyang's lips twitched slightly as he inwardly mused. Gratitude? How about something more tangible? Yet, as the esteemed leader, how could he possibly ask his subordinate for financial support? Master Jiu, perhaps I could have Xiang Hong stay by your side as your protector? Thunder inquired cautiously. Pai Yangyang's scalp tightened at once, hastily responding, no need for that. I require no bodyguard. Having a young girl by my side would only provide Su Xueqing with an excuse to deduct my wages. Thunder felt a pang of disappointment and melancholically replied, very well, I shall not insist. Pai Yangyang waved his hand. You may leave. Should I require assistance in the future, I will reach out. Understood, Master Jiu. Thunder felt a newfound lightness coursing through him, and, after acknowledging Pai Yangyang, turned to descend the mountain. Pai Yangyang sighed in relief, and, casting his gaze towards the mountaintop, swiftly exited the bamboo grove. Chapter 53. Ouyang Yin captured Pai Yangyang meditated atop the Luan stone until dusk before returning to the Yunding villa. The following morning, Shun Yi joyfully called Su Xueqing. Your brother finally slept through the night last night without waking up. He slept until dawn. Xueqing, you must express your gratitude to little Pai. Upon connecting the call, Shun Yi's excited voice resonated. Su Xueqing inquired with delight, so, does this mean Xiao Zhu is truly much better? Indeed, he appears significantly improved, no longer seeming so dazed, and he has stopped talking to the flowers and trees in the courtyard, Shun Yi said, her voice quivering with emotion. The heavy burden that had weighed on her heart for years finally seemed to lift. Su Xueqing's eyes moistened as she instinctively glanced towards the second floor. Mom, I understand. I will thank him. After hanging up, Su Xueqing exhaled deeply. Although her efforts to secure investment had yet to yield any results, she finally received some good news. If Su Mingzhi could indeed return to normalcy, then even if she ultimately failed to garner investment, it would not matter. For 2 consecutive days, Pai Yangyang remained indoors, faithfully residing in the villa. He had now adapted to life there, embodying the role of a true head of the household. Moreover, Su Xueqing had been particularly gentle with him these past days, often inquiring about his favorite dishes. Pei Yangyang nearly blurted out stir-fried kidneys. But recalling the discomfort of waking up abruptly each morning, he swallowed the words back. On this day, after finishing dinner, Pei Yangyang set down his utensils, wishing to take a leisurely stroll. Just as Su Xueqing was about to ask him where he intended to go, his phone rang. A glance revealed the name Xiao Shuang on the screen. A profound sense of inexplicable sorrow welled up within her, and she retorted with irritation. Your Miss Gu is looking for you again. You must have planned this outing in advance, haven't you? Is it for a movie or a game of cards? Pai Yangyang was taken aback, confused by the mention of poker. He quickly seized his phone and answered the call. How many times had he pretended? Su Xueqing raised an eyebrow, her expression radiating certainty. However, before she could finish her sentence, Pai Yangyang's demeanor abruptly shifted, his eyes glinting with cold intensity. Su Xueqing and Zheng Li suddenly sensed an oppressive chill that made them shudder involuntarily. All right, I understand. I will be there immediately. Pai Yangyang's tone was grave as he uttered a single phrase before disconnecting the call. Su Xueqing, realizing something was amiss, gazed at Pai Yangyang in astonishment and inquired. What has happened? Ouyang Yin has been captured, and her whereabouts are currently unknown. I must go at once to assist in the search. Pai Yangyang replied swiftly, grabbing the car keys and striding toward the exit. Su Xueqing, startled, immediately rose and asked, Is this the doing of Zhao Jingang? Pai Yangyang did not respond, but rather exited the building. Su Xueqing sank back into her seat, fear coursing through her as she murmured. Ouyang Yin has incurred the wrath of Zhao Jingang and the Yi family while trying to help us. They must be behind this. The Yi family is capable of anything. Zheng Li, equally anxious, grasped Su Xueqing's arm and urged, Calm down. Ouyang Yin is Miss Gu's cousin, with the Gu family backing her. The Yi family wouldn't dare go too far. Su Xueqing nodded frantically. Yes, yes. Ouyang Yin is a member of the Gu family. They wouldn't truly harm her. As Pai Yangyang departed the villa, he sped towards the business school. Simultaneously, he retrieved the note left by Kai Wenshan and dialed the number inscribed upon it. This is Pai Yangyang. I require your assistance in locating a person. She is a reporter for Xinjiang TV, named Ouyang Yin. I will send you her photograph shortly. Upon the call being answered, Pai Yangyang stated directly. Upon hearing Pai Yangyang's name, Kai Wenshan immediately responded without hesitation, Rest assured, Mr. Pai. As long as she is within Xinjiang, I will dig to the depths of the earth to ensure her safe return. Pai Yangyang wasted no time, pressing down on the accelerator as he sped towards the entrance of the business school. There, Gu Tianchuang awaited anxiously. Without waiting for Pai Yangyang's vehicle to come to a complete stop, she hurriedly approached, bending down with urgency. Brother Pai, you must find a way to help me locate my cousin. Get in the car. Pai Yangyang decisively instructed. Gu Tianchuang quickly opened the door and climbed in. Without waiting for her to speak, Pai Yangyang straightforwardly said, Send me a photo of your cousin. Gu Tianchuang promptly opened her phone. Selecting a picture to send to Pai Yangyang, he immediately forwarded the image to Kai Wenshan. Now, tell me, what exactly happened? After completing these tasks, Pai Yangyang turned to inquire. I find myself somewhat perplexed. Earlier, while I was perusing books in the library, my cousin suddenly called me. However, she uttered not a single word. All I could hear was chaos in the background. Gu Tianchuang was crying anxiously, her voice choked with emotion. In the midst of the turmoil, a man's voice could be heard, accusing my cousin of meddling and vowing to teach her a lesson today, followed by her agonizing screams. It was evident that she was being assaulted. Pei Yangyang's expression grew increasingly somber, darkening into a pallor of iron. It was he who had initially sought Gu Tianchuang's assistance in locating a journalist. Thus, in a roundabout manner, he bore responsibility for Ouyang Yin's predicament. Have you contacted the police or informed your family? He inquired. I dare not. If my aunt finds out, she will surely go mad. My parents would kill me if they knew. I truly cannot. Gu Tianchuang trembled in fear, weeping and shaking her head repeatedly. After all, she was but a young girl just past the threshold of 20. Having entered university merely a year ago, she had never encountered such harrowing circumstances. Her mind was in complete disarray, utterly at a loss. Upon learning of her cousin's plight, she nearly collapsed, with her first thought being Pei Yangyang. Pei Yangyang spoke in a steady voice. Do not worry. We will undoubtedly locate your cousin. His own heart was heavy with anxiety. After all, Ouyang Yin was a girl. And with the methods employed by the Yi family and Zhao Jingang, one could only dread what they might do. Contemplating this, he started the car and sped towards Zuwei Villa. Given the connection to Zhao Jinggang, it was highly likely that Ouyang Yin had been taken there. In her state of utter disorientation, Gu Tianchuang had no choice but to accompany Pei Yangyang in the search. Meanwhile, the entire Xinjiang was in an uproar. The transportation and police departments urgently retrieved surveillance footage from various intersections. On the streets, a surge of vehicles materialized, accompanied by numerous young men clad in tight black vests, who stormed into nightclubs and hotels to conduct searches. They brandished their phones, approaching any young girl they encountered to verify her identity against their photographs. No one dared to intervene as these individuals entered. Every proprietor of nightclubs and entertainment venues in Xinjiang was well aware of their formidable reputation. Even some patrons recognized them. Goodness, these are Kai Ye's men. What on earth is happening? Kai Ye hasn't been active for years. Why such a commotion now? Something monumental is afoot. Who is so foolish as to provoke Kai Ye? They were in search of someone, a girl of unknown origins, so significant that it warranted Kai Ye's personal involvement. At the entrance of a nightclub, Kai Wenshan himself arrived with a contingent. Those who recognized this notorious figure in Xinjiang were left astounded. Investigate thoroughly. Even if we must turn Xinjiang upside down, we shall find this girl. A dozen men in black immediately rushed into the nightclub, inciting chaos. Chapter 54. You seek your own destruction. Pei Yangyang drove with great urgency, quickly arriving at Soei Villa. He drove his car directly towards the gate, startling several security guards who dared not intervene. With a loud crash, the barrier was sent flying. Pai Yangyang brought the vehicle to a halt in front of a 3-story building. Yet before he could exit, he was surrounded by over 20 burly men, one of whom was Su Damao. Stepping out of the car, Pai Yangyang fixed a frosty gaze upon Su Damao and demanded coldly, "Where is Zhao Jinggang? Have him come out." Su Damao was taken aback upon seeing Pai Yangyang. "Who the hell are you to call our General Zhao by name? Are you seeking death?" bellowed one of the muscular men as he lunged at Pai Yangyang. With a swift kick, Pai Yangyang sent the man flying, who landed heavily on the ground with a pained cry. "Speak, where is Zhao Jinggang?" Pai Yangyang gripped Su Damao by the neck, applying just enough pressure to elicit a terrified scream as Su Damao frantically pointed at his throat. The other burly men, intimidated by Pai Yangyang's fierce presence, dared not approach, their eyes fixed warily upon him. Realizing Su Damao could not respond, Pai Yangyang released his grip and regarded him coldly. Su Damao's face flushed as he coughed and stammered, "General, Zhao, didn't he come to the villa today? Where is he?" Pai Yangyang inquired icily. "We truly don't know. He is the boss and seldom visits here," Su Damao responded in a trembling voice. With a sharp slap, Pai Yangyang struck his face, demanding, "Where is Zhao Jinggang?" Su Damao's face immediately swelled, and he lamented, "I genuinely don't know." Pai Yangyang kicked him down and stood on his right calf, coldly warning, "If you don't tell the truth, I shall break your leg." Su Damao trembled as he pleaded, "I really don't know. Even if you kill me, I can't say." Just as Pai Yangyang's eyes hardened and he prepared to exert pressure, his phone rang abruptly. Answering, he heard Kai Wenshan's voice, "Mr. Pai, we've located the girl you're searching for. She has been taken to the abandoned chemical factory in the west of the city." Immediately releasing his foot, Pai Yangyang hurried back to the vehicle. "We found her at the abandoned chemical factory in the west," he informed Gu Tianchuang, knowing she was anxious and wanting to ease her mind. Indeed, Gu Tianchuang let out a sigh of relief. "As long as we found her. I don't know how to explain to my family if anything happened to my cousin." Pai Yangyang refrained from further comment as the car sped towards the outskirts. Just days prior, he had visited the place, teaching a lesson to a few members of the Qinglong society, and now he found himself returning once more. The current location was not far from the abandoned chemical factory, and with the road leading there being sparsely populated, he drove rapidly. At that moment, numerous vehicles in the streets of Xinjiang began to divert towards the western outskirts. On the Qiqiao Bridge, cars sped past in a blur. In the abandoned chemical factory, Ouyang Yin was bound tightly, surrounded by dozens of burly men. Zhao Jinggang, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, cast a chilling gaze upon her. The right lens of Ouyang Yan's glasses lay shattered, her hair was disheveled, and her clothing was torn, presenting a pitiful sight. Nevertheless, she bit her lip resolutely, glaring fiercely at Zhao Jinggang, embodying a spirit of defiance. "Ouyang Yan, the esteemed journalist, you truly possess remarkable courage." Zhao Jinggang inhaled deeply, releasing a cloud of smoke upon her face, speaking with a twisted amusement. "Daring to meddle in the affairs of the Yi family, How commendable. Alas, meddling in matters that do not concern you comes with a price. Ouyang Yin spat defiantly, her voice laced with fury. Do you even acknowledge the law? How dare you kidnap a journalist? I tell you, Zhao Jinggang, what you are doing is criminal. You are playing with fire. A thunderous laughter erupted from Zhao Jinggang. Indeed, I am playing with fire. Not only will I play with fire, but I shall also play with you. Do you think a mere journalist like you holds any significance? Do you truly believe your reports will ever see the light of day on television? Dream on. What power does the Yi family wield? How could a mere television station dare oppose them? Where is your press card? I presume it has been revoked? You may never be a journalist again. With a mocking sneer, Zhao Jinggang reached out to grasp Ouyang Yan's chest, letting out a lewd chuckle. You scoundrel! If you dare, kill me now. Ouyang Yan shouted in anger, struggling fiercely, but the tight bindings rendered her efforts futile. Yes, I am a scoundrel. Soon you will witness what a scoundrel is truly capable of, Zhao Jinggang sneered, tearing a strip from her clothing with a swift motion. The surrounding men erupted into gleeful laughter, one of them lewdly suggesting, Zhao, once you're done, let us have a taste as well. Zhao Jinggang, filled with pride, replied, everyone shall have their share. Today, we shall teach this beautiful journalist a lesson in what it means to be a scoundrel. As he spoke, he tore away another piece of fabric. Ouyang Yin let out a piercing scream, wishing for nothing more than to succumb to death. The torment inflicted by these predatory men was unbearable, rendering her existence a living hell. The wheel of karma turns, Zhao Jinggang. You have committed unforgivable deeds. Heaven will not spare you. In her despair, Ouyang Yin realized escape from this peril was unlikely, and she could only scream in hopelessness. Heaven, curse you, heaven. If I were afraid, I would not be Zhao Jinggang. Little girl, you cannot blame me. Blame your own blindness for offending someone like young Master Yi. Accept your fate. Zhao Jinggang uttered coldly, lunging forward to embrace Ouyang Yin tightly. Ah! She cried out in despair, struggling in terror and helplessness as she watched her clothing being ruthlessly torn away. Just then, the roar of an approaching car echoed, and a brilliant beam of headlights pierced through the darkness. Several burly men had yet to react when a speeding car struck them, sending them flying. Zhao Jinggang was startled and hurriedly turned around. However, the blinding lights rendered him unable to discern the situation ahead. Stay in the car. I will rescue your cousin. Pai Yangyang firmly declared to the terrified Gu Tianshuang in the passenger seat as he pulled the handbrake. Can you really go alone against so many of them? Gu Tianshuang gazed fearfully at the shadow beneath the glaring lights, feeling a sense of dread, for each of the sturdy men wielded gleaming machetes in their hands. No matter how many there are, to me, they are merely refuse. Pai Yangyang opened the car door and stepped out slowly, his gaze coldly fixed on Zhao Jinggang. The sudden turn of events left the burly men stunned. As Pai Yangyang advanced step by step toward Zhao Jinggang, someone finally reacted, shouting, "Stop! Who the hell are you?" As they hurled insults, they raised their shiny machetes and swung them viciously at Pai Yangyang's head. Gu Tianshuang inside the car gasped in terror, instinctively covering her eyes. Pai Yangyang did not evade. Instead, he unleashed two powerful punches. The two men suddenly felt a heavy strike to their chests, unable to scream before being sent flying backward. With a resounding thud, they crashed to the ground, spitting blood profusely. Zhao Jinggang, you're courting death. Pai Yangyang turned slowly to Zhao Jinggang, his voice chilling to the bone. Chapter 55, is this your reliance? Zhao Jinggang sensed the murderous aura emanating from Pai Yangyang, a chill running through him as fear flickered in his heart. However, he quickly regained his composure and glared coldly at Pai Yangyang, saying icily, Pai Yangyang, you are merely a good-for-nothing who depends on others. Do you think you can act with impunity just because you believe you can fight? Let me tell you, there are some people in this world you can never provoke. A cold smile curled at the corners of Pai Yangyang's lips. Perhaps there are those I cannot provoke, but you are certainly not among them, nor is the Yi family. Humph. Do you really believe you can handle the Yi family? You overestimate yourself. Zhao Jinggang scoffed dismissively. Whether I can handle the Yi family is not your concern. What you should worry about now is your own fate. Pai Yangyang's tone was frosty as he slowly clenched his right fist while speaking. Don't come any closer. Otherwise, I will crush this girl's throat immediately. Zhao Jinggang, sensing the danger, suddenly flipped his right hand and seized Ouyang Yan's throat. Ouyang Yan let out a suppressed, painful whimper, her face flushing crimson. Pai Yangyang's gaze turned icy, and he coldly remarked, it seems you are truly seeking death. Humph. Killing Zhao Jingang will not be so easy. Young man, I never anticipated that you would arrive here so swiftly, wasting such a delicate flower, Zhao Jingang proclaimed, holding Ouyang Yin captive with an air of audacity. Piang Yang was seething with rage, yet felt paralyzed by fear. The thought of Ouyang Yin meeting her demise because of him would haunt him for eternity. Inside the vehicle, Gu Tianshuang was in a state of desperate agitation, yearning to exit, but the doors had been securely locked by Piang Yang, leaving her anxiously confined. Tonight, at this very moment, shall mark your demise, Piang Yang, your final resting place. Zhao Jingang sneered, relishing in Piang Yang's inaction. Seize him. A bounty of 1 million for the one who slays this brat. He barked, his teeth clenched. Dozens of burly men, already brimming with eagerness, were invigorated by the promise of riches, brandishing their blades as they lunged towards Piang Yang. Just then, the roar of engines erupted. A seemingly endless convoy emerged on the desolate highway, barreling into the factory square without hesitation, their brilliant headlights blinding all in their wake. The resounding thud of car doors echoed ominously, sending shivers down spines. Figures cloaked in menace swiftly encircled the entire area. A muscular man in black flung open the door of a luxurious vehicle. An elderly gentleman, clad in a white tang suit and leaning on a cane of civility, gracefully emerged, his piercing gaze sweeping across the scene. I dare anyone to move. His voice, though moderate, resonated with authority and lethal intent. Zhao Jingang's men halted in shock, turning to witness the formidable aura that silenced them all. A few henchmen instinctively parted to make way as the elderly figure strode confidently towards Piang Yang, slightly bowing. Mr. Pai, I apologize for my tardiness. I beg your forgiveness. This elder was none other than Kai Wenshan, a man of unparalleled standing in the underworld of Xinjiang. Known reverently as Master Kai, Zhao Jingang recognized him instantly. Although Kai Wenshan had long since withdrawn from Xinjiang's affairs, his legendary status rendered him one of the most esteemed figures in the region. Zhao Jingang's men stood dumbfounded, realizing that the forces Kai Wenshan had brought far outnumbered them. Furthermore, those under his command were armed, and should a confrontation arise, they feared they would be mercilessly cut down. Perfect, Piang Yang replied nonchalantly. Master Kai? Zhao Jingang exclaimed, his voice trembling with uncertainty. Despite his current elevated status and substantial wealth, he felt diminished in the presence of Kai Wenshan. Lower your weapons. Those who do not comply shall lose their hands. Kai Wenshan disregarded Zhao Jingang entirely, standing tall and issuing his chilling command. Drop your weapons. Hundreds echoed his demand, causing Zhao Jingang's henchmen to tense, instinctively loosening their grips as their blades clattered to the ground. One individual hesitated momentarily, still processing the situation, when two others seized him and, without a hint of reluctance, severed his hand at the wrist with a single, merciless stroke. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the air, prompting Along to cast a cold glance around and bark, crouch down and cover your heads. The anguished cries pierced the atmosphere, sending many into trembling fits as they instinctively complied. At that moment, Kai Wenshan turned his icy gaze towards Zhao Jingang, noticing that his hand remained firmly grasped around Ouyang Yan's throat. A flicker of menace flashed in his eyes as he spoke in a deep, measured tone. Zhao Jingang, you have truly risen in stature, haven't you? Kidnapping a woman now? Zhao Jingang's body jolted, and he hastily loosened his grip, panic evident in his voice as he stammered. Kai Yi, how dare you offend Mr. Pai? It seems you have grown weary of living. Kai Wenshan advanced a couple of steps, his gaze fixed coldly on Zhao Jingang. Trembling, Zhao Jingang felt a surge of trepidation within, yet he did not kneel. Instead, he defiantly glared at Kai Wenshan and proclaimed loudly, Kai Yi, Pai Yang is merely a useless parasite who feeds off women. Why do you extend such assistance to him? Kai Wenshan's expression darkened considerably. It appears that my prolonged absence from Xinjiang has led many to disregard my authority. After a brief pause, he called out, Along. Who? Zhao Jingang has been a boss for too long. He seems to have forgotten how to kneel. Go teach him. Yes. Along and Ahu responded in unison, striding purposefully towards Zhao Jingang. Zhao Jingang's complexion shifted dramatically. He understood all too well that Kai Wenshan's two elite enforcers were ruthless and showed no mercy. As they approached, his expression fluctuated multiple times before he gritted his teeth and shouted, Kai Yi, you cannot treat me this way. Kai Wenshan paused momentarily, raising a hand to signal a Long and a Hu to halt, standing beside Zhao Jingang. Why can't I? Give me a reason, he replied coldly. Zhao Jingang, drenched in sweat, stammered incoherently, unable to articulate a response. Pai Yangyang let out a mocking laugh and interjected. Allow me to speak on your behalf. You wish to assert that your protector is the Yi family, and thus Kai Yi cannot act against you, correct? Although Zhao Jingang remained silent, his expression unmistakably confirmed Pai Yangyang's assertion. He believed that the Yi family, in its prime within Xinjiang, commanded such respect that even Kai Wenshan would think twice before challenging them. However, Kai Wenshan's cold laughter cut through the air. Is this your reliance? You believe that invoking the Yi family will intimidate me? You greatly underestimate my resolve. No sooner had he finished speaking than a Long and a Hu sprang into action, twisting Zhao Jingang's arms behind his back, delivering a punishing kick to each of his calves. The sound of two sharp bone fractures echoed, as white bones pierced through the fabric of his trousers, a sight both shocking and horrendous. Zhao Jingang fell to his knees in response, emitting a piercing scream that reverberated throughout the entire chemical plant. Chapter 56. I will make him live like a dog. Pai Yangyang exhaled in relief, retrieving his car keys and pressing the unlock button. Inside the vehicle, Gu Tianshuang rushed out, frantically untying the ropes binding Ouyang Yan. Help her into the car and wait for me, Pai Yangyang commanded in a hushed tone. Gu Tianshuang tightly embraced Ouyang Yan as they returned to the vehicle. Ouyang Yan trembled uncontrollably, clearly overwhelmed by the terror of her recent ordeal. Gu Tianshuang could only hold her tightly, tears streaming down his face. Cousin, it's all right now. Don't be afraid. In the arena, Zhao Jingang's face turned pale. The excruciating pain from his broken leg nearly caused him to faint. Mr. Pai, how shall we proceed? Kai Wenshan inquired respectfully, slightly bowing. Should I simply drown him? Zhao Jingang's underlings quaked in fear, with several of them even losing control of their bladders. Those who navigate the underworld may not know Kai Yi personally, but his reputation is universally acknowledged. If Kai Yi threatens to drown someone, it is not merely an idle threat. Pai Yangyang cast a cold, penetrating gaze at Zhao Jingang and slowly replied, no need. As his words fell, he stepped forward and delivered a brutal kick to Zhao Jingang's groin. Kai Wenshan, a Long, and a Hu instinctively shuddered, their legs reflexively tightening. That single blow rendered Zhao Jingang utterly incapacitated, transforming him into a complete wreck. Now tell me, who is the worthless one? Pai Yangyang sneered, coldly questioning Zhao Jingang. The latter hunched over, trembling violently. The agony radiating from his body paled in comparison to the fear and despair swelling within. A lecherous old man, who adored his daughter, now faced a fate worse than death, his very essence stripped away. He silently lamented his choices. Originally, the Yi family had instructed him to teach Ouyang Yan a lesson. However, desire had led him to seek immediate gratification, intending to eliminate her afterward and dispose of her in the Qingshui River. Ultimately, he found himself in this dire predicament. But what remedy exists for regrets in this world? With that one kick, even the mightiest celestial being could not restore his manhood. Pai Yangyang turned away nonchalantly, directing his gaze towards Kai Wenshan. You're quite commendable. He gently patted Kai Wenshan's shoulder and strode towards his vehicle. Kai Wenshan immediately bowed slightly, akin to a subordinate honored by his superior, filled with surprise and respect. Mr. Pai, are we truly letting him go like this? He queried, a hint of confusion in his voice. Pai Yangyang replied calmly, remember, let him live like a dog. Kai Wenshan felt a chill run down his spine, quickly comprehending the underlying intent, and bowed again, saying, yes, I understand. As Pai Yangyang entered the vehicle, he slowly turned to face Zhao Jingang. Master Kai, considering that I have followed you in the past, please spare me this once, Zhao Jingang pleaded, his voice trembling with deep fear. Mr. Pai has shown you mercy. You should be grateful. Kai Wenshan replied coldly. Remember, tomorrow I will arrange for someone to take over all your assets. If you dare to hide anything, don't say I didn't warn you. Your family won't escape unscathed either. Zhao Jingang shuddered, collapsing to the ground. To relinquish all his possessions meant he would have to live like a dog, specifically, a crippled, worthless dog. Yet, he dared not defy Kai Wenshan's words, fully aware of the weight they carried. He knew that if Kai ever discovered any deceit on his part, his family would inevitably face dire consequences. I understand, he murmured, still unable to comprehend the true identity of Pai Yangyang, who commanded such respect from Master Kai. Kai Wenshan watched the vehicle gradually distance itself, exhaling deeply. He too was puzzled, unsure of Pai Yangyang's true status, especially since Lord Lei had repeatedly stressed the importance of protecting him. Whatever Pai Yangyang needed must be fulfilled. For in Kai's understanding, few were deemed worthy of such attention from Lord Lei. Could it be that he was the chosen son-in-law of Lord Lei? Yet Pai Yangyang had been married before, and recently, the tumult surrounding Su Xueqing had stirred the city into chaos. Kai Wenshan was left baffled. Inside the car, Gu Tianchuang held the tattered Ouyang Yin tightly. Ouyang Yin's eyes were wide with fear and anger. Reporter Ouyang, I am truly sorry. I only asked for a favor, and it has brought you such trouble. Pai Yangyang expressed his guilt. No matter the circumstances, Ouyang Yin was merely a woman who had endured so much because he sought her assistance. Gu Tianchuang wept, her voice heavy with sorrow. You cannot entirely blame yourself. I bear responsibility too. It was I who asked my cousin to help you. Her voice trembled, filled with regret. You mustn't feel guilty. None of this is your fault. Ouyang Yin finally spoke after a long silence. As a journalist, it is my duty to expose the darkness, injustice, and unfairness in society. If I were to shrink back in the face of such events, I would be betraying the sacred profession of journalism. Pai Yangyang was deeply moved. At the Su family estate, she was not the only journalist present. Many others did not share her convictions, highlighting the rarity of someone like Ouyang Yin, who remained steadfast in her principles. But cousin, you've been dismissed from the television station. What do you plan to do now? Gu Tianchuang asked, her voice choked with emotion. It's all right. I will simply find another place and continue the fight, Ouyang Yin replied resolutely. Pai Yangyang was taken aback. The girl's strength impressed him greatly. Having just endured such an ordeal, any ordinary girl would likely have been rendered speechless, bereft of such spirited resolve. Ouyang journalist, what of your colleague Lu Kai? Pai Yangyang inquired, recalling the photographer who had accompanied her to the Su family estate. He too was dismissed. We have agreed to seek new employment together. I refuse to believe that in such a vast city as Qingjiang, there isn't a place for us to work, Ouyang Yin responded, her emotions gradually calming. Her words gaining strength. Gu Tianchuang interjected, cousin, perhaps you should consider joining the Gu group. No, Xiaoshuang, I shall not. I do not wish to rely on my family. I aspire to forge my own path through hard work. Ouyang Yin resolutely declined. Pai Yangyang expressed her concern. You have offended the Yi family. Even Xinjiang television dares not employ you. What if? Indeed, what if I cannot find suitable work? Gu Tianchuang echoed anxiously. Fear not, if all else fails. I shall establish my own studio. With my capabilities, can I not succeed? Ouyang Yin asserted, her determination unwavering. Pai Yangyang contemplated, that is a viable option. Where to? Miss Gu, shall we go to your home? No, please take me back to my own dormitory, Ouyang Yin urged. Gu Tianchuang clarified, my cousin rents her own place, located on Youth Road. Relieved, Pai Yangyang directed the vehicle towards Youth Road. Upon arriving at an apartment, Gu Tianchuang remarked, you may leave now. I will stay with my cousin tonight. Nodding, Pai Yangyang replied, I will treat you both to dinner another day, before departing. Chapter 57. The heart reveals the countenance. Upon returning to the villa, Pai Yangyang opened the door to find Su Xueqing and Zhang Li anxiously awaiting him on the sofa. It was evident they had been anticipating his return. How is Ouyang Yin? Has she been found? Su Xueqing questioned with palpable tension. Yes, she is safe. I have taken her back, Pai Yangyang assured. Thank heavens. It would have been unbearable if something had happened to her after all she has done for us. Su Xueqing sighed in relief, her hands clasped in gratitude. Zhang Li inquired, who was responsible? Was it the Yi family? It was Zhao Jinggang. But undoubtedly at the behest of the Yi family, Pai Yangyang responded, his gaze momentarily flickering. Su Xueqing's expression hardened, her teeth clenched as she exclaimed, the Yi family is truly shameless, harassing a mere journalist. Zhang Li sighed, her concern evident. This has surely irrevocably offended the Yi family. The prospect of the 500 million investment now seems bleak. Su Xueqing's demeanor dimmed, her thoughts in disarray as she glanced at Pai Yangyang and said, you have worked hard, do rest early. Pai Yangyang nodded and ascended the stairs, feeling a simmering frustration within him. The Yi family's targeting of an innocent individual had indeed crossed a line he could not tolerate. The following day, the news of Zhao Jingang's downfall swiftly spread throughout Xinjiang City. The Tsuiwei Mountain Villa and its affiliated Wentai group changed hands overnight, marking the end of an era for a once mighty figure. No one knew precisely what transpired the previous night. Even Zhao Jingyang's subordinates refrained from mentioning the events of that evening. Master Kai had decreed that anyone revealing the happenings of that night would face dire consequences. No one was willing to gamble with their own lives. The ensuing days unfolded with an unexpected tranquility. Su Xueqing tirelessly sought investment opportunities. However, she had exhausted all potential contacts, made every conceivable phone call, and even visited several banks. Ultimately, her efforts bore no fruit. A sense of hopelessness enveloped her. She understood all too well that the Yi family had orchestrated a complete blockade against the Su family. In Xinjiang, no one dared to oppose the Yi family. Even the Su family, in the past, had capitulated to the Yi family's demands, agreeing to her marriage to Yi Fenglu. Now, the Su and Yi families were embroiled in a bitter conflict, rendering any possibility of reconciliation nearly impossible. Pai Yangyang maintained his leisurely routine, visiting Luoan Mountain every few days to meditate and reflect. After several days of practice, he felt his energy and strength significantly increase. Yet, the thought of the astronomical sum of over 100 billion for the milk powder weighed heavily on his mind. Master, did you feed me milk powder from Mars? How could it be so exorbitantly priced? With less than 4 months until the Mid-Autumn Festival, the prospect of acquiring such a vast amount of money in such a brief period was utterly daunting. Upon returning from Luoan Mountain today, he entered to find Su Xueqing looking despondent and Zheng Li wearing a frown. He glanced curiously at the two women, internally grumbling. I owe over 100 billion, and I'm not this distressed. Typically, whenever Pai Yangyang returned from an outing, they would scrutinize him as if searching for evidence of his mischief. Yet today, neither spared him a glance. President Su, there's no need to worry too much. Tomorrow is the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce's investment conference. Perhaps a miracle will occur, Pai Yangyang said as he was about to ascend the stairs when Zheng Li suddenly interjected. It's not that simple. I heard the Yi family will also send representatives this time. They previously dismissed such investment conferences, but their sudden participation makes me think they might be targeting the Su family. Su Xueqing sighed helplessly, her tone gloomy. Zheng Li was taken aback. The Yi family is going too? Su Xueqing nodded affirmatively. Yes. Then this truly spells trouble, Zheng Li said, her voice tinged with anxiety. If it were another family or company, there might be hope, but facing the Yi family, it was clear that Su Xueqing would struggle to compete. Tomorrow is the last day I promised my grandfather. It seems I have genuinely lost this time. I will have to relinquish this position of president, Su Xueqing lamented. Pai Yangyang lingered at the staircase, overhearing their conversation and chuckling softly to himself. Is this really how one admits defeat? Such behavior is rather uncharacteristic of you, Su Xueqing remarked, as she and Zheng Li turned in astonishment. Character? What significance does it hold? Even if I refuse to concede, I must ultimately confront the consequences of defeat. Whether or not I become the president is inconsequential. The truth is, I have genuinely brought the Su family to the brink of a precipice, Su Xueqing admitted with a tinge of regret. Pai Yangyang approached, standing before her with a condescending gaze. Perhaps you should clarify matters with the Yi family, explaining that our union is merely a contractual marriage. If you express your willingness to wed Yi Fenglu, perhaps the Yi family would show understanding towards the Su family? Upon hearing this, Su Xueqing abruptly raised her head, fixing a cold stare upon him, her voice laced with anger. What do you mean? Do you intend to breach the contract? Feeling a sudden jolt of alarm, Pai Yangyang instinctively took 2 steps back, awkwardly smiling. It wasn't my intention. Should you utter such words again, expect a deduction of half a month's salary, Su Xueqing declared coldly. Pai Yangyang winced at the thought, quickly responding, all right, I shall refrain from speaking. Even the smallest of mosquito legs is still meat. Earning 20,000 a month and losing half is simply unacceptable, he lamented. Then stopped frowning. Do you not realize that such expressions can affect your appearance? This is the principle of one's countenance reflects one's heart. Just look at old Madame Li, Zheng Li retorted sharply, casting a fierce glare at him. Feeling somewhat guilty, Pai Yangyang hastily retreated upstairs. You, the invincible one of the East, if you dare call me old Madame Li once more, I shall stab you with my needle, Zheng Li threatened. Pai Yangyang, now on the 2nd floor, looked down in astonishment, asking, are you certain that old Madame Li's needle can surpass the efficacy of the invincible ones? Zheng Li was momentarily taken aback, but quickly retorted, well, it still needs to be used. The corners of Pai Yangyang's mouth twitched as he helplessly remarked, you are fierce. Suddenly, Su Xueqing, who had been wearing a sorrowful expression, burst into laughter. Zhengli looked at her in disbelief. You are laughing? Pray tell why he is the invincible one of the East? Curious, Su Xueqing inquired. Did he not also use a needle on you? A man who plays with needles. What else could he be but the invincible one? Her laughter blossomed, sweeping away all her previous woes in an instant. Hearing her laughter from above, Pai Yangyang allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, gently shaking his head. Silly girl. The following morning, Su Xueqing and Zheng Li donned their formal attire, preparing promptly to attend the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce's investment conference. Pai Yangyang descended lazily, stretching and yawning. Hurry up and prepare. We should leave early to make a good impression on President Meng, Su Xueqing urged. Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly, it's not a matchmaking event. What need is there for a good impression? Zheng Li retorted sharply, one cannot expect wisdom from a fool. Well, at least you can. Pai Yangyang quipped before heading directly into the restroom. Zheng Li, exasperated, stomped her foot in frustration but felt powerless to change the situation. The annual investment conference of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce was held at the picturesque Ili Mountain Villa, a property owned by President Meng Qingfeng. Pai Yangyang drove Su Xueqing and Zheng Li to the entrance of the villa. From a distance, one could see hundreds of balloons floating in the air, beneath which hung a red banner, primarily conveying well wishes for the success of the upcoming investment conference. The parking lot was situated outside the villa, and by this time, a considerable number of vehicles had already arrived. As the three individuals alighted from their car, an irate voice called out from behind, Pai Yangyang. Startled, the trio turned to see Qin Yuyu, Qin Yujia, and Huang Herong standing a short distance away, glaring at them. Qin Yujia and Qin Yuyu wore expressions of fury as they approached Pai Yangyang with determined strides. It was Qin Yuyu who had shouted out to Pai Yangyang. Qin Yujia stepped forward, her gaze icy as she demanded, Pai Yangyang, are you going to give me an explanation? Explanation? Pai Yangyang replied, bewildered. What explanation? You struck Xiaoyu and my mother. Do you think this matter can simply be brushed aside? Qin Yujia asserted vehemently. I did strike him, but I did not touch your mother. Pai Yangyang responded nonchalantly. Moreover, are you aware of what transpired that day? Of course I am aware. You were expelled from the Qin family and, feeling disgruntled, sought revenge on Xiaoyu and my mother. Qin Yujia retorted, her anger palpable. Pai Yangyang scoffed. Is that what Qin Yu told you? Or is it your mother's narrative? I don't need them to tell me. I can surmise it myself. Qin Yujia interrupted impatiently. I truly did not expect your heart to be so dark. Pai Yangyang was almost amused by her indignation. You remain as self-righteous and unreasonable as ever. You're right, I am unreasonable. But is what I stated not the truth? Dear sister-in-law, you have indeed erred. Su Xueqing interjected, unable to restrain herself any longer as she instinctively leaned closer to Pai Yangyang, gently intertwining her arm with his. Qin Yujia's brow twitched slightly at the sight of their intimacy, stirring an unpleasant sensation within her. What have I said incorrectly? Miss Su, this man is petty. You must see through him to avoid regretting it like I do. Qin Yujia insisted, her demeanor unyielding. You needn't worry. I will not. Su Xueqing replied calmly. I was present that day. It was your brother who initiated the assault on my brother, attempting to throw him into the trash. My husband merely retaliated against his former brother-in-law for the sake of his current brother-in-law. I see no fault in that. Qin Yujia frowned deeply, nearly bewildered by this convoluted reasoning. Humph, what difference does it make? It's obvious that he did it to curry favor with you, to please the Su family. Indeed, when he was with the Qin family, he was like a lapdog, ingratiating himself with everyone. Now that he has divorced my sister, he swiftly turns to bite back. Qin Yu scoffed from the side. A glint of coldness flickered in Pai Yangyang's eyes, yet he restrained himself from lashing out. Nonsense. I witnessed the day you attacked young Master Su. Young Master Su has suffered a head injury and has cognitive issues, and you still dared to bully him. In my opinion, Pai Yangyang was lenient in his retribution that day. Zheng Liran could no longer contain her anger and exclaimed vehemently. Qin Yuyu's face turned a deep shade of fury as he glared fiercely at Zheng Li. Yet, Zheng Li remained undaunted, returning his glare with equal intensity. Just then, a Maybach approached, and Hua Lubin hurriedly made his way to Qin Yujia's side. Pai Yangyang smiled slightly and remarked to Hua Lubin, Young Master Hua, your performance by the street the other day was truly captivating. It lingers in my memory. How about you describe it to Qin Yujia? Hua Liubin's expression soured considerably at the suggestion. Describe it? Though he was entirely unaware of the events that transpired. He later inquired with Qin Yuyu and pieced together the situation. He firmly believed that Pai Yangyang was behind it all, though he lacked the evidence to prove it. Qin Yuyu's demeanor also turned peculiar. His lips moved, yet he uttered not a word. Naturally, he dared not disclose this matter to Qin Yujia. What brings you here? Are you attending the business conference as well? Qin Yujia inquired nonchalantly. The Hua family does not require investment. I am here solely to support you. Hua Lubin replied with feigned sincerity. He then arrogantly cast a glance at Su Xueqing and Pai Yangyang, asking, what are you two doing here? Do you wish to participate in the investment fair as well? Recalling the scene from the street, Su Xueqing took a step back in distaste. Oh, I see. Hua Lubin interrupted before she could speak, a look of realization dawning on his face. The Su family is desperately in need of 500 million in funding. And you came here to try your luck. Su Xueqing's face flushed with embarrassment, for Hua Lubin had not erred. She indeed sought a stroke of fortune. And what does that have to do with you? Zheng Li shot Hua Lubin a scornful glare. Hua Lubin sneered. It has nothing to do with me. However, I advise you not to waste your efforts. No one in the entire Xinjiang will invest in the Su family. He continued, let me tell you. The selection of candidates has already been decided. The Su family stands no chance. Qin Yuyu proclaimed with a sense of triumph. The expressions of Su Xueqing and Zheng Li grew grim, as they believed the words of Qin Yuyu and Hua Lubin to be true. Oh, is that so? Pai Yangyang said playfully. So it seems the Qin family has been chosen? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yuyu replied, of course, with young Master Hua involved. It's a foregone conclusion. Pai Yangyang smirked oddly. Such remarkable prowess, young Master Hua, to influence the choices of the Tunglong Business Association. Impressive indeed. Hua Yobin's face turned slightly awkward, but he soon puffed out his chest, declaring with pride, a trivial matter. President Meng and my father are longtime friends. This is merely a matter of my father's word. Upon hearing this, Su Xueqing and Zheng Li felt their hopes dwindle even further. The two of them began to contemplate retreating. Such confidence. Does young Master Hua dare to wager with me? Pai Yangyang said, his eyes glinting with provocation. Hua Lubin paused for a moment and asked, what shall we wager? Pai Yangyang chuckled and said, of course, it's a bet on baby formula, or rather, a wager on money. His mind was solely focused on the funds for baby formula, nearly causing him to slip his tongue. All right, tell me, how shall we wager? Hua Lubin immediately perked up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If the Qin family secures the investment, it counts as my loss. Conversely, if the Su family obtains the investment, it counts as your loss. The Su family acquiring the investment? Are you jesting? Hua Lubin remarked with a hint of amusement. Just ask yourself, do you dare to bet? Pai Yangyang challenged. What do I have to fear? How much are we wagering? Pai Yangyang extended a hand, and Hua Lubin, astonished, gasped, 5 million? Qin Yu scoffed, 5 million? Can you even afford that? Don't try to weasel out if you lose. Pai Yangyang glanced at Su Xueqing and replied, I may not have it, but my wife does. Qin Yujia's lips twitched. For some reason, she felt a twinge of sadness. Su Xueqing widened her eyes in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? I'm struggling to secure investments, and here you are, gambling 5 million. The key is, you don't even have the money. However, she gritted her teeth and declared, fine. If we lose, it's on me. If it comes to it, I'll put this car up as collateral. Hua Lubin beamed with delight. All right, it's settled then. Qin Yu remarked. Thank goodness my sister divorced you. Not only are you a useless person, but a fool as well. With that, the four of them headed toward the entrance of the villa. Pai Yangyang disregarded the comment and turned to the entrance, saying, wife, you all go in first for the investment meeting. Su Xueqing, somewhat surprised, asked, aren't you coming in with me? Pai Yangyang smiled. I'll step outside for some fresh air first, and then I'll join you. I see you're not foolish, but insane. If you want to motivate me, don't gamble with others, especially not for 5 million. Su Xueqing complained as she walked toward the villa entrance with Zheng Li. Pai Yangyang reassured her, rest assured. I've consulted my fortune today. A windfall is on its way. Su Xueqing rolled her eyes at him, calling him a charlatan. Once they were far off, Pai Yangyang took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, I'm at the villa entrance. Dr. Pai, you've arrived at the villa entrance. I'll come out to greet you immediately, a surprised and respectful voice responded from the other end. Chapter 59. The performance is about to begin in the grand hall of Ili Villa. Numerous family and business representatives had already gathered. Though it was termed an investment meeting, the ambience resembled more of a gala. An array of exquisite wines, delicacies, and fruits adorned the scene. Prominent figures from the Jiangqing business community and scions of influential families mingled, each holding a glass and exchanging pleasantries. Many attendees were not solely there for the investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. Rather, they seized this opportunity to expand their networks within the business realm, aiming to cultivate more connections. Thus, the young heirs dispatched from various esteemed families seized this opportunity for personal growth. Each gentleman exuded vitality and nonchalance, while the young ladies competed to showcase their exquisite beauty. Yet among them were those with ulterior motives, seeking solitary beauties to engage in conversation. Some youthful and captivating women intentionally approached affluent young men, aspiring to marry into wealth and fundamentally alter their lives and familial destinies. For these individuals, the advancement of their families and the management of businesses were secondary to their own happiness, which took precedence. As Su Xueqing and Zheng Li entered the grand hall, the previously bustling atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. All eyes were curiously fixed upon them, as if their presence was entirely unwarranted. The tension in the air grew palpably awkward, leaving Su Xueqing and Zheng Li at the threshold, caught in a dilemma. Even those who had been casually chatting at the entrance swiftly averted their gazes, retreating as if from a contagion. Although many young gentlemen yearned to greet them, the animosity between the Su and Yi families compelled them to restrain their impulses, fearing the repercussions of association. A sense of frustration welled within Su Xueqing. She was acutely aware of the circumstances that led to such a reception. The entire Xinjiang was aware of the Su family's enmity with the Yi family, and none wished to risk drawing attention from the latter by associating too closely with the Su family. Why has she come? Is she unaware of the Su family's current standing in Xinjiang? Murmured some observers. Indeed, after offending the Yi family, nearly all families and sizable enterprises in Xinjiang had severed ties with the Su family. Her audacity to appear here seemed an exercise in futility. Who would have thought that the illustrious flower of Xinjiang could be so shameless? Engaged to the Yi family, yet she fled with another man at the wedding. What's more, that man is a recently divorced wastrel. Some deliberately raised their voices to assert their positions. Upon hearing these comments, Su Xueqing lifted her chin defiantly, a proud expression gracing her features. Indeed, I did run away with Pai Yangyang at the wedding. That is my freedom. Witnessing Su Xueqing's transformation from embarrassment to haughty self-assurance, many were momentarily taken aback. Come, let us proceed, Su Xueqing said, exhaling with relief as she addressed Zheng Li. Since we are here, we must make the best of it. The Su family now faced imminent peril, with no retreat available. Today, they had to go all in and fight against the odds. Moreover, Pai Yangyang had wagered 5 million with Hua Lubin, leaving her no reason to hesitate. With resolute determination, Su Xueqing advanced deeper into the hall, and the crowd parted, granting her passage. As she passed a young woman, she suddenly halted, smiling in recognition. This girl, named Li Chunlin, had been her confidant since high school, a friend with whom she shared an unbreakable bond during their formative years. Moreover, the Li and Su families have always been partners, maintaining a close relationship. Although the Li family had to sever ties with the Su family due to pressure from the Yi family following the abduction incident, Su Xueqing did not hold any resentment against the Li family. However, Li Chunlin's expression shifted dramatically. His wine glass trembled slightly in his hand as he took a step back in alarm, coldly remarking, "We are not acquainted." A wave of desolation washed over Su Xueqing's heart. Beside Li Chunlin, Hua Lubin, Qin Yuyu, and Qin Yujia looked at her and Zheng Li with disdain, as if they were witnessing a grand farce. At that moment, Su Xueqing wished for a chasm to open beneath her feet. The Su family was now regarded as a pariah. Did they lack even this self-awareness? Qin Yuyu scoffed, feeling a sense of vindication, exclaiming, "How dare you come here to humiliate yourselves?" Zheng Li's temper flared, and she turned to him, retorting angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Nonsense? Look closely at yourselves. Who would dare to stand beside you or exchange a word with you?" Qin Yuyu replied smugly. Just as Zheng Li was about to retort, Su Xueqing grasped her hand, saying, "Sisterly, there's no need to be angry with him." Zheng Li had no choice but to suppress her fury as she and Su Xueqing sought refuge in a secluded corner, waiting quietly. At that moment, someone shouted, "Miss Yi Yafen of the Yi family has arrived." The once eerily silent hall suddenly transformed from a still picture to a lively scene as everyone sprang into action. "Miss Yi is here. I didn't expect the Yi family to send someone this year." It seems the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce's investment conference is becoming increasingly prestigious. Someone remarked disdainfully, glancing at the corner where Su Xueqing and Zheng Li had retreated. It's a show of allegiance to Yi Yafen. Although Su Xueqing felt a surge of displeasure, she turned her gaze towards the entrance. Yi Yafen, the eldest daughter of the Yi family and sister to Yi Fenglu, had recently returned home after studying abroad. During her time abroad, she established a cosmetics company that reportedly amassed a fortune of over 100 million in less than a year. This time, she intended to return to develop her business, planning to sell her cosmetics line and establish a company in Xinjiang. As one of the 4 beauties of Xinjiang, the phoenix of the Yi family, a commercial prodigy, and one of Xinjiang's 10 outstanding youths, she was the object of admiration for many young gentlemen. Such a remarkable individual naturally attracted attention wherever she went. And in an instant, crowds gathered around her. Standing at approximately 175 meters tall, Yi Yafen was a striking figure, adorned in a luxurious Chanel ensemble. With a radiant platinum and ruby necklace encircling her swan-like neck and shimmering sapphire earrings dangling from her ears, she exuded the elegance of a high society woman. A broad platinum and agate bracelet that could serve as a dog collar adorned her wrist, complemented by a limited-edition Chanel handbag, each detail accentuating her affluent demeanor. In terms of beauty and figure, she was on par with Su Xueqing, though perhaps her only flaw was a slightly languid gait. Especially after studying abroad, her demeanor became increasingly relaxed. This was also the reason she found herself relegated to the second position among the illustrious beauties of Xinjiang. At that moment, she was surrounded by admirers, her face aglow with smiles, reveling in the attention. However, her smile soon faltered as she noticed someone standing at a distance, refusing to approach. Those who had been enthusiastically greeting Yi Yafen turned to follow her gaze, perplexed by her sudden change in expression. Upon spotting Su Xueqing and Zheng Li, who were hiding in a secluded corner, the crowd quickly understood. Miss Yi, that is the 3rd young lady of the Su family, Su Xueqing. Someone promptly introduced with sycophantic fervor. With her chest held high, Yi Yafen strode confidently towards Su Xueqing, while the crowd instinctively parted to make way. Hua Lubin trailed behind her, completely oblivious to Qin Yujia's presence, which left Qin Yu fuming. Yet, Qin Yujia appeared unfazed, a cold smirk playing on her lips. For the drama was about to unfold. Chapter 60. Thank you for making my wife pregnant in a lavish room within the Ili Mountain Villa. A man in his 50s stood before Pai Yangyang, bowing and smiling broadly. This man was Meng Qingfeng, the esteemed president of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce in Xinjiang. In the room stood a woman in her 30s, her belly slightly rounded, suggesting she was with child. Although seated on the sofa, she remained cautious, fearful of inadvertently compressing her unborn baby. This woman was He Nanjun, Meng Qingfeng's current wife. Meng Qingfeng had been married 5 times. Yet none of his previous wives had borne him a single child. Firmly adhering to the traditional values of lineage, he had unceremoniously dismissed each of them. Although he had been married to He Nanjun for several years, there had been no sign of offspring, which had led him to contemplate sending her away in frustration. Compounding his troubles, discordant whispers arose within the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce, suggesting that due to his lack of heirs, he should step aside in favor of a successor with children to ensure the chamber's long-term stability and growth. The Tunglong Chamber, a legacy that Meng Qingfeng had painstakingly built over the better part of his life, was not something he was willing to relinquish easily. Months earlier, in a moment of desperation, Meng Qingfeng encountered Pai Yangyang, who was selling trinkets beneath a bridge. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he approached and asked for a fortune reading, inquiring whether he would have children in his lifetime. Pai Yangyang confidently assured him that he was destined to have 3 sons, each of whom would be successful. Rather than rejoicing, Meng Qingfeng reacted with anger, accusing Pai Yangyang of being a fraud and ordering his bodyguards to destroy the fortune-teller's stall. In a bid to defend himself, Pai Yangyang remarked, "You have been married 5 times, have you not? Your current wife, who is just over 30, has been with you for 7 years, yet there has been no progress, correct?" Meng Qingfeng paused, taken aback, before retorting, "Who in Xinjiang does not know my family matters? Can you reveal what is so extraordinary?" Pai Yangyang inquired. "When you were 18, you had a relationship with a girl that led to an unexpected pregnancy. When the truth came to light, her parents scolded her, and in her shame and anger, she jumped into a river. Is this true?" Meng Qingfeng was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Pai Yangyang. Have you investigated my past? He was not from Xinjiang. His roots lay in a remote mountain village. After the incident, he was terrified and ran away from home, making his way to Xinjiang to seek a livelihood. This matter had never been mentioned to anyone, not even to those closest to him. It was precisely because of this experience that he had always believed in his fertility. Thus, with each of his 5 wives, who had been unable to conceive, he stubbornly placed the blame on them, never considering a medical examination for himself. To his astonishment, Pai Yangyang accurately recounted this long-buried memory. Where could I possibly investigate you? Pai Yangyang shrugged, a hint of helplessness in his tone. All right then, explain this. I am destined to have 3 sons. Yet with 5 consecutive wives, not even a single child has come forth. What is the explanation for this? Meng Qingfeng asked, still skeptical. When you were 22, you injured your groin, didn't you? Pai Yangyang posed another question instead of answering directly. Yes, I recall that year when I was working as a security guard. While standing at the entrance smoking, the railing suddenly rose and struck me there. It was painful at the moment, but I didn't sustain any serious injury, Meng Qingfeng reminisced. Precisely. That incident has harmed your lineage. To restore your fertility, you will require a few acupuncture sessions and a prescription for herbal medicine to be taken over the course of half a month, Pai Yangyang stated with a slight smile. His confidence unmistakable, though doubt lingered in his heart. The yearning for a child compelled Meng Qingfeng to consider the proposal. Nevertheless, he was not entirely convinced of Pai Yangyang's claims and discreetly sought a medical examination at a prominent hospital. The results confirmed that he indeed suffered from a chronic injury that had compromised his fertility. However, specialists at the hospital expressed their inability to provide a solution, citing the prolonged nature of his condition and the dim prospects for recovery. Recalling Pai Yangyang's words, Meng Qingfeng sought him out again, waiting under the bridge for 2 days until he finally appeared. Pai Yangyang administered several acupuncture needles and prescribed herbal medicine. Meng Qingfeng remained skeptical, viewing it as a desperate gamble. Unexpectedly, a month after completing the course of herbal medicine, his wife He Nanjun announced she felt unwell. A visit to the hospital revealed the joyous news. She was pregnant. This revelation filled Meng Qingfeng with elation, prompting him to rush to find Pai Yangyang, nearly kneeling in gratitude. However, joy turned to despair. 3 months into the pregnancy, a subsequent examination yielded disheartening results from the hospital. The fetus was not securely implanted within the placenta, and the risk of miscarriage was alarmingly high. The medical staff admitted that ensuring a successful outcome was exceedingly challenging. In a state of near madness, Meng Qingfeng hurriedly sought out Pai Yangyang once more. Fortunately, Pai Yangyang assured him with unwavering confidence that as long as he was present, the fetus would surely be safeguarded. Meng Qingfeng then exhaled in relief, wishing he could revere Pai Yangyang like a deity. Upon learning that Pai Yangyang would personally visit Ili Mountain Villa, he promptly went to greet him and escorted him to the secluded rear courtyard, where entry was forbidden to ordinary individuals. Dr. Pai, I am immensely grateful to you for enabling my wife to conceive. I had been intending to express my heartfelt thanks. And it is a true honor that you have come to our humble abode, Meng Qingfeng expressed joyfully, unable to contain his elation. Pai Yangyang's lips twitched slightly. There was something oddly uncomfortable about that statement. I have come today for 2 reasons. First, to check on Mrs. Meng, and second, to extend my gratitude to President Meng for the invitation sent to Su Xueqing. Pai Yangyang replied with a calm demeanor. Dr. Pai, you are far too modest. You are a benefactor of the Meng family, and it is only right that I offer my assistance in whatever you require, Meng Qingfeng said earnestly, his face reflecting deep gratitude. However, I do have one matter to request of President Meng. I wonder if you could assist me with this? Pai Yangyang pondered before speaking. Please, do tell. Meng Qingfeng inclined his body slightly, adopting a posture of humility. The Su family is in urgent need of 500 million in funds. I was wondering if, during this investment conference, President Meng could. Before Pai Yangyang could finish, Meng Qingfeng promptly nodded, saying, absolutely. Originally, the investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce was set at 300 million. However, since Dr. Pai has made the request, we shall increase it to 500 million. Pai Yangyang smiled slightly. Thank you very much. I will prepare a tonic for Mrs. Meng to ensure the health of the fetus for the first month. After that, I will prescribe another decoction to guarantee the safe delivery of the child. That is splendid. Thank you, Dr. Pai, Meng Qingfeng exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude as he quickly bowed deeply. He Nanjun then inquired, Dr. Pai, Can you tell whether the baby in my womb is a boy or a girl? Pai Yangyang chuckled. No need to speculate. President Meng is destined to have 3 sons, so this child will undoubtedly be a boy. That is wonderful. He Nanjun felt relieved, as she had worried that if she bore a daughter, Meng Qingfeng might be displeased and cast her aside. With Pai Yangyang's assured prediction of a son, her anxieties were alleviated. Well, I must be on my way to find my wife, who is waiting for me, Pai Yangyang said as he wrote out a prescription, providing instructions for its use before preparing to meet Su Xueqing and Zheng Li. Very well, Dr. Pai, please proceed. I need to have a conference call with several board members to inform them about the additional investment. Meng Qingfeng nodded, personally seeing Pai Yangyang to the door. Suddenly, he hesitated and asked, Dr. Pai, what about the Qin family? The Qin family is no longer my concern. You may handle it as you see fit, Pai Yangyang replied. Understanding the implication of Meng Qingfeng's query, before departing, he added, when we meet later, let us not reveal our acquaintance. I wish to deal with certain individuals, and it would not be advantageous for them to know of our connection. Meng Qingfeng immediately nodded, assuring the esteemed Dr. Pai, rest assured, I comprehend. At that moment, in the grand hall, Su Xueqing and Zheng Li found themselves besieged by a group led by Yi Yafeng. Su Xueqing, you certainly have high standards. How could you possibly overlook my brother? Yi Yafeng declared haughtily as she approached Su Xueqing. Undaunted, Su Xueqing met her gaze with calm resolve, responding, it is merely that the threshold of the Yi family is too elevated. I do not dare to aspire. Humph, at least you possess some self-awareness, commented Hua Lubin, who followed closely behind Yi Yafeng. Su Xueqing dismissed him entirely, not even casting a glance in his direction. I hear you have taken a fancy to a pretty boy, a man who lives off others. He has just been expelled from his home by his ex-wife, and you are so eager to obtain a marriage certificate with him. Is this true? Yi Yafeng pressed, her disdain evident. Zheng Li could no longer contain herself, interjecting, what does this have to do with you? Who are you addressing? Yi Yafeng retorted sharply, her brows furrowing in irritation. Humph, Miss Yi is speaking. How dare you interject? Qin Yuyu seized the opportunity to flatter, hoping to leave a favorable impression on Yi Yafeng, even though he did not dare to expect her attention. Zheng Li's expression shifted, though unafraid of Qin Yuyu. The formidable presence of Yi Yafeng made her somewhat apprehensive. What kind of person is so domineering that they strip others of their right to speak? Just as Su Xueqing and Zheng Li found themselves in a dilemma, a stern voice rang out. Chapter 61. Raising the stakes, everyone turned to see Pai Yangyang striding forward with purpose. Upon catching sight of him, Yi Yafeng's expression flickered with surprise, her eyes glinting with a predatory light, akin to a beast spotting its prey. Qin Yuyu's lips twitched in irritation as he fixated on Pai Yangyang, gritting his teeth in resentment. The mere sight of Pai Yangyang reminded him of the last encounter, when he had been slapped twice and unceremoniously discarded into a trash bin. However, upon Pai Yangyang's entrance, the previously anxious Su Xueqing felt an unexpected calm wash over her. She could not quite fathom why, but this man seemed to exude a sense of safety. And you are? Yi Yafeng inquired, her tone considerably softened as she regarded Pai Yangyang. Only then did Pai Yangyang acknowledge her with a fleeting glance, replying nonchalantly, Pai Yangyang. Miss Yi, he is indeed the pretty boy you mentioned, the man who lives off others. But let me add, he is also a charlatan who deceives the elderly, Qin Yuyu remarked with disdain. With Yi Yafeng present, he felt emboldened, no longer fearing Pai Yangyang. Moreover, with so many witnesses at the investment conference, he doubted Pai Yangyang would dare to retaliate. Today, he intended to humiliate Pai Yangyang in front of everyone, seeking to vent his pent-up frustration. Yi Yafeng's brows knitted slightly, her demeanor cooling as she inquired, are you the one who stole my brother's fiancée at his wedding? Pai Yangyang smiled slightly and said, let me clarify. Su Xueqing and I had already obtained our marriage certificate before the engagement banquet, so what I did cannot be considered as snatching someone away. Rather, it is bringing my wife home. Yi Yafen's lips twitched, clearly indicating her inner fury. Shameless. The Su family and the Yi family have long-standing marital ties, and it is evident that you have intruded, while you've been remarked disdainfully. Su Xueqing, have you betrayed my brother and the Yi family for such a man? Yi Yafen's gaze fixated on Su Xueqing, her tone icy. At that moment, Su Xueqing remained remarkably composed. She stepped forward and gently linked her arm with Pai Yangyang's, calmly stating, the union between the Su and Yi families was never my consent. It was forcibly pushed by our parents. I refuse to be a sacrificial pawn of the family and have the right to choose my own future. Is that wrong? If it were someone else, you'd accept it. Yi Yafan retorted coldly, her eyes glinting with frost. But this is my Yi family. And what of the Yi family? Is it permissible for the Yi family to impose their will upon others, acting with tyranny and rudeness? Pianjiang scoffed, speaking in a low tone. You ought to know that crossing the Yi family will not lead to favorable outcomes. I imagine the Su family is currently embroiled in considerable trouble. Am I right? Although Yi Yafan was seething with anger, she swiftly quelled her rage and said haughtily. Su Xueqing's expression shifted. Indeed, the Su family is facing unprecedented challenges, and whether we can navigate through this ordeal remains uncertain. Humph, if not for encountering trouble, the eldest daughter of the Su family would not be here. Wang Yubin remarked coldly. Exactly. They still harbor fantasies of securing investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. What sheer folly. Qin Yu added promptly. Do you wish to obtain investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce? Yi Yafan inquired, a trace of interest flickering across her face, as she asked playfully. Su Xueqing's countenance darkened. She inwardly lamented that with Yi Yafan present, securing investment today was virtually impossible. The Tunglong Chamber of Commerce, while on par with the 5 prominent families in Xinjiang, would never dare to openly offend the Yi family. Moreover, Meng Qingfeng and Yi Yuanyang shared a long-standing friendship. The Yi family had previously assisted Meng Qingfeng. With such connections, a single word from the Yi family would ensure that Meng Qingfeng would never invest in the Su family. Wang Yubin and Qin Yu exchanged triumphant glances with Pianjiang, relishing the unfolding drama. Particularly, Wang Yubin seemed to envision the 500,000 yuan laid out before him. What? Is that not possible? Pianjiang inquired with apparent curiosity. Wang Yubin, Qin Yu, and several sycophants around them erupted into laughter. Is this person a fool? How could he ask such a question? Does he not realize the relationship between the Yi family and Meng Qingfeng? Does he not understand the Yi family's absolute influence in Xinjiang? What do you think? Hua Lubin, laughing to the point of exasperation, covered his forehead and remarked, ever since your last escapade at the hotel, who in the entirety of Xinjiang would dare to invest in the Su family? At this moment, cold sweat began to bead at the temples of Su Xueqing, as despair settled heavily upon her. If she failed to secure investments today, by tomorrow at the latest, her grandfather would reclaim all shares of the Su group. Furthermore, she would lose any chance of reclaiming her position as president. To make matters worse, she had foolishly wagered 5 million against Pai Yangyang. This was due to their lack of foresight. Pai Yangyang stood tall and confident, declaring, I bet that within 3 years, the Su family will reign supreme over Xinjiang. Laughter erupted among the crowd, as if a fool had been sent to entertain them. Did they not realize the current plight of the Su family? Were they oblivious to the fact that the true pinnacle of Xinjiang belonged to the Yi family? Yi Yafan also chuckled, a derisive smile gracing her lips. Initially captivated by Pai Yangyang's handsome visage, she had pondered how she might find an opportunity to engage him in a game of cards. Little did she expect that beneath such an attractive exterior lay a mind devoid of wisdom. Pai Yangyang, before you contemplate how the Su family will ascend to greatness, perhaps you should first consider how you will retrieve the 5 million you are about to lose to me. Hua Lubin laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face. This fool was destined to lose. Qin Yuqia's expression darkened considerably. Although these matters did not directly involve her, Pai Yangyang was still her ex-husband. Witnessing his humiliation only reaffirmed her decision. Thank goodness she had insisted on the divorce. Otherwise, she might be the one facing disgrace today. 5 million. What 5 million? Yi Yafan inquired with curiosity. He claims the Su family will secure an investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce today, and I bet him 5 million. Hua Lubin replied excitedly. Yi Yafan scoffed and glanced at Pai Yangyang, asking, what makes you so certain that the Su family will secure the investment? Without hesitation, Pai Yangyang asserted, absolutely, not only will they secure it, but they will acquire 500 million. Laughter filled the hall as hundreds of attendees doubled over, some clutching their stomachs in mirth. 500 million, you truly dare to say that? Hua Lubin finally managed to stifle his laughter, adding, you may not be aware that the maximum investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce today is only 300 million. Even if the Su family were to receive funding, it would be no more than 300 million. Pai Yangyang regarded him with a playful glint in his eyes and asked, Hua Xiao, if that is the case, would you dare to raise the stakes? Hua Lubin, burdened by debts exceeding 100 billion, was determined to recoup some funds today. Raise the stakes. Hua Liubin's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he lost his mind? Even now, he could not fathom the situation, yet dared to increase the wager? Su Xueqing's lips twitched as her heart raced. What was this man trying to do? Was he intent on driving her to bankruptcy? Yes, do you dare? Pian Jiang's eyes sparkled with clarity, his expression resolute. Hua Liubin's face contorted. How could he, the illustrious heir of the Hua family, ever be intimidated by Pian Jiang? Moreover, this was a gamble he was certain to win. Only a fool would refrain from betting. Very well, how much do you propose? 10 million. Pian Jiang declared without hesitation. Cautious not to ask for more lest this young master of the Hua family prove unable to meet the demand. Hua Liubin was taken aback, regarding Pian Jiang with suspicion. 10 million? Can you actually produce that amount? Pian Jiang gently wrapped his arm around Su Xueqing's soft waist, smiling as he replied, Isn't my wife here to support me? Su Xueqing's body trembled slightly, a wave of annoyance washing over her. This man, did he truly think she could dispense cash at will? 10 million might force her to sell her house. However, Su Xueqing did not oppose him. Instead, she managed a strained smile. Yes, if my husband loses, I will take responsibility. With no path of retreat remaining, whether it was 5 million or 10 million, the outcome felt inconsequential. How could I possibly lose? Pian Jiang hastily spat 3 times. I'm counting on today to earn some pocket money for baby formula. Before he could finish, a sharp pain shot through his side, prompting an involuntary cry. He grimaced and turned to Su Xueqing, thinking, this woman is ruthless. Pocket money for baby formula? Qin Yujia eyed Su Xueqing with suspicion, feeling as though she had swallowed a dead fly. Was she already pregnant after just a few days? Or had they been secretly involved all along? Pian Jiang had toiled with her for over a year without any results. How was it that a new target could yield such instant success? For reasons unknown, a subtle sense of humiliation washed over her. Fine, I shall bet. Hua Liubin's eyes gleamed with excitement as he appraised Su Xueqing. The more one bets, the better. If you cannot pay, then I will claim you as collateral. This young master has never had a pregnant woman before, he mused, growing ever more pleased with the prospect. He secretly hoped Su Xueqing would indeed be unable to produce the funds. That would be amusing. I too shall bet 10 million. Yi Yafen declared coldly. Now was not the time to show mercy. Hadn't Su Xueqing always held the upper hand over her? Today, she would kneel before him. Su Xueqing's body shuddered, her complexion paling as she hastily sought to grab Pian Jiang. But it was already too late. Excellent. I accept. Pian Jiang's eyes gleamed, akin to a wolf spotting fresh meat, brimming with excitement. Even Qin Yuyu felt stirred, gritting his teeth as he said, I'll bet 100,000. Pian Jiang burst into laughter, staring at Qin Yuyu in disbelief. Feeling the weight of numerous astonished gazes, Qin Yuyu's face flushed crimson. Yet, he stood firm, declaring, Do you dare to accept? Pai Yangyang regarded him with the same bemusement one might reserve for a sand sculpture. I've already accepted 20 million. Why would I concern myself with a mere 100,000? Though a mosquito's leg may be small, it is still flesh. Alas, the funds for the milk powder must be earned little by little. Very well. Considering you are my former brother-in-law, I shall accept. Qin Yujia's lips twitched as she shot a fierce glare at Pai Yangyang. Can you truly produce such a sum? If not, refrain from gambling recklessly, she remarked, unable to suppress her disdain. Su Xueqing gradually regained her composure, lifted her gaze to meet Qin Yujia's, and forced a smile. Rest assured, my ex-sister-in-law, my husband does not require your concern. If he truly loses, I shall ensure that I repay the debt, even if it means selling a house or a car. Qin Yujia was immediately left with a sense of irritation, only able to huff in response. Many around them were stirred, eagerly proclaiming, I'll wager 1 million. Will you take it? I'll put in 500,000. I too, 500,000. They resembled a pack of hungry wolves eyeing a solitary rabbit, eager to pounce. A chill ran down Su Xueqing's spine. Having boasted so boldly, there was no turning back now. Yet, more exhilarated than anyone else was Pai Yangyang. With Su Xueqing as his steadfast support, he welcomed all challengers. After all, these individuals were eager to contribute to his milk powder fund. It would be foolish to refuse. Li Mama, jot this down on your phone. This milk powder fund depends on them. Earning money is no easy feat, so make sure you don't overlook anything. His expression epitomized a gluttonous avarice. Zheng Li, irate, clenched her jaw and retorted, Pai, if you keep shouting, I'll bite you. Pai Yangyang chuckled, You'll have to wait until we return for that. For now, just keep a record. Although Zhang Li was furious, she still retrieved her phone and meticulously noted each wager. Once she finished, she tallied the total, nearly 50 million. They were striking gold. Pai Yangyang's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. This was pure bliss. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed. "Ah, what is all this commotion about?" Everyone turned to see Meng Qingfeng, radiating warmth, striding in with a pair of young adults in their 30s. "President Meng has arrived," someone exclaimed. Instantly, the crowd parted, applauding to welcome Meng Qingfeng's presence. "Hello, Uncle Meng," Yi Yafan greeted politely. Meng Qingfeng nodded with a smile. It seemed that the Yi family's niece had returned, signaling the arrival of a golden opportunity at today's investment meeting. He then scanned the room, his gaze landing upon Pai Yangyang. Recalling Pai Yangyang's earlier instructions and fearing that someone might discern the truth, he quickly averted his eyes. Under the scrutiny of all present, Meng Qingfeng strode confidently to the main seat, while the young man and woman settled at a prearranged table, opening their laptops. The aura of the president of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce was indeed extraordinary. "Please, take your seats." Meng Qingfeng gestured towards the chairs in the hall. "Miss Yi, the floor is yours." Hua Lubin nodded and, with a bow, pointed towards the center, flattering Yi Yafan. Yi Yafan walked over with an air of pride and sat down, then gestured to the seat beside her, saying to Hua Lubin, "You may sit here." Hua Lubin was nearly overjoyed, scampering to take the seat beside her. Although he was also the young master of one of the 5 prominent families, sharing a seat with Yi Yafan was still a privilege. Amidst the envious gazes of the other men, he sat down triumphantly next to her. Su Xueqing pulled Pai Yangyang directly to the back row, as no one else wished to sit with them, so she decided to be considerate. On stage, Meng Qingfeng noticed Pai Yangyang had chosen to sit at the back, and his lips twitched. However, recalling Pai Yangyang's subtle hint, he held his tongue and said nothing. "Mr. Su, over 40 million from selling this house is still insufficient," Zhang Li said, frowning as she stared at the numbers on her phone. At that moment, Su Xueqing's heart raced anxiously, her brows knitted together. She was acutely aware that over 40 million was far from enough. Selling not only her house, but even her parents would not suffice. "He is being reckless, putting you in a difficult position." Zhang Li glared at Pai Yangyang, whispering fiercely, "How can you allow him to do this? He is not truly your husband." Enough. Su Xueqing's mind was in turmoil. While Pai Yangyang was indeed at fault, she bore some responsibility as well. This was likely a case of pride leading to unnecessary suffering. With matters having reached this point, she could only resign herself to fate. "Rest assured, I will not let my wife down," Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly. "Remember to help me settle the accounts later. Don't miss anything. Earning a bit of milk money is not easy." Before he could finish, he felt an odd sensation in his waist and quickly shifted aside, grimacing as he said, "Wife, could you possibly grab me somewhere else? That area is the engine room. If you damage it, the engine will be ruined." Zhang Li curiously inquired, "What engine room?" Su Xueqing shot Pai Yangyang a glance, murmuring, "Ignore his nonsense. Pearls cannot emerge from a dog's mouth." Pai Yangyang chuckled. Just then, Meng Qifeng spoke up, "Ladies and gentlemen, the annual Tunglong Chamber of Commerce Investment Conference is now commencing. First, on behalf of all the shareholders of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce, I welcome you all. I apologize for any shortcomings in our hospitality." The venue fell silent, all eyes fixated on Meng Qingfeng. Su Xueqing felt an intense wave of anxiety. This was her final hope. If she could not secure investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce today, she would officially resign from her position as the executive president of the Su Group, and her father's shares in the company would be reclaimed. Tragically, she would also have to sell her house and car to pay off Pai Yangyang's gambling debts. Yet, Pai Yangyang appeared utterly relaxed, even bored, as he took out his phone and became engrossed in it. Zhang Li shot him several fierce glares, wishing she could scratch his face to pieces. She had firmly concluded that Su Xueqing could never secure an investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. As in previous years, companies in need of funding would first present their cases, after which the chamber would make decisions based on the actual circumstances. The question now was, which company would present first? Su Xueqing felt a surge of excitement, eager to stand up, but Pai Yangyang, who was engrossed in a game, casually remarked, "What's the rush? Let them speak first. You won't miss your chance." Su Xueqing shot him a glance, ready to respond, when a young man had already risen. "President Meng, I am in Weiwei, the executive president of Guanghui Pharmaceutical Group. Since everyone is being modest, allow me to take the lead and break the ice. President Meng Qingfeng nodded. Yes, President Tan, please proceed. And Weiwei proudly began. Since its establishment, Guanghui Pharmaceutical Group has transformed from a small workshop enterprise into the largest pharmaceutical group in Xinjiang. And earlier this year, we successfully went public, officially becoming a listed company. And Weiwei's expression was one of pride as she introduced Guanghui Pharmaceutical. Indeed, Guanghui Pharmaceutical is a legend in the industry. In less than 5 years, it has emerged as a giant in Xinjiang's pharmaceutical sector and successfully listed. Rumors suggest that the Yi family holds a 30% stake in the company, making them one of its major shareholders. Thus, many hold high hopes for this burgeoning pharmaceutical firm. Currently, the company is flourishing and numerous families and enterprises are seeking collaboration with them. Just prior to the hotel incident, the Su family had been in partnership with Guanghui Pharmaceutical, with over half of their pharmaceutical products being manufactured by Guanghui. However, on the day of the incident, Guanghui Pharmaceutical announced it would cease all production for the Su family, severing all business ties. Consequently, as An Weiwei presented the situation of Guanghui Pharmaceutical, Su Xueqing felt her heart sink, her hopes dwindling further. Guanghui Pharmaceutical is now experiencing explosive growth, having planned the construction of a world-class pharmaceutical factory to expand production in response to the burgeoning market demand. Therefore, Guanghui urgently requires funding to ensure the establishment of the new facility. We hope that the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce will consider investing in Guanghui Pharmaceutical. That concludes my presentation. And Weiwei confidently finished her remarks, and the room erupted in enthusiastic applause. We have duly noted Guanghui Pharmaceutical's presentation. Who will present next? Meng Qingfeng smiled, gesturing for the applause to cease as he inquired once more. President Meng, I am Qin Yujia, the president of the Qin Group. I will now represent the Qin Group in our presentation. Following this, Qin Yujia stood up, her demeanor calm and brimming with confidence. Before she began speaking, she deliberately turned to glance at Su Xueqing, Pai Yangyang, and Zheng Li. Please proceed, Meng Qingfeng gestured. The development of the Qin Group is evident to all. 3 years ago, our family was merely a clan that could not even be considered a fifth-tier family. 3 years ago, upon assuming the presidency of the Qin Group, I have witnessed a remarkable transformation over the course of 3 years. The Qin Group is now in a league of its own. The Qin family, through the auspices of the Qin Group, has ascended into the ranks of the third-tier families. Qin Yujia exudes confidence, her tone imbued with a sense of pride. Indeed, the Qin Group was on the brink of bankruptcy 3 years prior, burdened with insurmountable debts. In a moment of familial crisis, Qin Yujia was appointed as president. And after 3 years, the Qin Group has undergone a phoenix-like rebirth. Consequently, the Qin family has soared, positioning itself among the upper echelon of third-tier families, with aspirations to challenge the second-tier families. Qin Yujia has consequently been honored for 2 consecutive years as one of the top 10 young entrepreneurs in Xinjiang. Moreover, the momentum of the Qin Group's development is robust. Within 3 years, the Qin family is destined to ascend to the ranks of the second-tier families in Xinjiang. Presently, our medicinal herb base is undergoing extensive expansion, with several hundred acres of precious herb plantations being established. And we are preparing to introduce the most advanced equipment globally for production. Everything is in readiness, awaiting the final impetus. Should the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce invest in the Qin Group, it would undoubtedly bolster our prosperity, ensuring a mutually beneficial partnership. My presentation is complete. Qin Yujia had long contemplated these words, having rehearsed them in her mind countless times. Speaking with unwavering confidence and sincerity, there was no hint of hesitation. Although she was aware that with the support of the Hua family, securing investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce was all but assured, she still endeavored to showcase her capabilities. Only in this way could she demonstrate that Pai Yangyang was unworthy of her and prove that she was not inferior to Su Xueqing. Well, we have conducted an investigation into the development of the Qin Group, and indeed, the momentum is strong with significant potential for growth. President Qin, please take a seat. Meng Qingfeng smiled and nodded, his tone filled with admiration. Qin Yujia exhaled in relief, observing Meng Qingfeng's expression and manner of speaking. She felt confident that the investment would be secured today. Qin Yu also perceived the positive atmosphere and cheerfully remarked to Qin Yujia, "Sister, it seems like we're in the clear. Once we secure this investment, the Qin Group will take off." Qin Yujia shot him a glare and whispered, "Can you remain composed? Chairman Meng has yet to give his approval. Everything is still uncertain. What uncertainty could there be? With Hua Xiao involved, the investment is guaranteed. Qin Yuyu retorted defiantly. Qin Yujia glanced at Hua Lubin seated in the front row, her lips twitching slightly. Although she harbored no fondness for Pai Yangyang, she also held no admiration for Hua Lubin. He was ever so attentive to her, yet the moment Yi Yafan appeared, he cast her aside. Such a man could never be relied upon. Subsequently, 2 more companies presented their cases, boasting about their developmental potential and their need for funding to expand production. Meng Qingfeng responded with a smile, indicating that he was taking notes. Is there anyone else who wishes to present? Missed this opportunity today, and you'll have to wait until next year. Meng Qingfeng surveyed the room, speaking with a resonant voice. As Su Xueqing noticed that the conversation had ceased, she tidied her hair and prepared to rise. However, just as she stood halfway, Yi Yafan abruptly stood up and declared, "President Meng, I am Yi Yafan, and I wish to make a statement." Meng Qingfeng's brow twitched, his expression one of astonishment. What mischief is this lady up to? He mused inwardly. Given his close ties with Yi Yuanyang, if Yi Yafan were indeed seeking to invest, it would pose a significant dilemma. Hesitantly, he inquired, "Miss Yi, do you represent the Yi family?" "No, I represent myself," Yi Yafan replied with unwavering confidence. Meng Qingfeng contemplated briefly, forcing a semblance of a smile. "Then please share your thoughts." Upon witnessing Yi Yafan's rise, Su Xueqing's complexion paled instantly, her back clammy with cold sweat. Chapter 64. Is the bone my ex-wife gave you insufficient? Su Xueqing was acutely aware of the unique relationship between Meng Qingfeng and Yi Yuanyang. Even without that connection, if the Yi family sought investment, Meng Qingfeng would undoubtedly extend a courtesy. Although the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce was not necessarily inferior to the Yi family in stature, such decorum must be observed. That's it. Yi Yafan is undoubtedly targeting us, Zhengli lamented despondently. Pai Yangyang sensed Su Xueqing's despair and, while continuing to play a casual game, remarked nonchalantly, "As the company president, one must possess composure. Until the final moment, the outcome of any situation remains uncertain." Zhengli shot him a glare, retorting irritably, "Do you genuinely believe we can wrest investment from Yi Yafan?" Pai Yangyang responded with an air of indifference. "That remains to be seen." Su Xueqing sighed heavily. "Your optimism is truly remarkable. She is the eldest daughter of the Yi family. Setting that aside, President Meng and Yi Yuanyang are close friends. Do you think he would risk offending the Yi family to invest in us?" Zhengli exclaimed anxiously. "You actually set up a wager with them. Nearly 50 million. Are you not putting President Su in jeopardy?" Pai Yangyang maintained his nonchalant demeanor. "But President Meng has yet to make a decision, hasn't he?" Su Xueqing, feeling utterly defeated, murmured, "It's futile to blame him. I should only blame my own folly for insisting he accompany me to obtain a marriage certificate. This is my self-inflicted plight." As she spoke, her spirits dampened, and she sought to leave the meeting. If she lingered, Yi Yafan, Qin Yujia, and the others would undoubtedly mock her once the results were revealed. She wished to avoid becoming the subject of their ridicule. Thinking of leaving? Yet, as she lifted herself, her small hand was grasped by Pai Yangyang. "Do not forget. I have your endorsement for our wager. Even if you want to withdraw now, will they allow you to leave?" Despair washed over Su Xueqing, her eyes reddening. To leave was impossible. To stay would mean facing the humiliation from Yi Yafan and others. The stakes were dire, not merely the loss of over 40 million. But how could she possibly come up with that amount? Nevertheless, Pai Yangyang was indeed correct. At the very moment she was about to rise, several individuals who had previously placed their bets turned to her with wary expressions. There was no escape now. The only course of action was to await the outcome. "President Meng, I once established a cosmetics company in the capital, and within merely a year, I expanded its value to 10 million euros. However, being a native of Xinjiang, I feel a profound obligation to contribute to the development of my hometown. Therefore, I resolutely sold my cosmetics firm and now intend to invest in a comprehensive cosmetics company in Xinjiang that encompasses research, production, and sales, seeking the support of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce and President Meng. If President Meng believes in my capabilities, I kindly request an investment of 100 million into my new venture," Yi Yafan stated with unwavering confidence. Meng Qingfeng's expression shifted multiple times, and he felt a deep sense of unease. He had to fulfill his promise to Pai Yangyang, for he understood all too well that ensuring the safe birth of his child was contingent upon not offending this esteemed physician. Yet, This would inevitably incite the ire of the Yi family. The pressing question was, how would he explain this to Yi Yuanyang? Miss Yi, may I inquire about the name of your company? A curious voice suddenly broke the tension, startling everyone as they turned to the source, Pai Yangyang, who had been engrossed in a game on his phone. It was he who had posed the question. Yi Yafan bit her lip in irritation and turned to Pai Yangyang, saying, "It has not been established yet, so I have not decided on a name." Finally setting his phone down, Pai Yangyang slowly stood and stretched, nonchalantly stating, "Oh, so you intend to achieve success without any initial investment? Is this method of operation something you learned abroad, Miss Yi?" His tone was casual, but to Yi Yafan's ears, it was highly offensive. Her expression darkened as she coldly retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Unfazed, Pai Yangyang replied, "Is it hard to understand? I mean it in the most literal sense. You know nothing of business operations." Yi Yafan's body trembled with anger, her voice quivering. "I may not be well versed, but I do know that Tunglong's investment must be grounded in reality. Your company hasn't even been established yet. If you prove to be a fraud, then the investment from Tunglong Chamber of Commerce would be a complete loss," Pai Yangyang asserted with conviction. At this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Could the eldest daughter of the Yi family truly be a fraud? Was this boy out of his mind? Zheng Li's face turned pale with fright as she hurriedly tugged at Pai Yangyang's pant leg, whispering urgently, "What nonsense are you spouting? Sit down at once." Yet, Pai Yangyang remained undeterred, calmly responding, "I speak the truth. What is there to fear? You are not afraid. You will not cease until you have brought harm to President Su, will you?" Zheng Li was thoroughly alarmed. If she angered Yi Yafan, not only would today's investment be jeopardized, but even the several million in gambling stakes would be more than enough to ruin Su Xueqing. Su Xueqing felt an overwhelming sense of urgency within her, yet upon hearing Pai Yangyang's words, she realized they were not mere fabrications. There was indeed some truth to them. "You must be mad. How dare you claim Miss Yi is a fraud?" Hualu Bin seized the opportunity to assert himself, glaring at Pai Yangyang with a harsh reprimand. "What is the matter? Is my ex-wife's generosity insufficient for you, prompting you to seek a new benefactor?" Pai Yangyang regarded him coldly, his expression one of utter disdain. Hualu Bin's face darkened with rage, and he retorted angrily, "Pai Yangyang, I believe you are courting disaster. Do you not recognize the gravity of this place, daring to spout such nonsense? Enough, everyone, let us cease this bickering." Meng Qingfeng interjected sternly, sensing the rising chaos. Instantly, silence enveloped the room. Hualu Bin huffed heavily. Indignantly taking his seat, Pai Yangyang, unfazed, sat down and turned to Su Xueqing, stating, "It is your turn to present." Zheng Li murmured, "Is there even a need for a presentation?" Su Xueqing's expression darkened. At this moment, despair washed over her. The situation had become painfully clear. Not only was she unable to contend with Yi Yafan, but even in Weiwei and Qin Yujia might prove formidable adversaries. Are you truly prepared to surrender? This is not the character of Su Xueqing. Pai Yangyang observed her pallid countenance and her continued silence, and he spoke softly. Yet, Su Xueqing still lacked the courage to rise. With hope extinguished, any presentation would merely be a farcical performance in the eyes of others. "Meng, it seems we are the only companies in need of funding. You may adjudicate accordingly." Yi Yafan, still visibly irate, suppressed her anger and reseated herself. Observing Meng Qingfeng's prolonged silence, which felt like a stalling tactic, she impatiently urged him to act. Meng Qingfeng furrowed his brow slightly, glancing between Pai Yangyang and Su Xueqing. Although he had promised Pai Yangyang to support Su Xueqing, she needed to stand and make a case for herself for him to proceed. He could not simply allocate 500 million without her asserting her need for funds. Yet, Su Xueqing remained hesitant. "Have you lost your resolve?" Pai Yangyang murmured again, his tone laced with derision. "If no one will present, I shall be compelled to make a decision." A cold sweat broke on Meng Qingfeng's back as he contemplated the daunting task of announcing the investment to Su Xueqing. At that moment, Su Xueqing, steeling herself, stood up and declared, "I am Su Xueqing, representing the Su Group, and I will present." Chapter 65. Still daydreaming, everyone turned in astonishment to gaze at Su Xueqing once more. The corners of Pai Yangyang's mouth curled into a slight smile. This woman was indeed using provocation to finally rise. "Very well, Miss Su, please proceed." Meng Qingfeng exhaled, relieved. Forcing the investment upon Su Xueqing would not only tarnish his reputation, but also cast doubt upon the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. Meng, I believe there is no need for the Su family to present, came a voice interjecting. Yet before Su Xueqing could utter a word, Hua Lubin interjected in a mocking tone. Meng Qingfeng's expression shifted slightly. His gaze sharpened as he solemnly declared, every individual possesses the right to present their case. Since Miss Su wishes to articulate hers, I shall certainly allow it. Meng President, are you still unaware of the predicament surrounding the Su family? Hua Lubin was unwilling to relent and insisted, the Su family is currently facing an unprecedented crisis, with severe financial issues already emerging. Moreover, the Su family's decision to break off their engagement is a betrayal of trust. Is such a family worthy of investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce? Furthermore, Su Xueqing is no longer the president of the Su Group. What qualifications does she possess to represent it? Hua Liubin's assertions were delivered with conviction. After finishing, he cast a self-satisfied glance at the audience and proclaimed loudly, what do you all think? Is this not the case? Indeed, Hua is correct. The Tunglong Chamber of Commerce invests only in distinguished enterprises. The Su Group is on the verge of collapse. How can the Tunglong Chamber afford such a risk? Qin Yuyu quickly echoed. Although he was convinced that Su Xueqing would not secure any investment, he seized the opportunity to irritate Pai Yangyang. And Wei Wei chimed in. I too find Hua's reasoning compelling. Meng President, the Tunglong Chamber must exercise caution in its investments. Following suit, several other company heads and family representatives voiced their support for Hua Lubin. Hua Lubin, emboldened by the backing, turned to Pai Yangyang, his expression unmistakably triumphant. Let us see how you procure investment from the Tunglong Chamber. I shall ensure you are denied even the chance to present. As nearly everyone criticized the Su Group, Meng Qingfeng's countenance grew increasingly grim. Such a scene, however, ignited Su Xueqing's resolve. If you do not permit me to speak, then I shall do so defiantly. Meng President, Miss Ye's company has yet to be established, yet she is allowed to present. The Su Group has been rooted in Xinjiang for decades. As a member of the Su Group, am I not entitled to express our position? Her internal turmoil swiftly subsided, and she spoke with a tone of solemnity. This challenge caused Yi Yafen's complexion to darken. Miss Su, please proceed with your statement. Meng Qingfeng interjected hastily, wishing to quell further debate. Su Xueqing gathered her thoughts and began. Indeed, the Su Group has encountered certain difficulties, but this is due to the joint suppression from families led by the Yi family and companies spearheaded by Guanghui Pharmaceutical. However, the Su family has stood firm in Xinjiang for decades. Our 3 generations of effort cannot simply be in vain. Currently, our pharmaceutical company under the Su Group is willing to offer a 20% stake in exchange for a 500 million investment. If President Meng believes in the Su family, I urge you to invest the funds. I am confident that through our collective efforts, we can overcome this adversity and march towards a glorious future. Her words fell, enveloping the room in an eerie silence. No one spoke, nor was there any applause. Su Xueqing, have you lost your mind? Hua Lubin soon shattered the stillness. What is the total investment of your pharmaceutical company under the Su Group? It cannot be more than 20 billion, can it? Did you really say that with a 20% stake, you would secure 500 million? Do you truly believe the Su Group is such a coveted asset? I fear that if 500 million were poured into it, there wouldn't even be a whisper in return. Qin Yuyu scoffed immediately. However, he failed to notice the darkening expression on Meng Qingfeng's face as he uttered these words. I am determined to invest this 500 million into the Su Group. And your words imply that I am a fool, he thought. Miss Su, perhaps you are unaware of the circumstances. The total funding for this investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce is merely 300 million. How could you possibly claim to raise 500 million? Do you truly think it feasible? And Wei Wei added pointedly. Indeed, I believe she is simply here for amusement. Haha, Pai Yangyang, I suggest you prepare to reimburse us. I have wagered 500,000, and I expect every penny back. Some who had already placed their bets began to revel in their apparent fortune, envisioning a pile of winnings before them. Qin Yuyu looked at Qin Yujia with a pained expression, lamenting, Sister, if only you had lent me 1 million at the start. I could have bought a Porsche. Hua Lubin chuckled, this 10 million will be an effortless win. Pai Yangyang regarded them with a look of disbelief, calmly stating, make sure you remember this. Don't be surprised when it's time to pay up. Fools, still lost in their daydreams. I can't wait to see him cry later. Someone sneered dismissively. Silence, everyone. Meng Qingfeng's head was spinning. He had anticipated some chaos today, but he hadn't expected everyone to target Su Xueqing and Pai Yangyang. which was indeed a source of considerable frustration. I will call for a 30-minute recess to confer with all shareholders and finalize the investment target. Once the room settled, Meng Qingfeng announced before stepping outside. Pai Yangyang, it seems you won to shed tears until you see the coffin. Even now, you're still hoping for a miracle? Hua Lubin said triumphantly, casting a glance at Pai Yangyang. Pai Yangyang smiled calmly. In half an hour, we shall see who is left in tears. Stubborn as a dead duck. Can't you see the situation? Do you still believe the Su family can secure this investment? Hua Lubin mocked. Without a moment's hesitation, Pai Yangyang asserted, of course. This investment must be secured by my wife. His declaration sent waves of laughter rippling through the crowd. Pai Yangyang, I initially thought you were simply coasting through life. But it seems you are blissfully unaware of your own shortcomings. Clearly, my earlier decision was correct. You are nothing but a useless fool. Qin Yujia cast a disdainful glance at Pai Yangyang, expressing her contempt. Pai Yangyang's eyes narrowed as he coldly retorted, Qin Yujia, you will soon realize that the so-called useless person in your eyes will become someone you can only aspire to. Qin Yuyo erupted in laughter, exclaiming, you? An unattainable figure? Just because you've deceived a few elderly folks, you truly believe yourself to be a master? Pai Yangyang merely smiled icily, choosing to remain silent. Engaging in conversation with such individuals felt like a futile expenditure of breath. Although Su Xueqing initially spoke forcefully, she soon regained her composure. Convinced that a miracle was unlikely to occur, she sat there dejectedly, voiceless and lost in her thoughts, seemingly impervious to the surrounding murmurings and mockery. Yi Yafen, too, remained silent, exuding an air of confidence as she sat surrounded by several young admirers, showering her with flattery. Miss Yi, you have created miracles in the capital. Upon your return to Xinjiang, I believe you will soon become a legendary figure in the business world. Another exclaimed, when your company is established, should you require assistance, please consider me. Even if it means being your driver, I am willing to oblige. I would accept any role, even as a security guard, just to be part of Miss Ye's company. Indeed, I can already envision a burgeoning enterprise rising in Xinjiang. Another interjected, rest assured, Miss Ye's involvement will be indispensable in this investment from Tunglong Corporation. Yi Yafen beamed with pleasure, reveling in the adulation of her followers. She felt akin to a princess basking in the spotlight, poised to ascend to the pinnacle of Xinjiang's commercial realm. Chapter 66. A shocking outcome. The so-called teleconference was merely a pretext. Meng Qingfeng held absolute authority within the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. The shareholders were all comrades he had forged bonds with during his early struggles in Xinjiang. Regardless of his decisions, these brothers would support him unconditionally. Thus, the so-called communication was nothing but a fade. The resolution to invest 500 million in the Su family had, in fact, been finalized before he even arrived at the venue. Upon returning to the courtyard, he lay beside He Nanjun, eager to hear the sounds of their unborn child. Old Meng, we cannot disregard the promises made to Physician Pai. Without him, we would not have this child. Furthermore, our child's safe arrival relies on Physician Pai's assistance, He Nanjun remarked. Her tone earnest. Fear not. How could I possibly offend Physician Pai? He has informed me that I am destined to have 3 sons. I will certainly need his help for the other 2. Meng Qingfeng replied with conviction. I'm confident in this, and with Physician Pai's support, not just 3, but even 5. I can bear for you, He Nanjun asserted, brimming with assurance. That's wonderful. If you can bear me 3 sons, I shall grant your younger brother 10 shares, and I will bring your parents to the city, where I shall provide for them. Meng Qingfeng exclaimed with great delight. Really? Thank you, my dear husband, He Nanjun replied, her face lighting up with surprise. Hailing from a rural background, she believed that had it not been for her striking appearance, particularly her ample stature, which Meng Qingfeng found favorable for childbearing, she would never have had the opportunity to enter the Meng family. With Meng Qingfeng's promise, once the children were born, her family would also bask in prosperity. Miss Qin truly seemed oblivious to the situation. How could she contemplate divorcing such a remarkable man as the esteemed physician? Had she not severed their union, the Qin group might have secured this investment, potentially leading to a genuine rise in stature. Suddenly, He Nanjun expressed her regret. Qin Yujia was too ambitious, unlikely to achieve greatness. She believed her accomplishments over the years were solely due to her own abilities and efforts, yet she perhaps failed to comprehend that without the esteemed physician, the Qin group could never have reached its current scale. Alas, she ultimately relinquished her chance. Meng Qingfeng nodded in agreement, gently shaking his head. Not long ago, Pai Yangyang had solicited his assistance in investing 100 million into the Qin Group. Naturally, he had eagerly consented, so much so that when Hua Liubin's father approached him, he did not immediately decline, but rather conveyed that the investment in the Qin Group was part of his plans. However, he was taken aback when Qin Yujie and Pai Yangyang suddenly divorced. In his view, this was Qin Yujie's own act of discarding a tremendous fortune. Now, Pai Yangyang had become Su Xueqing's husband, and Meng Qingfeng, in pursuit of his aspiration for 3 sons, would undoubtedly spare no effort to assist Su Xueqing. After a leisurely chat, Meng Qingfeng glanced at his watch and rose to declare, "It has been half an hour. I must make my announcement." Upon his return to the venue, the once bustling atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. After much deliberation, the attendees unanimously concluded that the 300 million investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce would be allocated to the Qin Group, Miss Yafen, and Guanghui Pharmaceuticals. Not a single person believed the Su family stood a chance of receiving any investment. "President Meng, please proceed." Before Meng Qifeng could take the stage, Yi Yafen urged him on. He surveyed the room and declared, "After a comprehensive analysis with all shareholders regarding your actual circumstances, we believe the potential of the Qin Group, Miss Yi, and Guanghui Pharmaceuticals is indeed promising." Upon hearing this, nearly everyone displayed expressions of anticipated satisfaction. Some even began to revel in delight, planning how to spend their forthcoming gains. However, the expressions of Su Xueqing and Zheng Li darkened considerably, their spirits profoundly dampened. Even though they had anticipated such an outcome, the official announcement proved difficult to accept. "It's over. How shall we repay over 40 million? Su Xueqing felt a cold sweat envelop her, sensing her strength waning. With over 40 million at stake, her family faced an insurmountable plight. "Pai Yangyang, why aren't you speaking? Aren't you supposed to be quite the blusterer? You even claimed that President Su would secure 500 million in investments today and dared to place a wager. You must be insane." Zheng Li unleashed all her frustrations upon Pai Yangyang. Pai Yangyang cast a calm glance in her direction and replied, "As the secretary to the board, one must remain composed. There are no outcomes yet, so why should I be anxious? What are you so riled up about?" Zheng Li, exasperated, felt her chest heaving as she struggled to contain her breath. "Enough. Let's not continue this," Su Xueqing said weakly. Zheng Li shot Pai Yangyang a furious glare and fell silent. "Thank you, President Meng," Qin Yujie exclaimed with excitement, rising eagerly to her feet, her spirit alight. With this 100 million investment secured, the Qin Group, under her leadership, would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. She cast a grateful glance at Hua Lubin. "Yujie, I told you that you would secure the investment. See, I was right, wasn't I?" Hua Lubin hurried over, eager to flatter. "With this 100 million investment, won't you, Qin Yujie, obediently become my woman?" He reveled in the thought. Having won 10 million from Pai Yangyang and now poised to gain Qin Yujie, an exquisite blend of wealth and allure. At that moment, he fantasized about the evening ahead, pondering what thrilling escapades might ensue. Though Qin Yujie wasn't particularly fond of him, she did feel a sense of gratitude towards Hua Lubin for today's events. At the very least, this man could assist her in achieving success, unlike Pai Yangyang, who was utterly useless beyond doing laundry and cooking. Others had already begun to congratulate Yi Yafen and An Weiwei, as if everything had been decided. "Everyone, please hold on. I have yet to finish speaking," Meng Qingfeng interjected, furrowing his brow at the chaotic scene. The crowd fell silent once more as Hua Lubin remarked, "President Meng, whether you announce it or not is irrelevant. We already know the outcome." Irritated by Hua Liubin's interruptions, Meng Qingfeng responded with a hint of displeasure. "Oh, then tell us. What is the result?" Hua Lubin declared. "In total, there is 300 million in investments. 100 million for Miss Yi, 100 million for the Qin family, and 100 million for Guanghui Pharmaceuticals." Meng Qingfeng suddenly smiled faintly, then slowly shook his head. Everyone was taken aback, shaking his head. What could that possibly mean? Hua Lubin was equally dumbfounded, unsure of what was happening. "First, let me clarify. Following our recent conference call, the entire board has unanimously agreed to increase the investment to 500 million. Meng Qingfeng stated methodically. "Increase to 500 million? Who is the remaining 200 million intended for?" Hua Lubin asked, his voice faltering. "Isn't it obvious? It will undoubtedly be given entirely to Miss Yi. Everyone is optimistic about her development. The Tunglong Chamber of Commerce would never pass up such an opportunity," someone presumptuously asserted. Meng Qingfeng shook his head once more, restoring silence to the room. You are mistaken. I intend to invest this 500 million in only one entity. One entity? Qin Yujia felt a sudden jolt in her heart, an ominous premonition creeping in. Among the three options, her foremost choice was undoubtedly Yi Yafen. Yi Yafen, taken aback, realized she did not require such a substantial amount of capital. Her intention was to establish a cosmetics company, yet even an initial investment of 100 million seemed excessive. The only reason she sought funding from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce was purely to oppose Su Xueqing. And Wei Wei was also stunned. Guangwei Pharmaceuticals could hardly absorb such a vast influx of funds. President Meng, please do not keep us in suspense. Just announce it directly, she urged. Yi Yafen felt perplexed, unable to comprehend the magnitude of this shift. Instinctively, she glanced at Su Xueqing, sensing a flicker of unease within her. Both Su Xueqing and Zheng Li were equally bewildered. Zheng Li remarked, could it be that they are genuinely investing 500 million in President Su? Among all the companies and families that had presented, only the Su Group required such a hefty sum. However, she quickly shook her head, deeming such a notion fantastical. After our deliberation, it has been conclusively determined that the recipient of the investment is Su Group Pharmaceuticals. Meng Qingfeng declared the final decision with a resounding voice. An immediate silence enveloped the room, as if a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was left speechless, as if the world had momentarily paused. Could it be that I am hallucinating? Did I truly hear President Meng announce an investment in the Su Group? After a full half-minute, someone finally voiced their incredulity. I also heard it was an investment in the Su Group. What is going on? How could it possibly be the Su Group? The disbelief echoed, with gasps arising as everyone felt an overwhelming shock. The expressions of Yi Yafen and Qin Yujia darkened, revealing their utmost discontent. Chapter 67. You don't intend to renegotiate, do you? Su Xueqing and Zheng Li were utterly stunned. Even half a minute after Meng Qingfeng's announcement, they remained in a state of shock. All eyes in the room were fixated on them, their expressions reflecting utter disbelief. The unexpected fortune left Su Xueqing momentarily disoriented. Darling, it's time for you to rise and deliver your acceptance speech. Pai Yangyang smugly pulled her hand and stood up. At that moment, they seemed to be enveloped in a spotlight, becoming the dazzling stars of the occasion. Su Xueqing, somewhat dazed, inquired acceptance speech. Realization dawned upon her. Her face flushed with excitement as she slightly bowed to Meng Qingfeng and exuberantly expressed, "Thank you, President Meng, for this opportunity. I also extend my gratitude to the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce for their trust in the Su Group. I shall diligently utilize this 500 million to steer the Su Group out of its predicament." Meng Qingfeng, seemingly pleased, nodded and smiled, stating, "Miss Su, tomorrow I will personally bring the agreement to the Su Group for discussion and signing. Please be prepared." Su Xueqing joyfully nodded, "All right. I will await your esteemed presence at the company tomorrow, President Meng. Today's investment conference concluded exceptionally well, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all who took the time amidst their busy schedules to attend. Should there be any regrets, we shall leave them for next year, in pursuit of collaborative opportunities." Meng Qingfeng spoke with great courtesy, yet the expressions of Yi Yafen and Wei Wei, Qin Yujia, and Hua Lubin were undeniably grim. This outcome was entirely unforeseen and utterly unacceptable to them. They had anticipated witnessing the misfortunes of Su Xueqing and Pai Yangyang, aiming to profit from their predicament. Instead, they found themselves the subject of ridicule, having lost a significant sum. Tears welled in Su Xueqing's eyes. At that moment, her heart was tumultuous, and her emotions were beyond description. Zheng Li remained in a daze, shaking her head vigorously, struggling to comprehend the surreal situation. Pai Yangyang could not suppress a grin, astounded by the effortless acquisition of over 40 million, although this amount paled in comparison to the trillions at stake. The prospect of hope for investment in the Mid-Autumn Festival on Spirit Island was not entirely bleak. Didn't you claim that your father had secured an agreement with President Meng for the Qin family to receive $1 billion in investment? What is going on? Qin Yujia's voice was icy, her tone laced with accusation as she fixed her gaze on Hua Lubin. At that moment, her mood reached its nadir. She could not fathom why, despite Hua Liubin's unwavering confidence, Meng Qingfeng would renege on their agreement. Hua Liubin's expression contorted with frustration, equally bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. He shot a fierce glance at Pai Yangyang before turning to Meng Qingfeng, who was preparing to depart, and, with clenched teeth. Demanded, "President Meng, this is not right." Meng Qingfeng turned with an instantly stern demeanor, his voice low and commanding. "What is not right?" Hua Lubin, unwilling to accept his loss of 10 million, boldly confronted him. "My father had previously discussed this with you, and you promised to invest in the Qin family. How could you have changed your mind?" As these words escaped his lips, the atmosphere shifted. Many faces in the crowd adopted a peculiar expression. While everyone was aware of the underlying intricacies of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce's investments, Hua Lubin's public declaration astonished many. Meng Qingfeng's countenance darkened, and with a cold snort, he retorted, "Young Master Hua, one must be cautious with words. Such statements tarnish the reputation of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce and could adversely affect your own family's standing. All investments are subject to shareholder agreement. How could I privately assure your father?" He deftly deflected the accusation, asserting that even if Hua Liubin's father had indeed approached him, he would never admit it publicly. Qin Yujia's expression grew even more somber. In her eyes, Hua Lubin had become nothing short of a deceiver. Cold sweat beaded on Hua Liubin's forehead, and he hesitated, unwilling to speak further, for he understood that his father had indeed approached Meng Qingfeng, who had responded that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the investment could be considered for the Qin family. Yet, as fate would have it, unforeseen circumstances had arisen. "Chairman Meng, I too find myself perplexed. The predicament faced by the Su Group cannot be resolved merely with 500 million in funds. The entire Xinjiang family has ceased its collaboration with the Su Group. Investing at this juncture would be akin to a moth flinging itself into the flames. Yi Yafen is equally discontented, having staked 10 million herself. Moreover, her purpose for coming today was to ensure that Su Xueqing would be deprived of investment, seeking to avenge Yi Fenglu. Yet, the outcome was contrary to her intentions. Not only did Su Xueqing secure the investment, but she also obtained a staggering 500 million. This is something she finds utterly intolerable. Miss Yi, are you suggesting that I am courting my own demise?" Meng Qingfeng's countenance remained dark and brooding. "I am aware that your family is targeting the Su family, yet I still see great potential in them. Furthermore, this decision was jointly reached by all the directors of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. It has been finalized, and further discussion is futile." Saying this, he strode purposefully towards the exit. "Xiaoning, see our guest out," he commanded as he reached the door. Instantly, the atmosphere in the venue became electric. Qin Yujia sat in her chair, pale as a ghost, her mind racing like a fleet of trucks. She had been filled with confidence, believing that if she could secure 100 million in investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce today, she would successfully elevate the Qin family into the ranks of the second-tier families in Xinjiang. Yet reality dealt her a harsh blow, striking both her pride and her heart with painful humiliation. Finally regaining her composure, Su Xueqing felt a chill creeping down her back. Unbeknownst to her, a thin layer of cold sweat had formed. Just moments ago, she had experienced a whirlwind of emotions, akin to a roller coaster ride that nearly left her spirit adrift. Although the events still felt surreal, the burden of anxiety had been entirely lifted. Everyone exited the Ili Mountain Villa and gathered in the open square. Yet they showed no intention of dispersing. "Laoli, bring forth the accounts. It is time to collect the funds." At that moment, Pai Yangyang found himself surrounded by a flurry of jubilant, red-cheeked elderly figures, grinning widely with gleaming white teeth. To his surprise, Zhengli was not angry, but rather delighted. As she opened her phone to retrieve the prepared account statement, "Mr. Hua, Miss Yi, we are grateful for your support. Please proceed with the transfer." Pai Yangyang, brimming with pride, brought Su Xueqing and Zheng Li before Hua Lubin and Yi Yafen, his expression one of sheer delight. At that moment, he was insufferably smug. Hua Lubin felt a pounding headache. Every part of him ached, even the tips of his hair. 10 million. If his family were to discover this, he could only imagine the length of his confinement. Yi Yafen was equally pained, particularly in her chest, which felt as if it might explode. She glared fiercely at Su Xueqing, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, "Su Xueqing, who would have thought you possessed such cunning? Chairman Meng would actually consider investing further in your Su family. I can hardly fathom how you accomplished this." Her words were laced with unmistakable sarcasm. Though she merely posed a question, to the ears of those nearby, the insinuation was unmistakable. All eyes turned to Su Xueqing, the most beautiful woman in Xinjiang. Had she perhaps employed unorthodox methods to secure her investment? Everyone is well aware that the so-called extraordinary means pertains to Su Xueqing's body. "Miss Yi, Do not concern yourself with how my wife managed it. Please transfer the funds first. As the esteemed young lady of the Yi family, surely you would not default on your debts? Pai Yangyang's eyes sparkled with excitement, for Yi often had wagered 10 million, and he was eager to reclaim it. Humph. With such a predicament hanging over your head, you still ponder this trifling sum? Yi often scoffed disdainfully. Su Xueqing's expression shifted, her voice icy as she retorted, Yi often, what nonsense are you spouting? Yi often sneered, what am I saying that you do not already know? As she spoke, she regarded Pai Yangyang with a look of incredulity. Pai Yangyang's smile gradually faded. Although he and Su Xueqing were merely contractual spouses, the entirety of Qinjiang recognized her as his wife. To slander Su Xueqing was to strike him, and he would not tolerate it. Clarify your words. His demeanor turned cold, his tone laced with a formidable authority. Each word deliberate. Chapter 68. A man must have wealth for reasons unknown. Yi often felt an overwhelming pressure that tightened her chest. However, having arrived at this juncture, retreat was not an option. What qualifications does Su Xueqing possess to secure a 500 million investment? Yi often derided. Is it not merely due to her beauty, captivating some men to the point of recklessness in financing the Su Corporation? You are spewing baseless accusations. Su Xueqing's face turned pale with fury as she glared fiercely at Yi Yafan. Pai Yangyang, with a faint smirk, cast a scrutinizing glance at Yi Yafan and remarked, I hear you are quite formidable, establishing a cosmetics company single-handedly in the country and earning 10 million euros in a year? What is so difficult about that? I merely dabbled while studying abroad, she retorted with pride. Upon my return to Xinjiang, I intend to embark on a grand venture. One grand venture may not suffice. You might need to undertake many more, Pai Yangyang mused, shaking his head in bemusement. Yi Yafan was taken aback, her expression chilling as she demanded, what do you mean by that? Do you not comprehend my meaning? Pai Yangyang feigned disgust, waving his hand in front of his nose and stepping back, as if detecting an unpleasant odor. The harm may be minimal, but the insult is profound. Yi Yafan's face darkened, her gaze fixed on Pai Yangyang with a desire to retaliate fiercely. Many bystanders appeared bewildered, unsure of Pai Yangyang's peculiar actions. No amount of perfume can mask the scent of a salted fish on you. I suggest you hasten to the hospital for an examination, otherwise, your lofty ambitions may lose their foundation, Pai Yangyang said playfully. At this moment, many around quickly comprehended the situation, their gazes towards Yi Yafan transforming into something rather peculiar. How could the esteemed young lady of the Yi family be depicted so unfavorably by Pai Yangyang? Yet, no one noticed the fleeting glimmer of panic deep within Yi Yafan's eyes. She was acutely aware of the distinct scent of salted fish emanating from her, having doused herself in copious amounts of perfume before stepping out. To her dismay, Pai Yangyang's keen sense of smell had discerned it. Alarmingly, upon hearing Pai Yangyang's words, she felt an inexplicable itch, discomfort washing over her, causing her legs to involuntarily tighten. Many keen observers noted this peculiar display. You're the one who needs to visit the hospital. Clearly, you must be the one with a few screws loose. Yi Yafan retorted, embarrassment and anger lacing her voice as she retrieved her phone to initiate a transfer. She could feel the strange stares of those around her, as if she were standing before them utterly unclothed. Panic surged within her. She needed to rush to the hospital for an examination. Li Mama, collect the payment. Pai Yangyang beamed, his smile radiating confidence. He then produced his phone, displaying his bank card, and addressed the onlookers, those who have begun to place bets. Please line up in an orderly fashion, maintaining our illustrious tradition, one at a time, no need to rush. Rush? Why would I rush, you idiot? Hua Lubin, Qin Yuyu, and others nearly spat blood in disbelief. Did he think this was a delightful affair, lining up to hand over money? As if their funds were just waiting to be given away. Yi Yafan was the first to complete her transfer, hastily making her way to a Porsche parked at the curb. Everyone stood in stunned silence. There were no applause, no flowers. Just the young lady of the Yi family slinking away in defeat. However, the palpable fury radiating from her was unmistakable. It seemed that Su Xueqing would soon bear the brunt of it. Hua Lubin observed the departing Yi Yafan, his mouth opening as if to speak, yet ultimately swallowing his words. Though he undeniably caught a whiff of her overpowering imported perfume, he could have sworn he also detected the scent of salted fish. He mused that he was no cat, and should not find such an aroma appealing. Young Master Hua, you shall take precedence, as this delightful event was initiated by you. Pai Yangyang remarked, his eyes fixated on Hua Lubin, his grin unyielding. Hua Lubin felt darkness cloud his vision, nearly toppling over. What delightful game was this? Pai Yangyang was enjoying himself, while he was left in a state of discontent. Discontent aside, one must honor their bets. To default would tarnish the reputation of young Master Hua, turning it to dust. Yet, it wasn't merely the disgrace he feared, it was the thought of Pai Yangyang. Just as he had done with Qin Yuyu, delivering a beating and then unceremoniously tossing him into a trash bin. Such a fate would be a disgrace to his ancestors. Hua Lubin clenched his jaw until it bled, vowing repeatedly in silence, "I will make you repay this debt tenfold." Upon witnessing the digits on his bank card fluctuate, Pai Yangyang could hardly contain his joy. "Who's next? Hasten, everyone, and strive to finish early so we may return to dine." Pai Yangyang was brimming with confidence. Wearing a smug expression, An Weiwei approached, her face etched with distress, ready to transfer funds. At that moment, she felt an acute sense of regret. Why had she foolishly followed along? Now, not only had she failed to secure the funds, but her own position was also in jeopardy. Furthermore, she had lost a staggering 1 million. It felt like a death blow. Yet, with Hua Lubin and Yi Yafan having settled their debts, she felt she could not do otherwise. Those who had placed their bets appeared despondent, their faces heavy with disappointment and remorse. Initially, they had hoped to gain some small fortune by following Hua Lubin and Yi Yafan, only to find themselves stripped of a piece of their own flesh. The pain was palpable. Zheng Li, gleefully diligent, meticulously verified each transaction, canceling one for every transfer received. Su Xueqing stood by, her mouth agape in disbelief. Had Pai Yangyang truly amassed over 40 million? Would this newfound wealth change his demeanor towards her? Initially elated, she now felt a pang of anxiety. Surely, he would no longer heed her. Wealth would lead him astray, and she needed to devise a means to rein him in. Suddenly, she was startled by her own thoughts. What was wrong with her? He was merely a pawn she had recruited. Even if he went astray, it would not concern her. Why was she worrying? She repeated the question in her mind, but another voice within insisted that he must be controlled. Sister Li was right. Men were inherently reckless, and they would inevitably change for the worse. While Pai Yangyang reveled in his financial success, he inexplicably felt a chill creep down his spine. He turned to see Su Xueqing wearing a peculiar expression, her gaze distant, a strange smile playing at the corners of her lips. A sense of foreboding struck him. What mischief was she concocting? Surely she wasn't eyeing his milk money? He could not let that happen. He was counting on earning money for Lingdao. At last, all had completed their transfers, leaving only Qin Yuyu standing there, looking forlorn. "Ah, my dear brother-in-law. It's your turn, 100,000. Pai Yangyang was not one to let an opportunity slip away. Money was money, after all. Qin Yujia's expression soured. Her cold gaze fixed on Pai Yangyang. "Do you truly love money this much? You've already won over 40 million, yet you still covet Xiao Yu's 100,000? Pai Yangyang retorted with conviction, "If one chooses to partake in a game, one must abide by its rules. A man who reneges on his debts cannot hope to navigate society thereafter. Enough. Though we are divorced, that does not warrant you to kick me while I'm down." Qin Yujia exclaimed passionately. Su Xueqing regained her focus and stepped forward, addressing Qin Yujia, "Sister-in-law, this is where you are mistaken. Do you not see that my Yangyang is earning money for the child? Is it fair to renege on the milk money for your child?" Without hesitation, Pai Yangyang nodded in agreement. Exactly. Suddenly taken aback, he felt something was amiss and turned to gaze at Su Xueqing, only to find her with a serious demeanor. In a moment of confusion, he inwardly lamented, "A man must possess wealth. Observe how her attitude shifts the moment I am affluent." It seems she intends to transform the facade into reality. Qin Yujia's complexion turned ashen, her anger piercing through her very core. Having failed to secure the investment, Qin Yu also lost 100,000 to Pai Yangyang. Truly, misfortune had opened the door to misfortune, and it had come home. Chapter 69. This woman is not worth pursuing. Standing awkwardly to the side, Hua Lubin seized the opportunity and hurried over, declaring, "Yujia, I will cover this 100,000. He fervently claimed to have secured an investment for Qin Yujia, only to falter spectacularly. In his desire to shift focus, he caught a whiff of a fishy odor. After much contemplation, he realized he could not relinquish his pursuit of Qin Yujia. Although she had been married once, at least there was no unpleasant scent associated with her. Thus, he hastened to pledge his loyalty. No need. Qin Yujia shot him a frosty glance, her tone as frigid as winter's breath. She then retrieved her phone, accessing her mobile banking app. Qin Yuyu's lips twitched, and he quickly intervened, blocking Qin Yujia's actions. With irritation, he retorted, "Sister, this money should be covered by him." He then turned to Hua Lubin, his voice icy as he continued. "Hua, you assured me you had secured an investment for my sister. But what is the outcome? What are we to do now? Had you not been so certain, I would not have placed my bet. Shouldn't this 100,000 be your responsibility?" Pai Yangyang raised his eyebrows, bemused that Qin Yuyu still believed Hua Lubin had procured 100 million investment for the Qin family. However, he chose to remain silent. Debating this matter had become utterly futile. Hua Yobin's mind raced with frustration. "So now I am to be blamed. Patience, young man. Once I win your sister's heart, you shall see how I deal with you." Though he yearned to slap Qin Yuyu, he maintained a smile on his face, affirming, "Indeed, it shall be my responsibility." He promptly transferred the funds. Zheng Li let out a sigh of relief, joyfully announcing, "All right, all funds received. The total is 48,200,000. Pai Yangyang's eyes sparkled with delight. This feeling was simply exhilarating. However, upon hearing this figure, Qin Yujia's expression soured to an extreme. Nearly 50 million. The investment she required was 100 million, and yet this was merely half. However, she had already divorced Pai Yangyang. This 50 million was beyond her reach to even contemplate. "Miss Qin, your Qin group requires an investment of 100 million, correct? Had you not divorced Pai Yangyang, this would have amounted to 50 million, Zheng Li remarked, exhaling deeply as the weight on her heart lifted, addressing Qin Yujia. Qin Yujia nearly spat blood. This was truly a case of hitting where it hurts. Indeed, even if she could not secure 100 million, possessing 50 million would propel the Qin group to new heights. Alas, this 50 million had become entirely irrelevant to her. Even though Pai Yangyang has acquired wealth, it does not alter the undeniable truth of his ineptitude. This fortune was merely won through gambling, and such ill-gotten gains are seldom enduring. Who can assure him that fortune will favor him again? Qin Yujia scoffed softly and turned to leave. Remaining in this place would only fuel her anger and humiliation. Qin Yuyu and Hua Lubin hastily followed suit, as they too lacked the dignity to linger. Pai Yangyang paid them no heed. Fixated instead on the incoming transaction notifications on his phone, grinning foolishly. Striking it rich is evidently so simple. Pai Yangyang, how can you remain unmoved by Qin Yujia's insults branding you as worthless? Zheng Li observed him, her tone dripping with derision. He chuckled softly, asserting that her words were of no consequence, for he could not be bothered by her opinions. Moreover, have you ever encountered a worthless individual possessing several million? How boastful! Zheng Li shot him a glance, and the trio proceeded towards the vehicle. Once inside, Su Xueqing's eyes flickered with a hint of cunning as she pondered. Pai Yangyang, with such a sudden influx of wealth, how do you plan to spend it? She inquired curiously as the car roared to life. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "This money cannot be spent. It must be saved. It is meant for baby formula, and I must gradually accumulate it." Zheng Li, astonished, retorted, "What child could consume such an immense quantity of formula? Is it produced by extraterrestrial cows from the Milky Way?" Pai Yangyang's mouth twitched in disbelief. Sharing the same puzzlement, what kind of formula did his master provide him that amounted to over 1 trillion? Surely, no earthly cows could be worth such a sum. Su Xueqing then gently inquired, "Have you brought your bank card? Is the password secured? We must not be careless with such a sum." Pai Yangyang casually responded, "No worries. My bank card is on me. How could I forget it? The password is definitely safe. Oh, let me see your bank card." Men can be rather careless. "We must ensure it doesn't get lost in the crowd," she said nonchalantly. Without further thought, Pai Yangyang retrieved his bank card from his pocket, stating, "How could it possibly get lost? It's right here." However, before he could finish his sentence, Su Xueqing snatched the card from him. Startled, he turned to her, urgently asking, "Why are you taking my card? My dear husband, are you truly saving money for baby formula?" Su Xueqing teased, tapping the card against her palm. "Indeed, it is for baby formula," Pai Yangyang replied without hesitation. Suddenly, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind as he glanced at Su Xueqing again, and an unsettling premonition crept in. Was she up to something? With just the three of them in the car, what was with the endearing term, husband? Her softness almost made him believe he truly was her husband. There was no denying it now. Su Xueqing let out a sigh of relief as she tucked her bank card into her bag, giving it a couple of pats. Pai Yangyang, momentarily taken aback, inquired, Why did you take my card? She replied confidently, oh, didn't you say it was for the milk powder fund? It's better kept with me. What if you carelessly misplace it one day? That would be a hassle, wouldn't it? Pai Yangyang, flabbergasted, thought to himself, what is this nonsense? How can my wife, who isn't even genuine, start managing my finances? Are all women this unreasonable? Zheng Li, fanning the flames from the sidelines, chimed in. President Su is only looking out for you, worried that you might frivolously spend if you have money in hand. Besides, isn't it typical for men to earn while their wives manage the finances? Although she didn't fully grasp why Su Xueqing had taken Pai Yangyang's card, she unconditionally sided with Su Xueqing. Rest assured, I don't know the password, so your money is safe. When you eventually have children, you'll be grateful to me. Su Xueqing said, clutching her bag tightly, a hint of pride in her voice. Pai Yangyang sighed, feeling as though he had met his match. After all the hard work to accumulate tens of millions, it had swiftly fallen into the hands of this woman. Her controlling nature was somewhat alarming. He wasn't even her real husband, yet she acted this way. He decided that he could not keep her around and would leave as soon as the contract was up. Fortunately, he wasn't in urgent need of money, so leaving his bank card with her was not a significant concern. All right, but you must take good care of it, he said with a hint of resignation. He realized he could not reclaim it and would have to accept the situation. Su Xueqing smiled. Don't worry, when you earn money again, I will safeguard it for you. Pai Yangyang nearly choked on his own frustration, realizing he must hide the black card worth 20 million given by the Gu family to avoid it falling into her hands. Poor that 50 million. It had barely warmed up before finding its way into Su Xueqing's bag. Chapter 70. Look at how worried you all are. In a private room on the third floor of the Yusha restaurant, several core members of the Su family gathered, indulging in a sumptuous feast. Su Jiming, Su Yu, Su Xingxian, and Ho Saihua appeared exuberant, showing signs of excitement. The other two were their cousins, hailing from the branch of Su Baogui's younger brother, Su Baojun. Due to Su Baojuan's untimely demise, their branch held a lesser status within the family compared to Su Jiming and his siblings. Today, Su Jiming unexpectedly invited them for a meal, which took them by surprise, indicating that he likely had matters to discuss with them. Second brother, just say what you need to say. Whatever we can do, we will certainly do our utmost, exclaimed Su Baojuan's eldest son, Su Jiping, who was currently the HR director of the Su Group, a figure of considerable authority. Su Jiming, with a glint in his eye, raised his glass and said, I indeed have something to ask of my brothers today. Just speak, second brother, replied Su Baojuan's second son, Su Jiqing, without hesitation. He was currently riding high on success. From a young age, he exhibited the traits of a spoiled heir, idly drifting through life. Now in his mid-30s, he remains single and is the least favored member of the group, perpetually assigned to the warehouse. Su Jiqing has long been dissatisfied with his position and has approached Su Xueqing multiple times, seeking a transfer to the more leisurely security department. However, his requests have consistently been denied. Recently, with Su Xingxian acting as the temporary president, his first decision was to promote Su Jiqing to the head of the security department. This delighted Su Jiqing, who felt immense gratitude towards Su Jiming and Su Xingxian, obediently complying with their wishes. Now, when Su Jiming mentioned a matter requiring their attention, Su Jiqing eagerly responded, offering his unwavering support. As you are aware, Xingxian is merely stepping in for Su Xueqing as president. Today marks his final day in the role, with Su Xueqing set to return tomorrow. Su Jiming spoke slowly, observing the changes in Su Jiping and Su Jiqing's expressions. Indeed, upon hearing his words, their faces visibly stiffened. Su Xueqing's return? That is unacceptable. I certainly do not wish to return to the warehouse, which is both exhausting and tedious, protested Su Jiqing vehemently. Su Jiping pondered and remarked, was it not said that Su Xueqing promised our uncle that she would secure an investment of 500 million? If she fails, she cannot return to the company, and our elder brother's shares will also be reclaimed, correct? He too was reluctant to see Su Xueqing back, as she has always been quite domineering. Even as the head of human resources, he found himself frequently overshadowed by her interference in personnel matters. For instance, his brother Su Jiqing had attempted several times to join the security department, only to be thwarted by Su Xueqing. Su Yu concurred, affirming, indeed, she stated as much. And my father is of the same mind. Su Jiping cast a suspicious glance at Su Jiming and inquired, has Su Xueqing secured the 500 million investment? Su Xingxian scoffed, how could that be? I have been monitoring her closely, and until yesterday, she had not garnered a single penny. That settles it then. Since she has not secured any investment, how can she possibly return? Su Jiping sighed in relief, speaking as though it were self-evident. Su Jiming furrowed his brow and replied, "True, but you all know that your uncle holds Su Xueqing in high regard. I fear that he may be reluctant to make a definitive decision tomorrow." Su Jiping questioned. "Surely not. Our uncle has always been a man of his word. How could he possibly go back on it?" Su Yu interjected, "That is not necessarily the case. When my elder brother's firstborn tragically passed away, my father has harbored guilt ever since, and thus places great importance on Su Xueqing. If tomorrow my brother speaks a few kind words, my father may very well reconsider." Su Jiqing's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth, insisting, "That cannot happen." Regardless of the circumstances, Su Xueqing must not be reinstated as president since she did not secure the 500 million investment. A cold smile crept across Su Jiming's lips as he remained stoic, asserting, "Therefore, we must strategize today to present a united front. Tomorrow, we must ensure that my father does not waver in his decision." Su Jiqing promptly nodded, affirming, "Yes, I support the idea of appointing Xingxian as president." Su Jiping pondered thoughtfully and remarked, "I have heard that Su Xueqing visited Ili Mountain Villa today to attend the investment conference of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. If she secures funding from the Tunglong Chamber, what shall we do tomorrow?" As his words lingered in the air, Su Xingxian scoffed coldly, "Rest assured, uncle. There is no way she could possibly obtain an investment from the Tunglong Chamber." Surprised, Su Jiping inquired, "How can you be so certain?" With a chilling smile, Su Xingxian elaborated, "Firstly, the Tunglong Chamber is only investing 300 million this time, not 500 million. Secondly, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Afen, is also attending this investment conference. Having returned from abroad, she intends to establish a cosmetics company in Xinjiang. Are you implying that Miss Yi also requires funding from the Tunglong Chamber?" Su Jiping exclaimed in astonishment. "Is the Yi family so desperate for this modest sum?" Su Xingxian replied, "The Yi family certainly does not lack for funds. However, let us not forget that Su Xueqing has severely offended the Yi family. Do you truly believe Miss Yi will allow Su Xueqing to secure any investment?" Upon hearing this, both Su Jiping and Su Jiqing nodded in agreement. Su Jiqing praised, "Xingxian is indeed insightful and discerning. With Miss Yi present, how could Su Xueqing possibly obtain an investment from the Tunglong Chamber? It would merely be an exercise in humiliation. Moreover, there is a crucial point to consider. Yi Yuanyang and President Meng Qingfeng of the Tunglong Chamber have been close friends for many years. With such connections, it is utterly impossible for Su Xueqing to acquire funding from the Tunglong Chamber," Su Jiming added. With this reassurance, Su Jiping and Su Jiqing felt a profound sense of relief. "Well then, let us toast to Xingxian, wishing him success in shedding the title of agent and officially becoming the executive president of the Su Group." Su Jiping exclaimed cheerfully, raising his glass. Su Xingxian also lifted his glass, filled with pride, and stated, "I will rely on the support of both uncles and my little aunt. I shall do my utmost to guide the Su Group through its trials and restore it to glory." Su Jiqing laughed heartily, expressing, "I have complete faith in Xingxian's capabilities. Su Xueqing is but a mere girl. Appointing her as president has never sat well with anyone. Many shareholders have privately voiced their discontent to me." Su Jiming chuckled and remarked, "Very well. Since both brothers support Xingxian, I am immensely grateful. However, at tomorrow's board meeting, ensure you greet the directors you have good relations with to avoid any missteps." Su Jiping nodded, promising, "Rest assured, second brother. I guarantee that no one at the board meeting will support Su Xueqing." The group, buoyed by their optimism, felt assured of victory the following day and ordered 2 bottles of fine wine to celebrate. Upon returning to the villa, Zhengli excitedly announced, "Mr. Su, tomorrow you shall return to the company and reclaim your position as president. With this 300 million, Su Pharmaceutical will undoubtedly weather the storm and thrive once more." While Su Xueqing felt a sense of relief, her mind settled into a state of heavy pressure. The situation is not as simple as you suggest. In the current commercial realm of Xinjiang, the Su family is regarded with trepidation and no one dares to collaborate with us. Even with the infusion of 500 million in funds, we can only temporarily alleviate our present crisis. Zhengli exclaimed in astonishment, "Surely not? With funding, they still refuse to partner with us?" Su Xueqing sighed in resignation, shaking her head, "With the Yi family looming over us, who would dare to ally with the Su family? To break this impasse, we must unveil a groundbreaking product that can astonish the market. Only then can we hope to penetrate from the periphery. Zheng Li began to grasp the gravity of the situation, her brow furrowed in confusion. But where can we find such a market-shaking product? Piang Yang, who had been somewhat sullen, suddenly spoke up. Isn't it just about drug formulations? Why all the worry? Both Su Xueqing and Zheng Li stared at Piang Yang in disbelief. Zheng Li scoffed. It's merely a prescription. But do you realize how challenging it is to produce a formulation that could shake the market? Piang Yang smiled nonchalantly. How difficult could it be? Guangwei Pharmaceuticals is the largest pharmaceutical company in Xinjiang, with its own research department, and they take years to develop a single formulation. Zheng Li, as if imparting wisdom, stated coldly, that's because they lack intelligence. To her surprise, Piang Yang dismissed her remarks with disdain. And a bunch of graduate students? They're just collecting salaries. Su Xueqing's expression darkened as she confronted Piang Yang. Can you refrain from boasting? They may be foolish, but are you truly clever? You possess some medical knowledge. Yet that is entirely different from drug research. Piang Yang remained unfazed, insisting, to me, it is indeed the same. I assure you, I have plenty of prescriptions. I could present one that would astonish the market. Do you believe that? Not a chance. Su Xueqing and Zheng Li replied in unison, their expressions filled with disdain. As if Piang Yang were merely spinning tales. Piang Yang felt slightly embarrassed. Do I really exude such a lack of credibility? The Qin family emerged from a pharmacy, and their primary industry is now a pharmaceutical factory. If you truly possessed such remarkable prescriptions, how could the Qin group be in its current state? Zheng Li seemed to unearth Piang Yang's shortcomings, laced with sarcasm. Piang Yang retorted defiantly, I did provide her with a prescription once, but she dismissed it entirely, calling me a charlatan and fearing that my prescriptions would harm people. Isn't that the truth? Do you genuinely believe your prescriptions are effective? Zheng Li seized upon this, her tone dripping with derision. Piang Yang responded proudly, that's merely because she lacks the fortune. Had she utilized my prescriptions earlier, the Qin group would have long been the leading pharmaceutical enterprise in Xinjiang. Ha! Zheng Li laughed uncontrollably, nearly doubling over with mirth. What a pity the Qin family missed out on such a genius. Oh dear, you're killing me. As she chuckled, she sank onto the sofa. Piang Yang shot her a glance, exasperated, believe it or not. With that, he stormed upstairs, unwilling to engage with these two incredulous women. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Su Xueqing, who had been silent, called out to him. Piang Yang turned around, irritation evident in his tone, and asked, what is it? With curiosity sparkling in her watery eyes. Su Xueqing inquired about his remedy. Piang Yang lazily responded, did you not say I was boasting? Why ask me this? A hint of embarrassment crossed Su Xueqing's delicate face as she smiled slightly and said, I was a bit anxious earlier. Why don't you tell me what your remedy is? Piang Yang stepped closer to her, donning an air of mystery as he lowered his voice. I have an extraordinary formula that, once produced, is bound to take the world by storm. Taking the world by storm? If it can make waves in Xinjiang, that would be miraculous enough, Zheng Li interjected with a smirk. Piang Yang shot her a glare. Li Momo, could you please refrain from interrupting? Zheng Li's expression darkened. Her teeth clenched in annoyance. What is it? Su Xueqing inquired eagerly. Well, I haven't thought of a name yet, but for now, let's call it Mighty Dragon Pill. Piang Yang scratched his head, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Su Xueqing paused, her brows furrowing in surprise. Mighty Dragon Pill? What kind of medicine is that? It sounds like some elixir sold by street performers. She deliberately emphasized the word elixir. Piang Yang, perceptive to her tone, shrugged it off and proudly declared, that's not the same. They are frauds. Mine is genuine. Despite his grandiloquent claims, he had yet to specify the purpose of the medicine, prompting Zheng Li to tease him once more. Piang Yang's eyes twinkled with intrigue as he said, have you ever heard the saying? 9 out of 10 men are weak. What does that mean? Both women asked, bewildered. Piang Yang was taken aback. You, from the Su family, wish to start a pharmaceutical company, yet you lack such basic knowledge? Su Xueqing retorted with annoyance. Enough with the chatter, just tell us what it means. Piang Yang explained. It means many men appear robust, but in reality, they are inept in bed. The two women instantly understood, their faces flushing crimson. Shameless. Su Xueqing spat. I'm speaking the truth. Piang Yang insisted. Don't be fooled by their bravado. Many men are troubled at night. Stop talking and just tell us what your Mighty Dragon Pill is actually for. Su Xueqing, feeling embarrassed, quickly interrupted. Is it not clear? Pai Yangyang feigned astonishment, stating earnestly, "The mighty dragon pill is specifically designed to alleviate men's troubles. One pill benefits him, and you will benefit even more." With that, both women burst into laughter at his earnest demeanor. "Isn't that a line from a TV commercial? It seems you've been paying quite a bit of attention to such ads," Zhengli teased. "Now do you understand?" Pai Yangyang asked. Su Xueqing, feeling utterly disillusioned, realized that after all this time, it was merely that type of medicine. The current market is flooded with an array of medications, including that dubious concoction, the mighty dragon pill, which aspires to astonish the world. Undoubtedly, those products are nothing but trash. While they may yield short-term effects, the toll on one's health is substantial. My offering, however, is distinct, an entirely natural herbal formula, environmentally friendly and non-toxic, emphasizing health. Piang Yang, resembling a fervent salesman, passionately extolled the virtues of his product. "Enough. If you continue, I might just vomit," Zhengli exclaimed, laughing and waving her hands dismissively. "What? Am I causing you to become pregnant with just a few words?" Piang Yang said, astonished, gazing at her with wide eyes. Zhengli was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting as she lunged at him. "What nonsensical drivel are you spouting?" Startled, Piang Yang hurriedly ascended the stairs, pausing at the landing to inquire, "Have you considered it? Once this medicine is produced, you will truly experience its wonders." Su Xueqing's face flushed crimson, her chest heaving with indignation. Sister Li was indeed correct. You cannot expect wisdom from a fool. Piang Yang, with a tinge of regret, remarked, "It's a pity that such a marvelous formula goes unrecognized by you. Whenever you wish for it, I shall provide it." With that, he scampered upstairs. The two women were left dumbfounded. What did Piang Yang mean by saying he would provide it whenever they desired? That scoundrel. Su Xueqing finally reacted, her expression darkening as she shouted at Piang Yang, who was already bouncing up the stairs, slamming the door behind him. Left in a state of disbelief, the two women seethed with frustration yet felt powerless. Fortunately, having secured a 500 million investment that day, Su Xueqing's spirits were high, and she chose not to dwell on the incident. Let his nonsense slide. "Sister Li, please prepare the materials for tomorrow's board meeting," she instructed Zhengli, quickly regaining her composure. Zhengli nodded, her irritation forgotten, her anticipation growing. "Of course. I'm eager to see the astonishment on the faces of those who have long wished for your downfall during the meeting." A confident smile graced Su Xueqing's lips as she, too, looked forward to the board meeting. Chapter 72. Unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of earth the following morning, Piang Yang awoke to a knock at his door. Zhengli, having learned from their previous startling encounter, no longer dared to enter unannounced. Rubbing his eyes, he opened the door, complaining, "What time is it? Is there really such urgency? Today's board meeting is crucial. It pertains to President Su's reinstatement. Can you blame me for being anxious?" By some uncanny coincidence, Zhengli cast a glance at him, her heart racing anew. Could he truly be as foolish as a donkey? Had he consumed his own mighty dragon pill? Flushed and flustered, she quickly turned to head downstairs. "Change your clothes and hurry down." Upon reaching the staircase, she urged him once, prompting Pai Yangyang to reluctantly turn back to the restroom for his grooming. Su Xueqing donned her work attire, exuding a vibrant energy. After a 15-day hiatus from the company, she was finally returning, heralded as a queen's return. At this moment, everything felt remarkably surreal. Upon witnessing Su Xueqing in her professional garb once more, Pai Yangyang could not suppress a gulp. This woman was undeniably alluring. "Let us go?" Su Xueqing turned to Pai Yangyang, who appeared momentarily lost in thought. He snapped back to reality, retracting his dazed gaze, and hurried outside to the car. The trio departed the villa, heading towards the Su Corporation. Half an hour later, they arrived at the company's entrance. "I want to be going in." "I'll wait for you here," Pai Yangyang remarked after parking the vehicle. Dong Wanking was attending a meeting, and his presence seemed superfluous. He preferred to stroll around the vicinity instead. Su Xueqing did not insist, recognizing that it was a board meeting and Pai Yangyang would not be allowed entry even if he accompanied her. "Very well, just remember to come fetch me," she replied calmly, preparing to enter when, suddenly, a car sped towards her, halting abruptly by her side. The window rolled down, revealing Su Xingxian, who taunted, "Oh, Su Xueqing, so eager? Have you decided to relinquish your position and come for an early handover?" Su Xueqing replied coolly, "Aren't you also arriving quite early? Are you eager to settle into your rightful place?" She stood her ground, engaging him in a verbal spar. Su Xingxian smirked triumphantly. Of course. You should have vacated your position long ago. With that, he raised the window and exited the vehicle. Zhang Li's expression shifted, unable to contain herself. On what grounds should President Su relinquish her position? Su Xueqing attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Who do you think you are? Our leader speaks. You have no place to interject. Are you even aware of your own status? Su Xingxian dismissed her with a contemptuous glare and a cold tone. Zhang Li's face flushed crimson, speech caught in her throat. There was no recourse, after all. Su Xingxian was a member of the Su family and currently the acting president. Li Jia, let us go, Su Xueqing urged, pulling Zhang Li along with her into the building. Watching their retreating figures, Su Xingxian spat softly. TCH, what are they? He thought. Once they reach the conference room, let us see how they flaunt themselves. As Su Xueqing and Zhang Li approached the entrance, preparing to swipe their access cards, they noticed two security guards in the security room, engrossed in watching videos on their phones, their eyes gleaming with excitement. What are you doing? Playing on your phones during work hours? Su Xueqing inquired sternly, her brow furrowed. The guards were startled, quickly turning to face her. One of them rushed out and respectfully exclaimed, President Su. This guard was familiar to Su Xueqing, having been a long-serving member of the security team. However, in contrast, the young woman, Su Xueqing, was experiencing this for the first time. President Su? Which President Su? The young security guard, shaking his leg, spoke in a nonchalant manner, tilting his head as he inquired. The older guard's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly interjected, Xiaoxia, refrained from speaking out of turn. This lady is President Su, the CEO of the group. The CEO? Are you joking? You think I don't recognize her? When did the position of CEO become a woman's role? Xiaoxia scoffed, utterly unimpressed. The older guard grew increasingly embarrassed and stammered, President Su, Xiaoxia is new and does not know you. Please forgive him. In truth, Su Xueqing had no intention of sparring with a security guard. Yet, Xiaoxia's flippant demeanor irked her. During her tenure at the company, she had upheld rigorous standards for the security personnel, firmly believing that they represented the company's primary facade and fundamental image. If she were aware of such a lackadaisical individual, she would undoubtedly have dismissed him. Where are Old Gua and Captain Li? Su Xueqing inquired of the older guard. Old Gua's lips twitched slightly, revealing his discomfort as he replied, Captain Li has been removed. He no longer holds his post. Removed? Su Xueqing was taken aback. Did he make a mistake? Old Gua's brow glistened with sweat, and he was at a loss for words until Su Xingxian sauntered over, lazily stating, Indeed. He made an error. Do you expect a report on the dismissal of a security captain? Do not forget, you are no longer the CEO. Su Xueqing's expression darkened momentarily, yet she forcefully suppressed her rising anger. Let us proceed inside. Without further ado, she entered with Zhang Li. Good day, President Su, came Xiaoxia's respectful voice from behind, directed towards Su Xingxian. Yes, Old Gua, Xiaoxia, remember this. Today the company holds an important board meeting. Only board members of the group are permitted to enter. No outsiders are allowed. Su Xingxian's tone was solemn, exuding an air of superiority. Yes, the two guards replied in unison, their voices filled with respect. Su Xingxian relished this sense of authority as he strode confidently inside. Before long, Su Jiming, Su Yu, Su Jiping, and Su Jiqing arrived, accompanied by two middle-aged men who were shareholders from the same Su family. This board meeting was significant, as all directors of the Su group were present. Given the implications regarding the change in presidency that affected everyone in the group, these individuals wore expressions of confidence, exuding an air of certainty. Brother Jiming, congratulations. After today's board meeting, Su Xingxian will officially become the chairman of the group. One of the family shareholders remarked, bowing slightly in a sycophantic manner towards Su Jiming. Should Su Xingxian be confirmed, Su Jiming's status would also rise, granting him considerable influence within the group. Naturally, these individuals were eager to curry favor. It is still too early to say. Everything will be determined after the board meeting. Su Jiming feigned modesty, yet inwardly he was already elated. He relished the sensation of being the center of attention, as if he were the president of the conglomerate. Not yet, not yet. That person chuckled. Could it be that Su Xueqing could truly secure an investment of 5 billion? Indeed, this matter was already set in stone. Today, Su Xingxian would undoubtedly formally assume the role of president of the group, Su Jicheng declared with confidence. As they conversed, they made their way inside. The last to arrive were Su Jiwen and Su Baohua. Su Jiwen's complexion was pale, his spirit flagging, and he wore an expression of anxiety and regret. Father, Su Xueqing has spoken without understanding the gravity of the situation. All of this is the fault of that Pai Yangyang, without his instigation. How would Xueqing dare to make such bold claims? Su Jiwen mumbled, following closely behind Su Baohua. Su Baohua's expression turned grave as he turned to ask, "You've been rambling on. What exactly do you mean?" Chapter 73. Who says it is inappropriate? Sweat beaded on Su Jiwen's temples as he anxiously replied, "Father, let Su Xueqing bear the consequences of her mistakes. Her removal from the presidential position is punishment enough. As for my shares, please do not retract them. Think about it. If Xueqing is dismissed and my shares are taken back, our family would lose its financial source. Xiaozhi requires medication continuously, which incurs substantial monthly expenses." Su Jiwen's voice grew hoarse as he spoke. Su Baohua's brows twitched as he said solemnly, "My word is my bond." That declaration was made in front of everyone. How could it possibly be altered? "Rest assured, I will cover Xiaozhi's medical expenses." Su Jiwen fell silent, his face growing even more pallid, and he could only resentfully mutter, "It's all that cursed Pai Yangyang's fault. If it weren't for his manipulation, how would Xueqing have ended up like this?" But Su Baohua had made his decision. No amount of resentment towards Pai Yangyang would change that. At this moment, in the grand conference room of the Su Corporation, all the board members had gathered. Although it was a meeting for the transition of presidents, the participating directors appeared remarkably relaxed. In their hearts, they already knew the outcome. Su Xueqing would undoubtedly be dismissed today, and Su Xingxian would formally become the president of the Su Corporation. Hence, many directors, upon seeing Su Jiming, greeted him warmly, their enthusiasm tinged with a hint of flattery. Su Xueqing first visited the restroom to gather her thoughts for her upcoming speech before heading to the conference room. Zheng Li, unable to enter, stood anxiously in the corridor, concerned about the meeting's outcome while keeping a close watch on its progress. As Su Xueqing entered the conference room, the previously bustling atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. Nearly all eyes turned towards her, as if they were eager to glean her emotional state from her expression. However, they were met with disappointment. Su Xueqing remained remarkably composed, calmly striding towards the conference table. The position of honor naturally belongs to Su Baohua, while the other seats are arranged according to rank or the number of shares held. Traditionally, Su Xueqing occupies the seat immediately to the right of the main position. This time, she instinctively moved to her accustomed spot. Just as she was about to take her seat, suddenly, a cold voice pierced her thoughts. "Su Xueqing, it appears this position is not suitable for you at the moment." Su Xueqing paused in surprise and turned to see Su Zhiqing, who was regarding her with a distinctly disdainful expression. In the past, despite their differences, he would not have dared to reveal such overt contempt. "Why can't I sit here?" Su Xueqing retorted calmly, refusing to treat his words as a command. "Why?" Su Zhiqing's lips curled into a cold smirk. "Is that even a question? That seat is reserved for the president of the group. What is your current status that makes you think you deserve it?" "Indeed," chimed in fellow shareholder Su Run, his tone righteous. "Although you were once president, that is no longer the case. The company's rules must be adhered to, even by the chairman. Do you intend to undermine them?" While others remained silent, their expressions clearly conveyed their condemnation of Su Xueqing's disregard for propriety. Faced with these fair-weather friends, Su Xueqing felt a surge of anger. Yet she was acutely aware that today's meeting was pivotal for her future. She could not afford to incite their wrath. Even with the assurance of securing a 500 million investment, she could not afford to alienate them. Such actions would jeopardize the viability of her endeavors. Suppressing her fury, she composed herself and took a seat in the back row. Typically, shareholders do not choose to sit in the back, as those seats are reserved for individuals of lower rank during expanded meetings or high-level conferences. Thus, when Su Xueqing voluntarily moved to the rear, a few faces subtly shifted. Though no one spoke up, a former president, soon to be entirely dismissed, was no longer worthy of their flattery. Seated to her left, Su Xingxian smirked with satisfaction. This was the outcome he had desired, as henceforth, he would wield the authority within the group. "Chairman is here," someone announced. Su Baohua and Su Jiwen entered in succession. Upon their arrival, both immediately noticed Su Xueqing seated in the back, their expressions momentarily stiffening. The room filled with a chorus of greetings. "Good day, Chairman." Su Baohua strode to the main seat, casting a cold glance over the assembly. ultimately fixing his gaze upon Su Xueqing. Su Xueqing, why are you sitting there? He inquired sternly. Su Xueqing replied, Chairman, I find this seat quite satisfactory. Su Bao's brow twitched. Pointing to the seat before him, he stated, although your position is currently suspended, your title as president remains. It is only after today's board meeting that we will determine whether you will be relieved of your duties. What is this? Are you so eager to resign? Su Xueqing was momentarily taken aback, yet remained unmoved, calmly stating, Chairman, since my position has been suspended, I believe that role is not suitable for me at this time. I shall remain seated here. Who says it is not suitable? Su Bao inquired coldly, his piercing gaze sweeping over the assembly, exuding an oppressive aura that left many gasping for breath. Chairman, I believe she is not mistaken. Currently, the president of the group is Su Xingxian. Su Xueqing is neither a shareholder nor does she hold a position. Thus, she is indeed unfit for that role. After a moment of hesitation, Su Zhiqing resolutely declared, Oh, who else shares this sentiment? Su Bao calmly inquired once more. I believe that since Su Xueqing is not the president of the group at present, that position should remain vacant temporarily. This is the group's rule, one that you, Chairman, established personally. Su Jipeng also rose to speak, with someone taking the lead. Others like Su Rin began to express their agreement, asserting that the rules must not be broken, and that position should remain temporarily unfilled. Although Su Bao held the title of chairman, he found it difficult to impose his will when faced with unanimous dissent. Moreover, this regulation was indeed one he had set in place. Chairman, there is no need to put yourself in a difficult position. I am perfectly fine sitting here. If I cannot return to the position of president, then even if I were to take that seat now, I would still lack the qualifications to occupy it in the future. If I am able to regain my position as president, then that seat will naturally belong to me. Su Xueqing discerned the flicker of anger within Su Bao and promptly interjected, her voice steady yet imbued with an undeniable resolve, giving the impression that she would undoubtedly reclaim that position. Very well, if that is the case, let us adhere to the rules. Please, everyone, take your seats. Su Bao ceased to insist. He held affection for Su Xueqing, yet he had personally removed her from her role, and felt compelled to uphold principles without offering anyone leverage against him. In the corridors stood Zhongli, quietly observing the unfolding events. Although she had not grasped every word, she had gathered enough of the essence of what transpired. An anxious urgency gripped her heart. It was evident that all the directors were conspiring against Su Xueqing. If Meng Qingfeng did not arrive as promised, Su Xueqing's predicament would become exceedingly dire. Just as her worry deepened, Su Bao spoke, esteemed directors. Today's board meeting convenes primarily to address two topics. As the chairman began, everyone listened intently. The first topic pertained to the transition of the presidency, while the second garnered considerably less interest. The first issue concerns the challenges currently confronting the Su Corporation. I invite everyone to share their insights on possible solutions. The second topic involves the transition of the group president, specifically whether Su Xueqing will continue to serve as the president, which will be put to a vote. Su Bao proceeded directly to the point. Upon hearing the first topic, nearly all shareholders furrowed their brows. The predicament faced by the Su group is far from easily resolvable. The Yi family is currently exerting relentless pressure on the Su family, having nearly allied with all the prominent families and companies in Xinjiang to encircle and besiege them. Naturally, smaller families and companies are quick to adapt, fearing to offend the Yi family. Thus, it is no exaggeration to say that the entire Xinjiang is conspiring to ostracize and suppress the Su family. Some are taking direct action, while others are distancing themselves, severing ties with the Su family. Regardless of the method, it constitutes a significant blow to the Su family. The first topic of discussion arises. Who will speak first? Su Bao's expression is somewhat grave. This meeting pertains not only to the transition of the presidency, but also to whether the Su group can carve out a path for survival. However, after his words fell, an entire minute passed without a single voice being heard. Even murmurs were absent. Several individuals shook their heads slightly, their faces marred by dejection. What is happening? Normally, they are all spirited, yet when it comes to a critical moment, they fall silent. Can none of us devise a single solution? Su Bao's tone turned somber, clearly incensed. The predicament that our Su group finds itself in today is entirely the result of Su Xueqing's actions. As the saying goes, only the one who tied the bell on the tiger can take it off. If we are to alleviate the crisis facing the Su group, It is imperative that Su Xueqing personally apologizes to the Yi family. If the Yi family stipulates any conditions, Su Xueqing must acquiesce. Only then might the Yi family temper their wrath and grant us reprieve. Su Jiming rises and speaks eloquently. Su Jiping and Su Jiqing nod in agreement. Indeed, it is the instigator who must also remedy the situation. Were it not for Su Xueqing's impulsiveness during the engagement party with that individual, Pai Yangyang, the Su family would not be in such dire straits today, adds Su Jiping in agreement. I too believe that Su Xueqing should apologize to the Yi family. If Yi Xiao requires her service, she should remain and attend to him for a time. Only in this manner might the Yi family's ire subside. Su Ren follows suit. The consensus among the group is clear. Su Xueqing must comply with the Yi family's demands, personally apologize, and attend to Yi Fenglu. Humph. It is shameful that you all are men of the Su family. Su Baoguo's countenance darkens, a cold snort escaping him. This situation was instigated by Su Xueqing. Yet it was also due to our failure to communicate properly with her, coercing her into marrying into the Yi family, that such upheaval occurred. Now, you suggest she become a maid in the Yi household to secure the Su family's safety? Do you not possess any sense of dignity? Su Xingxian rises to speak. Grandfather, but as soon as he opens his mouth, Su Baoguo's expression shifts abruptly, his voice rising in anger. In formal settings, you shall address me as chairman. Su Xingxian is taken aback, quickly exclaiming, Chairman, please, speak your mind. Su Baoguo, filled with ire, coldly replies, Speak then. Su Xingxian, involuntarily breaking into a sweat, stammers, Chairman, I believe that if the Su group is to weather this storm, the only viable option now is to divest from the pharmaceutical company. The challenges faced by the Su group stem entirely from the pharmaceutical companies. Su Baoguo narrowed his eyes and inquired, Why do you hold such a belief? Upon noticing Su Baoguo's improved demeanor, Su Xingxian felt a surge of joy. Realizing he might have struck a chord, his expression instantly grew more relaxed, exuding a sense of confidence as he responded, It's quite simple. Before our investment in the pharmaceutical sector, the Su group was thriving. However, ever since we ventured into this industry, numerous issues have arisen. The most critical concern is the financial predicament. Is it gone? Su Baoguo's gaze darkened momentarily, a flicker of disappointment surfacing as he inquired. Yes, Su Xingxian replied, somewhat bewildered. He truly could not think of anything else to add. Su Baoguo felt a profound sense of disillusionment. He had initially hoped Su Xingxian would offer some fresh insight. But instead, he had delivered a torrent of trivialities. Who was unaware that financial issues had emerged. Yet, the reasons behind these problems and potential solutions left Su Xingxian utterly perplexed. Does anyone else have an opinion? Su Baoguo scanned the room once more, his voice resonating with authority. Silence ensued. Su Baoguo's expression grew even graver. With so many present, not a single individual could propose even the slightest solution. Was the Su group truly beyond redemption? Chairman, I have a thought, though I am uncertain if I should voice it. Su Xueqing said cautiously after a prolonged moment of contemplation. Given her sensitive position, she felt compelled to tread carefully with her words. Speak. Su Baoguo's eyes flickered momentarily, his tone commanding. I believe our initial decision to invest in the pharmaceutical industry was sound. Currently, in Xinjiang, the pharmaceutical sector is languishing and the market is in disarray. Not only in Xinjiang but across the entire province, there isn't a single reputable pharmaceutical enterprise. Su Xueqing spoke deliberately, each word meticulously considered. Su Baoguo's expression softened slightly, yet remained serious. The chairman's decision to invest in the pharmaceutical sector was predicated on the immense demand within our province's market. The crisis that has befallen the pharmaceutical companies, which has even jeopardized the entire group and led to financial strain, is primarily not due to the industry's viability, but rather our hasty actions in certain aspects. At this juncture, Su Xueqing paused, allowing her words to resonate. You've said a great deal, but failed to pinpoint the core issue. What exactly has caused the crisis in the pharmaceutical companies? Su Jimin interjected with a hint of mockery. After a moment's reflection, Su Xueqing continued. The crux of the problem lies in our inability to present a product capable of shaking the market. Thus, no matter how much capital we inject, without a product to capture market share, the pharmaceutical companies will perpetually remain unprofitable. Su Baoguo nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. However, before he could speak, Su Xingxian disdainfully remarked, Isn't that merely stating the obvious? Despite the convoluted discourse, the essence remains unchanged. Investing in pharmaceutical companies is a grave mistake. As soon as these words escaped his lips, Su Bao's expression shifted dramatically, casting a cold glance in his direction. Su Jiming, startled, hastily retorted, Su Xingxian, refrain from such reckless talk. That is the chairman's decision. How could it possibly be erroneous? Suddenly enlightened, Su Xingxian anxiously replied, Chairman, I spoke thoughtlessly. Your decisions are undoubtedly sound. The true issue lies with Su Xiweqing. She has failed to manage effectively. Silence. Su Bao's stern voice cut through the tension, causing Su Xingxian to shudder and fall silent. Xiweqing, what is your proposal for resolving this issue? Su Bao inquired, turning his gaze towards Su Xiweqing, his tone softening considerably. Su Xiweqing asserted, to resolve our predicament, we must first secure our funding. Moreover, it is imperative that we swiftly launch a product capable of disrupting the market. Only then can the pharmaceutical company survive. Funding? Su Zhiqing scoffed disdainfully. Did you not claim that you could secure 500 million in investments within a fortnight? Today marks the 16th day. Pray tell, have you succeeded? Su Xiweqing's eyes flickered momentarily before she confidently proclaimed, I have secured it. Chapter 75. The absurdity escalates. Her declaration left the room in stunned silence, even eliciting an incredulous expression from Su Bao. For over a fortnight, nearly all members of the Su family had been attentively monitoring Su Xiweqing's attempts to raise funds, fully aware of her repeated setbacks and the near catastrophe at Sui Villa. The revelation that she claimed to have obtained the investment was utterly astonishing. The atmosphere in the conference room grew peculiar, as all present fell silent, gazing incredulously at Su Xiweqing. You claim you have secured the investment? Su Xingxian broke the silence. Skepticism etched on his face. Su Xiweqing, this is 500 million we are discussing, not a mere exchange of words. He found it impossible to believe that Su Xiweqing had genuinely acquired such a sum. After laboriously waiting for his chance to ascend, if Su Xiweqing had indeed procured 500 million, he would find his position jeopardized before he had even settled into it. Not only he, but everyone in attendance shared his disbelief. Su Xiweqing, this is a board meeting, not a platform for your fanciful claims. Su Zhiqing interjected coldly. Su Jiwen's expression darkened further, his jaw twitching as he directed a frustrated gaze at Su Xiweqing, admonishing her, Su Xiweqing, how dare you make such grandiose statements in front of so many board members? Su Xiweqing felt a heaviness in her heart, acutely aware that her assertion would be met with skepticism from many. Perhaps they simply refused to believe her. Yet, she never anticipated that even her father would question her so. I suspect you have become somewhat delusional in your quest to reclaim the CEO position. You assert that you have secured 500 million in investments. Where is the funding? Where are the contracts? Su Yu scrutinized Su Xiweqing with a disdainful glare. Su Xiweqing suddenly became the target of everyone's skepticism. No one believed that she had indeed secured the investment. If you have truly secured the investment, where's the contract? Su Jiming questioned, realizing the absurdity of their blind faith in her mere words. Surely, you cannot expect us to believe that you have attracted 500 million in investment just by a simple exchange of words. Yes, present the contract, they insisted. Although a surge of excitement coursed through her, Su Xiweqing maintained a calm demeanor. Xiweqing, do enlighten us. Where did you procure this investment? What of the contract? Su Bao interjected, his tone authoritative, as he too harbored doubts about Su Xiweqing's claims. Despite having dismissed her in a fit of anger, he had been closely monitoring her endeavors. In fact, he had discreetly reached out to a few old acquaintances in hopes of securing investment himself, only to be met with polite refusals out of fear of the Yi family's influence. Thus, he was resolute in his belief that Su Xiweqing could not have possibly secured any investment. Chairman, esteemed directors, I assure you that I have indeed secured 500 million in funding. However, the contract has yet to be signed, Su Xiweqing stated, taking a moment to compose herself. Without a contract, what do you even mean by having secured funding? I could just as easily claim to have attracted 1 billion. Su Xingxian interrupted mockingly, his derision palpable. Su Bao's expression shifted slightly, casting a cold glance at Su Xingxian, who felt a pang of fear and swallowed his words. However, it has been agreed that this morning he will come with the contract to our company to finalize the signing. Su Xiweqing continued undeterred by the interruption. Su Bao's eyes flickered with intrigue. He understood well that Su Xiweqing was not one to speak falsehoods, nor did she boast without reason. It was precisely her integrity that inspired his desire to nurture her as the future leader of the Su group. Thus, her declaration planted a seed of doubt in his mind. Could it be that she truly had secured 500 million in investment? Yet, he swiftly dismissed the notion internally. This was impossible. If she had indeed attracted such investment, there would be no way he would remain oblivious to it. Then tell us, where did you secure this investment? A bank loan, perhaps? Or from a prominent family or investment firm? Su Baoguo inquired, regaining his composure and adopting a serious tone. If Su Xueqing was indeed engaging in mere bravado, he would show no leniency this time. Tunglong Chamber of Commerce, President Ming, Su Xueqing confidently asserted. The Tunglong Chamber of Commerce? Everyone was taken aback once more, with Su Jiming gaping in astonishment. Su Xueqing nodded affirmatively. Yes, it is indeed the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. Su Xingxian could not contain himself, exclaiming, "How is that even possible? Your claims are becoming increasingly ludicrous." Su Jiping echoed his disbelief. Indeed, how could you possibly secure investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce? Su Xueqing inquired, "Why can't I obtain it?" Su Xingxian responded with a cold smile, his voice dripping with scorn. "Do you think we are oblivious to the situation? The Tunglong Chamber of Commerce has set its investment cap at 300 million this year. You claim to have secured 500 million. How is that even conceivable? Indeed, your boast has reached the point of absurdity. Others are limited to 300 million, yet you somehow acquired 500 million? Do you fancy yourself the president of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce?" Su Jiqing immediately chimed in with a mocking tone. Su Jiwen's cheeks quivered with agitation as he glared at Su Xueqing, his voice rising in anger. "Su Xueqing, if you haven't secured the investment, then you haven't. Why must you utter such grandiose claims? Such behavior will only lead to scorn from others and disappointment from the chairman." Su Baoguo's expression turned stern, and a flicker of anger ignited within him. "Su Xueqing, I have always believed you to be honest, neither prone to falsehoods nor to exaggeration. However, today you have profoundly disappointed me." Su Baoguo shook his head gently, a deep sense of disillusionment evident in his demeanor. "Chairman." Su Xueqing felt a surge of urgency. She spoke the truth. Why did no one believe her? Yet, as she began to speak, Su Baoguo raised his hand to silence her. Interrupting, "Do not speak further. Everything you have just articulated is indeed quite ludicrous. I understand your desire for the position of president, but I will not entrust such a pivotal role in the group to someone who is full of empty rhetoric." His voice was icy, leaving Su Xueqing at a loss for words. "Chairman, it seems we may proceed to the second agenda item." Su Jiping raised his hand. Su Baoguo hesitated slightly, but Su Jiqing interjected, "Chairman, the Su group cannot remain without a formal president indefinitely. I propose we vote now. Those in favor of officially removing Su Xueqing from the position of president, please raise your hands." At that moment, Su Xueqing found herself the target of collective animosity, inciting Su Baoguo's ire. This was the opportune moment for them to completely oust her from the presidency. Su Baoguo exhaled deeply, glancing at Su Xueqing, poised to speak. Suddenly, Su Xueqing stood up, her voice resounding. "I implore the chairman and all directors to trust me. Everything I have stated is the truth. Yesterday, I secured the investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce at Ely Mountain Villa. President Ming personally assured me that he would bring the contract this morning." "Humph. Still deluding yourself." Su Jim interrupted. "Even if you did secure the investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce, would President Ming personally come to our group to sign the contract? Are you dreaming?" Su Xingxian scoffed. "Although I did not visit Ely Mountain Villa yesterday, I am aware that a crucial figure did." Su Baoguo turned to him in astonishment, his voice low. "Who went?" "The eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Often." Su Xingxian enunciated each word carefully. Su Xueqing immediately replied, "Indeed, she went." Su Baoguo's expression shifted slightly. He understood the current dynamics between the Su and Yi families, and the purpose of Yi Often's visit to Ely Mountain Villa was all too clear. Chapter 76. I wish to enter upon observing the subtle shift in Su Baoguo's expression. Su Xingxian felt a flicker of concern within him. He promptly rose to his feet, respectfully addressing Su Baoguo. "Chairman, according to the information I have obtained, the eldest daughter of the Yi family is visiting Ely Mountain Villa, ostensibly to seek investments." Su Baoguo's confusion deepened, his brows furrowed as he inquired in a grave tone. "Does the eldest daughter of the Yi family truly require investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce? The Yi family is currently flourishing, with a robust trajectory of development. Even if they were in need of funds, they should not be reliant on a few billion from Tunglong. I cannot ascertain whether she genuinely requires it. However, I can confirm that she is indeed preparing to establish a cosmetics company in Xinjiang, necessitating a substantial amount of capital, even if she does not truly need the funds. Her presence at the venue will undoubtedly obstruct our Su family's access to this investment, Su Xingxian asserted with conviction. Su Baoguo's frown deepened, his countenance darkening. Given this assertion, it rendered Su Xueqing's claims utterly implausible. Indeed, the purpose of the eldest daughter of the Yi family's visit to Ili Mountain Villa must be aimed at undermining our Su family. Preventing Su Xueqing from securing investment from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce, Su Zhiqing remarked with fervent agreement. Su Xueqing, do you have anything to say? Su Baoguo turned to her, forcibly suppressing his anger as he questioned. With a determined bite of her lip, Su Xueqing replied resolutely, Chairman, I assure you that every word I speak is the truth. If anyone doubts me, we can wait here together. President Meng has assured me he will arrive at our company promptly at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock? Su Xingxian scoffed derisively, glancing at the wall clock and dismissively retorting, so, in less than 10 minutes, President Meng will arrive at our company with the contract, ready to invest 5 billion? A flicker of anxiety surged within Su Xueqing as she realized the time. She had not been attentive earlier. Hearing Su Xingxian mention that less than 10 minutes remained, a hint of unease crept into her heart. Although Meng Qingfeng had indeed promised to come to the company today to sign the investment agreement, she found it difficult to fully believe it. Later, Meng Qingfeng's female assistant even called to confirm that they would arrive at Su's group at 9 o'clock with the contract. Su Xueqing had pondered throughout the night, struggling to comprehend why Meng Qingfeng would choose the Su family and exceptionally grant an additional 2 billion in funding. Could this merely be a jest? Was everything merely a performance orchestrated by the Yi family in collusion with Meng Qingfeng? She shook her head inwardly, deeming it improbable. After all, Yi Yafen had lost 10 million to Pai Yangyang. If it were an act, Yi Yafen would not have wagered, thereby losing that sum needlessly. Very well. Let us await 9 o'clock. Su Bao was stated coldly. Although he harbored doubts about Meng Qingfeng's actual arrival at Su's group, he decided to indulge Su Xueqing's wish. He was eager to witness how Su Xueqing's situation would unfold. Su Xueqing, what are you doing? Hastened to apologize to the chairman and all the board members. Su Jiwen was anxious. Should it come to that, it would imply that Su Xueqing was speaking falsehoods, leaving him with no opportunity to step down. He fervently hoped that Su Baoguo would show him mercy and preserve his shares, so at this juncture, he could not afford to utterly infuriate Su Baoguo. I speak the truth. Why must I apologize? Yet Su Xueqing responded with unwavering resolve, her demeanor perpetually calm. Su Jiwen trembled with rage. Do not speak further. We shall wait. Su Baoguo cast a cold glance at him and spoke in a low tone. Instantly, Su Jiwen dared not utter another word. In the corridor, Zheng Li had gleaned a rough understanding of the situation. She glanced at the time. It was nearing 9 o'clock, yet there was still no sign of Meng Qingfeng. Her heart sank further. If Meng Qingfeng truly did not arrive, Su Xueqing would be entirely ousted from the company. Consequently, her own position would be jeopardized as well. Anxiety and tension gripped her, leaving her feeling helpless. In her moment of distress, the fleeting image of Pai Yangyang unexpectedly flashed through her mind. Without hesitation, she hurried downstairs towards the company entrance. In the parking lot outside the company, Pai Yangyang was engrossed in playing a game. He showed no interest in the events transpiring above. Just as he was becoming absorbed in the game, a voice suddenly pierced through his concentration. Who are you? Stand still. He looked up in astonishment, and his eyes widened when he saw Meng Qingfeng accompanied by a man and a woman, being barred from entry by security. Furrowing his brow slightly, he closed the game and strode over. I am Meng Qingfeng from the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce, here to meet with your president Su Xueqing to finalize an investment agreement. The time is pressing. Please allow us to enter. Meng Qingfeng urgently addressed the two security guards. These guards were none other than Lao Guo and Xiao Xie. Upon hearing Meng Qingfeng's words, Xiao Xie scoffed derisively and replied haughtily, What President Su Xueqing? Our group's president is Su Xingxian. You don't even know his name, yet you claim to be here to sign some worthless agreement? I see you as nothing but a fraud trying to peddle some nonsense products. Meng Qingfeng's expression shifted instantly. How could the esteemed president of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce be dismissed as merely a charlatan attempting to sell products? His assistant, Xiao Ning, responded with rising ire. How dare you speak like that? This is President Meng of the Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. We are here to invest in the Su Group. If you obstruct us and delay the contract signing, can a mere security guard like you bear the consequences? Xiao Xie straightened his neck defiantly, retorting, what of it? I am merely following orders from our group as president. Before the board meeting concludes, no unauthorized personnel are allowed entry. Xiao Ning's face turned ashen, feeling as if an intellectual were facing a soldier. President Meng, it appears that the Su Group has no sincere intention of collaborating with our Tunglong Chamber of Commerce. If that is the case, let us depart. The female assistant spoke coldly. Meng Qingfeng's expression was equally grim. Wherever he went in Xinjiang, he faced no obstacles. Unexpectedly, today he was stopped by a mere security guard from the Su Group. I cannot leave. My words carry weight. He declared, if I were to depart like this, I would have no explanation to offer. Although Meng Qingfeng was seething with rage, he managed to suppress it and spoke in a low voice. He then took out his phone and added, I will call Mr. Pai to escort us up. No need to call. I am already here. Came the languid voice of Pai Yangyang from behind him before Meng Qingfeng could finish his sentence. Mr. Pai, why are you here? Meng Qingfeng turned around, his face a picture of astonishment. Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly, I am not an employee of the Su Group. Where else would I be? Additionally, they are holding a board meeting, and as an outsider, it would be inappropriate for me to enter. But Meng Qingfeng was momentarily stunned, a bitter smile crossing his face. You may choose not to enter, but I cannot afford that luxury. If I do not go in, how will the contract be signed? I promised Miss Su that I would arrive by 9 to finalize the agreement, and we are mere minutes away. Meng Qingfeng spoke with a hint of urgency. Pai Yangyang dismissively remarked, it's not such a critical matter. Is it worth rushing over every second? Meng Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, but seeing Pai Yangyang's calm demeanor, he found himself unwinding as well. At that moment, Zhengli approached. Upon seeing Meng Qingfeng, her face lit up, and she quickly jogged over, exclaiming, President Meng, you have arrived. President Su is waiting for you in the conference room. Why haven't you gone in yet? Meng Qingfeng glanced at Xiao Xie with some embarrassment and replied with a wry smile, I want to enter, but I was stopped. Zhengli turned to Xiao Xie and Old Gua, immediately comprehending the situation. Old Gua, what is going on? She inquired, having only seen Xiao Xie briefly earlier. Old Gua, looking awkward and somewhat helpless, replied, initially, young Master Su did instruct that today's board meeting is of utmost importance, and no unauthorized personnel are permitted to enter the company. Zheng Li's expression darkened as she coldly asserted, President Meng is here to sign an investment contract. He cannot be considered unauthorized personnel. You must let them in immediately. If there is a delay, you will not bear the consequences. Who are you to speak so arrogantly? Before Old Gua could respond, Xiao Xie looked at Zheng Li with disdain and asked, and you are? She is the president's assistant, surnamed Zheng. Everyone calls her Sister Li. Old Gua hurriedly clarified, the president's assistant? Spare me. You think I don't know the president's assistant? The assistant is clearly Shanshan. How could it be her? Old Gua's face turned awkward, and he forced a smile, saying, Xiao Xie, Sister Li is indeed Miss Su's assistant. Why should I care whose assistant she is? The group is run by young Master Su. Without his word, no one is allowed in. Xiao Xie declared, resolutely blocking Meng Qingfeng's path with an air of indifference. Zheng Li's complexion darkened, and she angrily exclaimed, it seems you, security guard, have no intention of doing your job. Step aside immediately. Her fury was palpable, a testament to her stature as the one referred to as Lady Li by Pai Yangyang. Xiao Xia was taken aback, glancing at Zheng Li with a look of astonishment, ready to retort, who is this person, speaking so arrogantly? Suddenly, a voice, dripping with sarcasm, rang out. A middle-aged man, clad in a security uniform with his cap askew and a noticeable belly, swaggered over, flanked by several other guards. Upon locking eyes with Zheng Li, a glint of ravenous greed flickered in his gaze. Zheng Li turned to regard him, her brows furrowing in suspicion as she queried, and who might you be? To her surprise, she did not recognize him. The way his shirt hung open and his cap was askew only added to her irritation. When Su Xueqing was here, no one would have dared to present themselves in such a disheveled manner. Assistant Zheng, allow me to introduce the new security captain, Pang Dehai, Lao Gua interjected hastily, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Pang Dehai eyed Zheng Li with suspicion, his demeanor somewhat lewd as he inquired, Assistant Zheng? I don't recall seeing you before. As he approached, extending his hand with a smirk, he said, Let me introduce myself. I am Pang Dehai, the new security captain of the Su Corporation. We should communicate more often. Zhang Li recoiled in disdain, coldly replying, there is no need for that. Since you are the captain, you should promptly instruct your men to allow President Meng and the others to enter, so as not to delay important company matters. Important company matters? I believe. As fellow members of the company's management, open communication is paramount. Why don't you join me in my office for a proper discussion? Pang Dehai persisted, undeterred. Zhang Li was immensely repulsed, yet this man clung to her like a stubborn adhesive, showing no intention of permitting Meng Qingfeng and the others to enter. Panic surged within her. Su Xueqing was alone in the conference room, facing all the board members, awaiting Meng Qingfeng's arrival with the contract to salvage the situation. If this continued, the chairman might directly announce Su Xueqing's dismissal, and then it would be too late. Pai Yangyang, why are you just standing there? President Su is in a precarious situation. You must find a way to let President Meng and the others in. Initially, Pai Yangyang had been watching, struggling to suppress a laugh, surprised to see Lady Li in such a predicament. Adhering to the principle of enjoying the spectacle, he had intended to observe the unfolding drama. However, Zhang Li's commanding shout jolted him back to reality. He realized the urgency of the situation. If I may, you rotund fool, cease your infatuation. With your appearance, Lady Li would never take an interest in you. Hurry and let them in, he said, somewhat helplessly, addressing Pang Dehai. Everyone fell silent, taken aback. Rotund fool? Pang Dehai's expression darkened significantly as he glared fiercely at Pai Yangyang. Who dares to address our captain in such a manner? Yet, before Pang Dehai could unleash his fury, Xiao Xia immediately bared his teeth and charged at Pai Yangyang. With a swift motion, Pai Yangyang struck him without hesitation. The slap resonated clearly and forcefully, carrying an air of authority. Consequently, Xiao Xia spun around thrice before stabilizing himself on one foot, executing a move of remarkable difficulty. The execution was exquisite, albeit leaving him slightly dizzy, his face stinging, and a metallic taste of blood lingering in his mouth. With a sudden expulsion, he spat out 2 bloodied molars. His expression a mixture of shock and fury directed towards Pai Yangyang. How dare you strike me? He exclaimed. Without a moment's pause, Pai Yangyang disregarded his protestations and sent him hurtling towards the podium to claim his medal. Xiao Xia cried out in anguish as he was propelled backwards, colliding with the iron gate, his eyes rolling back as if he were a defeated dog, collapsing onto the ground. All of this transpired with astonishing rapidity, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Zhang Li gazed in disbelief, taken aback by the ferocity of this confrontation. Though she had witnessed Pai Yangyang's wrath before, each instance left her in awe. Pai Yangyang, frowning and shaking his hand as if to shake off the pain, felt a growing disdain for Xiao Xia's arrogance, especially as he continued to prattle on in front of Meng Qingfeng. Though he was not affiliated with the Su Group, he found it intolerable that such scum could serve as security personnel. You dare to strike my brother-in-law? I will end you. Pang Dehai suddenly erupted, his bulk shaking with rage. Several security personnel rushed to his side, brandishing their rubber batons. Old Gua, drenched in cold sweat, quickly interjected, Captain Pang, please do not resort to violence. Step aside. Pang Dehai thundered, retaliating by striking Old Guo on the arm with a baton, causing a painful injury. You dare to strike my brother-in-law? You must be weary of life. His teeth clenched, he glared menacingly at Pai Yangyang. It was then that Pai Yangyang realized this so-called captain was, in fact, the brother-in-law of that scrawny monkey. Li Momo, take old Meng inside. You need not concern yourself with this, Pai Yangyang said dismissively to Zhang Li. Zhang Li hesitated, concern etched on her face as she inquired, are you all right? As for Pai Yangyang referring to her as Li Momo, she had gradually grown accustomed to it. Do I appear to be in any trouble? Pai Yangyang chuckled, adding that if trouble were to arise, it would be theirs. However, truth be told, the security team from the Su Group was woefully inadequate. Pang Dehai, now seething with rage, felt utterly disregarded as the captain of security. The audacity of Pai Yangyang's nonchalance and the concern that the beauty displayed towards this pretty boy stirred a pang of jealousy within him. No longer able to restrain himself, he viciously declared, break his limbs and toss him into the trash. Zhang Li, leading Meng Qingfeng inside, felt a sudden jolt of anxiety for Pai Yangyang's safety. However, at this moment, Su Xueqing could not afford to delay, and she gritted her teeth as she led Meng Qingfeng and others towards the office building. Be careful, she called back, hoping that Pai Yangyang would be astute enough to flee if he couldn't hold his ground. Pai Yangyang grinned, amused by the rare display of concern from the formidable Grandma Li. A cold smirk curled at the corners of his lips as he gazed at Pang Dehai and remarked, Pang Dehai is indeed a fine medicine, but it is unfortunate that such a name is associated with a scoundrel like you. Pang Dehai, furious, let out a roar and swung his rubber baton fiercely at Pai Yangyang. Chapter 78. Leave the wife and child to me. Lao Guo was drenched in cold sweat, his face ashen, unsure if it was due to anxiety or pain. Seeing Pang Dehai and the security guards taking action, he anxiously shouted, Stop! Don't hit him. He is Miss Su's husband. As he yelled, he rushed forward, attempting to shield Pai Yangyang from Pang Dehai. Pai Yangyang paused for a moment, then quickly comprehended the situation. On the very first day he met Su Xueqing, she had boldly introduced him to the company. The veteran security guards had already recognized him and were aware of his relationship with Su Xueqing. The other two guards hesitated. Evidently, they too were familiar with Pai Yangyang. What do you mean, Miss Su's husband? The company is now ruled by young Master Su. If any of you dare to refrain from action, I will have him dismissed this afternoon. Pang Dehai bellowed angrily. Lao Guo stood in front of Pai Yangyang, but Pang Dehai did not relent, delivering a brutal blow aimed at Lao Guo's forehead. Enraged, Pai Yangyang shouted, You are courting death. He swiftly yanked Lao Guo aside and launched a powerful kick that struck Pang Dehai's protruding belly with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, Pang Dehai's hefty 200-pound frame was propelled like a cannonball, crashing to the ground and sliding back several meters, his pants ripping and leaving a trail of blood on the floor. Simultaneously, Pai Yangyang unleashed a flurry of punches. Within moments, all 6 security guards were sent sprawling, each crashing onto Pang Dehai, forming a chaotic pile of bodies. Having taken that kick, Pang Dehai's insides churned painfully, his agony reaching excruciating heights. The impact from the 6 guards sent him into a state of near unconsciousness, teetering on the brink of meeting the Grim Reaper. Lao Guo stood in stunned silence. Unable to grasp how Pai Yangyang had accomplished such a feat, the guards rolled on the floor, unable to rise, clutching their bellies or chests, groaning in distress. Pai Yangyang, unfazed, retrieved a chair from the security office and settled at the entrance, stretching languidly. He turned to Lao Guo and asked, Do you have any water? I would appreciate a glass. Lao Guo, bewildered, nodded, Yes, I'll get it for you. He felt a chill run down his spine. This young master from the Su family was truly formidable. You wait, you dare to strike me. If I don't incapacitate you today, I shall cease to bear the name Pang. Finally, the security guards gritted their teeth and managed to assist Pang Dehai to his feet. Pang Dehai glared fiercely at Pai Yangyang, his voice seething with anger. Lao Guo had already brought a bottle of mineral water to Pai Yangyang, who took a generous sip and disdainfully remarked, You can bear whatever surname you wish, as long as it is not Pai. I fear my ancestors would not approve. Very well, just you wait. Pang Dehai gritted his teeth, uttering the words with venom, before stepping aside to make a call to rally support. Mr. Pai, you should quickly seek out Miss Su, Lao Guo whispered nervously, aware of Pang Dehai's formidable reputation. He had once been involved in the underworld and had numerous subordinates. Pai Yangyang recognized Lao Guo's concern and, with a grateful glance, asked, Lao Guo, why did you help me just now? Lao Guo chuckled sheepishly and replied, You are the husband of Miss Su. I couldn't allow you to be beaten without cause. Luckily, they cannot overpower you. Pai Yangyang inquired again, But what if I were not Su Xueqing's husband? Then I would still intervene. You have done nothing wrong, so why should they strike you? Lao Guo answered without hesitation. Nodding, Pai Yangyang remarked, You are quite admirable. However, Lao Guo, instead of basking in the praise, expressed concern, You should really find Miss Su, with her presence. I believe these individuals would not dare to act recklessly. If all else fails, just leave this place to avoid them. Pai Yangyang replied nonchalantly, There's no need. If they do not provoke me, they are simply fortunate. Should they choose to challenge me, it is they who will regret it. Lao Guo could only shake his head in resignation, sighing, You are indeed formidable, but they are numerous. Even the bravest cannot withstand overwhelming numbers. Though Lao Guo was only in his 30s, he appeared somewhat weary and timid. Yet, Pai Yangyang could see the man's good heart. Do not worry. This is the Su Corporation. If a fight breaks out, my wife will certainly intervene, Pai Yangyang reassured him, though Lao Guo remained unconvinced. Knowing he could not sway Pai Yangyang's resolve, he sighed and anxiously glanced towards Pang Dehai. Just then, Pang Dehai finished his call and strode over. You have guts. Daring to wait here. He spat, brimming with resentment. But when my older brother arrives, do not back down. Pai Yangyang, feigning disinterest, inquired, Your brother? Is he formidable? A young security guard, brimming with pride, chimed in, Captain Pang's brother is the infamous Brother Leopard. Once he arrives, let us see how audacious you remain. Upon hearing the name Brother Leopard, Pai Yangyang could not suppress a laugh. Brother Leopard, you say? He mused with a playful smile, pretending to be surprised. He must indeed be quite impressive. Pang Dehai, oblivious to the mocking tone, felt a surge of pride and declared, Now you know fear? Hurry and kneel to apologize to me, and allow me to slap you 20 times, and we can consider this matter settled. 20 slaps? That hardly seems excessive. I should be able to endure that, Pai Yangyang mused. Pai Yangyang raised his head, casting a nonchalant glance at his plump face, and spoke. Pang Dehai let out a cold laugh, scoffing, Well, at least you possess some self-awareness. Hurry up and kneel to apologize. No rush. Weren't you calling for the little kitty? Just wait, Pai Yangyang replied lazily. The fat on Pang Dehai's cheeks quivered as he angrily retorted, Fine, if you wish to wait, then wait. But mark my words, when Brother Bao arrives, it won't merely be 20 slaps. Suddenly, he paused, eyeing Pai Yangyang with suspicion, and coldly inquired, Do you dare to call Brother Bao a little kitty? Pai Yangyang merely smiled indifferently, choosing not to engage further, as he opened his phone to continue playing his game. Pang Dehai was infuriated to the point of spitting blood, yet he dared not retaliate. The kick he had received earlier still lingered painfully. Guo Weiman, just you wait. Once the board meeting concludes, I'll have Minister Su fire you. Pang Dehai seethed silently, glaring at old Guo with malice. Guo Weiman's expression shifted dramatically, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he pleaded, Captain Pang, please. My wife is ill. Our child is just over 3 years old. If I lose my job, how will my family survive? Humph, that's none of my concern. Since you dared to oppose me, you must be prepared to face the consequences. Pang Dehai replied venomously. Guo Weiman's eyes brimmed with tears as he helplessly implored, Captain Pang, I cannot lose this job. My wife and child depend on my income. If you're so poor, why marry or have children? Pang Dehai remained unmoved, disdainfully responding, How about this? Let me take care of your wife and child. And then you won't have so many worries. He burst into laughter, but unexpectedly, his mirth caused a sharp pain in his chest, eliciting a pained groan and a cold sweat. The security guards who had initially laughed along with him soon found themselves in the same predicament, their laughter turning into gasps of pain. Guo Weiman was intensely anxious, yet he understood that no amount of pleading would sway Pang Dehai. Pai Yangyang glanced at him calmly and remarked, The company isn't his. How can he simply fire someone?